Welcome to Podheim, Duroc's Valheim podcast. Let's give him the business.
Hey everyone, this episode is sponsored by G-Portal. They host all of my servers, and I have to say they are pretty awesome. If you're looking to rent your own gaming server, you can save 5% if you use my link in the description. Hey everybody, I'm your host, Josep the Viking. Joining me today are my fellow Vikings, Gwen the Shield Maiden.
Hello, Vikings.
We also have Jarl Tolkas.
Hello, Vikings. Pleasure to meet you all.
Viking Rudy, Rudistic the Guardian.
Hello, fellow Vikings and Valheim addicts.
And Viking Thorin, a.k.a. Metarune.
Hey to all you Vikings.
All right, let's give them the business. So today, on our very first podcast, I wanted to just tell our audience first just a little bit about who we are. So you all here today are admins on my Discord server and my Valheim servers, founders who, when I first set those up back in, I think it was September, and just a little bit about me, Josep the Viking. My gaming history, I've been playing video games starting with the Atari 2600, moved to Nintendo, loved Zelda, Legend of Zelda, the sort of a role-playing game. But for me, when I moved to PC games is when it really got exciting with Pool of Radiance and the Ultima games, Ultima 2, 3, and 4. And then eventually Ultima Online. Once that hit, it was amazing. You remember with the modems and all that noise? For those of you who remember having to dial up to the internet. Anybody here remember having to dial up to the internet besides me?
Oh, yeah.
Absolutely.
I think I'm too young for this conversation.
So Ultima Online was like the amazing experience for online gaming. And then I discovered a game called Neocron. It was by a company out of Germany, and it was a cyberpunk MMO. And it was like a first-person game, or sort of that third person, like you're just behind the character, but you could zoom in. And I played that game for years. I'm actually still in contact almost 20 years later, 15, 20 years later, somewhere in there, with some of the people that I played that game with. And I went from that to Star Wars Galaxies, then World of Warcraft, and then Guild Wars. And then I sort of got burnt out on the MMO genre because it's just like there was always new MMOs coming out, and they improve on things a little bit. And then one of my friends told me about this little game where you place blocks and the graphics look terrible. And I thought, I'm not going to play a game where you just place blocks and the graphics look terrible. And then I gave it a try one time, and then I was hooked on survival games from then on out. And you guys all know what I'm talking about, right?
Oh, yeah. Minecraft.
Yeah. Is there anybody here who hasn't played Minecraft much?
I haven't actually.
I've never played it either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So
None of us.
Yeah, I played
You're on your
Minecraft
own here.
for a long time. And then I discovered 7 Days to Die when it still had blocky textures like Minecraft. I tried like every survival game out there. So that brings me to Valheim. How did I get to Valheim? Well, I was playing 7 Days to Die as my main go-to survival game because I was sick of MMOs. And one day I just was thinking, I was watching the show Vikings, and very much I've always been into the Viking lore, been interested in it, and I just searched for it one day. I said, I wonder if there's a survival Viking game, and so I searched for it, and then I found Valheim, and it was just this little tiny game with a few hundred people on their Discord channel, and I signed up for the beta test, and after a couple of months I got in. And I actually didn't play it that much because as soon as I started playing it, I immediately thought, wow, this is a really, really fun game. So I probably didn't play. I probably played less than 100 hours because I was waiting because they were talking on their Discord channel about the early access launch coming the following year. And I wanted to play with my friends. So I waited and didn't put too much time in. And then when it finally launched, I played with my friends, logged hundreds of hours in, watched tons of YouTube videos on it, and with the pandemic raging, my work, I'm a filmmaker. I thought I need to do something for work. Why don't I just start a YouTube channel since, my clients aren't hiring video work right now. I started the YouTube channel. Wasn't sure if anybody was going to watch. Some people started to watch. It started to grow a little bit. And just for fun, I told one of my friends, hey, I'm going to start a Valheim server. We were playing on a server with just three of us. I said, I'm going to open a public one and see if anybody wants to play with us three. Well, of course, all these months later, now my two friends stopped playing on the server, and we have 80 plus people on the server, including you guys. So that's how I got here today.
When was the last time your friends logged in on this server here?
One of them actually never logged in on this server. Only on our three-person player server. And then the other one, you guys might remember, his name was Gloomshine. He was here for probably the first month or month and a half.
He was here a while.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him. He was stealing all the crypts.
Well, yeah, because he was...
Yeah, go on.
No, I was saying he was one of the he and I were the first ones on the server. So he had already had a house established and everything before you guys and everybody else even started joining the server. So he sort of had claim to everything and had started looting everything in the area. And then you guys had to pick up his scraps.
I was running around in leather scraps while he was in troll armor clearing all the dungeons right in front of my eyes.
Oh, that's funny. Yeah, I know he'll listen to this because he watches most of my stuff, so he'll get a kick out of hearing that. But
come back anytime then if you're listening. Come back and see what's been happening.
Absolutely. So maybe we should go around and get just a brief gaming history and how you ended up, playing Valheim, and then how you found my server. Gwen, you want to start?
Yeah, sure. So compared to you, I'm a very, very casual gamer. I've been doing mostly PC games. In fact, as a kid growing up, I wasn't allowed a console, or even I never had a Game Boy or anything like that. The most I could get was a Tamagotchi for those 19 kids out there, if you remember the Tamagotchi, and that was the closest I could have from a handheld gaming device. But I did get into PC gaming quite early on. That was the one thing I was allowed. And so, as a kid, I played The Sims and Zoo Tycoon, that kind of stuff. So a lot more kind of building games and those kind of games. And probably last 10 years, other than Valheim, the other game that I've been playing on and off with friends was League of Legends. So totally different type of game. It's a MOBA. It's very similar to Dota 2. But the thing with that is the community is not the best. It tends to be quite toxic. So I would only play with friends when I could, because I'm not really into the whole flaming and calling each other's mums and stuff online. It's not a very nice aspect of gaming. But I've never played FPS games. Well, actually, I did briefly try World of Tanks, and the only reason why I tried World of Tanks is because obviously tanks are very big, heavy, and slow. So that was the only one where I could actually manage to aim and hit fast enough because the tanks themselves were so slow. But other than that, I never really got into FPS games. And earlier this year, when Valheim became popular, I think it was, I don't know when it actually released the early access, but I think February, March time is when it really kind of came out in the mainstream. And probably same story as most people here. My friends kind of bullied me into getting Valheim and playing with them. So we used to play together on each other's servers, and that's how I started. And I really got hooked onto the game. But then, like many people, my friends stopped playing it after a couple of months. And I'm a very social gamer. I don't really like playing games on my own. So I really like the kind of collaborative and co-op aspect of these games. So when I heard about your server, and I believe I saw you posting an announcement on your YouTube channel that you would be opening a server, I kind of thought about it and thought it would be maybe a good opportunity to try to keep playing the game that I loved playing, but with other people and find people that would be as much into the game as me. So that's kind of how I ended up joining the server. And I was, I think with Talkers, we were there from pretty much, I wasn't there on day one, but I was there on day 2 pretty much of the server being open.
Yeah, it was. It was you, me, and Balder back then.
Yeah, Yumi, Balder, Pianouge as well, and a couple of other players that are still in the community. And since I joined this server, I have not a single time. So that's September. Since September, I have not logged on my solo world a single time because I don't think I could go back to playing solo, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome, and it's been such you all of you admins when you came to the server immediately stood out to me. Gwen and Tolkas especially, and then eventually Rudistic and Thorin. So I was like, I saw the server growing and I thought, oh wow, I need to start delegating some of this responsibility because everybody's contacting me. Like, how do I keep up with this? So I needed some help and you guys stepped up and did it. Tolkas, can you tell us a little bit about your gaming history and your preferences and how you found Valheim and then eventually my server?
Oh, well, I entered the PC Master Race at the age of 10. My first game I started playing was Stronghold back then. My father gave me the PC, and the first game I had was Stronghold. And I just liked I didn't necessarily do the story and the scenarios there, but what I did as a kid, I went into creative mode and started building the Lord of the Rings castles and just created armies and just threw them at each other. And that was enough entertainment for me. And then from there, I kind of kept the pace. Next one game I played was Lego Star Wars, and then from there, I always bouncing between strategic and role play games. I've played Mountain Blade Warband for I don't know how long, and then I started exploring the Total War series, but I almost basically was playing by myself. I did not really go into online, and I had a bit of respect. But then at some point, I had a friend who talked me into Dota. I quit the game because it was a bit too toxic. But then from there, I was interested, and then there was the one game called Conqueror's Blade I've been playing a lot. It was a PvP-focused game where you command a unit of soldiers in a battle, so you're basically playing an officer with a detachment. You have a role, and it was really organized and everything. It was pretty fun, but at some point I lost the track, also because of my job. I work as a chef in real life, and there was this episode where I woke up came to work at 8, came home at midnight, and then started all over again. And also there's some trouble going on there. Then I kind of quit gaming, but I met a friend during Conqueror's Blade, and we've been playing together since and hanging out with each other online. And at some point, I don't know where specifically, but I don't know if it was just some guy I was following was playing Valheim, or I just got Valheim recommended or something. At some point, we both started playing Valheim, and we were both totally into it. It was we were just kicking it, and it was great. But at some point, he kind of lost interest, and same did I. We played other games, and I think I don't know. You know, where you start playing a game and then you get recommended videos on YouTube about that game. Kind of weird there.
Yeah.
But yeah, at some point I just got some Valheim videos recommended there. I found your channel, Jirok, and I've been. You were just the one I enjoyed watching the most compared to the others. I don't know what it was particular, but I just felt comfortable listening to you. And then someday I saw the message on YouTube, hey, I'm opening up a open server. And I saw that, I was like, oh, all right. Where can I apply for it? Where can I go to enter this place? And then I remember I was so nervous, and I was like, oh, please let me in, please let me join. I want to.
That's funny, actually.
I think we all had that feeling.
Yeah, for some reason I was really excited for that, and then I just funny because I just I entered the server, I started walking around, and the first guy I met was Balder, and then we just started building next to each other, and then I think someone approached us, or maybe you, Gwen, and people started talking about a community city. And I haven't never heard of that. I was like, yeah, okay, yeah, sure, you can start building there. Yeah, of course, no worries. Then we kind of went together. We started, grinding and just went through. And just when people just for some reason approached me, I think that was during the lockdown back then. Was it? Yeah, there was a. Yeah,
that's where you live.
There was a lockdown in Germany during that time, so I was online almost 24/7, and people started.
Yeah, there's a funny story about that. I actually Tulkas earned the name Tulkas the Sleepless because the day that you joined the server, you were online, I think, for like almost 20 hours straight, if not more. I remember logging in on my, so on the second day of the server, I logged in and I saw you online. We had a bit of interaction. I was online for quite a while, like a couple of hours. Then I went to bed. And then the next morning, I checked like Discord and you were still in voice, still online.
That's awesome.
Yeah, I joined day 3, and Tulkas was the one who welcomed me to the city, and I could tell he was absolutely exhausted over voice chat, but he still sounded so excited to play. I think you were like 28 hours in at that point or something.
Yeah, there were sometimes situations where I did not go to bed at all during the time I was playing. But yeah, in the end, I was always there, so people started approaching me. Hey, can I build there as well? Can we build a city? Can I have a spot here in the city as well? And so I kind of slided into the role of organizing the town and the city and kind of distributing everything, giving out tasks for what we need. And then someone said that I was the Jarl of the community city. And then I just went with it. Yeah, okay. Then from now on, I'm Jarl Tulkas. And then
the rest is history.
Yeah, and then from there, it kind of went to where I am now. G-Rock approached me at some point, like, "Hey, wanna be a moderator?" And I was first of all, I was really excited. He noticed me. I was spazzing out. He noticed me. Basically I was talking to a celebrity, to me at least. And then I was really excited, and then. From there, we've been working together.
That's awesome that you mentioned that. I think I'm around 6,000 subscribers, which is tiny compared to most YouTube channels. But I can only imagine what being a celebrity, YouTuber, or even a celebrity in movies or TV must be like. 100 or 1,000 times more famous than me. This little tiny YouTube channel. Because I get contacted by so many people, and they ask to join the server. They ask questions. They ask about, how I do admin stuff because they want to do admin stuff so that they can sort of dungeon master their own servers as well, like the way I do it. And I always try to remember that these people are excited because they're reaching out to somebody that they have enjoyed on YouTube. Because I know I've done that, like, I admire people and have reached out to them. And sometimes they respond and sometimes they don't. So I try to make time to respond to everybody. But even now with 450 people on Discord, 80 plus members on our Valheim servers, and 6,000 subscribers, I'm having a hard time responding to everybody all the time. But I still try to because I know how excited I get. And like what you just said, I do want everyone to feel special and welcome. And luckily we have such a great community that even if I don't have time and they join our servers, everybody else makes them feel welcome. So hopefully you guys experienced that when you came onto the server. You just felt so welcome by everybody else.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Definitely.
So, Thorin, you want to tell us a little bit about your gaming history and how you found Valheim and then eventually my server?
Yeah, definitely. I think my first console was a Nintendo 64, and I went through the Game Boys and the original Xbox and that kind of thing. I'm a big RPG and FPS guy. Those are kind of my main two, but I also loved building with cheats in The Sims and Roller Coaster Tycoon and that type of thing. I'm kind of a hardcore old school Blizzard fanboy, so I was really big into WoW and Warcraft 2 and Diablo. I'm a big Bungie fan as well, played a ton of Halo and Destiny 2. I started playing Valheim soon after launch with some friends from work. I really liked Viking lore and the RPG elements drew me in, but it was actually my first survival game. Never got a chance to try out Minecraft, although it did always look interesting to me. And we had a server of 4 people or so. So Jirox's community feels a lot larger than that. It's been really nice, and there's always something to do and someone to do it with, which is pretty sweet. I took a few months break from that server with my friends when they quit playing, and had just been kind of following Jirok on YouTube. And I think the weekend that he launched the server was shortly after the Hearth and Home release. So I was like, it's time to dive in. Let's go find a server to play on, because I didn't have any friends who were playing anymore. And I joined, I think, on day 3, shortly after Gwen and Toolkiss. And as I said before, Toolkiss was the one who kind of introduced me to the server and our first community village. And I kind of hid in the shadows a little bit and played the survival game, but my big passion in Valheim is building. So once I kind of got leveled up with gear and materials and that kind of thing, I definitely stepped into kind of the master builder role on our server. And I've been doing that ever since.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Your builds have inspired a lot of people too, I know for sure. And
yeah.
I when I noticed how active you were and how just excited you were to get in and actually do stuff in the game, I thought to myself, "Ooh, I got to ask him if he'll be a moderator." Or I don't remember if I'd approached you as moderator or admin first, but I just knew I wanted you to help because you're so active and enthusiastic, and that is what I wanted to sort of foster, the friendliness, but also the enthusiasm for the game with anybody new we invited to the server, so that they had that to feed off of. And so that was really awesome.
Yeah, definitely. I found myself doing more community builds than personable builds. I didn't really have a house, but I was building portal hubs and great halls and all that kind of thing. So, I was excited when you asked me, and even more excited when you started doing some of the dungeon mastering stuff, because it meant I would get to build even crazier things for the community. So,
do you remember when I told you that we offer you to become an admin?
Yeah,
do you remember that, Paul?
Yep. Tulkas trolled me. I thought I was getting kicked off the server.
Oh, tell me the story.
I don't remember exactly what he said, but he just sounded very serious. And he's like, I need to talk to you about something. And we hopped on voice chat, and it was kind of an ominous conversation for the first minute or two. And then he came around and asked me to join the team. So that was really nice. But yeah, it was kind of a fun way to ask.
Yeah, basically what I did there, I went into voice chat and was like, hey, there's I've been talking to Gwen about you, and there's some stuff that come up, and I wanted to ask you how you feel about it. Just if you just letting him in the dark and being all ominous, and then at some point with the same Batman watch just went, oh well. He asked me, what's happening? What's going? So, we've been talking about making you an admin, and I wanted to know just how you feel about it.
That's funny. Now I do have that vague memory of you saying something about that. You said, hey, because we discussed, each admin who we would approach. And then you said, I'm going to talk to him serious, like there's a problem.
and then you said that you would use me as a conduit to your trolling. And I was like, what? Don't bring me into this.
So you could try to blame it on you.
Yeah. You would not believe it if it would just make something up, so I had to use some reference.
Yeah, well, and Gwen and I had been working together lots on a project, so it made sense. But
That's funny. So, Rudistic, or like I like to say, Rudy, can you give us just a quick gaming history and then tell us how you found Valheim and then eventually our servers?
I would love to. Yeah, I'm actually, sorry, Tulkas, but I'm actually new to PC gaming. I've only been doing it about 2 years now. Grew up console gamer, PS1, Spyro. What a good game that was. I've always done sports games. I'm Canadian. I'm a hockey nut. I've been playing every single hockey game that's been released since 1994. Original Xbox, Halo. I remember waiting out in line at midnight for Halo 2 release. I do like
Fun
playing.
Story about that, actually. I worked at Future Shop during that time, and we had the most epic release ever, where we lined up a bunch of couches in the home theater department with everybody back to back, and it was like a giant LAN party for the Halo 2 launch. It was amazing. But sorry, continue.
Yeah, I know that's the first video game I ever camped out for, and then I did it for Skyrim as well. But yeah, huge console gamer. Like I said, I play NHL and NBA when I do play my console, which is few and far between now that Valheim's a thing. But yeah, always been on the console. Then when I got my PC, I started SWTOR and really enjoyed that. Went really hard into it. And then again, my friends stopped playing theirs, so I wasn't playing much on the PC anymore. I was back into the Xbox and with my clan on Warzone, playing lots of that. Then my one buddy was like, hey, he was bugging me for weeks. He's like, you need to check out this game Valheim so we could play together. And I just kept putting it off, and then finally I tried it, and then 400 hours later, I was always watching your videos, Jirok. They're fantastic. You have such a great voice and demeanor. So I was watching your channel for weeks, and actually the video, the 90-minute walkthrough you did with Jarl Tulkas here was the video that I was like, I need to join this server. Like the city of Naomi and just everyone there, it just looks like such a good time. I had a server with 3 or 4 people, my friends, but then they stopped playing, and that was the video that did it for me. And seeing Pioneers and Urkinus's setup with the Baltic Sea Company, I'm a big fisherman, and I was like, that's who I want to join. So Thorin here actually was the admin who did my interview, and he lives close to me here in Canada. And so we did our interview. It went great. And then I got whitelisted, jumped in the server. Thorin met me right at the spawn point there. And Urkinus from BSC, the Baltic Sea Company, was online. And it was just perfect timing that Thorin said, hey, this guy's interested. And, a few months later now, running the BSC. And, I appreciate these privileges of being a moderator on your Discord and helping out any way, shape, or form. So it's kind of cool how Tulkas did the Thorin thing, and then Thorin did it for me. And here we are sitting in this beautiful circle here made by Morning Darkness. Thank you, Dawn. And that's pretty much the history on me joining Valheim.
That's
kind of a shame that Urkinus is missing.
He's been busy with life, and I think he's dealing with an injury. So hopefully we'll get him in a future podcast, though.
Shout out to Urkinus and Pianuj.
Yeah. Get better and come back.
And our other admin, Yardrock, I know that he's been super busy with life for a while now. We missed him through most of December, but he's been hopping on every once in a while. Hopefully he'll find some more time to spend with us. But the 5 that you see here, are 4 plus me, are really the admins who have been super active lately. And because we're growing and we have more things coming out and a lot more announcements to make here later in the podcast, we have been recruiting more moderators and admins. So it's been fun. I'm so glad to have all you guys, not just on the server and part of the community, because there's so many great people, but also helping me out. You've helped out in so many ways and different ways too. Seems like as time goes on, I'm sort of you're each filling your own niche. Where things need to be taken care of and done in an admin sense, and it's awesome to have the help. I really appreciate it. But we should probably go on to our first segment now. It's going to be the Valheim news segment, and Gwen is going to take us there. Gwen, what's in Valheim news?
Yeah, so I guess the big news for anyone who's following a little bit Valheim is that over December, Valheim got nominated for a number of awards. So the first award was the Steam Awards, and Valheim got nominated in 2 categories, and unfortunately didn't win anything in those categories. But just to call them out, they were nominated for both the Game of the Year. That was in the end won by Resident Evil Village, and they were also nominated for another great category, which is Better with Friends, which was won by It Takes Two. That's tough competition because I've heard all about It Takes Two. I've not played it myself. People have been trying to bully me into playing it, but one game at a time for me. Yeah. But I know it's a great game as well, a nice little indie game too. So tough competition, and unfortunately they didn't win any Steam awards, but a couple of weeks later they got nominated on the PC Gamer Awards, and they won the Game of the Year from PC Gamer, and that was announced I think a week ago or something. And I was so glad to see that they finally got the recognition, because I mean, for all of us, we're complete Valheim addicts, right? We've been living and breathing Valheim since we discovered the game. But I know there's so many other people out there that really just got completely hooked onto the game. And just playing it and talking, also seeing how the developers and their approach to the game. I mean, the guys are probably millionaires. The game took off so quickly, but you can tell that they're still there. They're still involved. I love how they engage with the community as well, and they're listening to feedback and trying to improve on some areas that a lot of the community, the gamers, have been asking for. And it's great to see that the developers are still so involved. So I think the game isn't going anywhere, and I'm just super excited to see them take on this award home and then carry on building the game out and releasing new stuff like we've seen.
Yeah.
So that was it. Iron Gate, well done for that. Congratulations for winning that Game of the Year award from PC Gamer.
I think the most impressive thing for me, too, is the fact that it's still in early access. Like, most early access games these days are super clunky or buggy or whatever, and yet this game just feels so polished. There's lots of content to be added, but they're still marking it as early access, which is pretty mind-blowing. But yeah, I think we've all been very satisfied with it, even as it is over the past year.
And especially at the price point, too. Like, a game like this at the price point is just unheard of, unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because we all at least put in like 300-400 hours each, right, in the game, like if not more.
Yep.
For $15, that's a good deal.
940 hours over here.
Yep.
This is just not at all. Talk about all the access. I think especially if we think about how in the last years it's been kind of become a way of doing things. Just release it early access, earn some money early on. Was an incomplete game, because apparently it's illegal to release a complete, finished, and perfect game. I don't know, but it's interesting to see to be next to the source and see how the game grows and develops. I mean, we have the developers here visiting us, and we talk to them and we interact with each other. So that's a really interesting opportunity we have here.
Mm-hmm. And it's unheard of. Like, I don't know of any other games where the developers are just so engaged with the player base. So it's really great to see. And I know like maybe 6 months ago, when we had a long break where the game was released and then there was no new updates, a lot of players were kind of complaining that it took too long for updates to come out and patches to come out. But since then, you can tell that the devs have really kind of took that on board and try to release more often, like smaller updates more often, which is, I think, probably the way to go with games like this, because they want to keep the player base engaged. And for us, it's great because we have a reason to carry on and, discover new areas, new biomes, new mobs and mini bosses as they come out. So, yeah, but I've not seen that level of kind of engagement and proximity from the developers of a game to the player base in many other games. So,
No, yeah.
I thought of a really interesting question. So, would you personally, maybe you could think about this question and I'll answer it for myself first, but would you consider Valheim Game of the Year? And maybe even beyond that, how would you rank it? Maybe if you had a top 10 list, favorite games of all time, where might you put it, if it even makes the top 10? But for me, I'll answer first. Survival games are interesting in that some of them provide more content than others. But really what survival games seem to do is provide a basic foundation for players to create their own content with all the building, the terrain manipulation, the build pieces, and then pretty much whatever you want to do with those pieces with friends, with people that you meet online or through a server like ours. And so for me, when I think about all the games that I've played, and I'm dating myself, when I said I started with Atari 2600. So I go back a ways. But for me, Valheim is definitely Game of the Year because I didn't play any other games this year. So for the year, it has to be number one because I didn't even play any other games. I think I might have logged into 7 Days to Die once or twice. What was that, Gwen?
Same as me. I don't play many games, but I think this one just got me hooked like very little games have before. And so, as you said, it's also the community. I think if it wasn't for joining a multiplayer server and having this kind of true community experience, I don't know that I would still be playing the game much. I would probably be playing occasionally on weekends, but not as much as I would now. I think that has been a huge factor for me of what my appreciation for the game.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, that's actually, I think, really good feedback for Iron Gate to know that, like one of the points in the videos that when I was interviewing them to say that, a multiplayer server of 10 is good, but if you could bump it to 20 or 30 or maybe even 40, that would be even better because it just opened up so much more opportunity for multiplayer, which is really what keeps the game's longevity going. Because even after my two friends stopped playing, I still played by myself. But then I started making YouTube videos, and so for me, I saw this opportunity as a filmmaker to do videos about like this game that I loved. That gave me all this extra content, right? Because instead of just playing the game, now I was making content for the game. But then, like you said, the multiplayer server, from the player side, you're in the server and you're playing and you have the community. But for me, the reason why this might be my number one game of all time is because I'm a huge Dungeons and Dragons and tabletop role-playing geek. I've been playing since I was like 11 or 12 years old. This game is the first game that really made me feel like with mods, I need mods to do it, but I have the server, I have all these players on it. So I can run events and competitions and all this cool stuff. So I actually feel like I can be a dungeon master. And I've tried that with a few other games that sort of had like these tools for you to be a dungeon master, but they just never seemed to quite work. And Valheim has some of those tools in their default dev commands, but you can't use dev commands on a multiplayer server without a mod, but I discovered the mod I discovered a whole bunch of other mods and working with a modder to do more. That's why for me, like I love the game from the player perspective, but being able to be a dungeon master, to take it off the tabletop with the dice and do it in a video game, for me, game of the year, game of all time. What about you, Gwen?
Yeah. As I said, I think if I don't play many games. I tend to just go through phases where I would play one game a lot, and even so, like lately, I haven't been picking up many new games. But yeah, there's something. It's my first survival game as well. I don't really have any other survival game. I had played like The Sims and that kind of more building games. I don't even know what category The Sims is. Simulator games, I suppose. But I hadn't played really survival, and I was actually a bit apprehensive. Again, my friends bullied me into it, managed to convince me to install this game. It was coming at a low price, so I was like, okay, why not? Everyone's playing it, and I feel like I'm missing out if I don't join in. So I tried it, and I think because also I started the game playing with other people, it kind of made the learning curve a bit easier for me, being new to this type of game. And yeah, I mean, I've been so obsessed. I've not played any other games really. I've not really wanted to seek out other games. And I think, I can't compare it to any other survival because I haven't played them. But it seems to be one of those games that's really, like you said, it's a bit of a sandbox. It gives you all the tools you need to make it how you want to. And maybe a bit controversial, but I tend to get a bit frustrated when I see people complaining about the game not having enough content and stuff like that. Because, well, if you can make the content yourself, you can find ways, and there's plenty of YouTubers out there playing the game, doing like challenges, playing the game hard mode or that kind of stuff. Like if you really like the game, you can find ways to enjoy it, even if the content from the game developers isn't coming out as often as you'd like. There's always ways to make it work, and I think this server is such a great proof of that. I mean, we're going crazy on the role playing. We're going crazy with events. We're building stuff that I think is just mind blowing that I would have never thought that you could do in a game. And not only that, we're doing it with other people, and everyone's kind of bringing their gameplay and what they enjoy about the game to the table, which is super nice.
Yeah, I feel like the only survival game I've been playing before was The Forest. Has anyone ever played it or heard of it?
Nope.
Yeah, The Forest.
No.
Yeah, I think it's sitting in my download folder. So you played The Forest some last year and a few other games, and then Valheim. So for Game of the Year for 2021, would Valheim make the list? Would it be somewhere on the list?
Mm-hmm. It would definitely be on the list. I just when talking about comparing it or putting it on a tier, I don't like that doing with games because I enjoy every game, the games I play as they are. I don't try to compare them to another. It's just something I like to enjoy. For like Total War Warhammer has nothing to do with survival or a little bit of role play there, but nothing with survival or whatever. But it's still a game I enjoy playing. And with Valheim, it's just another passion I enjoy doing and sharing with others here.
It seems like each game has its unique things, but I guess maybe for you, you might define Game of the Year as the game you have the most hours logged into then, because you enjoy them each for their different things.
Yeah, actually, Valheim, I have the most hours in Valheim, actually. There's I think they're on place 2 are the Total War Warhammer and Mountain Blade Warband.
Yeah.
That's what I really enjoyed back then.
Thorin and Rudistic, would you guys put Valheim on your list of top games or maybe even number 1 for 2021?
Yeah, for myself, as someone with ADHD, I don't think I've ever spent 700 hours doing the same thing in my entire life. So for that reason alone, Game of the Year, Game of History, the best game ever made, in my opinion, because, 700 hours, and I don't think I've ever done that to anything else my entire life.
Yeah, it's a call for that.
Yeah, definitely. On my end, I'm kind of in the same boat as Telkis. I would definitely rate it top 3. I would have a hard time choosing between a few different ones. But in terms of Game of the Year, I would definitely say it deserves it. I think the only other games I played this year were Warzone, Halo Infinite, which could have got it. It was definitely good nostalgia there, and I think they killed the release on that one. It did win Best Shooter from PC Gamer, so it did get some recognition. And then the other one was Diablo 2 Resurrected, which was great for a nostalgia title, but I don't think that's winning any awards. So
Splitgate was pretty decent as well. I did enjoy Splitgate for a bit.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, cool. So we also have some other Valheim news to go through real quickly. And Thorin's going to walk us through that.
Yeah, sure. It's been kind of making its way around the community for a few weeks. Not sure if anyone has seen it, but the Iron Gate developer team is hosting their first official building competition. It's called Build for Baldur. They've got a Twitter post on the official Valheim Twitter, kind of covering the rules and the details there. That was opened up on December 20th, and the call for entries is closing on January 9th. It's basically like upload a few images of your build that is worthy of Baldur himself. So we've got something in the works on Jirok's creative server. It's looking pretty awesome, if I do say so myself. It's basically a recreation of Asgard, kind of in the Marvel realization of it. So we've got the big Asgardian palace and kind of a town down below, the Bifrost Bridge, which kind of has some rainbow elements to it, which is pretty neat, and the Bifrost portal as well. So I've been posting a bunch of updates and live streams about that on my channel called Metarune. So if you're interested in that, definitely have a look. But that's kind of the competition in a nutshell. There's been some awesome entries that have already been submitted. If you're interested, check out the Build for Baldur hashtag on Twitter.
Yeah, I also wanted to ask if anybody has seen any of the submissions. A lot of people are submitting through Twitter, because you can put that hashtag Build for Baldur. And I did, and there's some really good competition out there. Some really amazing things are being built. But I did want to mention that we have a player on our server who is building his own project, separate from the group project of Asgard. He's building his own project somewhere in the world, in the creative world. And I tell you, right now, if I had to cast a vote, my vote would probably go for his. That's just me personally, just because of the scope of the project and what it is. I won't spoil it.
He'll definitely win the Originality Award.
Yeah, if they do different categories, he should definitely win like some kind of category for that.
It's mind-blowing. It's a player that is known to come up with super creative things, like things that you wouldn't even imagine are possible in the game. And it's every time he builds something like that, I'm like, wow, okay, that's next level. Not so much this one, the Baldur competition one, is a really big scale one, but some of it is just really small. Some of his other ideas that he's done are really small, but just so inventive, like things that we wouldn't really think of, or just using the game and the game mechanics or the build pieces in very creative ways. And I agree with you that build is mind-blowing. I really hope it gets shortlisted, or at least a mention from the devs, if not winning the competition.
Yeah, well, maybe we'll cover the top entries and the winners, or we could even do our own rating of them or something in a future podcast.
Yeah, and just to mention to the listeners who aren't familiar or aren't on our server or our Discord, we also do our own build competitions on our server. We had a big holiday decorations where we had 3 of the developers on to tour them with us. In January, we have a Sacred Sundial is the next build competition, and we actually need ideas for February and beyond, because I would like to do a build competition once a month on our server. So if any of you here, the admins, have ideas, or any of the listeners have ideas, feel free to jump on our Discord and suggest some, because the players really do enjoy that, in addition to all the events that we run.
Yeah. Some kind of idea, actually. Yeah, go for it.
Some kind of Valentine's Day setup there. I know you with your fancy mods there, you can make everyone have them hearts coming out of us, but I don't know, some kind of Valentine's Day something.
Yeah,
that's cute. I like that. Since we're doing holiday, we've done a big thing for Halloween. We've done a like Christmas and holiday decoration. So I feel it would be appropriate to just go around the year doing all the holidays. Valentine's Day.
Yeah. I feel like now that we have the item stands for the armor, or the armor stands, we could actually make a chess game competition.
Ooh, that is a great idea.
Yeah, I get those sometimes.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Gwen, you're
another idea I got since that we're now allowing. Just recently, we've approved the mod that allows people to build inside dungeons. I know everyone is currently rushing to find a cool dungeon to go build in. That could be a great competition as well for a build inside a dungeon.
Oh, I like that. I'm going to add that to the list right now. Build inside a dungeon or troll cave.
Dwarven mine, maybe?
Or
A dwarven mine in a dungeon?
Yeah, whatever the theme it is that they put. Yeah, it would be interesting too when the mountain caves come out, because those will be a new instance dungeon to see what people do with that, and or us running events with those.
Yeah, and they look beautiful based on the screenshots that we got. It looks like it's really very nicely designed inside with some interesting new items. So yeah, we're going to rush to get our hands on those.
Okay, so if there's nothing else for that, I think we'll go on to our next segment, which is going to be server news. So this will just cover a little bit about our Valheim servers. Right now, we have our legacy server, which is going to be a permanent server, and it's going to never reset until the players lose interest. But it's called Xerox Viking Playground. It's the main one. It's got a 30-player capacity. We have 80-plus people there. We're getting ready to launch a new server. We have a couple of other servers as well, a resource server, a creative build server. But we're launching a brand new one, and it's called Xerox Survival Playground Season 1. And it's going to run for 2 to 3 months. We'll kind of adjust that based on the first season to see when players are ready for a reset. But it's bringing everybody back to basics, because, once you get through the game and you've got all max level gear and you've done a bunch of big builds, it's sort of nice to return to having zero skills again and struggling to survive against greylings or even a boar that's chasing you through the meadows. And so this server is going to launch in the next week or two. We're still trying to adjust the exact date because we're trying to get it ready. The server is going to include, it's basically going to be all vanilla server. It's going to have a 30-player capacity. We're only allowing the first 60 or 70 players interested into it. It's going to have new locations to explore. So these new locations are going to be, some are just going to be sort of interesting points of interest. That are created by admins. Tolkus has created a lot of them. Thorin is working on some. I'm working on some. In addition to points of interest, there's going to be new mini bosses. And each mini boss is going to have its own location. There's going to be 20 to 30 mini bosses. There's going to be new mythologies to discover. And the mythologies will be written up in a special channel on our Discord to add some flavor and some of that kind of role-playing fun mythology aspect for every single boss and every single mini boss location and the artifact. So there's going to be new artifacts. And the artifacts will basically consist of weapons and armor and things that you can already get in the game, but they're going to be a little bit higher level than you can actually craft yourself. And there'll be, the name on them where it says crafted by, it will be crafted by somebody special that has to do with the mythology of the creature. And the best thing about all of this, all this new content that we're adding to a very vanilla world with locations, bosses, and artifacts, is you don't need any mods to play it. No mods at all are required by the player. You can come on, fill out our server application, get onto the server. If you pass the interview, we have a little interviewing process. Yeah, no mods required, and you can get to enjoy it and hit it on the ground running when the server first launches. Tolkus, he was going to talk a little bit about some of the locations he's built, because he's built so many locations. So, Tolkus, you want to tell us a little bit about some of the locations you've been working on?
I was just about to say, you're really excited for that new server. You basically already said everything there is to say, almost at least.
Well, you can tell us a little bit about the locations you built. You don't have to give all the details so that they have something to discover. But
there are. I based the locations on the lore we came up with for the mini bosses. There are some. There's basically in every biome. You can find them in any biome. There and they don't. They don't have to be mob specific. So it may be that you may maybe find a golem in the meadows, for example.
Yeah.
Or I don't know. Yeah, just gonna be interesting. About the locations I made there, that's actually really hard to talk about. I don't want to give away anything. At the same time, I want to brag about them.
Well,
Spill the beans. Give us like one example of a mini boss and a bit of the lore that goes with it, just as a teaser.
oh, there you go, Tokus. I got the spreadsheet
right.
here. Do you want me to pick one, or do you have one in mind?
Pick one.
How about the Order of the Amber? Should I read this, or do you remember? You want to describe it?
I remember. So I had this idea of some may remember the first event we did was the Undead Fortress assault back in the day. I think that was the first event we did, and I wanted to have basically an undead legion over there. But then I wanted to come up with something that would be a bit more interesting. That the Yargulf has summoned an undead host and are now threatening the world. So I came up with the idea. Well, there would be like a Templar order would be actually really cool. But how did they come here? So in the lore, it says that their origin, there are no Templar orders in the Viking universe. So how did they get here? How did they get into the Viking afterlife? So I kind of created a lore where they kind of unsure where they would they were either sent on a crusade by their god to venture into this afterlife, or maybe someone opened the door to let them in. And then in the end, the order, the knights got trapped, slaughtered, and their souls enslaved to Yargulf. And right now they are garrisoning the abandoned fortresses all across the landscape. Yeah, just pretty badass. There are the basic Amber Knights, then there's the Amber Templars, and somewhere there is the Grandmaster hidden. Any questions from here?
Well, yeah, no, it's really exciting. See, I love Tokus. I know because we've worked on some other events together. I know how much he loves to get into the little history and mythologies and do little write-ups on things that just add so much flavor. Like I could just create mini bosses and give them names, and then say a troll and he's in the forest and he's got more health and does more damage and he has a special item that you can get. And that would be fun too for the players. But having these really fun little mythology write-ups about each creature, I thought, yes, Tulkas is really into this, and he's done some amazing little write-ups. And you're going to be able to find all these write-ups on all the mini bosses in a special channel on our Discord, so that you can read through them if you want, or if you're out in the world and you discover something, you can then go back and refer to this mythology channel there and find the creature that you slayed and the item that you got, and kind of get caught up on the history and the mythology of it, just to kind of add another level of excitement for the players. And it's all kind of like some games have achievements that you can do in each game. And Valheim doesn't actually have an achievements category, but that's kind of what this is, with all the mini bosses out there and each artifact that they have that you can acquire. It's kind of like an achievement. So it's kind of fun. Like you're out in the world, and not do you just have all the Valheim content, and the building and anything else you want to do with the killing the bosses and the Forsaken and whatnot. But you have all these cool locations that we've placed in the world, the lore behind them and the artifacts. It's all pretty exciting. I did want to ask Thorin, because he's doing a special location that we've talked about for a few weeks now. Thorin, did you want to give any hint of that?
Yeah, I could share a little bit. So it's going to be somewhere in the Ashlands, and the idea is that we're kind of using the undeveloped biome and adding more to it to kind of turn it into a different area or a different scenario. And we'll be playing with a few different creatures from the swamp, so that they kind of mesh well with the Surtlings that exist there. I want to keep it kind of secret because it's an idea I've had for a while that I've wanted to run on our main server, and this was just kind of the perfect opportunity to do it. But should have a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, the Ashlands is really underdeveloped. I hope one day we will get fire giants with swords and bows and with bows that basically fire artillery rounds at your base. That's what I'm actually hoping for there, because there are no Zerglings, like tiny little things running around throwing fireballs and basically just annoying you, but doing nothing else. But the Lord, there were fire giants. The fire giant Zerg will destroy Asgard in Ragnarok.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the Ashlands is a biome, and each biome will probably have their big boss.
Yeah.
So might be coming.
Yeah, maybe there'll be like a Ragnarok style boss in the Ashlands. That would be pretty neat.
Yeah. Someone rumored about a dragon coming, but that would be. I don't know how to feel about that, because we already got a dragon basically. Maybe we can get like the drakes in the mountain biome, then like dragons in the Ashlands as well. But what I would be looking for would be giants, like not trolls, but make them bigger as trolls. Give them actual weapons, not just the clubs and rocks, and make them kick some ass.
I would love more flying creatures, though. Or flying enemy creatures, not just birds.
Well, yeah, so especially running events as an admin, it's hard to send creatures at the players sometimes if they're just land-based, because the AI kind of gets hung up on the terrain, especially if there are cliffs or trenches dug. So real quickly, I wanted to go to the next segment. I spoke to Grimcore at the beginning of this week on Monday, and he told me that they were all back from holiday vacation, so they were on vacation, so we shouldn't expect anything immediately these first couple weeks of January, I'm guessing. But he said that they were all very excited. And I'm excited because, they continue to respond to me. They have 8 million people who purchased this game, and they're responding to me when I send them messages, which is super exciting. And then I also spoke with Smithy, who is their Discord main, the developer who's mostly on Discord, dealing with Discord issues and information. And Smithy's interested in doing a future video with me. So I'm going to see if I can arrange that.
That's cool, yeah.
Yeah, I have a special topic for that, which I'll save for the video when it comes out. But we'll move on to our last segment before we close out. And just a little bit of speculation. And so, Rudy, you were going to maybe talk a little bit about maybe mountain caves and then Mistlands or whatever speculation for the future. You want to tell us a little bit?
So I was thinking with Mistlands, and if I'm right about this, everyone in this circle owes me 100 coins each, okay?
Deal.
Fine.
And before they changed it where it's just empty now, there's lots of spider webs, right? So I think they want to use that. So that's what I'm hoping for. That's my speculation, is when the Mistlands updates come, there's going to be spiders in there. And we're going to get a new material called silk. And I think that'll open up a lot more, armor ideas and stuff like that. But that's where my mind went with everything with the Mistlands. And they had spider webs in the old one for a reason. So that's what I'm hoping. And I think that'd be really cool to fight off, giant spiders and little creepy crawlies like that. Tulkas, it'll be okay. It'll be okay, I promise. But yeah, just that's where my thought was going.
Line fighting those things.
Why do you think
I-
they removed
I-
that stuff then? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so they removed it, but they about the kind of whole spiders and the webs and stuff. I saw on the interwebs some interesting theories about this, and they still involve silk, but silk doesn't come from spiders. Silk comes from worms. Mm-hmm. And when you look at those Mistlands webs, or the old Mistland webs, they're all in tunnels that could look like giant worm tunnels. So some people were saying, oh, it's probably not going to be spiders. It might be just giant worms.
That's
and
much
then, you would
cooler than
collect the silk
Interesting.
and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah, maybe we'll find these worms in chest or something, and we will have spiders in those tunnels. That would be actually pretty cool. Like these dark holes where there's no torches in there whatsoever. So we have to bring the Dwemer light there. and then there's the spider coming around the corner. I can already picture myself screaming out to my neighbors.
I just
Your
finally
girlfriend
watched.
to come and deal with the spiders.
I just finally watched Dune last night, and that made me think of the sandworms. And then I was wondering maybe they'll eventually have a desert biome. That could be kind of neat.
It's interesting, too, to think what they might add as far as equipment to the new biome and the drops to make that equipment. If there is going to be spider webs still, which, I'm not sure if they're going to remove those completely or if they're going to keep that, then we might have silk. And then so what would silk be made for? Maybe some kind of like ingredient in a fine weapon or armor. Or Grimcore actually mentioned during our holiday competition tour that he had a whole folder of role-playing clothes that he was hoping to add to the game at some point in the future. And so that would be interesting if maybe some of that comes out of that. But I guess we'll just have to wait and see.
Or maybe Silk will open the road to magic. I think it would be really cool. Like right now we are just sitting on black metal and there's no use for it. So I was thinking maybe either add black metal arrows, make them the upgraded fire arrows with purple fire, and give them more damage, etc. Or maybe we could get not magic, but a rune magic.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I would love to see if they do introduce silk as a new material. I would love for them to use that as a way to add more customization to your character and to your armor, to your looks, essentially, because that's the one thing that I know a lot of players we've been discussing about is the once you reach late game, everyone looks pretty much the same. We all have the padded armor and all of that, and there's not that many options to customize other than a few shields where you can customize the color of the shield, and then the linen capes where you've got like 4 or 5 colors, but that's about it. And I would really love for them to, as you progress to later in the game, to add more and more customization options so that you can really lean into like the role play aspect and have a character that's really unique and not looking like all the other Vikings.
Talking about diversity, not just clothes, but if I may tease, we have a coming siege event, and as I was preparing for this siege event, I was remembering the Stronghold game I was playing. I was kind of thinking, man, I wish there were more tools there to defend the base with, so you don't have to rely about game exploits. So you don't have to make these high mud piles. Something just I don't know. Throw some ballistas in there, or make something that make something that would throw logs at or stones at incoming mobs.
Bring trebuchets to the game.
Yeah.
It's a couple of centuries out, but do it anyway.
Yeah, I was going to say, luckily we do have some mods that, sort of help give us some other options than what the base developers, especially, there's hundreds of modders out there and only, 7 or 8 people now on the dev team. So the modders are going to be able to do so much more than the dev team could ever do. So at least we have that as an option, which is fun. I just wanted to, since we're speculating, the one thing that I heard some players on our server mention once, and I thought, yes, that's probably really high on my list, is the Nordic runes. I would just love to be able to build more things that have runes, like be able to build rune stones or carved wood with runes in them, or even armor with runes on them. Like I have the Odin cape and the Odin cowl on right now, the black and white, and they sort of have these runic patterns on them. But I would just love to see more rune type stuff, themed stuff in the game.
That's what I meant there. That's what I meant. Runes on weapons, on builds, protective runes. Maybe if the developers go, they have to have an impact on the game. What could they do in the game? Yeah, make them protection runes to make your build stronger. Give your sword an attack rune to make it do more damage, or give it fire damage. Whatever. Just make things, please.
No, they're doing everything they can, and we could sit here and speculate for hours on fun, cool stuff and things that we could wish for on a wish list and stuff. But now we're all super appreciative of what we do have so far, and like I said, mods help to open up the doors, especially for like Well, Thorin and I, especially because we run a lot of events as sort of like a dungeon master, and Tulkas has been building some stuff for the survival server as a dungeon master. So yeah, that's about it for this week's podcast, episode number 1. I want to thank Gwen, the Shield Maiden, Jarl Tulkas, Thorin, aka Metaroon, and Rudy, Rudistic the Guardian, for joining me this week. Everybody, thank you so much.
Skull.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Have fun out there.
Yes, and until next time, have fun out there.
Welcome to Podheim, Jirok's Valheim podcast. Let's give them the business.
Hey everybody, today is January 12th, 2022. I'm your host, Jirok the Viking, and joining me today are my fellow Vikings, Gwen the Shield Maiden.
Hello, everyone.
We have Jarl Tulkas,
Nice to meet you.
Viking Rudy, Rudistic the Guardian,
Skull Vikings.
and Viking Thorin, aka Metaroon.
Hey, what's going on, everyone?
And what do you do when that annoying grainling runs up on you? That's right, you give him the business, just like we're going to do today. We're going to start with a couple of announcements here. And first off, I want to say it's Rudy's birthday today, the big 31. Happy birthday, Rudy.
Thank
happy
you
birthday.
so
Happy
much.
birthday.
Skull.
Thank you. Thank you.
So tell us, Rudy, how are you going to be celebrating your 31st birthday?
With all of you on this wonderful community server here. And, I'm feeling like hitting up the resource server later and grinding out some planes action,
Oh, nice, nice. Did you have any big plans over the weekend that you might want to share, or maybe they were too good and you don't want to share?
Not really. We're still pretty locked down here. So just hanging around with the kids. I'm playing Fortnite with my son a little more, and just family time.
Well, awesome. And again, happy birthday. And I wanted to mention to the listeners that this podcast should be releasing every Friday. So if you're interested in the podcast and you are looking forward to it each week, we should be releasing our new episodes every Friday. Now, I know that saying Friday is a little bit different depending where you're at, you live in the world. It looks like in our chat, a bunch of people are shouting happy birthday.
Oh, what's that? Look over your shoulder.
I think we've been discovered.
I think you've got a birthday party.
Let's so for the listeners, we're in our server. There are 21 people on right now, and let's it looks like a whole bunch of people have come over to see to Rudy. Let's go in and say hi. So we're in here. Everybody's in here. They got their mugs raised. If you want to see this action, of course, you click over to my YouTube channel, and you can see happy birthday, Rudy. So nice of everybody in the community to come out.
Yes, this is very cool.
Well, yeah, so now the podcast is now available on most podcast apps and websites. Hopefully, your app of choice, we're trying to get it onto iTunes, should be on there soon, hopefully. Also, my new Jirok Survival Playground Season 1 launches Friday, January 1st. It'll be the 4th server that I have up. And in it, there'll be some new admin-built locations to explore. We'll also have like mini bosses, and they'll be in the form of the enemies that are already in the game, but we've kind of boosted them up in level and difficulty. Then we have interesting points of interest that we've spawned in different biomes to give it our own flavor. And you'll see some things in biomes that you're not used to seeing them in. We've also got some new mythologies that we've written up, and those will be posted on our Discord channel. And then there'll be new artifacts at each mini boss location, and these will be in the form of weapons, tools, armors, and they'll all be crafted by all those creatures in our expanded mythology. Each one will be a slightly higher level than what you can craft in-game currently. And best of all, there's no mods needed for this. The server will run for 2 to 3 months, and then, when the players are ready, we'll start a new season. Visit our Discord channel if you're interested in signing up. We have an application channel there. And when you sign up, you actually get access to all of my servers.
That's going to be exciting. Remember, there's only limited spots. So if you want to get in on that, make sure to reach out to us.
Yeah, and the advantage of signing up early, signing up before we launch the server is that, of course, you'll be able to be there on day one of the server starting and starting at the same time as everyone else. So yeah, definitely join the Discord, sign up, and let's meet you there.
Okay, so we're going to start off with some news today, and looks like Valheim has been nominated for another award, Best Debut Game at the Game Developers Conference Awards 2022. So that's pretty exciting.
Those wonderful Valheim devs are going to have a giant trophy case soon, I bet.
Yeah, maybe at some point.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're bringing it home this year. I was just going to say, for those who haven't caught the first episode yet, we were also talking about how they won Game of the Year from PC Gamer last episode too. So if you want to hear the discussion around that, definitely jump back to that guy.
Yeah, and then our next news item you're going to cover, Thorin. Can you go over that with us?
Yeah, sure. So we discussed it a little bit last time around as well, but Iron Gate is hosting a build competition, or they did host a build competition over the holidays. It was called Build for Baldur. And that closed, I believe, this past Sunday on January 9th, I think was the date. And they ended up with close to 200 entries, which is awesome to see so many different members of the community, contributing to a pretty fun contest. And the idea was to build some sort of structure or base or castle that was worthy of Baldur himself. So we gathered together as a community and tried to recreate Asgard, because from the lore, that is where Baldur lived, was within Asgard. And we built this big city with the Asgardian palace and the Rainbow Bifrost Bridge, hard to say, as a group, and it came out very well. We kind of modeled it after the Marvel Universe Asgard. And if you want to check it out, you can just search Valheim Asgard on YouTube and you should see it. There's a build showcase there. We had people contributing from all over the server. I think we had 10 to 15 people that were kind of contributing with varying amounts of time. And it was built over, a period of 3 weeks or so. But yeah, it's probably the biggest build that I've participated in. And it was a lot of fun to work together to kind of see it through to the finish. And the end product is pretty spectacular. I love how it looks. So
it's pretty cool seeing everyone's different ways of building and even decorating, and how it all came together with everyone working together, and you can see everyone's separate things. It's very cool.
Yeah, I wanted to say too that if you're interested to see the high resolution photos that we submitted that were highly, color corrected and made to look as nice as possible, you can see those at my Twitter account at Jirok the Viking. Thorin, did you want to talk about the process for deciding the final images?
Yeah, the final images was a bit. Well, we kind of started with the final images in mind. Jirok being a filmmaker, that was something that he was pretty adamant about, which I think was great. So we spent a while searching across a couple different seeds for exactly where we wanted to do it, where you get kind of the right spot with good sun exposure, where kind of the sun setting on either side of the frame, facing the right direction, and having the Yggdrasil tree in the background, the right biome, that type of thing. So it took us a while from that perspective. And then we had to sit there and wait quite a bit for the clouds to disappear or dissipate, so you could kind of see the background, as it does get quite misty in the plains. So that was a test of patience, that's for sure. But the environment dev command doesn't force the mist to go away, unfortunately, or the clouds.
That was one of the things I wanted to just point out while you were talking about this is, we can clear the environment with the environment command, and we can turn, the weather where we want. We can set the sun where we want in time of day to take really nice pictures. But unfortunately, there's no clouds on and off setting, and those clouds were constantly in the way. And so we had to take multiple pictures for that, and then try to make the sky look nice without clouds, because only part of this sky would be showing through the clouds. And then we take a picture, then the other side would be showing through the clouds, and we take that picture and then kind of combine them so we didn't have all clouds in the sky.
Yeah, exactly. And just due to that, we ended up kind of layering multiple photos together and Valheim is naturally beautiful, but we kind of wanted to go above and beyond. So there were a few instances where we were taking like multiple exposures at different times of day and kind of layering them together to get a really nice balance of light, almost like an HDR image, if you're familiar with that. But yeah, it was fun. It's the first time I've really tried to capture something to that degree in Valheim, and yeah, it was a good experience, good learning experience for future ones, that's for sure.
And the lighting, we did so much work on getting the lighting just right to give off the not only the vibe but also having the right areas lit up for the pictures. I think we learned a lot from Jirok from that perspective as well.
Yeah, definitely.
And we used a lot of blue and pink lights because we figured out that some of so torches don't render very well in a distance. So we used like a lot of swamp keys and other items that have a glow that is visible from quite afar. And as a result, I love how the whole build looks because the use of those colors just makes the whole thing even more like mystical and fantasy. I didn't at all imagine that when we started the build and we were talking about Asgard, but it ended up being this very magical looking place.
All those item stands under the bridge. I remember me and Gwen, our eyes were getting so buggy that we're like, okay, we need to do something else for 10, 15 minutes because I'm seeing double, triple now.
Yeah, all the colors.
Apologies for anybody who was watching my live streams having to stare at that for 15 minutes straight while I was playing with items on the item stands over there.
I wanted to ask you, Gwen, do you have an estimate about how many item stands were placed under that bridge to create that effect?
My God, I don't know. I want to go check it out and just actually like, how is there an easy way to count? Maybe if I count like because they're placed in a quite a regular pattern. I'd have to check. I'd have to like count the number of rows and
if you just count the rows and the columns.
Estimation.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, exactly. But a lot is it. And same with the crystals on the bridge, the way we stack them. And I don't know if you wanted to talk about that, Thorin, or it's one of the players that contributed to this build who so we had this idea of doing the Bifrost Bridge. I wanted to do a rainbow bridge because why not? But also because I had this idea in mind to try something that I will actually try. I will actually try it in Tolkas's castle. I wanted to try to use all the different colors of torches and things that we have to make some sort of like old school disco dance floor type thing. And I wanted to try doing that using the crystals and using crystal as flooring. And when this competition started and we were talking about Asgard, I was like, well, you know what? Actually, that could apply also for a rainbow bridge with lots of lights and lots of colors. So that's how we started with this idea. And one of the players, Kondo, started building the bridge and found a way to stack the crystals a bit like laminate flooring, so they're on a off pattern or like bricks.
Yeah, like offset brick pattern.
Yeah, they're offset, and they're the way he's done it, because we tried different ways. I think initially they were stacked kind of like in the width of the bridge, and it looked okay, but I think the way we did it is now they're kind of going with the length of the bridge, and it just looks super smooth and super nice. But I need to know from Kondo how long he spent building the bridge and putting all the crystals, because the amount of crystal is just insane. It is a big bridge. It takes a while to just walk through it. So
and putting stuff on those item stands, if you messed one up, I was so scared to try and delete one, because if you hit one piece of crystal, I was told the whole thing comes down. So I was so nervous to try and take anything off a stand in case I missed.
Yeah, it was the way they were clipped. Apparently, he worked really hard to try to clip them using the iron gates, as well as the offset pattern meant that if one got removed, we had to like basically remove the whole row and do it again. Exactly like flooring, like wooden flooring. You can't just replace one piece because they just kind of stack together. So we were told to be extremely careful around the crystals.
should we all do a little guessing game? What's everyone's guesses onto how many item stands there are? I think we should all have a guess.
Yeah.
And then once we count, we'll see who's closer.
Bet.
And,
Let's do a bet.
Just the bridge or the whole thing?
Yeah, just underneath the bridge there.
Just underneath the bridge.
Yeah, I spent a little bit of time under there, not nearly as much as Gwen and some of the others, but I'm gonna guess close to 1,000.
That makes my guess seem way off. I was thinking like 250.
Yeah.
It's definitely more than
No.
that. Because I think it's at least 12 or 15 item stands across. And then we've probably got a few hundred item stands long for the whole length of the bridge. So I was thinking like 4,000 or 5,000 item stands.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I wanted to say the same thing. This bridge looked really long.
Those are some wild estimates. I mean, way off from each other. It'll be interesting to find out who's closer.
Yeah, I'm going to call
definitely.
2,000.
Okay.
It's like counting gumballs in a jar.
Wait. Are we? Let's write it down and we'll bet. What are we betting?
We have it on. We have it recorded, so we know what everybody.
That's right. We don't need to take notes. Silly me.
I wanted to say that.
I want to record the bet. What's on the table?
I don't know. We'll have to figure that
Frostner.
one afterwards. But
Paradoxical bet: loser has to count the item stands.
Oh, there you go.
Oh no! Please no! Please no.
But Rudistic went with Price is Right rules. Anybody know that game? You bet as low as possible, because if you overbet, you automatically lose. So he just went with a low number.
Well, so far, if it's between 250 and 1,000, that's all me.
Yeah. So there was one.
What's your official guess, Tulkas? We need an official number from you.
An official number: 5,238.
Very, very
like
precise number. So one of the things I wanted to talk about with the Baldur build was, they announced, Valheim announced the competition. What was it, in December
20th?
Yeah, December 20th. And then we had until January 9th. So in the spirit of competition, we did not take one of the amazing, amazing builds on our server and submit that. We built from scratch. Just a couple of days after the competition was announced is when we got organized and got started. Now, I don't know if that was really in the spirit of the thing, if they didn't really care, but that's kind of how I took it. So it's interesting that a lot of people just submitted builds that they had been working on since Valheim came out, which, I mean, that's the big, beautiful build that they have. So that's cool. And, they don't have a huge community like we do of 85 plus players now. And I think we had about 10 or 12 people contribute on this build. Was it, Thorin, you think?
Yeah, something like that.
So yeah, I just wanted to point that out for the viewers. When you're looking at that build, that's not a build that we have had on the server for a long time. That just happened in the last few weeks. So pretty impressive by the community to watch them come together to do that.
Yeah, for sure. When talking about whether the builds were recent or previous builds that they'd done in the past, it was also interesting to see the combination of structures that got posted. Some were what you'd expect, where there are houses or castles that are built for Baldur to live in, but others were a lot of just really interesting builds. Like I saw a dragon on there. We've got someone else on our server who built a whole PC workstation. His name is Dipstick. That one's pretty remarkable.
If you check out my Twitter at Jurok the Viking, I had retweeted Dipsticks, and then you can see his Twitter channel and look at his submission. It's amazing. Giant computer on a desk looking out, recreating the Valheim start screen.
It's mind-blowing.
Yeah, the level of detail in that is just, I can't even fathom it. Shout out to my fellow stick brother. Way to go, Dipstick.
It is amazing. Honestly, so many people have commented on Twitter on his submission saying, wait, what? Some people even said, if it wasn't for that last picture where it zoomed out, or if it wasn't for zooming in on the picture, they didn't realize that it was an actual build. That's how good it is. It looks like a real desk. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's pretty mind blowing. So definitely check that one out. And yeah, hopefully Dipstick wins a creativity award or something like that, because it's out there, but it's pretty amazing.
What would be your favorite one from all the submissions that you've seen?
I spent a good hour or so yesterday going through a bunch of submissions, and one that stuck out to me was Space Goat 1 on Twitch and on Twitter there. His build for Baldur is a flying sky base, and I was pretty enthralled by that. He said he used no mods, no cheats, no debugs. If you guys see the pictures of that one, it's pretty wild to think how someone could do that without free fly and stuff like that. So that one was one of my favorites for sure.
I had a few. My kind of classic favorite one was Castle Noosh by South Seal. I think it's pronounced. I'm kind of a sucker for organically shaped walled castles that are really like built right into the mountain. I think I may have seen this one before the build competition, so it may have been just kind of a resubmission. But either way, I love the look of that one and the level of detail. It's pretty amazing. And then a couple like honorable mentions for me. The USS Valheim was really neat. It was like a big battleship basically that they made out of tar wood roofs. That was really neat. And finally the Stone Pillar Temple. It didn't really have a title, but somebody spawned the big heath pillars from the plains, and I think they spawned 6 of them, and then they built big walls and crystals around and in between them to create this temple. And the scale of that was crazy. It just looked really neat, both inside and out.
Yeah, my I can't even say which one is my favorite. There's so many great submissions, but my eye caught one that I swear looks like Notre Dame. So I'm French, so anything anything like that will, especially I'm a sucker for old historical buildings and great monuments and stuff like that. And there's a build from Greg Klimov, Soviet villager on Twitter, and I'm looking at it, and there's multiple angles. There's the side angle, there's the back angle, and there's no mention of it being modeled after Notre Dame. But I'm looking at it, and I've lived in Paris for a while, and I'm like, this is Notre Dame. It's amazing. It's this very Gothic looking cathedral. It's got the very signature front two towers, the very square and massive entrance. And at the back, it's got a very nice spire. Which unfortunately burnt down a couple of years ago. I don't know if people have followed, but Notre Dame was hit by a really bad fire. So yeah, that's why also it's got a special place in my heart. It's Notre Dame is a special building. So for any French person, we don't really care about the Eiffel Tower so much, but Notre Dame is it's a special one.
C'est français, c'est très belle, but yeah, how could you miss the when Notre Dame burned was all over the news, at least in Germany.
Yeah, so I think it looks like that player spent 9 months building it on survival, which is even more commendable. And the level of detail is amazing. I love there's a shot from inside the cathedral or the build where you can see the sun shining through, the god rays through the window, and it looks like almost stained glass. It's beautiful. So that will be my shout out.
Yeah, I remember seeing that one too, and I thought that was pretty awesome. And like you guys said, there were so many awesome builds. It's hard for me to pick a favorite. Like I didn't really know what Dipstick was doing, the player on our server, until he started posting images. And I think for like thinking out of the box and an original build that's not sort of like role playing related, that's probably my favorite. But most of the builds are more role playing related, meaning they're sort of built to be something that you would exist in the game that you like would use and frequent, and part of the Viking adventure, except maybe for that aircraft carrier. But even that, it's a ship that's out there. I did have a special place in my heart for that when I saw it, because I did serve in the Navy, the U.S. Navy, for 6 years, and I was on an aircraft carrier for 4 of those years. And so when I saw that, it gave me both good and bad memories. The military is rough life, but and the build was spectacular. So a lot of the ones that you mentioned, Tulkas and Rudy too, those were great. I was going to say too, one of my favorite builds and builders on YouTube is Smitty Survival. He does a lot of amazing things. And even though I think he probably, or maybe, I don't really know for sure, but maybe he built his Christmas village as just a December, his holiday village as a December build to release on his channel. And then the competition got announced and he submitted it for that. Like, cause in my heart somewhere, I wanted everybody to start fresh with a build, just for the competition when it was announced. But that aside, his holiday village is just absolutely amazing. And it makes me happy to when I see it and I watch the video, it just like puts a smile on my face for the holidays.
Definitely. Another good choice of music. And his level of detail in his builds is astounding, really. I always aspire to do more like him, where he doesn't just do these big, massive, beautiful builds, but the like tiny little details that he puts into it, whether it's like the ornamentation and all of the trim and, additional beams or the decorations themselves. They're always pretty awesome to look at.
Yeah, so just a news item on our server, we have a Sacred Sundial build competition coming up here. Judging is this Sunday, I believe. Be excited for that, to do that on our server and take a look at what people have come up with. And of course, I'll post pics and vids for any listeners that are interested in checking that out.
Yeah, there's some really cool ones. You're going to have a good time looking at all those.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait. And then our next segment, we're going to talk about some of the last few updates that have happened in Valheim. Now, we haven't had an update recently because of the holidays and the Iron Gate team was on holiday. But I wanted to start with the update where they introduced the armor stands and the Yule decorations. Now that we've had a few weeks to live with them, does anybody have any thoughts? Do you like them? Do you not like them? Are there any weird quirks you've learned? Any other alternate uses you found?
I love decorating in the game. So as a decorator, having those was huge, especially in like our big castle, our big clan castle. Having 3 different sets, we have 3 armor stands up with 3 different sets. It makes it look that much more intimidating. And yeah, show off a lot more. It's one of my favorite additions, favorite updates so far is definitely adding the armor stands. Thank you, Iron Gate. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I can, as another decorator, I agree. There's also some other cool stuff, cool uses for armor stands, and we've only started scratching the surface with some of the using armor stands as like lights or lamps on our Build for Balder build to just highlight certain things with like a spotlight using the Verger circlet on the armor stand. There's like so many different things that we can do. I've seen people use the armor stands kind of clipped next to each other as fences, as like really nice looking fences. So
expensive
there's so
fences.
Expensive fences. If you're in creative mode, it's fine. Are they that expensive? It's just wood and leather, and
I think it's 8 fine wood per piece, and you need to clip them together quite tightly. So it's a lot of fine wood if you want to make a big fence. Yeah.
Well, as a decorator, I'm used to it, so using a lot of fine wood. But also, if you're like building a big town and you're on your own or playing solo, and you want some friends, you could just have armor stands in each room, with some clothes on and pretend that they're other people. That's really sad.
Yep. Give yourself a barkeeper. Fake NPCs.
Exactly.
You can sit there with a cake in front of you, item stands around you. Happy birthday to me.
That's what Rudy's doing tonight.
Exactly.
One of the things that you mentioned, Gwen, was I just wanted to point out for me, the armor stand. Once I realized that I could put that the circlet on it and turn the armor stand into a spotlight that wasn't, a flickering flame, and I could also direct the light, because I'm always trying to light things in a very particular way. And the torches and other fiery light sources, they cast light all over the place, but that circlet on the armor stand just allows me to put light right where I want it, and it's really cool. I love that functionality.
Yeah, and it's a different color of light too.
Wasn't that our dear friend Christy who showed us that little trick?
Yeah, gaming with Christy. Absolutely. I'm just waiting for the moment that someone, or maybe Jirok himself, will create like a filming studio in the game. with spotlights using that trick.
Oh, there you go. There's an interesting build idea. Yeah, I've been thinking about what I should build next. I used to do more building when I was, solo playing and making my YouTube videos. But since running the server, there's, my time is more limited, but you guys are building so many interesting things that I just go and look at yours. But if Kaizen can get his Valheim creators server running here, hopefully pretty soon, there's a few of us on there. And people are starting to talk about, building and getting together to do things. I have to think about what I want to build. Maybe a film studio is I should put high on the list.
Yeah,
definitely be original.
Would be fun. No, I was just going to say, you could even have, one of those studios, like YouTubers record themselves in their studio. You could do the same when you do your videos and have your character behind a desk with a nice spotlight and a little camera.
Yeah.
Dipstick could make you the PC to go along with that.
There you go.
Yeah. And with that update, it seems like they gave us these male and female posable armor stands. If you haven't seen those yet and you're listening to this, I do have a video on those, and they're kind of interesting, but a little glitchy in a few ways. So yeah, they're obviously not ready for prime time if that's something they will add to the game. But you can spawn them in an admin mode and have fun with them.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see whether those come into the game later on, or if those were purely testing or an early iteration, or what that was.
I think they could be fun because of the poses. You could really decorate, if you could equip them with, you can equip them with armor and weapons. So with the poses, it would make some really interesting decorations.
Mm-hmm. For sure.
More fake people for the solo players.
Yeah, exactly.
A little bit more dynamic fake people.
Also, you can really start thinking about adding statues to your builds. Yeah, I used the item stand in my Arc of Triumph build at my base. And if you could give them poses as well, you could, I don't know, you could make the Soviet, have you ever seen any old Russian movies from the Soviet Union era? Where they would have the statue in the front with male and female. The man has the hammer and the woman has the sickle there.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, my mother's Russian, so these movies were my childhood, basically. This just would be cool to have have them, or in a castle, have them standing around as guards, or in Notre Dame, as you said before, you could have the little figures there as well on the balconies and at the windows on the roof.
I like the bartender idea. That was a good one. Whoever said that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, more statues would be fun. I say more because there are a few that you can spawn in admin mode, but stone statues, that seems like something that fits the Viking era. It would be great if they gave the players access to make the ones that are in the game now without admin mode, and then maybe even add a few more, especially some that have, Nordic runes on them. I'm going to go back to my Nordic runes, love.
Yeah. Runestones.
Yeah. We already have the adornments, so why no statues? Why do we have to use admin commands to spawn some in?
And an idea for modders as well, if you could freeze certain mobs in place to make them a statue, that would be amazing. For role-playing stuff, being able to freeze a Fenring in place that's leaning over you and snarling, that would be pretty sweet.
Or freeze it in place and turn it into a stone statue like Medusa. That would be cool.
Yeah.
I was just thinking Medusa, maybe it could be a cool item in the game, like a late game. Or maybe Medusa could be some sort of Ashlands related thing that you could craft.
There we go.
Yeah. Well, so one of the other updates that they did was when they introduced the Abomination and the Root armor, and then they did a quick little update to that and added the Guck drop to it. So I thought adding Guck to it was amazing because Guck is kind of hard to get, and you have to go up into the Guck trees, and it's kind of a finite resource. If you have enough people on your server, if you're playing solo, you may never farm all your Guck trees. But that was a welcome addition. What do you guys think about the Abomination armor now that you've actually had a chance to use it?
Remember back then when they changed the bow so it would be less of a what's it called, like a domain weapon, so more like a weapon of precision.
Yeah.
They were with the longer reload time, etc. They basically reversed all the changes they made with this set of armor. I feel like it's even stronger than before. Usually my bow skill is right now at 39 because I died a couple of times. But with the plus 15 skill to bow, it's over 50. And you can feel the difference. I mean, you can basically just gun down trolls, any mob that is coming your direction. It's just pretty insane. The only thing is, though, don't wear it while fighting Yagluf. It's
yes, definitely not.
Yeah, I did it. I did it when we did an event where Yagluf attacked the Naomi city. It was pretty bad. I was living on the edge all the time, just running around all over the place, escaping even the slightest spark of fire would ignite me.
And that's because of the weakness to fire, right? That a couple of the pieces have. Or is it all of the pieces? I forget.
Yeah, all the pieces. But I remember I was at 186 health. I was going heavy there. And Yagluf burned me down with just one hit from his meteorites, burned me down to like 6 health in one go.
That was a close call.
Yeah, I died later to a skeleton.
I like the mask, like just how the roots come out, and I'm not going to say they're horns, but I love the mask. I think it's quite intimidating, and yeah, the plus 15 on your bows there is quite a handy feat as well. So
actually, I use the mask a lot for the poison resist because I think that's the only item of the armor of the set that gives you poison resist. And so I don't bother carrying poison resist meads anymore. I just have the mask with me. And if I go to the swamps, I'll just wear the mask and wear my other armor. And yeah, it's been really handy for that. And yeah, you're right. It looks cool.
Yeah, anything that adds extensions off of your heads, like the Drake helmet or the Root armor helm, looks awesome.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm ready for some Wood Elf cosplay there.
Yeah, well, and talking about the aesthetics too, it's really nice to have an item that kind of falls on the like Viking culture ties to nature. A lot of the other armor pieces we have are more medieval in their styling, and so it's nice to have a bit of that,
That's very
Vikings
true.
of the forest element captured in the game.
And you can role play as Groot.
Yes.
Halloween costume sorted.
Well, there was also another thing that came with that update, and of course, it was the abomination itself that drops the pieces to make the root armor. And for me, when I first saw it, I didn't realize what it was. Obviously, it's a tree stump. But after studying it after the first couple of days when they released it, the tree stump lifts up out of the ground and its roots come up, and then it flips its whole body upside down.
Mm-hmm.
And then
it's super creepy.
Yeah, it's very creepy. It's great sound effects as it stomps around.
Yeah.
It might be one of my favorite creatures in the game now. I mean, there are a lot of cool ones, but that one is really, really awesome.
I love the style. It's very styled. And I only recently noticed it's got some weird antennas at the back that I only noticed recently after fighting however many. Yeah, it kind of looks like a weird spider cross with a crab. I don't know. It looks very cool. But hey, for all the people who were saying, oh, Mistlands, we want spiders. Well, we kind of have a big spider now with the abomination.
It's just the way it makes an entrance makes it really cool. Like all the others, they just spawn in or they walk up to you or they fly in, whatever. But the abomination has a animation when it appears in front of you.
Yeah, I kind of feel I know what you mean, because we only really get that sort of really dramatic entrance with the serpent. And oh my god, I think you all remember the first time you encounter the serpent on sea. It's terrifying because you hear that screech, the whole screen is like vibrating, and you're like, oh my god, what's happening?
Stone golems also have a similar thing. Where they're static. Yeah, they're like static little clumps of rock on the ground, and then when you walk up to them, they'll come out of the ground. Sometimes.
Yeah.
Not always.
Yeah, they do. Sometimes they already get triggered by something else, but yeah.
Yeah, it's amazing character design on the Abomination. The animations are great. It's really nice to get a non-humanoid character. Like a lot of the mobs in the game are kind of humanoid in nature. Yeah, I remember when we had Grimcore visiting our server, he was talking about some of the animation work that him and the team had done on it. And I mean, this is getting a little bit technical, but like the inverse kinematics or IK stuff that actually like maps the legs of the creature to different levels of terrain on the ground. The way they've done that is really, really neat for a non-humanoid character. And yeah, I think they knocked it out of the park with that one.
Whets our appetite even more for what they come up with for the Mistlands, eh?
Hey everyone, this episode is sponsored by G-Portal. They host all of my servers and I have to say they are pretty awesome. If you're looking to rent your own gaming server, you can save 5% if you use my link in the description. And if you're interested in some really cool Viking jewelry, things like necklaces, rings, bracelets, and even some Viking clothing, check out vkngjewelry.com and use code GIROC for 10% off. Link in the description. Rudy, you're going to talk about some of the favorite things in game, and this week you're going to discuss favorite moments while playing Valheim. You want to start us off with that?
Absolutely. So we all have our favorite moments of our favorite game, Valheim here. So my favorite moment is actually an event that you ran, Jirok. It was right before Christmas. It was called Viking Claws. And you made a Viking, gave him the Santa hat, and named him Klaus. And man, what a good time that was! What a good event that was. Tulkas was there too. I just remember, 4 different boats full of 4 to 5 Vikings in all of the boats, and we're all just rushing to try and get as north as possible as we can to save Klaus from the kidnappers. And it was just the coolest thing to look over and see 3 other Viking boats full of Vikings. And that event actually ran right down to the minute. I believe we had like 4 or 5 minutes left till we finally got him to the deadline that we had. It was just great to see the teamwork of all the players on the server. And yeah, it was just a very, very well thought out event. It was a lot of fun, and I'll never forget looking over and just seeing all the Vikings on the boats, and we're all one goal ahead of us, and we'll all work together and got her done. It was the coolest moment in the game so far, and I will never forget that.
That was a fun event to run. It's one I had a solid idea for. But yeah, basically Loki captured Viking Claws and put him in a cave in the deep north. And you guys had 2 hours before he died from frostbite to save him, and you guys did. It was pretty awesome.
It's really fun. I remember we dropped our armor to run faster, and then we just speeded it through the map. We had a couple of wolf encounters on the way where we kind of had to regroup, get into a defensive circle, fight them back, then keep on running to the shores and then on the boats, and then just gun it towards north. That was pretty cool.
Yeah, it was quite chaotic, but it was the perfect mix of chaos and fun. And when you get that perfect mix of chaos and fun, it's just great.
Yeah, you should check out that video.
Yeah, it's if you go to my YouTube channel, Jirok the Viking, and you search for go under the videos, you have to click the live videos. It's one that has a thumbnail that says "Give 'em the business," and it says "Rescuing Viking Claws." Really fun event. What about you, Gwen? Do you have any favorite moments from playing Valheim, whether it be like single player, multiplayer, or whatever?
I would have to think really hard. I have so many great moments and great memories playing with friends and playing with all the great people on this server. So it would be hard to find one, but I guess in my solo play, probably because I don't play that many or any RPG games. So I guess the whole kind of having to fight and having to find loot and all of that was quite new to me. I've seen and a lot of my friends and people around me play, and I've seen how games work, but haven't necessarily experienced it myself. So I think maybe one of the first times I went into a burial chamber and I managed to collect loot, that was pretty rewarding. Maybe also the first time I actually managed to kill a troll by myself. I'm really not a fighter or a warrior. I'm really terrible with kind of fighting mechanics in game. And I was terrified of trolls when I was just starting off and with my early game armor and stuff. And most of the time when I would encounter trolls, I would just like run away, or if I was playing with a couple of people, we'd take it down, just, having 2-3 people fighting it. But once I picked up my courage and I decided that I would fight. And when I finally managed to kill a troll by myself, I was just so proud. Which sounds ridiculous now. Yeah, well, no, I was just like, I was shaking. I was so scary. This game is so immersive in all the right ways. I had this, and I'm hoping that I wasn't the only one, like, just freaked out by trolls. But like, when you're early game and the first times you meet trolls, they're massive, they're scary, they make a lot of noise, they throw stuff at you. It's scary. And every time I would find a troll, I would just like, my adrenaline would go up. I'd be like, oh my God, fight or flight. What do I do? And oh my God, that first fight, like the one time I actually managed to kill it, I remember being the adrenaline rush, and I was just like almost shaking by the end of it. I was like, it was intense. So yeah, maybe that. Obviously, all the great moments that we had on this server are, I couldn't pick one favorite because I had so many good times.
Well, I was going to save mine till the end, but since it's a very similar experience to you, Gwen, I'll just bring that up. Yeah, I had a similar reaction with trolls, but for me, the very first time where I was like that, where I thought, oh my goodness, and I ran away from the fight the first time and then had to like regroup and decide how to go back to the fight, was the first time I summoned Ichthyr. Like, I had very little gear. He appeared. It's like the sky gets dark. There's this crazy rock music playing. He's launching lightning bolts all over the place and stomping the ground. Because I didn't know what to expect, right? You never summoned a boss before. So I walked up, I put the thing on the pillar. He appears, all that starts going on, and I just turned and ran. As far as I could.
Were you on your own?
Well, I had 2 other friends with me because we were playing the 3 of us on my shared single player game through Steam. But yeah, we all just ran away. I think 1 or 2 of them died, but I just kept running as far as I could. I think I was the only one alive. And I said, don't worry, I'll try to circle around and get your stuff. And as I started to come back, I thought, nope, he's still there. Then eventually we got a little better gear because we pretty much went over there with like almost naked, right? Like just barely the rags that you start off with and very little gear. But yeah, that was super fun. And I think, like, again, going back to the music, the sky getting dark, but that hard rock music was so intense with all those special effects. I haven't had that like much adrenaline in a game, I think, since or before.
Yeah, more props to Iron Gate again for the original soundtrack.
Oh, I love going to bed to the Valheim soundtrack. Like, my dreams will like play out in Valheim world. It's the coolest thing. Yeah, thank you for that soundtrack.
Well, what about you, Thorn? Did you have a favorite moment, single player, multiplayer, just anything that stands out?
Yeah, I think my favorite experience would probably the first time that we took Bone Mass down on our server. It was only probably 3 days into me joining the server. The server was, 5 or 6 days old. It was still pretty fresh for everybody. We were all still low gear. It was a small group of like really tight knit people. I think it was before we bumped up our server capacity. So there were only, 8 or 10 of us there doing the fight. But it was my first time with a larger group because I'd only played with a couple people before joining the server. So it was much more challenging than I was used to just because of how the bosses scale. And yeah, real consequences, but it was pretty intense and a lot of fun.
I remember that. And actually, didn't we kill Bone Mass after someone had killed Moda, and we were like, and we had a couple of days to prep for it and to kind of build up to the Bone Mass fight?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, that was cool. How about you, Tolkas? What's your favorite moment in game?
I have spent, since we started this whole conversation, I've been thinking of a moment, but I can't come up with any. There's been so many. Like when I was playing solo with a friend and we were summoning the Elder for the first time, and he was launching his Vine attack?
Yeah.
On us, and we were like we were wearing we were wearing decent armor. We were prepared for the fight, but there were Great Dwarf spawners, and a troll came over as well. And what we've just the first fight we just spent running around, just avoiding to be hit by anything. Those are just the only thing missing was the Benny Hill music playing in the background.
And then, as you were running through the Black Forest, did you also have like a trail of grey dwarfs and greylings following you as well, and skeletons joining the the procession?
My friend was getting smacked by a troll. I was getting chased. I could not fight back because as soon as I were to stand still, the elder would just launch his vines on me and basically pierce me into death. And then just They were just, okay, this is just pointless. We have to fall back, regroup, kill all the spawners, mobs in the area, and then we can do the boss afterwards. Yeah, the one event on the server was the 7 Dagger event when we went into the swamp and fought off skeletons and wraiths, and we went into a crypt and fought there like a D&D party, then went back out, fought our way back to the ships. And I remember there was one in the chat who keeps on saying, guys, we have a portal. Why don't we just take the portal out of here? Why do we have to take the boat we came here for? And then he just kept on saying it. And at some point I was like, God damn it! Don't you know how to roleplay? We came here with the boat. We leave with the boat. So come on, we're having fun here. Stop being realistic.
Yeah, stop being practical, right?
Yeah, stop making sense with whatever you're saying.
We want to sail off into the sunset and celebrate victory.
Yes.
Like real heroes.
Yes, and then someone came over and ruined the thing as we were sailing into the sunset. Sorry, but yeah. I'm still, you know what you did there.
Yeah, I should have let them get away and ride off into the sunset, but somebody was challenging me to spawn serpents on them, and I did, and it broke their boat, kind of ruined their glory moment. And so, yeah, I'm learning how to make the events more fun, and letting them celebrate victory is one of those things I'm learning definitely how to do. But so I wanted to go on because each of us has just one little thing we'd like to change. And mine is really quick. Mine is that the hitboxes are too big. Now, the listeners aren't going to be able to see this, but I'll describe it. So when I crouch, look at that, how low I am. When you build something and you look like you can crawl under it, which would be fun. Imagine, cave holes, or you build something where you have to crouch to get underneath it. You can't, because your hitbox is still as tall as you are when you're standing. So you can't actually get underneath something when you crouch. And I noticed that on mobs, because, I like to jump on mobs' heads and give them the business. They all have this like invisible hitbox, especially the new Abomination. Like I was really hoping that I could jump on an Abomination and be on it. But when I jump on it, I looks like I'm floating a meter or more above it because of the hitboxes. So, that's probably just a limitation of the engine or whatever that they're running. But if the one thing they could do is change the crouch hitbox so that I can crawl under stuff, that would be a lot of fun. Gwen, how about you? If there was one thing quickly, what would you change?
The annoying yellow placement box when you try to build anything. There's this like square, the yellow square, and it kind of like it's like it's animated as well, which makes it even more annoying. Which is fine when you build big items. It's useful to have because then you know where the item you're building is going to be placed. But when you're trying to build with small pieces, or when you're trying to place item stands, and you can't even see the actual item stand. So for us decorators who are like really specific about how we place items, which direction they need to be facing and all of that, we can't even see the item stand. So we can't see where the orientation of that item stand. So it's really annoying. And you have to kind of place it, like point away, then realize that you've placed it wrong, then try again and kind of guess how the thing is going to be placed. It's really frustrating. So that would be the one. If they could get rid of that or remove it for the smaller items, or have an option to toggle it off, that would be fantastic.
Completely agree on that. Yep.
And Rudy, how about you? One thing that you could change, if there was a button and you could push it, or the genie could blink his eyes and make it happen, what would it be?
Well, I'm not the greatest builder. And I know Grimcore said no, and when they did the walkthrough, but man, would 90-degree ladders make life so much easier for us who aren't that great at building. I'm not great at making spiral stairs and stuff like that. If I could just, go straight up on a ladder, oh my goodness, that would tickle me pink.
Yeah, I agree. Like I have this castle and I have to use elevator portals to get up and down inside my base. It would be also so much easier if we could just put a ladder in there and just go up and down. It will also make it easier for people to walk around inside the build.
And Thorn, what about you? If you had one thing you could change with the magic button?
Yeah, I'm a big builder, so for me, I've been a little bit frustrated with the inconsistency in building pieces. Even when they added some new stuff with the Hearth and Home update, where they added angled core wood beams and that type of thing. But I don't understand why we don't have the same shape and length in every beam. From a development perspective, it definitely wouldn't be hard to add. But yeah, why do some beams come in 1 and 2 meters and others in 2 and 4? And why do we have angled core wood but not dark wood or iron? And I feel like it would just make us or help us be a lot more creative if we had those sorts of options. And I know there have been concerns expressed by the Iron Gate devs about the build menu becoming too long, but I think they're only missing 10 pieces or something, so I can't imagine that would make it overflow or anything like that. So that would be mine.
Yeah, angled darkwood would be really cool to use as well, for sure.
Yeah, I hate when you're trying to go up over an angled opening and then you have to switch between dark wood and regular wood. So you usually just end up using regular wood if you're surrounding that kind of opening.
Yeah, I had that with the Arc of Triumph I mentioned earlier. Just why? It's 2 items. Just 2 items, the angled dark wood.
Yeah, and I think Grimcore in one of our tour videos, he was talking about potentially adding a steeper roof, like a 67-degree roof, which would be cool. I would totally be all for that, but I would love to see them, standardize the build pieces before they go adding more, personally.
Yeah, more build pieces is always really exciting. Okay, so we've got one more segment to do, and this is just kind of a bonus for those people who stuck around to the end of the podcast here. And it's an interesting facts about us. And this week, the interesting fact about us is going to be where everyone got their name from. I'm always curious. Sometimes I see names that are really bizarre or other a little more role-playing oriented. I think all of us here sort of have kind of a role-playing oriented name as opposed to some of the names out there as Elite Shooter or something like that as their name. So starting with Tulkas. Tulkas, you want to share with us how you came up with that name Tulkas for your character?
It's from the Lord of the Rings universe. When I read the Silmarillion back then, and when I was thinking about the name, it kind of reappeared in my mind, that character called Tulkas in that book, the prequel to the Lord of the Rings stories. Tulkas was the last of the Valar gods who came to Arda, the world, and he had the name the Champion. He is described as a tall, strong man with blonde hair and basically resembling the Viking ideal, more or less. Big muscles, bare-chested, fun, a total fun guy apparently, always good for a laugh, and he likes to basically party and a lot of drinking apparently, and he is apparently so strong he doesn't need a weapon. He's just using his fists in a fight. So yeah, I just thought it was for a fitting description.
That does sound like you.
Yeah. Well, besides the whole bare chest and muscles there, but the rest kind of fit. The rest fits.
Well, what about you, Rudistic? And I see you're Rudistic too. I'm just assuming because you have another character named Rudistic, maybe from a single player game. But where does that name Rudistic come from?
It came from in grade 10, the last week of school in grade 10. Me and a buddy were trying to think of a band name, and my last name is Rudix. So he just randomly said Rudistic, And I have used that name for everything ever since. My Twitter, any other game, Warzone, anytime you see Rudistic, that is me. So pretty simple explanation. It just came from a little play off my last name, and I've used it for everything since.
It's fun how things like in life can happen like that. It's kind of, especially kids, they come up with funny ways to say other people's names. Sometimes it's to tease or sometimes it's to just have fun. And someone took your name and just added a couple extra syllables or parts to it. And you liked the way it sounded and you kept it.
Yeah. And, like I said, my last name is Rudix. I've been called Rudy since I was a little kid. So for you guys to just shorten that and start calling me Rudy, I was pretty stoked for that because, that's my actual nickname in real life.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So what about you, Thorin? I have a guess where your name came from, but how did you come up with the name Thorin?
So it's kind of a twofer. Thor, the inspiration was from, Thor the Viking. I'm a big Thor fan, both, lore-wise and in Viking lore, but also Marvel stuff. And I've, been following Thor for a long time. But I felt wrong to take the name Thor for the game since he's kind of in the game a little bit already, as an Easter egg. And I'm also a really big fan of The Hobbit and the Lord of the Rings series. Also some similar inspiration to Tulkas. And there's Thorin Oakenshield, who's in the Hobbit as well. So yeah, it's kind of a fusion of those two. Partially why I've been using the root armor recently. It kind of fits with the Thorin Oakenshield vibes. I don't know if you want to get into my other names. I've kind of got 3 names in this community, the Fenrir and Metaroon as well. If we're short for time, I can move on. But if you want me to explain those, let me know.
Yeah, why don't you tell us quickly about Fenrir, which is the role-playing character that you do in admin mode, and then your YouTube channel, Metaroon.
Yeah, sure. So Fenrir, again from Viking lore, is the son of Loki. He's a wolf character, and Jirok had originally started putting on these admin events where he was the mischievous Loki, causing problems and mischief with all of the Vikings on the server, surprising them and dropping different creatures on them and that type of thing. And I wanted to join in these admin events, and so I just kind of explored related characters from Viking lore and history, and Fenrir kind of caught my eye. I kind of like the aesthetic of a werewolf type character, and so I went with that, and it's been a lot of fun. It kind of fit in being the son of Loki. The two mesh really well together from a role playing perspective. And then Metaroon, which is my YouTube name. I kind of came up with this a while ago when I was working on some game development stuff, but it just fits really well with Valheim as well. And it's the combination of meta and rune, meta being something that's kind of getting into something very deep or reproducing stuff related to something else and getting meta, if you will. Which I do, kind of reproducing Valheim content. And then rune is, obviously Viking rune inspired. So just kind of fused the two into one word. And that's the story.
Yeah, I really like the sound of that too, Metaroon. It's nice and short, and you've got a fun logo too that doesn't feel exactly like a rune. There's a rune in the center, but you got the triangle, so I don't know. It kind of feels Metaroon to me for some reason.
Yeah, that was the idea. Thanks.
And then Gwen, I always when I look at your name, I want to say Gwen and then a bad word. But can you tell us your full name, Gwen, and pronounce it for us, and tell us how you came to it?
Absolutely. So it's Gwen Huivach, and it is Welsh. Everyone calls me Gwen for short because no one knows how to pronounce it. I don't speak Welsh myself. I would love to. I might learn at some point. But I believe it is pronounced Gwen Huivach. And it is, how it came about was basically in my solo game so I started playing Valheim with friends. Instead of some of my friends just have their actual name as their character names. And I thought, oh, well, I want to get into the whole Viking thing. I don't want my character to just be my name. So I tried to find a Viking sounding version of my name. So I started searching the origin of my name and all of that. And I found a version of that name that in Welsh kind of sounds, it's totally not the right era, but it kind of sounds Viking-y. It sounds like ancient, a little bit older than medieval times. So I just went with that. So my original character is Gwenhwyvar, with a R, A-R at the end and not A-C-H, which is the actual Welsh name for Guinevere. So if you're familiar with King Arthur and the Arthurian legends, Guinevere or I don't know how. Yeah, is it Guinevere in English?
Yes,
Yep.
it is.
Yeah, Guinevere. So her, when you read up all the Arthurian legends, which a lot of them come from Wales, the name that is used is Gwenhwyvar with a na at the end, and that's my initial character. And so when I joined the server, I had to make a new character with a new name, but I thought, I quite like that name. I got attached to it, so I tried looking up some other variations, and in one of the Arthurian legends or one of the subsequent stories about the legends and Guinevere and all of that, there is in one of the books, there is a mention of a second character called Gwenhwyvar with the CH at the end, who is supposedly the sister of Guinevere. And Guinevere in Welsh is supposedly means something beautiful and good, and her sister with the F-A-C-H at the end, it means the opposite. So it's essentially Guinevere's evil sister. So that's how I named my character, and it was quite entertaining at the All Thing event that we did, just listening to how people were just trying to pronounce the full name. I think since then people have given up.
I say you're laughing like your sister.
Maybe less, a little bit more evil.
Yeah, that wouldn't be confusing at all, having a sister with basically the exact same name.
Yeah, I mean, it's how how it is. It's like those Arthurian legends and myths and things. It's a lot of it is like bordering on poetry, and it's like characters that have names of significance. And it was probably, King Arthur was probably not a real historical character anyway, and a lot of that is very embellished and has changed so much throughout the various centuries where those stories were written. So it was nice. I enjoyed doing a bit of digging and trying to find some names that I could relate to, and Gwen for short is pretty easy to pronounce in any language, and easy to remember, so kind of works.
I remember calling you. I started to call you Guinevere when we first met, but then I look at your name and no, something is not right here.
Yeah, that's Welsh for you. It's just lots of consonants and Y's and H's everywhere, where you're like, I'm not sure how to pronounce this.
Yeah. So, Jirok, how about you?
Yeah, so Jirok is a character from a short story about a Viking whose village gets raided by another Viking clan, and then he goes to rescue his wife who was taken. That was the short story I wrote. I wrote that back, this is more than 20 years ago now, when I was in the military. I had a lot of time in the military, and we didn't have cell phones back then, so we had to actually read books and or write or find other ways, or I'd pop out my CD Walkman and listen to music. If you guys ever had to deal with one of those, where you only have so many songs. But so in my story, the character was called Jirok, and his full name was actually Jirok Strovigson, the son of Strovig. In order to come up with the name Jirok, I wanted something that had like hit hard, something, just 2 syllables. And I got that from one of my favorite authors, Robert E. Howard, who wrote Conan the Barbarian stuff in the early 1920s. His stories are fascinating and energetic and really fun to read. But the name Conan, I always loved. It was 2 syllables, and it would hit hard when you read it. Conan, or like the way Arnold Schwarzenegger says it, Conan. But we would sort of say Conan, but I like Conan. So it was 2 syllables. It hit hard. And when I thought I was writing my story, I wanted a character that had a similar sound and with just 2 syllables and kind of hit hard. I was like, Jirok. Of course, some people see it and they go, Jyrok. And then I burn their tongues with hot coals for saying it that way. But yeah, and then eventually when 20 plus years went by, and when I started a YouTube channel, I just wanted my YouTube. I love role playing. I've been doing role playing games since I was like 10 years old. So I wanted my channel to have like a kind of a role playing feel to it. And I thought, what would I theme it? Well, I'll theme it Viking. And so what Viking name did I default to? Of course, my old Viking character I wrote in that short story all those years ago. And when I started my channel, I didn't even know about Valheim. So it's actually a coincidence that I'm Jirok the Viking and my main content on my channel is Valheim.
That's a fun Easter egg. Kind of the same as me, where it wasn't originally meta rune for Valheim.
Is that story ever going to be published?
I would have to find it first because I'm pretty sure I don't know where it's at. But if I can find it, I will. And I don't think I actually finished it. And I'm sure it's not very good. I would have to read it myself first. I haven't looked at it in years. But if I can dig it up, maybe I'll share it with a few people privately. If it's good enough, maybe I'll share it. But yeah, it was just a young person who wrote a lot of stuff to run role-playing games. So sometimes I would get so into the characters that I would write for role-playing games that I would dungeon master back then, kind of like I'm dungeon mastering for Valheim. I would write up really long character bios. And this was one of the Viking characters that I wrote a long bio for, and I decided to start writing a story about him. And I think I wrote a kind of a few chapters for the story and then put it aside, and military life took over. But yeah.
Well, that'd be cool. There's your homework for the week.
Yeah. In addition to launching the new survival server, I'll just squeeze that in. So that's all we have for today, everybody. I want to thank you all for joining me.
Thank you for having us here at this beautiful, great hall. Thorin, amazing job on this build, man. I mean, everything you do is amazing, but this one's pretty special here.
Thank you very much. And yeah, thanks to all of you for joining today. It was a lot of fun.
That's it for now. Have fun out there.
Welcome to Podheim, Jirok's Valheim podcast. Let's give them the business.
Hey, everybody. Today is January 19th, 2022. I'm your host, Jirok the Viking, and joining me today are my fellow Vikings, Gwen the Shield Maiden.
Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Viking Rudy, Rudistic the Guardian.
Hello, friends.
And Viking Thorin, a.k.a. Metarune.
Hey, how's it going, everyone?
Remember the first time you saw that innocent-looking little bug flying around in the plains? You probably thought to yourself, oh, hey, what's up, little guy? Then bam, it gave you the business. Well, we're going to do the same thing today. First off, a few quick announcements. The reminder that we release new episodes of this podcast every Friday on YouTube and hopefully your favorite podcast app. If you can't find us on your preferred podcast platform, please send me an email at jiroktheviking@gmail.com and we'll try to get it added. It's now the 4th server I've launched, and when you sign up, you'll get access to all of my other servers. I also have a new cinematic teaser trailer on my YouTube channel that shows some of the things you'll encounter in this new server. It's pretty exciting stuff. We're also here on the new server at one of the hand-built locations. What do you guys think? Does anybody recognize this location?
I've never seen it before. It looks pretty wild.
I don't recognize it, but probably because I'm inside it. I teleported straight in, but maybe if I walk around, I can see we're in the deep north, but there's trees around.
Yeah, what about the building? Do you guys
It
recognize?
looks familiar to me because I built it.
Oh, I know what it is.
Yeah.
Do we say it or?
Well, so what I will say about it is that this is one of the buildings from our main server that has been basically ruinized. It was a beautiful, beautiful building on our main server, and I took it and I used a mod to copy it, and then I made it look like old ruins and stuck it here. So for the listeners, you have to, check out YouTube if you want to see it, or, when you get on our server, you'll get to play in it.
Wait, is this the BSC castle?
No.
Oh, Gwen still doesn't know.
Good try.
Oh, is that the Great Hall?
This is the Great Hall. Yes.
Oh, it took me a while.
Yeah, so this is what happens, at the Great Hall on our main server after a few thousand years go by. This is all that's left.
Wow.
So this new server, Jirac Survival Playground Season 1, the 4th server I've launched, this one's going to include new admin-built locations to explore, like this one and many, many others throughout the world, including a little bit of building up in the Ashlands and in the Deep North. We also have mini bosses spread throughout the world. They're in the form of enhanced enemies that are already in the game. So we've taken enemies in the game and beefed them up, added armor to some of them and weapons and shields. Pretty cool stuff. We have interesting POIs all over the world. We have new mythologies to discover that you can explore on our Discord server if you're really into the role-playing stuff. We have new artifacts in the form of weapons, tools, and armor that are crafted from our expanded mythology, and each will be a higher level than what you can currently craft in the game, just by a little bit to make them, really, really something, valuable. And then best of all, there's no mods needed for the client side at all. You guys don't need any mods to play on this server. The server will run for 2 to 3 months, and then we'll actually start the next season.
I want to say that cinematic teaser trailer you made for this survival playground, amazing. Everyone, you got to go over to Jirac's YouTube and check out that video. It is very cool.
Yeah, it's super well done. You can tell your filmmaker background just looking at it. The action shots, they're so good. I was like, wait, is this the same game that we've been playing? Because it actually looks like a proper trailer for a game, like not just a server. It's, great job on that.
Yeah, perfect teaser for all the new content. You get to see some little snippets of what you can experience on the full server.
Yeah, and actually, the original trailer, that one's just a little over 3 minutes long, and then there's another shorter trailer showing a little bit more that's about a minute long. So yeah, check those out on my YouTube channel. So today we also have a special guest coming on later in the show. His name's Nick Rawcliffe, and he did the Valheim Vegan Challenge videos. So stay tuned for that. Okay, next we're going to do some news, and Thorin's going to start us off with our first news story.
Yeah, so this has been kind of a reoccurring topic for the last few podcasts, but the results finally came out for the Build for Baldur competition that the Iron Gate developers held over the holidays. So they announced 3 winners and then a number of honorable mentions, And yeah, first of all, just want to say congratulations to the winners. Everybody did a great job. They look awesome, and thanks to the whole community for participating. There were a lot of really excellent entries. The 3 that were selected, the first place was by, I believe, Zug Life was the name, and it was kind of this cozy little castle, like nestled up on a hill in the Black Forest. Just had a lot of nice little interesting touches, not too large or anything like that, just felt very kind of cozy and mystical, straight out of a fantasy book or something like that. So makes sense why Baldur would want to make his home there. And then second place and third place were taken by Snow Crash 9231 and Shalty Brim. The first being a pretty awesome bridge and kind of tower build also in the Black Forest, where you kind of sail home and you come through your big towers and your bridge, and it kind of welcomes you back to your base. And then the last one was another kind of castle/cabin manor build inside of the Black Forest as well. Pretty quaint, but looks very cozy. So you can kind of see where the Valheim devs were going with this, I think, where they wanted something that was realistic and cozy. They weren't necessarily judging based on grandeur or novelty or anything like that. So, yeah, I can totally see why these ones won. They're all great builds. So congrats to you three. And in the honorable mentions, that's where our 2 builds ended up for our server. So unfortunately, we didn't take it home, but at least we made it in there in the honorable mentions. So we had an Asgard build. If you haven't heard yet, that's kind of modeled after the Marvel universe. I've got a bunch of build videos of that on my channel, Metarune. So if you're interested, definitely take a look at that on YouTube. But yeah, that one came out very well. And then we had another character on our server, Dipstick, who put together like a PC workstation login screen kind of thing. It's very cool. You kind of have to see it to believe it. And even then, it's still pretty mind blowing. But yeah, glad that both builds were able to be recognized in the honorable mentions. And yeah, finally, just want to say, thanks to everybody in the community and to Iron Gate for putting this on. I hope they do more of these in the future. It was really great for the whole community, and it was a lot of fun to participate in. So we'll definitely be on the lookout for more of these build competitions in the coming months.
Yeah, for sure. It was great fun to build this as a team, as a community build. But also just looking at all the incredible submissions, it must have been so hard for the team to judge and decide on winners. There was so many great builds. Like even in the honorable mentions, I look at it and like every single one is outstanding. So yeah, well done everyone. Great effort.
Yeah, the first and second place houses / castles, keeps, strongholds, whatever you want to call them. I love the way they look, and they actually make me think that I want that house to live in the game. If the builders of those make the builds available somewhere, that would be amazing, or the map for download, because I'd love to explore more to see. I'm sure there's all kinds of nice details on the inside, but limited to 4 pictures, they couldn't post all the cool details, I'm sure. So would love to see what the insides look like. Okay, next up, we're going to talk about our favorite things in Valheim this week. And Rudy, you want to take us into that?
I'd be happy to. So yeah, last week we talked about our favorite moments in our favorite game here. So this week I thought we would talk about our favorite food. So to all of us here, what is your favorite food? And what are you always rocking for food in your inventory? Gwen, I'm excited to hear your answer on this one.
Obviously, ice cream. No explanation needed. It's ice cream.
Eyeball ice cream.
Ice cream.
Don't ruin it for me. It's ice cream, and it's shiny as well. It's ice cream.
Yes, us decorators do enjoy the ice creams, that's for sure.
It's so pretty. Not only it's ice cream, and that's like, I love the play on words as well. It's really cool, and it's finally a thing that you can use Grey Dwarf ice for. The thing that you always have tons and tons of, that once you've built all the portals that you can, like, you don't really use Grey Dwarf ice. So I love that they actually made it useful in that way for crafting or for making this food. And it's just such a nice item. It's beautiful. It's this and the black pudding, because it's also got a few like little a bit of glowy stuff in the black pudding. No, it's not black pudding. Sorry, the black soup. What is it called? The one that looks in a bowl, and it's really dark. It looks like chocolate, and then it's got like blue stuff and glowy stuff in it.
Yeah, that's a soup.
Yeah. Well, that one is really pretty too. I like them both because, yeah, they're a little bit different from the other foods. And
you can't go wrong with that 65 stamina, am I right?
Yeah, exactly. Yep. I mean, I actually cherish my ice cream. I don't eat it. I feel bad eating it. I survive on honey most of the time, and the ice cream, I just like, I just enjoy having it in my inventory, but I feel bad eating it.
And we definitely put an ice cream on the table in front of you for today. You are allowed to enjoy that one, Gwen. Please chow down anytime you feel you may need.
Thank you. Yeah, I like the contrast though, because everything else is kind of very yellow and orange. So yeah, I like those two items because they have a bit of a different color to them.
Oh wait, it doesn't even require blueberries. What are the blue things? It takes
It's
blood bags,
blueberries,
honey,
but
and
it's
turnip.
magical. I know. I know.
Blueberry garnish.
Yeah.
And well, what about you, Thorin? What are your favorite foods, and what are you rocking in your inventory?
Mine are a little boring because they're real life foods, but I love them in real life too. I'm a big builder, so I don't necessarily need like max level stuff, and I usually just go for the most economical stuff. So I love myself some French onion soup in real life and in Valheim. I wish it could be real French onion soup, but we need cheese. Call back to Gwen's comment from earlier in the episode.
Exactly.
Yeah, we need lox milk and cheese so I can make myself a proper French onion soup with some bread as well. Yeah, also a big fan of bread in the game. Usually my staples when I'm building are onion soup, bread, and sausages just because they're also easy to come by and pretty good stamina food. Nice, well-balanced meal.
Pretty easy to farm too for the most part. And Master Jurok, what is your go-to foods?
Well, so wording it as, what are your favorite foods? I just remember back when I first started the game and running around, you have to make foods, but there are things you can just eat directly. And before they changed the foods, mushrooms had much higher stats. I forget exactly. Was it more stamina or more health? One of the two. And it was just such a great food because it was like a food you could get for free by just running around. Like I didn't have to go and cook anything. I didn't have to chase animals down that would run away and you'd end up chasing them for several minutes. But mushrooms are great because you could just, as you're running along, I never passed up any mushroom patch. And then every dungeon I went into, I'd pick every single mushroom. And then the bonus is mushrooms make fun decorations, but the yellow ones, especially because they glow. So I would end up using those as little night lights on paths and things all over the place. So kind of serves two purposes. It was like an easy early game food that you didn't have to like go out of your way to make. And then it was also doubled as a great decoration during the day and at night.
Yep. Mushrooms and honey, the lazy man's diet.
Yeah, I ate a lot of mushrooms and honey. Honey was my second choice if I had to go number two.
Yeah. Well, it's one of those things where honey, as soon as you have your own little beehives, it's like infinite food. It produces like 4 a day or something. And yeah, once you have a couple of them, you can have like pretty much unlimited honey. And they give quite a lot of stamina for something that is quite easy to come by. And yeah, I pretty much, I'm not joking when I'm saying I'm surviving on honey. Like I rarely have food in my inventory if I'm just walking around not doing anything special. I only stock up on food. I'm very economical with food. I only take really what I need, and I always end up like having to beg other players if we're in a really long fight to feed me because I didn't plan enough and I didn't take enough foods.
On the battleground, Gwen's running around. I'm famished. Somebody help me.
I'm hungry. Yeah, and I'm the same as you, Jirok. I think it took me a while to actually realize that you could craft or like cook foods more elaborate than just the stuff that you would just cook on the basic cooking station. So for the longest time on my solo play, on my first playthrough, I would literally just eat the stuff that I would forage. And the occasional meat. Meat was like the grilled neck and necktail and the boar meat and all of that was like special treat for if I'm preparing to go do something that requires a bit more. But mushrooms.
No wonder those trolls gave you such a scare. You're trying to get adventure on the weakest food.
Exactly.
A genuine question before I answer this for myself. Honey, would that be allowed in the vegan challenge?
Well, technically no, because it comes from an animal, so no.
You can't steal their honey, man.
I wasn't sure.
Yeah.
Interesting. Well, yeah, I myself, I have the serpent stew in front of me here on this table. I love the serpent stew. I love the means of getting the serpent meat. It's one of my favorite parts of the game is being on the seas and hunting serpents, and then that 80 HP. You can't go wrong with 80 HP. So yeah, serpent stew, and I'm usually always rocking bread and ice creams as well. But yeah, that's my go-to. I love the serpent stew, and the fish wraps too are actually a close second.
Yeah, the fish wraps are cool, but didn't you feel like the first time you saw them, I just felt like they were really out of place because they look like wraps that, modern wraps, and everything else is a lot more like Viking and historical based. And then there's fish wraps. It's just weird.
Yeah, they remind me of a Greek gyro or something. They're a little out of place.
Or a burrito.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would say this too: if the blood pudding didn't cost, I think it's 4 blood bags per unit. If it didn't cost that much, I would be rocking that all the time. I love the blood pudding, but it is very costly to make.
Yeah, it's an interesting one, that one, just aesthetically, because it comes on its own little plate. No other foods do. And that was interesting. I like using it on tables as decoration more than anything because it's got that little detail. And it's got a little leaf as garnish too. It's really pretty.
And if you needed a lot of stamina and to do a lot of running, if you rock the bread, ice cream, and the blood pudding, you're looking at I think it was 240, 250 stamina.
Wow.
You can run a long ways.
Well, cool. I also wanted to talk about some of the things that we'd like to see, maybe changed in the game because, nothing's perfect, not people, not games too. It's a pretty good game, but there's always little tweaks that could be improved. First off, I'll just say that I do love how simple the interface is. It really helps with immersion. It's one of the reasons I loved Minecraft so much is because they really minimize the interface. You don't see numbers all over the screen and little boxes with text and, having, a good portion of your screen taken over by the interface. And then when you open up menus, there are games where you open up menus like Grand Theft Auto 5. Like I loved the kind of the gameplay elements, but the interface just turned me off so much. I just could not really get into it. So I love that. But, and I love the fact that there's no armor slots for you to drag your armor into. I just love that because that's just another interface window to clutter up the screen when you open up everything. It's just all in your inventory. And you can sort it how you want to the perfection. But let me get into what I would change. When you open up the crafting menu or to upgrade an item, like say you make a new sword or a new piece of armor, when you upgrade an item, you go over to the upgrade section on the tab and you select the item and then you hit upgrade. If you have a whole bunch of things in your inventory, everything in your inventory is listed in that thing. And so the selection, if you're on, say, the bronze sword and you upgrade it, the selection jumps back to the first thing on the list. So I have many times upgraded the wrong thing, wasting the few materials that I've had, been disappointed because I was looking forward to the next level of that item, then have to go out and forge, or collect more resources for it. Or even worse, I would run out of materials upgrading something. And then I would go back to the crafting station once I got the materials and open it up, select the item that I want to upgrade, not realizing that I didn't switch the tab. And I would craft a new level 1 item of that, wasting all my resources. I wanted to cry like in real life a few times. I was just like, no, I spent 2 hours collecting those resources and I just made a new weapon instead of upgrading the thing that I was about to. So if they could make it so when you upgrade something, it doesn't select the first item over and over, like if you're wanting to do multiple upgrades, and somehow to really clearly differentiate between the crafting menu and the upgrade menu, because I guess I'm just so much in a rush that sometimes I didn't pay attention to it. I've lost so many resources. I'm not the only one, by the way. I've talked to other people who have done that.
Oh, yeah. So many times.
Everybody has. Another alternative solution I would like to propose, though, is I would love to see them add the ability to break down armor and weapons that you've crafted into the original, even if it's for like a lesser amount of resources or something like that. Like there's some economy there, but to be able to break down old armor you're not using anymore, or stuff that you accidentally crafted rather than upgrading, that kind of thing, it'd be really nice. I know the Obliterator was kind of an approach to that, but we don't want to throw away that stuff. It'd be nice to be able to recollect the resources.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what would you want to change then, Thorin?
So I also love the simplicity of the UI, and I actually really like how they've combined your action bar with your like backpack or inventory. Not a lot of games do that, and I think it's quite an elegant solution. Particularly when you don't have like skills to use or something. It totally makes sense when all of your things are items that you're equipping or consuming. To play devil's advocate to your comment, I love the interface, but I really wish we had armor and weapon slots. Coming from like such a classic RPG background, it's something that's really missing in my opinion, and it almost breaks the immersion. Like I consider my inventory to be like a backpack on my character, even though we don't see that on our character model. And so it's really odd to me to have equipped items inside our backpack. I see that as like a separate, my body is like a separate thing that I should be equipping stuff to. Maybe that's just, the many RPG games that I've played burned into my mind, and I know it's not as common in the survival space, but yeah, I love the equipment slots mod, and would like to see him at it. I don't think they will ever add it, but I am kind of on the opposite side of the fence for that one.
And Gwen, how about you? Is there something you want to change?
Yeah, one of the little things, not a huge deal. I mean, I think I talked a little bit about it last time. I'm big on decoration. I think me and Rudy, we were the same in that way. We just love decorating and using all the items, and that having the item stands and being able to attach stuff is so cool because it really allows you to do a lot more with that and making your builds not just look like shells, empty shells, but really transform them into like cozy homes that for your character and things like that. But I would say there are a few little tweaks that would make the item stands even more better. Some of it is what I spoke to last time around, like when you place them with the yellow placement box, it's really hard to see and be precise in the way you rotate your item stands, which can be a bit frustrating sometimes. They are also very resource intensive. The fact that that tiny little square thing costs as much in Finewood as a full-on chair. There's a bit of like maybe they should not cost like 4 Finewood because you burn through Finewood really quickly as soon as you start trying to decorate stuff. The other thing that I know a lot of people are keen on, and we actually on our server use a mod for that, is being able to place any items on item stands, or at least a little bit more items. Some items I understand that it doesn't make sense, like some plants, like you shouldn't, in real life, you can't really just place a thistle or just a plant, like not in a pot, but just standing on the table. It just doesn't make, like the physics of it doesn't make sense. So yeah, those things, maybe they shouldn't be allowed, but it's just weird that some items you can place on item stands and some others you can't. And there's also inconsistencies. So like, for example, even not vanilla without using a mod, you can place a carrot on an item stand, but you can't place a turnip. There's a few inconsistencies that are just a little bit, a few things that could be changed so that it gives more options for people like me who like to play vanilla and who enjoy decorating. That would be the one that I would call out for this week.
Cool. Yeah, I know that's really big for the decorators. I've mentioned it many times in other videos about the item stand all items. Yeah, maybe not all, but definitely there's so many that look great on an item stand for decorating. So Rudy, how about you? What would you change if you could?
Well, one thing I love about the game is its perfect mix of game type, building, battling. If you want to hit up the bosses and do some battles, it's good for that. But if you want to build and be creative, it's good for that. So for like myself, someone with ADHD, it's one of those perfect games. But something I would change is I've been having a lot more fun lately with the ooze bombs. I'd like to see a few more grenade or bomb type weapons, or just any items like that. When you're going up to a falling village and you throw an ooze bomb at him, it does make the job a lot easier. So I'd like to see some more bombs or anything like that, right? Anything that's not a physical, or not like a weapon, but it's something else you can use in your battles and stuff. And I definitely agree with Thorin as well. They're being able to break down weapons or stuff that you build that you no longer need, and getting those materials back. That would be very cool as well. But I see why they didn't do that, because it's kind of maybe a way around of moving metals around, how you can't go through a portal with a metal bar. But if you make a whole bunch of, let's say, level 4 iron pickaxes, that's what, 120 iron or something like that. That's how you could transport it across. So I do see the reasoning behind it. But yeah, it would be cool to break down items that you have built.
Yeah, that's an interesting point about being able to break down things. Like especially running a server, I'm always trying to look for sinks, like money sinks, resource sinks. Some games, especially MMORPGs, try to balance their economies by introducing things that are going to take stuff out of the game, because there's always so much generated by the players that you kind of crash your economy, and not giving you back resources from the armor and weapons that you have, by sort of like recycling them and then getting some of the resources back. It's sort of a way to sink and get rid of some of the stuff so that you don't have too much of it and you get bored, because you have everything you need, and you just get your materials back, or at least a portion of them. So it forces you to go out and get more. But, then there are people who don't have as much time to do the grinding, and they just want to do the sort of adventuring or whatever it is. But it's kind of it's a balance. It's tricky. I'm not even sure what the solutions are there. I've tried introducing a few things on our server to be a gold sink, and it's still kind of a work in progress. But yeah, there's maybe some balance there too. Maybe even like a tenth the resources back. I mean, like most things don't cost 20, 30, 40 pieces, but I mean, weapons and armor do, because you craft them and then you upgrade them. So can be hundreds of materials in there. So maybe getting a tenth back or some portion maybe isn't a bad idea.
I think that's definitely a fair statement for sure.
Hey everyone, this episode is sponsored by G-Portal. They host all of my servers, and I have to say they are pretty awesome. If you're looking to rent your own gaming server, you can save 5% if you use my link in the description. And if you're interested in some really cool Viking jewelry, things like necklaces, rings, bracelets, and even some Viking clothing, check out vkngjewelry.com and use code GIROC for 10% off. Link in the description. Okay, we have a special guest on with us right now. His name is Nick Rawcliffe, and he's known for doing a pretty cool video on YouTube you might have seen. And if you haven't, I definitely recommend that you jump on over and check it out, called the Valheim Vegan Challenge. And Gwen is going to ask some questions for us. Gwen?
Yeah. Hi, Nick. Welcome. Great to have you.
Hi, guys. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, so Nick Rawcliffe, you're a YouTuber, a streamer, and a world record Valheim speedrunner as well.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Do you want to tell us a bit about yourself and kind of what got you onto doing Valheim speedruns and challenges?
Yeah, sure. I've actually been kind of pursuing content creation for quite a long time now, like about 6 years or something. So it is a long story. I won't bore everybody with all the details, but basically, as certain events unfolded in my life, I was unemployed and not doing too well health-wise, and I just wanted to pursue something I was really passionate about during that time. And as I got better, and I always experimented with tons of things. I did a lot of Minecraft content for a while. I was like just doing like Minecraft hardcore and stuff, but I never felt like I was that good at games or anything like that, or like I never actually was a speedrunner. And then like this is going to be weird for a lot of gamers listening, because it's completely different genre, but I kind of got addicted to PUBG at some point, and I was focusing on that as a content creator for a long time. And what I realized playing that game, just from putting more hours in, I just got sort of slightly better and better. And I was eventually asked just by a fellow streamer to play in a tournament with him. And I was quite surprised, because I kind of felt like I sucked at the time. That is kind of where I started trying to actually get good at games, I guess. And again, like, I don't know, I was never that confident, but that kind of led to me pursuing trying to play competitive PUBG. And I played in a few tournaments. I wound up kind of representing the UK in a I forget what it was called now, but I think it was a GLL, like Nations Royale, where I played on the UK team for that. And honestly, it wasn't that much of a big deal, but it just put me in this headspace of trying to be competitive at something. And I played in a lot of the EU Open qualifiers to try and make it to these big tournaments where you could win lots of money. And, we did well in some of the games, but ultimately, like, never really qualified for any big thing. And I would do okay in like smaller community tournaments. And I just got burnt out on the game. And I found like the competitive environment to be a little bit stressful and stuff. And I've always loved survival games, and Minecraft's like one of my favorite games. And actually, two of my favorite games are Minecraft and Oblivion. And people in my chat was basically telling me that I would love this game called Valheim when it was very first released. And it kind of, when I looked into it, it sort of looked like a bit of a love child of like Minecraft and Oblivion in a way.
Yeah, it did.
Yeah, right.
That's a good comparison.
Right.
Yeah.
So when I was seeing this game and I was a little bit bored of what I was doing content wise, I was like, oh, this is like, it looks like it's made for me, this game. And so I just started playing casually, just for fun, like everybody else, just discovering Valheim for the first time. And in my spare time, I had already thought about, because of my sort of esports experience, maybe I could actually figure out how to speedrun it. I had no idea how to do it or anything, but I just, having gone through this crazy experience, it's so hard to, like, some of those tournaments when I'm trying to qualify for big European tournaments, they're like, you are playing oftentimes against pro players that have signed contracts and stuff like that. And it's so challenging. I felt like I might not be good at any other games, but like I already started out not being good. Maybe I could do this again with speedrunning. So I watched some tutorials and some Minecraft speedruns initially. And I was trying to learn how to speedrun Minecraft. And I just kind of dabbled in it. I never managed to do a successful run. I didn't stream it. I didn't make videos. I was also doing the same thing for like some old Resident Evil games as well, because I was a huge fan of those. Like I said, I was curious, but I never really saw myself as a speedrunner or anything.
You just kind of fell into it.
I just kind of fell into it. But when I was playing Valheim just for fun, because I'd spent time watching these tutorials and these guides on Minecraft speedrunning, I just kept seeing kind of like similarities. And in my head, just as like a fan of gaming content, I was thinking, I think like trying to do a similar thing with Valheim like could be really fun. And I just kept playing through casually. My first playthrough was like a 250 hours just casual playthrough. It's building cool stuff. And by the end, I kept expecting more Valheim speedruns to pop up. I kept expecting it to show up on speedrun.com. And it just never really did. And I never really did find any Valheim speedruns by the time I was done. And I kind of expected there to be all of these big speedrunners. They've already like got the meta all figured out. They're doing these insane runs I'd never be able to do by the time I just finished my casual playthrough. But because no one had done it, that I could tell at least, I'm sure there was certainly people working on it in their spare time offline, but because I couldn't really see any when it was done, I kind of just felt like, oh, screw it. Like, it'll be fun to just try. And that's how I really got started doing it.
Yeah. So you basically invented the genre of Valheim speedruns and challenges. Is that what happened?
No, I mean, I would never say that, because speedrunning, it's always a little bit cringe in the speedrun community. Like, it's a bit of a thing. I don't know how aware of speedrun everybody is, but like, whenever somebody tries to say they like invented speedrunning of a game, it's kind of like, well, speedrunning has been a thing for like decades. You can't really like invent it just because no one else did it. But
right.
No, I wouldn't. But definitely one thing I was involved with in the early days was the New Game Plus sort of random seed glitchless runs, where I was sort of trying to beat the game, where I could bring a character with as much gear as I wanted and just focus on killing the bosses as fast as possible. That was kind of an area that I definitely was a little bit more kind of thought up by me. But other Valheim speedrunners did pop up quite quickly in the early days, and we kind of got together and agreed on rules. And I was the original person that got the game on speedrun.com. Like, I was the first runner to submit to them and get that approved. But with anything with speedrunning in general, it's kind of like there's always lots of gamers working in the dark trying to figure it all out. It's hard to say any one person's responsible. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. So what's your current time? Your record, and what category, like for a full playthrough?
My current PB, I'll have to bring up my own speedrun.com profile to tell you it all. So my current PB for like doing all bosses with a fresh character and a random seed glitchless since Hearth and Home is 8 hours and 16 minutes, and that's the current world record on this patch. But I do have a load of world records for all different categories. I can't remember exactly how many. But yeah, still some of the world records from before Hearth and Home are still standing as well. Like some New Game Plus ones. I think I currently have the record for New Game Plus post Hearth and Home as well, and got some multiplayer world records with some other speedrunners. But yeah, the main one I'm obsessed with right now is the starting completely from fresh on the latest patch. It's like can be torturous, but it's kind of why I love it. It's so satisfying.
Yeah, it feels like that's the pure and true way to do it.
Yeah,
It definitely is. I mean, it's actually, this is kind of interesting, I guess, because in the early days of Valheim speedrunning, like very early on, no one was really beating the game in much shorter than, I don't know, like let's say 10 hours or something like that. And even like, I think my first New Game Plus run where we're actually taking gear in, I think that was originally, the first world record I had for that was still over 8 hours, I think. And so, like, the reason I ran New Game Plus so much in the beginning was because I was more concerned about people getting bored watching my live stream and stuff like that. Like, I felt that it was possible to get that down to like less than 90 minutes. So people get to see like multiple world record attempts during a live stream. But then over time, you know, people like shout out to Archie and Onion Knight. They're two speedrunners as well. That was super important, especially in the earlier days of this game. And they really like figured out a lot of stuff too for the more pure like fresh character run. And now it is short enough. So I guess basically what I'm saying is it totally is, Thorin, as you're saying, like the most pure kind of category, but it was so rough to run in the early days that I'm only just at the point now with strats and knowledge that I actually am cool with doing it on a live stream. And even now, with it being 8 hours and 16 minutes, the amount of time I'm up till 6 in the morning because I just have to do another run is just crazy. But yeah.
yeah. And so how do you proceed to like prepare for those challenges? There's, especially as you were saying, in the early days, it was much harder. The game was new, so you had a lot more to figure out. Like, how much prep goes into each challenge and each run?
A ton, really. In the early days, I just, like I said, focusing on New Game Plus was important for me because New Game Plus is a category that you can throw yourself into without having figured out a ton of strats. It's still extremely difficult to get a world record time in it, but that I personally, the way I like to learn things is throwing myself in at the deep end. You know, like sometimes I won't necessarily do all the research. I'll just throw myself in at the deep end and doing like looking at what other runners are doing and chatting with speedrunners in a Discord. And there's even a spreadsheet floating around somewhere of strats that have been figured out by other speedrunners. This was all important in the very early days, but the most important thing was throwing myself in the deep end with New Game Plus to kind of like learn by doing it. And then really with the challenges, specifically the challenges, because they're quite a lot different to a speedrun, it was stuff that just I accumulated the knowledge and the strats from doing speedruns that made me comfortable with doing challenges. And it was kind of stuff like really in so many games, particularly if we're talking about single player stuff or like PvE stuff, getting a world record in a certain speedrun category might be the hardest thing you can do in some cases, even compared to a challenge. So when I first started out, like the first one I did challenge wise was Valheim in reverse. Part of it was just that I'd kind of accumulated this knowledge that, like, here's an example, like bringing it up in the chat, the idea of beating the game in reverse. People would say things like, you know, unless you're going to clip into a crypt, it's just not possible to get the withered bones. But because I just put so many hours into the game already, I'd found withered bones in chests in swamps already, like, you know, a few times, and I knew that they were there. It was just rare. So that's like an example of just, you slowly accumulate this knowledge, and then I'm just figuring out like oh, if you fit some of these slightly lesser known things about the game together, you could do some kind of challenge. And then it becomes a cycle, because I wasn't comfortable doing this sort of fresh character, sort of more pure run I'm doing now, actually, until recently, like until really after Valheim vegan challenge, because the vegan challenge, because the rule set I created for myself made it such a nightmare.
Yeah.
I was actually more comfortable playing the game with nothing, and kind of more comfortable with starting from fresh from doing that challenge. So eventually they start to feed each other. You know, the knowledge for the speedruns helps the challenges, and the huge amount of practice you get doing the challenges helps feed the speedruns.
Right. Right. Yeah. I mean, the vegan challenge, that was a video that you put out a couple of weeks or months ago. It caught a lot of people's attention. I know a lot of people in our Discord community shared it. We actually have some real life vegans who were very interested in this, because we have often a lot of discussions around food in the game and how everything health-based is very protein-based and so on. What was your biggest obstacle doing that vegan challenge?
Oh, first of all, I'd sort of say that like warms my heart to hear that about people in the community. I love that. The way the challenge came about was actually quite similar to what you were saying about communities discussing food options. And, you know, in my community, I think there's some vegetarians and maybe a couple of vegans as well, where it had kind of come up. Basically, the conversation always started with the food. But then, because, you know, I knew a little bit about veganism for having some vegan friends and stuff over the years, and chat was focused on discussing amongst themselves about the food, and I just kind of thought like, oh, actually, there's a much bigger nightmare than that. If you can't use any leather, you can't use any hide. And to be honest, the biggest thing that made me think this could be an interesting video is that the trick with the cart, which actually is relevant to Jirok, because I was always told by other speedrunners and people in the speedrun community that there was some strat with a cart, but no one ever found like a use for it in the speedrun. So I knew it existed, but I never really seen anyone do it. And whilst I was figuring out the vegan Valheim challenge, I watched Jirok's video explaining the trick with the cart. So yeah, that's Jirok actually had a little bit of a influence on the video. And once I'd nailed that strat, that's really when I felt like the video was going to come together. And even though I knew it was going to be hard, I just knew that all it really was time investment. It wasn't something like skill-wise I was that worried about.
Can I ask you a quick question? Can you, for the audience,
Yeah, sure.
in case they haven't seen the cart trick, can you explain to them what the trick is and how you used it in the speedrun?
Yeah, sure. So in the speedrun, I wasn't allowed to make a boat because you can't make any hide in the vegan rule set. And so one of the ways that I overcame this was by building a cart by the coast and sort of pushing it into the ocean. And if you jump in the back of the cart and walk sort of towards the sort of wall of the cart, it will actually push the cart along in the sea. And because you are just walking, you actually don't use stamina. So it enables you to sort of walk on water, or whatever you want to, how exactly you want to describe it. But basically, you can just move infinitely. And the main thing is just making sure you got to keep your eye fixated on your character's toes. Like, I spent an unhealthy amount of time looking at Vera the vegan's toes in the video, because if they pop out of the bottom, then you're just kind of a little bit stranded. And that did actually happen a few times working on the video on the live streams, where I ended up stranded in the ocean and I had to wait for a big enough wave to come that pushed the cart back down again.
Oh, wow.
Is it, other than the card trick that you learned from that video, is there, by going through this vegan challenge, was there anything like particularly interesting that you learned in the process of preparing or doing that challenge?
Yeah, there's probably a few things. One of the main parts of the challenge that was actually more of a test of pulling off the gameplay and not just knowledge was the modder fight. Getting up to modder is a different story. Getting up the mountain is a separate story, but I'll just focus on the fight for now. But basically, there was a again, like I said about there's all these strats that speedrunners have figured out that we don't really have a use for in the run because it's not necessarily faster. And one of those things is when you can dig out kind of a trench around Modder's altar and kind of dig under it. And because the structure of the altar is invincible and mobs can't just destroy the ground, you can actually get a bed under there to be able to rest safely. So you can actually have this safe respawn under the Modder spawn. And previously this hadn't been that useful for speedruns or anything. It's definitely a useful trick, though, to anyone listening that wants to play the game casually. You can get kind of a free kind of rest point under the altar. But that came in useful because I was obviously having to fight Modder with just a copper knife. And
bow, right?
Yeah, no bow, exactly. And I knew previously I'd done a kind of weird video where I'd killed all the bosses with like a maxed out flint knife and no armor, but I still allowed myself all the potions and food I wanted, basically. So I'd already beat all the bosses with a flint knife, so I knew it was possible, but the added challenge of like the food being so limited and stuff, basically that Modder fight turned into this weird cycle of jumping in this trench under the altar, getting a rested bonus, and then just basically waiting until she landed and getting in as many melee hits. And I kind of had to sort of on the fly, kind of in my head, kind of like work out like how much stamina I needed to do enough damage so that she didn't out heal me. Having this hidden resting point under the altar really allowed me to just keep chaining together rested buffs in the middle of the fight that eventually allowed me to wear it down. But I think I managed to get it down almost perfectly, and even just perfectly where like every opportunity I get and getting the most amount of damage I could out of it, it still took something like 90 minutes to get health from max down to 0.
Jeez.
Yeah.
But that was a huge thing anyway.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people have that strat has been around for a bit, but it's been used in more of a cheese way where you just mine your way in there and then you kind of take pot shots with your bow through the crack at Modder, but definitely a little bit more admirable when you're able to hop out and use the knife.
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
That leads me to another question. What was your favorite or least painful, I guess, boss fight in your run?
In the vegan run?
Yeah.
Well, least painful was definitely Eikthyr because you get to fight him pretty normally, and most speedrunners by this point are just constantly setting him on fire with campfires and stuff. So I think I pretty much did that. I think, to be honest, I enjoyed Modder the most as well because it was really satisfying to kind of overcome that challenge, because at least that challenge felt like all I had to do was just get better at the game to do it. Whereas some of the other some overcoming like bone mass and stuff, it kind of just feels like torture eventually after there's so many corpse runs where it's kind of like, it doesn't really feel like I'm getting better. It just feels like I'm not quitting.
Exercise and patience. Totally understandable. Yeah, cool.
A lot of that.
And since we're talking about the vegan challenge and like how it came about, and obviously ethical living is becoming more and more of a focus in real life, do you think the video games industry will catch up to those trends? And it's more a question to all, I guess. I'm curious to hear your opinions on that. Like, do you think it's the kind of stuff that will eventually make it into the video game industry?
I would think in certain genres, maybe, but like, a survival genre. I don't see people being vegan in a survival world, right? When it's the end of the world, you got to get what you can to survive. That's where my mind stands with it. Depends what genre or category the game is.
Yeah, I think from like a stylistic direction to or perspective, it would make sense in something that's a little bit more cartoony, like Farmville Vegan Edition or something. That I could totally see that existing. But for a lot of games, there's so much emphasis on like the art direction and like the visceral feel that you get from potentially having some like blood and gore in your game. It really changes the vibe of your game. And for some, if it's missing, the players feel that it's lacking. So I totally agree with Rudy. I think it depends on the style and the genre.
Yeah, I wanted to add too that the movie industry and TV shows, and it's all streaming now too. When it comes to storytelling, I prefer people leave the sort of the altruism, the messages that are sort of like we have to be, a better society, out of your story, unless your story is sort of focused on that. Like there are the stories that is the focus, and I totally appreciate a good story. So the same for video games. If your video game is sort of focused around that message, that's good. But if it's, some big exciting movie or some dramatic film, comedy, whatever it is, I want to just be entertained. And same with a video game. I just want to be entertained with the immersion of that era, because it's the closest thing to a time machine or jumping into a novel, like video games and movies, right? It's like you're never going to live that fantasy, sci-fi, magic, whatever's going on in there. That's not reality. And most people understand that. They even found that there's really no connection between violence in video games or movies and violence in real life. All the studies that have been done. So I want my entertainment, gaming or movies. I want the immersion, and I don't want your messages, which, obviously I agree with. That's a separate thing. And if the project is that, then I'm happy that it's in the project. I kind of feel the same way with video games. How about you?
I like that take. But me personally, I just feel like there's always more room for pretty much everything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
I like to see a very, not just a cliche kind of like greeting card version of diversity, but like a truly like diverse display of opinions and views. And when it really comes down to creative stuff, like, I want the artist to express themselves in the purest way. And if that means making some game the purest vegan experience, then I'm totally down for that, if that's like a sincere form of self-expression. And I do also think, just to actually get to a little bit more about what Gwen was asking as well, like there will certainly, I expect for there to be a move in particularly like higher budget games to kind of like start factoring in more and more of these things as a sort of form of accessibility. Almost, you start like there are some games that allow you to like disable spiders for arachnophobia people, and there are starting to be games with like trigger warnings and stuff. And I'm not going to necessarily go into my opinion and all of that, but I do think that a certain amount of it is pretty much inevitable.
Yeah, it almost becomes like an accessibility feature in some cases.
Yeah, that's what I reckon. Yeah, I can see that.
Well, the one thing, I always like to play devil's advocate about this stuff, because as a filmmaker, I've been dealing with sort of the opinions on storytelling and people saying, you should do it this way. And I always say, no, the artist should do it the way they want.
Sure.
Just from the devil's advocate side, sometimes trying to be too inclusive or continue having all these different options, because you see it in some games, like when they try to port it to console, and then the PC experience is ruined because you're playing it with the wheels and the interface that is more meant for console. But it's the time that it takes to introduce all these options to a game or a movie, when the developers' time and efforts should be more focused on the raw content, their vision for the content, rather than trying to be inclusive and adding accessibility features. Like, yes, obviously more is great. Absolutely. Yeah. But I prefer not to see the actual content suffer because of the inclusivity, but it's, it's a balancing act.
I agree with that. I would just say that, out of the endless bloat and sort of more centralized approach to AAA game development, there's already so much time wasted that I just think it definitely will happen anyway.
Yeah.
I think what Gwen was, getting at maybe a perhaps more sincere approach than the crazy capitalistic kind of like giant companies figuring it all out. But because I do see there's totally room for a cool like indie game market making awesome specific vegan games if that's really what the artist wants to do. But I also see it just being inevitable for the giants of industry to try and cash in on some of the accessibility stuff.
Right. Yeah. And some of it is also like, I mean, just to take veganism as an example, some of it is just like, just making sure that as a gaming studio, you're not just reinforcing cliches of, oh, big Vikings eat meat, raw meat, like Vikings had a very diverse diet and they did eat a lot of things outside of meat as well. And it's like, well, at which point is it just reinforcing cliches versus being too much, leaning into the accessibility and inclusivity? So yeah, it's interesting. Like one of my big requests for Iron Gate is adding foods like cheese. Like, why is cheese not in the game? Like, cheese was a big part of the Viking diet, and it would add so much, and it would like add a bit more options for like the whole thing of, stamina foods are very vegetable and plant focused, where a lot of the health foods are very meat focused. So like part of your vegan challenge, one of the struggles was you had to go full on like everything stamina because you didn't have that many food options for health. So I feel like there's opportunities to, as you said, there's so much that you can do in games and in the realm of video games that you can add a bit of that without taking away from the immersion as well.
And,
yeah.
If they think, vegetables give you stamina, imagine what some kind of psychedelic beer that you would have drank would have been like.
Well, yeah, athletes know that the thing that gives you stamina is carb loading, right? A couple days before the big event, but it has to be a couple days. It can't be like Michael Scott on The Office in a half hour before the race. You pound down the fettuccine Alfredo.
Yeah, true.
All right. That was just the first half of our interview with Nick Rawcliffe. The total interview is about an hour long. And if you're interested in hearing the full interview, you can go to patreon.com/JirokTheViking and become a supporter at any level at all. And you get access to the full interview. To close out, I just wanted to give a few interesting facts about each of us to the audience that I'm sure they're, some of them 2, maybe 3 may be curious to hear some interesting things about who we are. I'll start off real quick. I think I mentioned before that I served in the U.S. Navy when I was young. Started at 19, and I served on an aircraft carrier. But before that, what I did in the first 2 years of the military service was going through military schooling to learn to be a nuclear power plant operator. And that was a really, really intense program, the U.S. Naval Nuclear Power Program. But got through that and got stationed on an aircraft carrier, USS Abraham Lincoln, CVN 72. Did that for 4 years. Did a Westpac over in the where we stopped over at the United Arab Emirates and a few places, Singapore, Hong Kong. And we actually were on the way back after the 6-month tour. We were scheduled to go down and stop at maybe Australia or New Zealand if we had the time. But then world events pulled us back away from that, and we missed out. So I have yet to be to Australia or New Zealand. It's on my list. I do enjoy traveling and have been around Europe a little bit. How about you, Rudy? Anything you want to share as an interesting fact about yourself?
Well, I love survival type things in real life. And that's why I think I fell in love with Valheim so easily, is because I love going out. I live pretty close to the Rocky Mountains, so I love going out with just the stuff on my back, a tent, a sleeping bag. You have emergency canned food, but I try not to ever touch it, and just eating what you can catch or trap. It's something that I've always loved doing, and I've always tried to learn as much as I can about it, and just, being able to survive off the land like so many of our stepfathers did, or our ancestors did, just living off the land. So I think that's, like I said, one of the main reasons I fell in love with Valheim too, is it's a survival type game. So once the spring and summer comes, I'm looking forward to getting out again and maybe taking some tricks from Valheim and taking them up to the actual mountains here too in real life, and seeing what can happen. But yeah, I'm a big survivalist guy, and that's one of my favorite things to do.
That's cool. I've always been like into that a little bit. I do love camping, both the kind of, you back into the spot with your car and, where you have to kind of hike in with your own supplies and tent and everything. And I absolutely love like the survival aspects when I watch other people do them on TV. But I've always wondered if like I would actually like doing it myself, the survival stuff. But like watching Bear Grylls or Survival Man has been always fascinating to me and made me kind of want to do it if I could ever find the time.
Has to be warm though. I could not even fathom doing a survival in where we are now in the deep north or where it's snowy and cold. I can't even fathom ever trying that.
How about you, Gwen? Do you have anything that you might want to share about who Gwen is?
Yeah, well, I beyond the game Valheim, I am always very interested in history, and particularly the past couple of years, I've had an interest in early medieval history, and learned a lot about history of the British Isles, which of course were invaded by Vikings amongst many other other people invading Britain. And yeah, I recently, as in like last year, actually kind of fell into historical reenactment, not Viking era. I am in a group that is portraying 12th century Britain, so more like Norman. The Normans a little bit after the Normans invaded, which is kind of funny because I'm actually French and I live in the UK, so it's kind of like, I'm actually, it kind of fits. And yeah, I mean, part of that is I actually train almost every weekend and actually hit people with swords and use shields and stuff like that. It's very fun. I have a lot of bruises, but it's a cool hobby. It was one thing that I kind of fell into during the pandemic because it was when things reopened, because it was an outdoor activity, something I could do, something that was related to history that I enjoyed. So, and there's a lot of different aspects to it. So obviously training and like the combat aspect is one side of things, but I also very much like historical clothing and historical costuming and all of that. I try to sew. I'm not very good at it, but I do try to sew my own gear and things like that. So yeah, that's another aspect of this kind of weird hobby that I picked up in the past couple of months. And it's funny because I actually have currently more Viking related stuff, like as in jewelry, clothing and stuff like that than actual Norman. So that's a bit of a problem, but I guess the Viking stuff is where my heart is at, just because of Valheim and other things. I've always enjoyed it. But yeah, maybe one day I will make myself a round shield and parade it around in town like a total weirdo. Yeah.
That's cool. That must be. Have you done much cosplay or Renaissance fair type stuff?
So I have. When I was a teenager, I had like a year or two where, because one of my friends was doing it, I did a bit of cosplay. But again, like I just dabbled in sewing, and I just mostly did it because I was doing it with my friend, but not so much after that. And yeah, for nowadays it's more, I come at it more from a historical perspective. So I do enjoy, I follow so many YouTube channels all about historical costuming from various different eras, from like Victorian times to all the way up to like, I don't know, early medieval and stuff like that. And I just find it fascinating to learn how garments were made, and because a lot of it tells you a lot about how people used to live in those days and why they were using certain fibers and certain fabrics over others and things like that. You learn so much about a culture that way, and history that way. Like Vikings obviously wore a lot of wool because, as to your point, Rudy, when you're in a very cold climate, in survival mode like they used to have before electricity and heating was a thing, you had to wrap yourself up really warm with clothes that were both practical for everyday working at the farm, but also would keep you warm. So yeah, I just find that really fascinating. But I also love dressing up. Like I will never pass an opportunity to dress up. Any theme, any costume, anything Halloween is my favorite holiday for a reason. Like any excuse to dress up, I will take it up. So yeah, I guess that kind of influenced that a little bit too.
Oh, that's fun to hear. I'm the same way, and all my friends know it. They always say, I wonder what he's going to dress up as today. Any chance to put something fun on, I do. I even like for Oktoberfest, I have the full outfit, and when I grew my beard really big, I had my mustache. I even like did the handlebar curls on with the wax and stuff. But, yeah. And Halloween.
Jirok and Lederhosen? No way.
Oh, yeah.
No way.
Yeah, we need a photo of
Jirok the German.
Yeah, I probably have some photos somewhere I could maybe do a little teaser of. But Thorin, how about you? What would you like to share?
Well, on that last point, when my wife first met me, I actually had a big curly mustache as well. Kind of funny. But no, I'll piggyback a little bit on Rudy and Gwen's points. I am also a big kind of outdoors guy and camper and that kind of thing. I'm less on the survival side myself, but I do a lot of like backcountry camping where I bring in all the gear myself and that type of thing. But I'm a big gear guy. I don't like to just live with a few bare essentials. I like to obsess over gear and that type of thing. And originally when I was young, I had a huge fascination with like medieval culture and architecture and that type of thing. I was just obsessed with anything in that realm, and I actually thought I was going to be a blacksmith. That was what I wanted to do for a living, was be a professional blacksmith. And then I went complete 180 and ended up being a software developer. But yeah,
still making stuff with your hands, I guess.
Kind of. I do still like to make stuff with my hands. Like I do some woodworking and that type of thing. But I'm a man of way too many hobbies and not enough time. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm similar in that way. And actually, funny you say blacksmithing, because that is kind of what... Oh, it's a long story maybe for another podcast, but the blacksmithing is what got me into historical reenactment, because I did go and do like a forge experience with friends. As in, I dragged all my friends to come do it with me. I managed to convince them, because I was like, oh yeah, let's go, and like I want to try to forge my own knife. And there, of course, all the blacksmiths there, a lot of them were blacksmiths by day, but reenactors on weekends. And so they got me into reenactment, essentially.
Very cool. Yeah, I did a similar course, and I did some stuff at home as well when I was young. And yeah, it's a lot of fun to fool around with.
Well, it's so cool. Thanks for sharing, everyone. It's fun to get to know each other. And if the audience finds that interesting, then that's good too. That'll wrap it up for today, for this episode. Thanks to all of you for joining me today.
Yeah, thanks again, and see you next week.
Yeah, it's always a good time. Thank you.
Always a pleasure. And looking forward to Friday, JSP Season 1 launch. It's going to be big.
Yes.
All right, and that's it for now. So have fun out there.
Welcome to Podheim, Jirok's Valheim podcast. Let's give them the business.
Hey everybody, today is January 26, 2022. I'm your host, Jirok the Viking, and joining me today are my fellow Vikings, Gwen the Shield Maiden.
Hello, Vikings.
Viking Rudy, Rudistic the Guardian.
Hello, everybody.
And Viking Thorin, aka Metaroon.
Hey everyone.
Remember the first time you encountered that big lumbering troll in the Black Forest? You probably turned and bravely ran away, just like Gwen did. Then one day, you built up the courage to go back and give that troll the business, just like we're going to do today. So first off, we're going to start with a few quick announcements. My YouTube channel is approaching 7K subs, which is pretty exciting to see. Started it almost 9 months ago. And I wanted to announce that once we hit 10K subs, we're going to do a face reveal and live stream with all of us here. So that should be fun. If you guys are interested in that, just make sure you sub to my YouTube channel and encourage others to do the same. 3K more to go.
Right. Tell your friends, your family, your mums, your daughters, everyone. Go subscribe to Jirok's channel.
And guys, it's time to clean up those beards then.
Hey, right?
Time to grow those beards to be beautiful and luscious for that face reveal.
Yeah, I got a little bit more time probably to grow mine out for that. Get some VKN G jewelry, to put in my beard to hold it in the Viking positions.
There you go.
What else we have? We've got a new No Map Playground server season 1 launching. It's going to launch this Friday, January 28th. That's when this episode comes out, so it should be out now. It'll be the 5th server I've launched, and when you sign up, you'll get access to all my other servers. No Map is, in my opinion, a much more fun and immersive experience, but more on that later. The new server will include all the same things as a Survival Playground Season 1 that we launched last week, which will include hand-built locations, mini-bosses, fun lore about each, artifacts, weapons, tools, and armor. And in order to enforce the no map, we'll have a couple of mods required so that nobody's tempted to turn it off when they feel like they get lost. It'll run for 2 or 3 months, just like the other one, Season 1 server, and then it'll get reset for Season 2. And right now, as of this recording, we have 125 members who are playing on our servers and over 850 people in our Discord, which is pretty exciting. And we'd love to have you join us. If you're interested in playing with us, you can join our Discord channel and visit the server application channel. We're going to start off with some Valheim news today. The Mountain Caves release schedule has been confirmed by both Grimcore and an interview that we did with Smithy, who is one of the people who's very active on their Discord channel. What we know so far is that it'll probably be launching in the next few weeks. They have to do some closed testing and then some public testing before they release it to the public. And if you're interested, you can actually join their Discord public test channel, and you can be one of the people to help them test and find bugs. They usually release it just a couple of days before the public release.
Yeah, and a lot of people have been asking, would it roll back to areas of the map that have been discovered, a bit like the latest Abomination and Swamp update, but it has been confirmed by Grimcore and Smithy that you will need to find new mountains, undiscovered mountains, to see the not the troll caves, the new mountain caves spawned in.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting. That's something that we're going to try to figure out how to deal with on our servers too, especially our legacy server, the Viking Playground, which is the original, the one we plan to keep permanently. We may have to try to reset particular zones, or maybe even we can spawn in the caves, just like we can spawn in dungeons manually, but we'll figure something out. And then of course we have all of our other servers that will have lots of new mountain areas for you to explore that will have them.
I can't wait to claim one of those mountain caves for my house.
I know,
Since
right?
We are allowed to build in dungeons, yeah.
Yeah. On our servers, we allow people to build into dungeons because, after you loot them, there's these wonderful locations, and they're just they go to wasted space after that. So with a little mod, you can build in dungeons, and we allow it. It's so much fun.
Yeah, we turned a troll cave into one of our portal hubs with our clan there, because we just had so many portals. We figured, why not make use of this space and claim a troll cave as a portal hub?
Nice. I like the troll caves. They're nice. They're spacious. The ceiling is high, and based on the few pictures we got from the new mountain caves, it looks like it's very similar in terms of the ceiling high and like big open space. So yeah, it's exciting. It looks really pretty. It looks like it's got like some nice detail to it. I wonder if we'll see new items in there, like light items, like maybe the blue mushrooms or the glowing mushrooms. Let's see.
Yeah, that would be fun.
In one of the preview images, they had some sort of floor-based sconce, basically. That was kind of neat. Maybe we'll have something like that coming.
Yeah, a new decorative lighting source would be really cool.
Yeah. And in terms of the other stuff that they will have in there, so obviously with a new area, they'll probably have new mobs or existing mobs. There was something said by one of the devs about something that howls. So would it be Fenring? Or wolves?
Well, I think one of the images did show a Fenring in the shadows. Let's see what else. Well, so also, they have the seasonal items. So, we're past the Christmas holidays. I wonder if they'll get rid of the Yule tree with that update coming out for the mountain caves. I would guess the answer would be yeah. Do you think that they'll do a Valentine's thing? I'm guessing that they're not going to. But what could they do if they did a Valentine's object? do you think?
Flower bouquets.
Oh, yeah.
I'm just so excited about the decoration, the seasonal decoration items.
Yeah.
Yeah, I doubt that as well. It would be fun if they did, though, as a little surprise thing.
Well, they do have the Yule tree, which is kind of Christmas themed, but I don't know if they would do anything for Easter or anything. Just it's kind of interesting thinking about the conflict between Norse culture and Christianity and that kind of thing. So I don't know if those types of events would be held in game.
Well, actually, Halloween. So with the Turnipo lanterns, which are obviously a reference to Halloween, and Halloween has its roots just like Christmas in the pagan culture and Norse culture actually. So Halloween was Samhain, or Samhain, maybe I'm pronouncing it wrong. And obviously Christmas was Yule, and then the Christians just conveniently moved the date and shuffled things around to claim it as as their holiday. So, but of course, like things like Valentine's Day is more of a more modern tradition. So
a Hallmark
maybe not.
date,
And,
Hallmark holiday.
yeah, a
Shopping
commercial one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But let's see. I mean, in the summer they did have the maypoles, and actually all three items, all of those seasonal items were available. Like the recipe was available in I think in admin mode or something. So people knew that they existed. You needed to go in cheat mode to spawn them before they were available in those seasonal patches. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe they'll add some more at some point. But my guess is that these are the only three seasonal stuff that we'll get.
Yeah, they definitely seem to stick to the, some kind of a Viking theme. So if it seems like it could fit, like with the Christmas being more of a pagan holiday that was, taken over by the Christians, that fits in perfectly with Norse culture. So, yeah, I don't know if Valentine's Day or some of the many other holidays fit in. I don't
want to give away too much from our Smitha interview there, but we did see a few cool things that's heart related that they could possibly do. So that would be kind of neat.
Yeah, there are some hearts in the game. Maybe we'll just have to hand those out on our servers for Valentine's. Okay, and then also in Valheim news, they've been playtesting the game on the new Steam Deck, which is like a little handheld, what would you call it? Like a Game Boy or something? Like a little handheld video.
Yeah. It's almost like the Nintendo Switch, but not Nintendo, right? And it seems to be a bit more than that in the sense that it's like an actual computer. You can hook it up to a monitor and use it as you would a laptop. So it seems to be a bit more robust in terms of specs than like a handheld gaming device like the Game Boy or those items. But yeah, it's exciting. Anyone here planning to get a Steam Deck?
I would love to. Heck yeah.
Well, I would never consider it because I haven't played with anything but a mouse and keyboard for so long. Like usually if I have to travel away from my computer, I'll take my gaming laptop. But having a little handheld device might be kind of fun, especially if Valheim's going to be on it.
I think it's a good way for... Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I was just going to say it'd be interesting with the thumbsticks, right? Like snapping when you're building and stuff like that. It's going to be interesting to see how that works.
Yeah, I feel like it'll be more for the gameplay aspect and less for the building. There are definitely cases on PC where you've got like a margin of a single pixel when you're trying to snap, and it can be pretty finicky. I'm sure that wouldn't be fun with thumbsticks, but I don't think that would ruin the game too much or anything.
Yeah, and my understanding is that you can, because of the way the Steam Deck is, it's built for PC gamers that want to occasionally have a handheld device, as opposed to something like Nintendo Switch or other ones that are more built for people who are used to using consoles. So I do think that you can plug it as a laptop and plug in like a keyboard and a mouse if you want to use it that way. But I think the major advantage that everyone seems to be looking forward to while using the Steam Deck is that you can actually plug it into your TV. So you can have like your gaming experience if you want, use like your keyboard and mouse, but have like your big TV screen instead of playing on a normal monitor. I saw a few comments about that. So
yeah, I've done that with my laptop sometimes, but the specs on my laptop aren't as good as my desktop. So it's big, but it's laggy.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, and it's an interesting like entry level device for people just wanting to get into PC gaming on some level. Like I've got a few friends who conventionally just played console games and Switch and that type of thing, and they've pre-ordered Steam decks so that they can get into the Steam library and finally play some of those games. But talking about playing Valheim on your laptop and the performance not being as good, if anybody isn't familiar with Steam Link, that's a pretty cool application that is kind of related to the Steam Deck. I use that to play Valheim on my MacBook, which isn't supported all the time. Basically, it's like hosted game streaming. So you host the game on your PC and you can stream your screen and your controls back and forth to another computer, which is pretty neat.
Yeah, I've seen that option, and when I boot the game up on my laptop, it always asks me that, and I just get mad and say, "What are you doing? Close." I didn't ask for that option to pop up. Just load the game. But yeah, that probably is similar to, what was it, Google trying to do that thing where they will play the game on their computer but then stream it to you.
Yeah, with Stadia.
Yeah,
everybody's starting to do it. There's Nvidia with GeForce Now, and Windows has Game Pass, and yeah, there's lots of different options for that now. But nice to be able to kind of run it locally with Steam Link.
Well, that's nice too, because a lot of people, you don't want to have to make a huge purchase on a computer to have the best hardware to run a game. You could just let another service like that run the game for you. And I would probably do that if I didn't need my computer to be beefy to do all my video editing. So.
Yeah, one of my friends actually was playing Valheim on an iPad with GeForce Now, so it is possible.
Nice.
And it's a good option for people who, as you say, don't really committed to PC gaming, but want to join in on games like Valheim with their friends. So yeah, it's exciting. I wonder when when the first Steam Decks will be shipped. I think for now you can pre-order them. But with a chip shortage and all of that, I don't know how long it's going to take for people to actually receive them. Given that PS5s took so long for people to finally get their hands on them.
Yeah, and Smithy was telling me that they got some of the hardware to test out, and I think he said that they had 3 different versions with like there was a low end one, then a higher end one, and then an even higher end one, the top tier. And the only difference between that and the second level was the monitor. Like the hardware inside was similar, but the monitor was drastically better, viewing angles and color and contrast and all that stuff. And I bought a gaming laptop with great specs years ago, and it had a terrible monitor, and I will never do that again.
It says they start shipping out next month.
Oh, cool.
Wow.
So I did a YouTube video, if anyone's interested, not so much about the Steam Deck, but it's about the Steam Deck announcement, because in that Steam Deck video, there's a special feature that gets revealed, a new feature in the game, and it's the pause feature. Is that, being able to pause the game? Right now, if you want to pause the game, you have to just log out. Is that something you guys would have ever made use of or wish they had when you were playing single player?
Absolutely. Yeah, just certain game situations, like you said, you have to log out or whatever. Just being able to go to the bathroom quick and just hitting the pause button. Heck yeah, that'd be great for single player. It obviously wouldn't work in a multiplayer server like what we play, but yeah, single player situations, absolutely.
I think I would use it, but I don't know if I love it being added to the game. I think for something mobile, it kind of makes sense where, you're playing in a doctor's office and someone calls your name and you have to look up and you pause quickly. But for me, it kind of breaks the immersion and kind of enables players a way to like calm down in really panic-stricken situations. Like when the troll's chasing after you or the feelings, and you can just like pause and collect yourself and turn around and take them on.
Right.
Yeah, it provides like a little bit of an advantage and breaks the immersion a little bit. But other than that, I mean, I totally see why they're adding it for a mobile device.
Yeah, that's a good point. I thought the same as you in terms of for mobile. I think you just because how people would play it on mobile, it's likely that they'll play it when they're like commuting or something like that. And you want to be able to pause quickly if something happens, you need to like hop off the train or whatever. At home, do you need it when you can just simply log out? I don't know. I kind of like the excitement of just having to quickly run to the loo and come back, hope, and not knowing if your character is still alive. It just adds a bit more. And as you say, it's the kind of fully immersive experience. But if I know that I need to go and sort something out for more than a couple of minutes, I would just log out, I think. So yeah, I mean, makes sense for the Steam Deck to have that. I wonder if they will have that option across all devices. And I'm guessing it's also only for single player.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, whether that'll come to PC or not, I guess we'll see.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that pause feature is going to come to PC. I think everybody would be in an uproar if it was only for the Steam Deck. Let's see. Then we also, the YouTuber named Kaizen launched a YouTube channel and a Valheim server called Ravenheim. I am involved in that because it's a server where a bunch of content creators have been invited to come and play and build and adventure together. And I did upload my first video this week. They may have more time than me. I don't know. They seem to have gotten a couple of longer videos up. Running all these servers is really taking up a lot of my time. It's fun, but it takes up a lot of time. But I'm definitely going to try to get at least one video up a week, and maybe I'll just have to ride their coattails when they start getting all the good gear and everything. Jirok will come up and say, "Hey, I scavenged my food and I scavenged my gear as well."
Scavenged out of their donation chest.
Yeah, exactly.
Just beg your way around like I did on this server.
Yeah. What you guys upgrade to the next level gear? I'll take your scraps.
So is that a vanilla server, or how's that work?
It is. It's a vanilla server. There's no mods except for one, and that is a free fly camera mod that just allows us to, as content creators, do some better pictures for our thumbnails and take some, better video footage of the things that we're doing. So it helps with content creation. But other than that, yeah, it's all vanilla and no other mods.
Is there like a certain duration that is preset of like how long you're going to be all playing on this, or is it pretty much until you, I don't know, is there like a end objective or something?
No end objective that's been mentioned. I think that Kaizen mentioned that this kind of a thing usually takes 6 months to a year to like really get a lot of traction. He kind of related it to Hermitcraft, which is a popular series that does the same thing for Minecraft, where it's all content creators playing together. So yeah, I don't know. We'll see how it goes and how long people stay interested, and if it picks up traction. The feedback from the community has already been really good. I'm getting people from their subscribers, making comments on my YouTube and vice versa, right? Because maybe some people who were their audiences are coming to me, or vice versa. So it's kind of fun, and I'm hoping to get to play with them at some point. The schedules are hard to coordinate because we're from all around the world, and Kaizen is super busy too, because he runs servers and makes content, and he's in Australia. So his, like, I'm in bed, he's just getting up, and or he's finishing his work day, and it's a little hard to coordinate so far, but I'll run around and see what happens. Finally get to play the game a little bit rather than just doing admin stuff all the time. And we also interviewed Smithy recently. It was like a 2 or 3 hour interview, and he gave us some great stuff. We had him over. We learned a little bit about him and what he does for Valheim and Iron Gate. And we also had him kind of discuss a lot of the admin spawnable stuff, a lot of stuff that nobody knows exists in the game, or very few people anyways, and things that we've spawned in and we've played with as admins on our server, and always had questions like the history and whatnot. And he sort of went over some of that. So you'll see some of those videos coming out. I'll probably chop that 3 hour interview into a couple of bits, and check for those on my YouTube channel. But a couple of interesting things we did discuss were like some of the things that impacted the FPS when you're playing the game. Do you guys remember any of the things that he mentioned?
We're asking terrain manipulation. We were asking him if that caused instances and stuff like that.
I was just going to say, interestingly, he said that terrain manipulation contributes very little to FPS drops and lag within the game, which is good to know, because I think a lot of people had concerns over that. The other one he talked about was illuminating objects that emit light and kind of cast shadows, especially moving shadows on other objects like fires and torches and that type of thing.
He actually gave a few good tips. I think he said it was more like the light stuff was more related to your laptop or computer performance or specs. If you had a high-end one, you could you'd have less problems than someone who is playing with a lower-end computer. And he gave a few tips on I think something about the active lights. If you reduce that, that it might help with FPS that sort of stuff.
Yeah, and one of the things he mentioned was that there's a thing called a glowing mushroom, and it's a big mushroom. It's a permanent, it's indestructible, and it doesn't flicker or pulsate or anything, but it just glows a constant, cool kind of bluish white light. But he did say that it is also an FPS hog. So
because of how big it is and how much light it emits.
Yeah,
I remember
it casts a lot of
when
light.
when I accidentally spawned in 50 of them under the Asgard build bridge. It was scary. I think at that point it was pretty much like 2 frames per second until we removed them. But yeah, it was quite interesting. He spoke about these ones, and we were kind of wondering and asked him questions about things like the glowing mushroom, those kind of items, what they were intended for, and if they would come up in game and stuff. And he mentioned that a lot of these items, especially those that are indestructible, like the glowing mushroom, were initially intended to be just those kind of items in the background that you can't really interact with, but they're just there for lighting and stuff like that. So they initially apparently were playing around with the idea of having those mushrooms into some of the crypts and burial chambers and so on. We asked about like, why is it so huge compared to the other mushrooms? And he explained that actually it was just because they created the model that way, and then they just scale it for when they actually place them in the game. So it's a bit of it's like not really meant to be that big. They would scale it down to the same size as other mushrooms. But yeah, it was quite interesting to understand why some items are like the way they are and indestructible and so on.
Yeah, he did mention too that 2 of the best settings that you can turn down in the graphic settings were the active point lights and the active point light shadows, just because of that, all that interaction and calculation that goes on. So if you want to have the game look as good as possible and have most of the other things turned up high and turned on, that maybe start with turning those down. So if you need to, I think on my laptop, I just turn everything all the way off. So we have a question for our listeners we were talking to Smithy. Can you guess why the black metal is green? Do you guys remember what Smithy said? Anyone?
Yeah, so their original design was for black metal to come from fueling poops. They would poop out the black metal.
No, that was not it.
Wasn't it?
They were pooping the bones out.
They were pooping bones out, and then their blood, the black metal was covered in their blood, which was green.
No, so the reason why the black metal drop from killing fuelings is that they and the reason why it's green is because the black metal is made out of their blood.
Ah, okay, I missed that.
Yeah, the poop thing was something else.
It was the bones, yeah.
Yes. So they were explaining. So I don't know if people noticed that. I guess I didn't, but apparently around the fueling villages and camps, you can sometimes see like bone fragments on the floor, and apparently they tend to be in like hidden corners and like tucked away, and apparently it's because the fuelings poop those bones.
Well, that explains why they build out of it, because they have so much of it. So all of their structures and fencing and everything is made out of bones.
Yeah. So there you go. Fueling poops.
Well, yeah. And so we, with Smithy, we went through a lot of things that were admin spawnable and he pointed out one in particular item that I didn't know about that was in the game. And it's a secret chest. You guys remember that chest?
Yeah, we were searching and searching and searching for it, and what was the command? Just chest?
Yeah, it's
something
just
like that.
Spawn chest. You know, when normally I'm looking at spawning the wooden chest or the stone chest or, you know, the black metal chest or different chests, it's just spawn chest. And yeah, it looks like a pirate chest. Apparently it was just an asset that they purchased from the store.
The Unity game
The
store.
Unity gaming store, yeah. And unfortunately, so it does have storage. You can open it up. You can put stuff in it, but it's kind of very bouncy. It doesn't attach to the ground like the normal chests.
It's a bit like the containers, the boxes that you get in the
cart
when you destroy a cart. Yeah, exactly. So you can throw it around, and because of the shape of it, the physics of it is just like it's bouncing all over the place. It's fun though if you want to play chest ball.
Yes,
Chest
a new
ball.
ball for crate soccer or crate football.
It would look good as a storage container if you, as long as you didn't bump it, because it'll start bouncing all over the place.
And actually related to that, so Smithy comes from like a networking background, like networking as in he was a network engineer, I think, before joining Iron Gate. So he knows a lot about that. And like, that's some of the aspects that he helps Iron Gate with currently. And he explained something that was quite interesting, which is that, you know how sometimes when you move objects like that, like those kind of boxes and things, and you're with other players and you can see them kind of fly all over the place or lag around. Apparently that is because a lot of these objects are not network connected. So basically by the time it doesn't sync as often as other objects that are. So that's why you see people kind of flying and suddenly moving from one spot to another. So that was a case with this chest, because of course it wasn't really intended to be kept in game. So I'm guessing they didn't bother. But also some of the objects that are meant for moving, like, I don't know, things like loxers and carts, they don't have that problem because they are network connected.
Right. And in the video that I did with the armor stands that look like the posable male and female ones, when you change the position, the pose for the armor stand, nobody else can see it. And that's because they're not network synced. Yeah. They could just network sync them and then they could actually use them in game for that purpose. But since it's something they probably aren't going to use, they don't want to dedicate any more time to it, but they just leave it in the code for us to play with.
They could just I'm sure it's more complicated than just like pressing a magic button and then suddenly, woo, it's synced.
Yeah. Thorn, do you remember anything from the conversation with Smithy?
Yeah, another one that we had kind of related to the purchasing things from the Unity store, like the secret pirate chests. Some of the mob assets were actually purchased from that store and just kind of tweaked, which was kind of interesting to hear about. And so some of the mobs that kind of change appearance as they increase in stars will revert to the default appearance when you kill them, and they ragdoll because they only bought a certain number of like animations and that kind of thing, and they don't have ragdoll physics for every single one. So for example, like deer, the starred deer have antlers, but when you kill them, the antlers disappear. And so if you've ever wondered why, that is why.
Well, it makes sense because, having to redo the models for every mob to become a ragdoll is just more work. Just have it default to the original ragdoll.
Yeah.
It dies and explodes so quick you probably won't notice. I never noticed. What about you, Gwen? You remember anything from our conversation with Smithy?
Yeah, so we were asking about the all the animal statues. Obviously, we know that there is one in-game currently, which is the deer statue, which is the one that you can see on the 8th altar, the first boss. But if you play around with the admin spawnable stuff, you'll see that you've got also a hare and a corgi, like a little dog and a little rabbit that you can spawn in. And those are not really in-game anywhere. And so we asked about that, and we were curious to see like why a corgi, like was it one of the developers that had a corgi? And so we had a bit of a backstory on that, where apparently that corgi statue was made by Devoid, who's the founder of Iron Gate and of the one who is the brain behind Valheim as a game. Apparently one of the former community managers at the very beginning, like many years before the early access, had a corgi, and that's how the idea came about. And they were just like playing around with different ideas and they left it in the game. They also showed us an image of what the original Elder, was it Elder?
Yes.
Yeah, the original Elder altar, the one that has all those like seed statues at the top. Where the 4 seed statues are at the top of the pillars in each corner of the square, it apparently was supposed to have those animal statues. So the deer, the hare, the corgi, and then I'm guessing the 4th one was the seed. I can't remember the picture, but I think that's where they had those animals. And it was just one of the first iterations of that design for the Elder altar.
Yeah, my favorite part of that interview was him showing the original portals. They weren't craftable, that you couldn't just go into your build menu and craft it. You had to actually take the Grey Dwarf eyes and throw them in a fire, and then a stone portal would appear. That was just blew me away, and I kind of wish that we could use that stone portal in the game today, like if you have one central portal for something. I absolutely love the look of it, and the idea too that it wasn't easily craftable, that you had to do something to get it. But yeah, that was my favorite part of the whole Smitha interview, was seeing those original portals. Very, very cool.
You can still spawn them, but unfortunately you can't use them. They're not functional.
Well, and he also mentioned, I forgot if you mentioned it, but those stone circles that you see in the game, you could only create the portal there with the Grey Dwarf Eye throwing it into a fire, but only within those stone circles. And I actually love that idea because then that would make portals a little more rare and a little more the awe of the magical portal is kind of taken away just by, walking into somebody's house and there's just portals all over the place. It kind of removes the mystique a little bit, but having to venture out and find a portal location and knowing that would be the only place you could create a portal, that would be great. But he said that because of the way that the game spawned those stone circles, they felt it didn't spawn them enough. And so instead of, going into the code and having them spawn more frequently, they just decided to revert to the system we have now, which I'm a little sad about because I loved that idea that he shared with us.
Can you imagine being the first person to discover that Easter egg that you just randomly throw a Grey Dwarf Eye in a fire pit inside of one of those circles? That would have blown everyone's minds, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now we think about it, it's like, what a Grey Dwarf Eye? Like, it doesn't make much sense unless they had put like hints around those stone circles. I mean, those stone circles, to be honest, still to this day, I think every now and then I go and try to dig around to see if there's treasure, because I'm like, there is a stone formation, it must mean something. But now I know what they were there for, and yeah, it would have been an interesting one for sure. I think what I like about the idea is that because you're limiting the places where you can have portals, it's still even though you can use portals, it still encourages you to walk and sail and find other means of transportation, where now with portals you could just get away with just portaling through from every part of the map, and you don't really have much more purpose to sailing other than transporting ore or dragon eggs.
Yeah, and I missed the idea that people would use the wagons more and build roads and at crossroads build signs. Because when you're wandering around the world and you see that, it just feels so much more lived in. And plus it's fun, you run into a road, you want to see where it goes and you follow it and it goes somewhere interesting, or it ends up in, at somebody's build, which is fun. So our no map server should definitely promote that because they don't have the map to use. So I'm guessing we're going to see roads and signs all over the place. But thinking about this idea of only the stone circles having portals, I would love to create a server that basically prevented portals completely, and then we would maybe as admins just put portals down in stone circles. And so that people could still have portals, could still use them, but they had to find these locations, maybe report them to an admin would teleport to them and add a portal or something to kind of revive that old thing that they have. Because I love that idea of limiting portals some way, but still having them because they're very useful, but just limiting them in that way.
Hey, maybe for future seasons.
Yeah, JSP Season 2, hint, hint.
Yeah, it's a great one.
Probably have a mod that enables that too, where you can only build within those circles or something.
Well, I'm pretty sure there's one that at least limits them, but yeah, I would like to see what other types of restrictions we can place on portals with the mods. A couple other things that Smithy was talking about, that they only really have 2 programmers on the team. And it's just interesting that they've done such an amazing job with this game with only 2 programmers. And it's no wonder that, there's so many amazing mods in the community, because there's hundreds, if not thousands of, programmers who are making mods for the game. And the small team at Iron Gate, there's just no way they could provide all that mod content because they're just 2 people. I'm so happy for the mod community.
Definitely. It's pretty great to have, just to be able to extend the game. I have one more on the stone portal thing. There, if you're not aware, there's also a stone word, which is kind of neat. And it looks like a little squatty stone pillar. And just thinking about it gave me the idea that it's really hard to make round pillars with stone. It's easier to do with wood. I wonder if you could use those and stack them.
If they're round, then it would be interesting. And I actually noticed in the mountain caves sneak peek picture we got, you do see pillars that we don't see anywhere else in game. So maybe they recycled that idea and kind of transformed it to include it in as part of the mountain caves.
Yeah, I would love more round objects.
Hey everyone, this episode is sponsored by G-Portal. They host all of my servers, and I have to say they are pretty awesome. If you're looking to rent your own gaming server, you can save 5% if you use my link in the description. And if you're interested in some really cool Viking jewelry, things like necklaces, rings, bracelets, and even some Viking clothing, check out vkngjewelry.com and use code JIROC for 10% off. Link in the description. A lot of you out there have probably heard about it, but there's actually a little spaceship in the game that the admins can spawn in. It's called the Toroko Flyer, and it's just like a little Easter egg left in the game by Richard Svensson, aka Devoid, from one of the original games he was planning to make, which was a little space game. And apparently, Smith A said that Richard took most of the mechanics of that game and just ported them over to the Viking era for Valheim, and left that little spaceship in game, it's kind of cute, but it's also very bouncy, like the box and the secret chest and a few other things. So you can kind of bounce it around in a funny way.
Not functional, unfortunately. When I first saw it, I was like, "Oh my god, can we fly this thing around?"
I'm waiting for somebody to make a mod to make that thing flyable.
Yeah. Well, there's an airships mod. I don't know if you've seen that. You can get giant zeppelins and everything. Maybe that's part of it. Haven't looked yet.
Wow.
Yeah.
Crazy.
The mod to so that you can build your own ship and actually sail it on the sea. And then, I'm sure there's one for the airships too. But moving on, Rudy's going to start us off with our next segment. Rudy?
Absolutely. One of our favorite times of the week, our favorite things in Valheim. Last week, we talked about our favorite foods. This week, we're going to talk about our favorite weapons. What are our go-to weapons in the game of Valheim? Actually, I'm excited to hear your answer, Jirok, on this one.
Oh, well, anybody who's watched me using a weapon in game probably knows that I like to give everybody the business with the thing that makes the biggest, loudest noise and boom and crash. And that's the sledgehammer. Every time I swing it, even if I don't say it out loud in my head, I'm thinking, I'm about to give you the business. And I love both the sledgehammer and the stagbreaker, but the stagbreaker probably holds even a stronger place in my heart because it's one of the earliest, cool weapons that you can get. And I'm a little sad that the stats on it are so low that as you start to progress, it doesn't make sense when you get into higher level areas. However, on my server, we're going to start introducing the idea that you can take lower level weapons and and armor and beef them up to the equivalent stats of top tier stuff, so that not everybody has to use the same weapon or look the same. So maybe I'll eventually get myself a high level stagbreaker.
And when you're running around, do you carry the weapons or do you put them away? I'm just curious, because isn't there like a 10% movement speed decrease on that sledge?
Yeah. I tend to usually just carry it around if I expect to use it relatively soon. I know that you can hit R and quickly put it on your back and quickly pull it out, but I usually forget and I just stow it normally.
And Gwen, what's your favorite weapon?
I think I'm gonna have to say one of the axes, and I think my favorite axe is probably gonna be the crystal battle axe. It's not the one I use the most. I think I use the black metal one more in like normal combat because I like to have like the shield up as well as the axe. But the crystal battle axe looks really cool. I like how you craft it as well, having to go and find the crystals, which is when they came out with Hearth and Home and added that to the game, it was quite exciting to go on that adventure, see what you could craft with the crystals, and it just looks so nice. And I love the glow. It's got the color. It's quite unique, and yeah, it's pretty satisfying if you're getting like a skeleton surprise or getting swarmed by mobs like Surtlings or the Greylings and Grey Dwarfs, and you just do one big swing and kill them all in one go. It's it's really satisfying. And the special on it is pretty cool too. I forgot about that. The special on it is actually quite compared to the big swings. It doesn't take as much stamina, so you can actually use that as well for like little stabby stabs and pokes. And it's a pretty good weapon.
I've never really used a two-handed axe until recently, which we'll chat about later. Can you chop trees down with the crystal battle axe?
Yeah, you can, but I don't think it's as efficient as like the smaller one-handed ones, just because of the stamina that it takes. And I think even the special takes less stamina, but it seems like it does less damage to overall compared to just the normal swing of the black metal axe. I had actually tried once just to compare, and I just went back to using the normal the black metal axe.
Okay, interesting. Mine, I do love the porcupine. I like those high-end weapons, the porcupine and Frostner and all that. But yeah, I'm usually always rocking the porcupine. On the Viking Playground server, I'm a little bougie. I do like the silver arrows. Being able to two-shot growths in a tar pit is just so heavenly. That is my bougiest part of the game, is I have to have silver arrows. But Thorin, your answer is going to be an exciting one, and talk about the skin that you can do with your build hammer as well.
Yeah, sure. So I'm a big sucker for cheesy particle effects, and if we're talking anything in the game, then I would say the Durnwin, as I'm sure a lot of people would, the sword iron fire if you're using spawn commands, but it is only available with spawn commands. But normally when we're playing unmodded, I use Frostner. I love the mace stats, or the damage type. I find it's just best kind of all around weapon, and then the frost is really nice against late game stuff. So I'm a big builder. I kind of like I like how the Frostner hammer kind of fits with that aesthetic. And my name is Thorin. It kind of looks like Mjolnir, so it kind of goes well thematically too. But yeah, what Rudy was saying about my build hammer is I actually use a mod for some transmog stuff, which I have a YouTube video out about. But I've actually got it set up so that when I have my build hammer out, it actually looks like Frostner as well. So I get to build things with my Frostner, which is kind of neat.
That's pretty cool. I've seen him do some work on the admin channel there, and I'm like, what on earth are you? What's going on here? He's running around with a Frostner building things, and then he told me that there's this cool mod that you could do that with. So pretty neat, and it absolutely suits you perfectly.
Yeah, so next up, we wanted to talk about some of the things that we like to see change in the game. I like this segment because, nothing's perfect, not people, not games, even though the game is very, very good. And all of you admins on my server are very, very close to being perfect in my eyes. But so some things we'd like to see changed. For me, the terrain manipulation in the game it's an interesting mechanic. Most games I've played that have terrain manipulation, you can sort of dig through it, create tunnels and caves and stuff. And this was a really kind of exciting, interesting new way to do it, where instead of digging caves, the ground kind of drops. It's a different gameplay mechanics and different building mechanics than I'm used to in other games. And I know some people lament that because they wish that they could dig caves, but I just see it as a new challenge for how you go about building things. You build a cave with, maybe you find some rocks and kind of use those as the ceiling or whatever. But the one problem with the terrain manipulation is that it just completely messes with the AI in the game. So the thing I would want to change is I wish they would just go in and make the AI be able to climb up anything. Anything that a player can go up, the AI should go up, because otherwise it's too easy to do base defense. So as an admin, and I would spawn in mobs to go around and, try to chase the players, especially like we have like a new siege series event that we do where people build a base and I send mobs to try to break into their base. Well, the mobs just get hung up on the simplest things. A little tiny ledge between a building piece they'll get stuck on. They'll get stuck on the terrain if it slopes a little too high or something. And so I kind of have to push the mobs forward or spawn them inside or closer to the base, which is kind of cheesy because, the whole idea for the siege event is they are supposed to siege it, not just appear inside of it. And player bases, like I want to defend my base, right? Like that's the excitement when, a raid happens and you get all excited and you get up on the wall and you start defending it, or you run out to defend it. But right now you can just do a couple of things with the terrain and or building pieces and cheese the AI. So if I could change anything, push the magic button, it would be to let mobs climb up over anything like a spider.
So I have an extension to that request. It's a very good one. But
yeah.
As far as I know, the only mob in the game that can jump is the Fenring. Every mob should be able to jump, but they should have different jump distances, and that jump distance should be accounted for in the path tracing calculations for the AI.
Well, and you remember we ran that event with Fenrings on the mountain, and the Fenrings would jump down the mountain.
Yeah.
But they couldn't get back up it. We had to harpoon them and pull them up to get them back to the players. It's like, come on, it's just a mountain. It's your mountain. You're a Fenring. You can jump. Get up the mountain.
And then some were forgot about, and then we go back there in the swamps, and there's Fenrings all over the swamps. That was a little scary.
But I did notice that with the Fenring AI is that sometimes it just like completely bugs out and just stands there. You can tell it's aggroed on something, but it's not moving, as if it's not the AI is not finding the path for it to get to you. So yeah, definitely a bit of AI optimizations that need to happen for even the Fenrir, which is, as you said, the only one that can actually jump.
What about you, Thorin? What would you change?
I'm going to continue my trend of chatting about building stuff. So yeah, I really love the flexibility and customization and the options available to us in Valheim building, but I would love to be able to unlock things just a little bit further, add like a bit of a power feature, and enable things to rotate vertically or on all three axes. I know there's mods to do this. The big one is called Gizmo, but I personally feel like it doesn't add a lot of complexity. And if you hide it behind like a key modifier or something, early players wouldn't even really discover it. And it's just kind of a power user for more advanced builders, like really unlock the creativity in the game. Yeah, I think I've heard conversations with the Iron Gate devs where they say that they don't ever plan to do that because of added complexity, but I would love to see it regardless without mods.
Yeah, for sure. What about you, Gwen? Magic button to change something.
Well, to be honest, this week I struggled a bit to find something that is like actually meaningful. So it's very nitpicky, the one that I picked, but it's the one that I just thought of this week, which is that I noticed, and I think it came with the Hearth and Home update. Maybe it came later, but I don't remember when I started the game, the fish. I think they were just all fish, but they didn't have like specific species of fish or anything. But now actually, depending on which biome or which environment, if you're in near a river or a sea, you can have different species. There's tunas, there's pikes, and I'm sure there's more to be uncovered, but which is really cool. I like that detail. I like that it's like actually a different skin to the fish, and like they look different, a bit like the birds look different. But it's a bit of a shame that when you actually capture the fish, they all end up looking the same. They all end up chopped up as well, so you can't even place a full fish on an item stand as a decoration. They're already like pre-chopped.
I wish we could decorate with them. That would be so cool. So many other games did that. I love putting fish up all over the wall for some reason.
Yeah, exactly.
The singing bass fish on your wall.
Exactly. Exactly. You need that in a tavern for the tavern to be complete. So it's a bit of a shame that you can't really do fun stuff like that. Same with the feathers, actually, with the birds. There's you can see, depending on the different biomes, it's like different types of birds. But when you kill them for the feathers just all look brown. All the same. So yeah, it's little details like that. I mean, like, again, I'm being really nitpicky and asking for like a really tiny detail, and but what I'm excited about though is if they are starting to introduce those things, if they, with the evolution of the game, they might actually introduce different recipes for the different type of fish. Maybe you have to fish a certain type of fish to do a certain soup or, I don't know, food recipe, and that would be quite cool.
Nobody wants mystery fish meat.
No, exactly. Pre-chopped.
What about you, Rudy? Magic button to change something, what would it be?
Well, if I had the magic button, I'm big into the role playing, as we all know. I'd love to see just non-armor clothing items added to the game. We have the linen cape and the few different colors you can make with it, but for players like on our big server who don't always battle and are warriors and tavern keepers, to just have normal regular clothing that doesn't have armor boosts or anything, I think would be really cool. It would really add to the role-playing aspect of things. But one of my favorite things here that I want to talk about is, since the launch of the survival playground that you started on Friday, it really brought me back to the roots of this game, which is a survival game. I think you took for granted, when you're done, when you're high level armor and all that you can go and one shot a Draugr. It gets pretty easy and redundant at a point, right? Starting on Friday, when you launched this survival server, it really, like I said, brought me back to the roots where when you first start, a boar can kill you. And when you see gray dwarfs, you got to run away. It was really cool to just get that mindset again, that it's survival and not just, one-shotting everything. So I really appreciated that. It really brought more love of the game, that it wasn't necessarily stale or anything, that you're running all these events and stuff that keeps it fresh, which is great. But just getting back into that mindset that it's survival. You're not going to get iron in the first day. You have to work towards it. And I'm just super excited for that. We've had a lot of fun on there so far. I think in the first weekend that was launched, I maybe had 8 hours sleep, if that, because just so excited, just thinking of the next step all the time. And we have quite a big clan on there, and I'm always thinking, how can I make life better for my clan mates and all that. It was very cool to just come back to stage 1 with that server launch there and start fresh. And yeah, it's a good old time. So I want to talk about that for a bit, because I really appreciated that. I know a ton of other players did too, and it is so much fun. Thank you so much for that idea and for launching that. It is so great.
Yeah, so that was actually dipping into the next subject that we're going to talk about, and it's the launch of Jirok Survival Playground Season 1, which we launched last Friday. And I have been monitoring Discord a little bit and how many people have been on, and I've seen people logged on for 8, 10, 12 or more hours at a time, which is, it's great to see kind of rekindling that love of the game again, getting to start fresh and survive, but not just, going out and venturing to a mostly empty world, which is kind of what Valheim is, mostly empty. A few dungeons here and there for the Forsaken boss summoning spots. But other than that, it's mostly empty. But myself and Thorin and a couple other admins went out and built all these cool locations for people to come across, and I think everybody's loving that. So, Rudy, just to expand on that, what is the temperature of the community? Like, what are they saying about this adventure map, and do they want more of it?
Absolutely. There's a lot of excitement. Obviously the artifacts, being able to find stuff that's not normally in game is a huge draw to that server. I will say the first weekend, the first 3 days was pretty darn stressful, right? Not being able to beat a gray dwarf right away, having to work on your skills and all that. But yeah, the temperature has been everyone's been liking it. There was a bit of not miscommunication, but just the difference between the no map users and the map users. Hence why we decided here to start the actual no map server on when this is released on Friday here. But it's been pretty cool. And to see, like the community we have in the Viking playground is massive, and it's really cool to see. But to see that move over to a fresh world with nothing going on is just really, really cool to see the community work together. Everyone's fighting for Surtling cores, for instance, right? You don't usually see that in a big community server right away. It's usually Surtling core spawners and farms right away. So yeah, I think everyone's been having a great time. We've had one player on our clan who actually played for 17 straight hours. Woke up, had breakfast,
Wow.
Did not eat at all for the rest of the day. 17 straight hours.
Yeah.
So that's proof right there, right? Proof is in the pudding that people don't want to log off. They're having such a good time. And it just brings back the love of exploring again, right? Looking for new locations. I found one location that I don't know who made it. It might have been Thorin. I was one of the Scorpion Kings. And beautiful, beautiful location. And it wasn't easy to find the artifact. We had to look around and try and figure things out to get it, right? It wasn't just sitting there in the open, which was nice that you can't just...
Oh yeah, I was just going to say, don't reveal that, because we're going to replay that. I want to see if other people can find the artifact. That was one of the more interesting hidden spots for the artifact.
Yeah, and it was just the excitement around our clan and our community. Like, oh, we found something, guys! Everyone come over, and it was pretty cool. So I really appreciate it, and it's definitely brought the love of the survival aspect of the game back in. Everyone who's not on the survival playground, you're really missing out. You have no idea what you're missing out on. If you didn't get on for season 1, make sure you're ready for season 2, because season 1, Jirok and the admins here, they had 3 weeks or so, a month to build it.
Yeah, about 3 weeks.
They're already building season 2. So it's just going to be that much more intense. So like I said, if you're not on season 1, make sure you're signed up on the Patreon or YouTube and ready to go for season 2.
Yeah, and season 1 is launching again as a no map server this Friday, so you can get in the first week if you're interested. Thorin, what as an admin, building the locations and seeing what people's experience, it's hard to keep up because there's so much chatter about it and Discord. What are your first impressions so far?
Yeah, my first impression was just kind of awestruck at how persistent everybody's being. Like, everybody's so stoked about all of these points of interest and artifacts and everything, and it's crazy to see how quickly everybody's grouping together and ripping through all of them, and it's definitely going quicker than I expected, which is a good thing. It's awesome to see everybody so excited, but definitely means we need to prep some additional locations for the next season, I think, that's for sure. But yeah, it was a lot of fun building things out. We've gotten a good idea of what works and what doesn't, and what potentially causes lag issues and what doesn't, and so that'll be education that we can carry through to future seasons and future events that we run on other servers and that type of thing. One thing that we did that I really enjoyed this time around was building out some of the undeveloped biomes. So we held, an event yesterday where we made it an event. Somebody discovered the area and then we turned it into an event. But we had kind of built out the undiscovered biome to turn it into a completely developed area with enemies and more environment. So it's not just completely dead and ice and desolate. Is that the word I'm looking for? Yes. But yeah, we did that with the Ashlands in the deep north. I feel like we could do it with the Mistlands potentially in the future too. So there's lots of opportunity for that kind of thing to not only add interesting elements to existing biomes, but to create completely new experiences for some folks, and even do some art with our spawning objects, like Rudy talking about the scorpion that I made out of stones. That was fun to put together. It's a mixture of stones and Yagluth fingers. You can kind of imagine how that looks. But so there's lots of fun things we learned the first time around, and we're excited to make it even better for season 2.
So the adventure map was always, in my mind, it's something I've wanted to do for a long time, because it's something I wish that the game actually was. I actually wish the game was more like our adventure map, with all these interesting locations all over the world. Instead, it's kind of the same. You've seen one plains, you've seen them all. You've seen one black forest, you've seen them all. And having these unique locations, like if they just had a library of 200 random locations, like bigger locations that spawn throughout the world, it would be awesome. But that's what we're doing, and I think people are really liking it. Gwen, what is some of your feedback or things you've noticed about the new server and the upcoming no map version?
Yeah, so one of the I guess we didn't really get into the reason why and how it came about with the no map server. We noticed that, as you said, there was such a big gap between the players who were playing just normally with the map and the ones who wanted to challenge themselves with added difficulty of not having any maps or radars. And the problem was that because you had people progressing much faster, I think it just created not necessarily frustration. Well, maybe it is frustration. But yeah, I guess people just felt like they were so far behind and they just couldn't catch up if they were playing no map. So after actually just a day or two, a lot of people who intended to do a no map just ended up using map anyway. And having listened to the feedback from the community and from the players, we decided that, actually might be a better idea to separate all the different game styles. So if people enjoy playing at a certain pace, or using things like or not using things like maps, it might make sense to actually have different servers so that the people who have similar game styles can play together on one server, instead of having one big mashup of all the game styles and having people that are left a bit frustrated. So that's the main reason why we are opening a no map only server, which will be enforced by a mod. So no cheating there. Mm-hmm. Everyone will have to just play without a map and find their way. And the community response was great. Like, people are super excited to start on that server and start fresh with everyone being on the same page, on the same level. And that's definitely an idea that we're taking into the new seasons, the next seasons, of just having maybe multiple servers with and grouping people with similar game styles. So obviously some people are super hardcore and like want to play for 17 hours straight.
Yeah, they do.
Some others have like other commitments or can't dedicate as much time to the game as they would like to. And so, you know, there's a couple of ideas out there where we can maybe, again, like have different servers that appeal to certain game styles. And the main thing is just to build a community, a close-knit group and community of people who enjoy playing together and who are kind of on the same wavelength. So that's what we've got in mind for the future seasons.
So Gwen, some of the players have been saying a lot of fun things about the new survival server season 1. I believe you've even got a few quotes from some of the players. You want to share those with us?
Yeah, I tried to compile a few of the things that people have said and commented on Discord. We have one of our players, Baste, has said that he's having a lot of fun. It was rough launching at the beginning, but everything went smooth after that. Having a group is the best to play in the server, especially when everyone is helping each other. Playing with the Mountain Wolves, which is one of the clans on our server, is so good and fun. He also commented that the handmade locations are awesome, and each time they find one, they're like, this is our new base, because of course now they're allowed to build on those locations once they've cleared them out. So yeah, I think they keep changing their minds every time they find a location. They're like, okay, maybe we should build the castle on this really cool points of interest, maybe not. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what everyone comes up with in terms of builds on the server, because of course the server will be up for 2-3 months. That's enough time to build some very, very cool bases. So that will be interesting. Someone else, a newer player, Baz, has said that, just talking about one of the adventures, again with the Mountain Wolves, it was like 10 of them fighting many 1 or 2 star berserkers, waves and waves of fuelings and fueling shamans. He said that it was a lot of fun personally for him. It's about the location to explore and to make a sound plan on how to conquer a boss. Whilst for others, it may be the artifact rewards that you find after fighting the bosses at the location. So everyone has their own style. And that is very true. We've noticed that people enjoy different aspects of it. Some people just love being able to sail past some of those locations and admire the builds. Some others are all about the military plan to conquer the locations, take down the bosses. And yeah, it's cool in that way. And then finally, we've got Wild Cherry, who said that she's having so much fun playing on the survival server. So yeah, it's great to see everyone's comments. Obviously, there's a lot of feedback and things that we've learned from this first season, and that we're already kind of changing a bit, like the no map only server. And I think all that great feedback that we're getting from the community will just help us make the future seasons even better.
Yeah, it's exciting to see the community responding so positively, and we're getting a lot of great feedback of the things that they love, and a few things that they would even like to see us maybe try to implement for a future seasons. So we're definitely considering ways to do all of it and making it even bigger and better. Yeah, and I mentioned earlier that we do run a lot of events on our servers on both the Viking Playground and the Resource server. A few less this last week just because of the survival server launch, and we were so busy with that. But I still myself and Thorn managed to do a few events still. And Thorn, you want to tell us about some of those events?
Sure, yeah. So I mentioned briefly before, we've developed this Ashlands area into essentially like a burning forest where this group called the Infernal Order has come in and occupied the Black Forest and has kind of turned it all to ash and has spawned a lot of their own creations from hell and have claimed some of the trees for their minions. That's kind of the lore of the area. And it was really neat to be able to develop that biome and kind of add special bosses and lore and even a fancy artifact or two. So if you're interested in that, definitely check out either the survival servers. And just this past week for our kind of weekly resource server reset, we had a Hellfire Crypt event where Fenrir took over a crypt in the swamps and was summoning a whole bunch of minions. And he had some help from a new role-playing admin character that I will let Rudy introduce. And he may be taking over some of the event running in the near future.
Yeah, absolutely. Going off all the lore and stuff like that, your admin character is Fenrir, the son of Loki. One of my favorite parts of the game is the serpent stuff and the boating and all that. So after doing some research, I learned about Jormungandr, who is also a son of Loki. So that was the admin character that I made, and I'll be working on a few things around some of the servers and all that. If you get a few scary serpents on your boat trip, it may or may not have been me.
Yeah, and I also ran a siege on one of our players named Kondo. He created a stronghold. It was called Uppsala Stronghold. And to go back to the thing I would change in the game, it has to do with the AI. The hardest part about sieging their stronghold, because they kind of built it up on a hill, was that the mobs had a really hard time getting up the hill. And so I had to try to find ways to get them up there so they could actually siege the stronghold. And really, I think they got past the first gate, but that's because I was kind of spawning the mobs right on the gate. And they really couldn't get much further because the AI just had such a hard time. But still a fun event. And as admin, I'm learning, how to do those siege events with the limitations of the game. And I think they'll just get better as we go. But yeah, could always have AI where all the mobs can move like spiders and climb over everything, even walls. That would be great. And then we would close out with some interesting facts about us for those of you who stuck around until the end. And this week we're talking about cool things we've got planned this year. Tolkas?
Yes, my cool thing I'm going to do this year is...
I need to put the meme picture up, right?
Yeah, do it.
I'm going to give people some business.
Battle calls, Tolkas.
I'm so glad that gained traction. That was fun.
Rudy, you want to tell us about anything cool you've got planned for this year?
Yeah, absolutely. My son is autistic, and so every few months or so, he has a new obsession with things. Lately, he's been about being on a big boat. We've been on little fishing boats and stuff like that, but never a big actual boat. Of course, with COVID, it's a little tough to find cruises or anything. A little sketchy doing that, but so we're planning a family trip to Vancouver Island here in Canada. Absolutely beautiful. It's about a 12 to 13 hour drive, and then we get on a giant ferry where I believe they can load up something like 200-300 vehicles, and it's just a beautiful hour and a half boat trip to Vancouver Island. And I got some friends and family there too, so just looking at getting out for a bit and smelling that fresh ocean air. That's something you guys on the coast might take a little for granted, but me on the prairies, stuck in the middle of nowhere, when I get to smell that fresh ocean air, it's so freeing. So I'm really excited to get to the ocean and get on a big boat and have some family vacation time.
Oh, that sounds awesome. So Gwen, what about you? Anything cool planned for this year?
Yeah, quite a few actually Viking related things. I've gone a little bit, maybe a bit overboard. I decided to try to do all the Viking things. And so I'm lucky that in the UK, there's obviously like a lot of people that have interest in history just because of the location in Europe. We are fortunate to have so many great pieces of history everywhere we go, like castles and lots of buildings and things like that. And there's also a lot of places that would organize either festivals or like living history displays of various eras. And so I decided to try to go to as many of those as possible, including things that are not so much historical related, more like Viking in the broader sense and like Viking culture related. There was this festival that started last year, I think, a really small kind of community thing that just so happened to be in my area that is organized by actually, I think it's a couple that own like a shop where they sell a lot of Viking jewelry and Viking related things. And so they started this little festival last year. And it's right around my birthday weekend. So last year I managed to, again, drag all my friends to come to that. And it was great fun. So we got tickets. A few of us got tickets to go again this year. Again, that one is more like Viking culture. So it's a bit of everything. Not necessarily super historically accurate, meaning there's lots of dudes that are walking around bare-chested with leather pants for some reason. But I think it's more like, you know, a lot of people who like the show Vikings.
Yeah.
But yeah, they actually booked some really cool local acts. I think they even flew an act from Scandinavia, from Norway, I think, with a lot of like Norse related music and things like that. Last year they did also axe throwing and lots of cool stuff. So I'm looking forward to that this summer. But before then, I've also got tickets to go to the Jorvik Festival, which is quite well known. It's from in the city of York, which was actually the Viking capital when the Vikings invaded England. And they have like a great museum there, which is the Jorvik Center. And it has all year round lots of displays and things around the history of Vikings and how they invaded half of England and all of that fun stuff and the influence they left on the culture, the language and so on. Usually once a year they organize this big festival where they have like big reenactment battles and history displays and things, and it looks really cool. So got tickets for that. It got pushed out. It was supposed to happen in February, but got pushed out because of COVID to May. So I'm really crossing my fingers and hoping it will go ahead. And not next month, in March, I've also booked to do some workshops and like more crafting things, and going to learn how to use natural dyes and dye like yarn and fabrics. So the same kind of things that people in medieval times would use, using plants and stuff like that. And then the next day, I'm doing a Eat Like a Viking workshop where we'll actually cook Viking food. And it's really exciting. I am really looking forward to it. It's actually taking place in a center. It's called the Ancient Technology Center down in Dorset. Some of our listeners who are from the area might know it. They have reconstructed an actual Viking longhouse as well. So the food workshop, cooking workshop will take place there. So I'll be like really living the life of a Viking, which I'm really excited about. So yeah, I can't wait to tell you all about it. Tell you about my experiences of trying to be a Viking in real life, at least for a day.
That sounds like fun.
I gotta ask, are you gonna be like cosplaying or like LARPing there at all? Are you gonna look the part as well?
So I'll refer to what I said last week, which any opportunity to dress up, I will not pass. So yes. So most people won't. I think maybe the festivals, like the summer ones, people might like try to dress up a bit. So I really wanted to kind of finish my the dresses that I had started for like a Viking tunic and apron dress. I made one in a rush for last year's festival, and it was okay. It survived a day of wear, but there's a lot of alterations I need to do and just to improve it. The problem is I just keep procrastinating so much that I need a hard deadline to finish these things. So I'm going to use that as a deadline, and I'm going to try to have a full outfit, maybe two, ready for all these things that I want to do. Maybe not for March, but at least for the big festival in May.
Is it possible that maybe we'd see some pictures or videos of Gwen in her Viking outfit, maybe if we hit 10K subscribers? Yeah,
I'm happy to do that. I was thinking maybe I can also, as like special content, maybe for the patrons, I could record a few bits of the workshops if anyone is interested in the crafting and the food and things. I could take loads of pictures and try to record some footage there. So yeah, let us know. Contact us, join our Discord, chat with us. Let me know if you're interested in that, in which case I will try to prepare some things and make sure I document my my journey as Gwen the Shield Maiden.
Oh, that would make great premium content for the patrons if you could do that. And obviously, if you send me that stuff, I can edit it together for you to something.
Sounds like a plan.
Awesome.
How about you, Jirok? What's your... Oh, sorry.
I was asking the same thing. What are you up to this year?
Yeah, so for me, I hit a special birthday this year. I turned 21.
Yay, congratulations. You're an adult now.
I can finally enjoy Viking mead or something. No, actually, I turned 50 this year in December. Of course, I feel like I'm still in my 20s or 30s. And because I do enjoy a lot of physical activity and go to the gym 4 or 5 days a week and all that stuff. Of course, I had a few weeks off because of COVID. But I'm trying to keep my fitness up because I want to go to Machu Picchu this year in Peru and not just take the bus up like everybody else does and walk the few steps up to the top. I actually want to do the 3 or 4 day hike through the old trail where you get to see all the old ruins and, you have a guide and they tell you all the history and then you camp out and, it's 6 or 7 or 8 miles of hiking every day. So, over some pretty, tough terrain, and it's really high elevation. It's something like 10 to 13,000 feet. And that's what most people have a hard time with is the atmosphere being so thin that it's a little harder to get your breath back after you've been, exerting yourself. I queried a company last year that I saw a YouTube video of a group that went and they talked up really highly this one group that took them to up to Machu Picchu and on the hike. And I reached out to them and they didn't get back to me. So I'll reach out again, but I think I'm going to query 3 or 4 more companies and see if anybody gets back to me. I'm sure that with COVID, there's a lot of restrictions and I know that they closed down doing tours for a while and then they opened back up. So hopefully, fingers crossed, I'll be able to do it. And if not, I'll just keep trying to do it every year after that. But it's been on my bucket list for a long time.
That's going to be you should do a podcast there. Podheim live from Machu Picchu.
The Vikings conquer Latin America.
By then too, I should have my beard out, so growing really long, so I can actually look the part of the Viking. And I've done it.
It does sound amazing, though. It's definitely on my bucket list of places to go visit one day too. And that 3-4 day trail sounds really great. Are you going to train for it? Are you going to go out in the mountains, your local mountains, and try to get ready physically for it?
I'm close to sea level here, living just outside of San Francisco. We do have the biggest mountain in the area here is called Mount Diablo, and I think it's something like 4,000 feet. So I mountain bike ride it a lot. I haven't hiked it too much, but I'm planning on trying to do more of that. I was actually going to start in like the beginning of the year is like my goal. It's like 2022, start the hardcore training for hiking, but then I got COVID and it knocked me out for 3 weeks, but I'm just getting back to it now. Thorn, what have you got planned this year?
Yeah, so I'm actually doing some car and truck shopping right now. So out test driving those this week and hoping to buy my first truck in the next month or two. And I plan to do a big kind of camping road trip, either across some of Canada, depending on what the COVID situation is, or down the West Coast towards California. So should be a fun time.
Sounds like we all have some good trips ahead of us here. It's going to be a good summer, good 2022.
Yeah, a lot of outdoor stuff, it seems. That's the common thing we all have, where all the cool stuff we're planning are mostly outdoors, which is cool.
Yeah. Every summer, I'm super busy. We go to the rivers here. We raft, we tube, camp. We try to do that 6, 7, 8 times a year every summer. So, yeah, hopefully we'll be able to do that this year, too, if COVID doesn't close everything down.
And now that the Steam Deck is out and Wi-Fi is so readily available, no excuses to not be playing Valheim on our vacations.
Oh my God, can you imagine if I played Valheim while doing my Viking festival stuff? That would be total Vikingception.
And if you get a Steam Deck, you can play Valheim while you're driving.
No, don't say that.
Well, the car's on autopilot, right?
Yeah, exactly. You need to get one of the fancy ones with a big screen, and I can just play it right on the infotainment system in the truck.
Oh, I could see you doing that too. Just driving a Tesla, but still building something that you're working on. That's hilarious.
All right. Well, that's it for this week. Thanks for joining me, everyone.
Thanks for having us. See you next week.
Anytime.
Do we normally do one after another or all together there? Sorry. It felt weird to talk over everyone.
Every week it's awkward.
Okay.
Yeah. It would just be fun if everybody just like all at once said something real quickly. Yeah, thank you. See you next week or something, And if you all talk over each other, it's fine. Let's try it again. Well, that's it for this week. Thanks for joining me, everyone.
Thanks for having us.
See you
Catch you next
week.
time.
And that's it for now. Have fun out there.
Skull.
Hey, everybody. Before I intro the podcast today, I just wanted to announce that we have a very special guest interview today. Patrick Jarlstam, the composer of the Valheim soundtrack. And he was also kind enough to share with us one of his original songs that has never been released anywhere before this podcast. So please stick around to the very end so that you can enjoy it.
Welcome to Podheim, Jirok's Valheim podcast. Let's give him the business.
Hey everybody, today is February 2nd, 2022. I'm your host, Jirok the Viking, and joining me today are my fellow Vikings, Gwen the Shield Maiden.
Hi, everybody.
Viking Rudy, Rudistic the Guardian.
Hello, friends.
And joining us for the first time this week is Viking Urkinis.
Hello to everybody.
And Viking Thorin, aka Metaroon.
Hey, everyone.
Remember that first day you tamed a Lox and put that finely crafted saddle onto it? You probably thought, yeehaw, I can't wait to take you out and give everyone the business. Well, that's precisely how we feel today, isn't it, everyone?
Darn
Oh, yeah.
Tootens.
Yeehaw. Sorry, the darn toot got me.
Sorry.
So first thing we want to talk about today is the anniversary of Valheim. Iron Gate released Valheim to early access 1 year ago today, and I can't believe it's been 1 year. And even I was in the beta test the year before that, and it's still a whole year gone by. I can't believe it's gone by so fast, having so much fun. What do you guys think about a whole year going by with Valheim?
Definitely a huge congratulations going out to Iron Gate, and wow, just fantastic. It's very cool.
Yeah, pretty amazing what has happened for them in the course of a year. The huge explosion in popularity, the amount of players that are active, and the Game of the Year award. Quite the year for Iron Gate.
Yeah, quite the achievements and the great community they've managed to pull together around the game as well. Jirok server and community is one of them, but just as its game in general seems to attract really nice and chilled people, a very nice community. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's great to see how time flies when you're running from trolls.
Well, and so Valheim also came out with some teasers today on Twitter, and they promise more all throughout February, so I'm excited to see what they come up with. But they showed a couple more images of the mountain caves, which I don't know if you guys had a chance to see it yet. I did make a video that covers the images and talks about it a little bit, but it looks like maybe we'll be able to mine crystals from the image. There's some crystals on the wall. Did any of you see that?
I didn't notice those, but I noticed the ground braziers for sure.
Yeah, and the banners. The banners on the wall as well makes me excited. I was waiting for more kind of banners and soft furnishings to put in our lovely bases.
Yeah, I hope that they make those available for us. But, what they do a lot of times is they're only for the creatures to make and not us, like all the cool bone structures that the feelings get to make. But yeah, those red curtains in that one image are really exciting. And that ground brazier looks really awesome too. And then, of course, we saw some more. We saw another Fenring in the second image that they gave us, kind of lurking in the background. Definitely check out my other video that I made on it. And yeah, there's been a lot of talk on Twitter and YouTube and their Discord channel about when is it coming out? Some people thought it might come out this week or next week. And it seems like the real news is that they're testing it. And they did find a few things that they want to fix before they release it to the public. So we don't have an exact date, but I think we can all be patient and wait so that they get it right and so that it comes out and it's not too buggy, and then we can actually enjoy the content. And then one of the other images they released today was a creature preview from the Mistlands. And it looks to me like a moth. And there's been some speculation about how big that moth is. We don't really have anything to compare it to in the picture. And it's just a concept art. So it's not an actual in-game picture of the moth. I'm calling it Misty Moth for now until we know what the official name is. Misty Moth.
Great name.
Yeah. And I posted over on their Discord channel that I want to see, first thing I want to do when the Mistlands comes out is to go into admin mode and put the Death Skeeto in a death match against Misty Moth and see who wins.
Yeah. Do
Moth
you
all
think we
day.
can ride? Can we ride the moth? That would be fun. Just flying around on a giant moth.
Oh, you heard it here from Gwen. Rideable moths in Mistlands.
It's such a ridiculous idea, but yeah, I'm going with it.
It's not very Viking oriented, but it's fun to pretend that maybe that's possible. And I'm sure there'll be, if it's big enough, there'll be a mod for it for that somebody can put a saddle on it and ride it around.
Oh, yeah.
All right. We have a special guest on today, the composer of the Valheim soundtrack, Patrick Jarlstem. Welcome to the podcast.
Why, thank you so much. Tack så jättemycket. It's lovely to get to be here.
We're so glad to have you, especially here on the 1-year anniversary of Valheim entering early access. Can you tell us a little bit about yourself, maybe where you're from and how you started in music and becoming a music composer?
Absolutely can. I'm from Sweden. I am from the south of Sweden, from a very small town called Lidköping, which just happened to be a trading mecca during Viking times. So growing up, we would have one small town over, a Viking outdoor museum, which I love to frequent. And I'm actually back here in Sweden at the moment. Nowadays, I live between Sweden and Australia, but because Australia has been in lockdown for 2 years and just recently opened up, I've been able to go back and see my friends and family. And I'm really looking forward to going back to my old hometown because they've opened up a new Viking museum there, which it just looks amazing, and it's going to be so much fun seeing it. To just give a quick backstory, I studied a lot of languages during high school. I've always loved music, but I thought, I'm going to do languages. I'm going to travel. I'm going to learn even more. And when it came to finishing high school, I didn't have any money, so I started working. And one of the best things that has happened to me is having really boring jobs from time to time, because they really make you think, what do I want to do with my life?
Oh, they do, don't they?
Oh, yes. There was one such job I had after high school that was just so boring. I decided I was going to be a composer because I wanted to compose video game music. But I applied for we call it a TAFE level pre-college sort of school. And through that, I met modern art music, or modern classical music, which was at first quite difficult to listen to. But then I got quite enamored with it. So today I write both modern classical music and I write video game music. And I've been working with video games basically since 13, 14 years ago. And it just happened to be that before 2020, when anyone who asked me, oh, have I heard any music you've made? And you just would say no, because even if you write music for a game that sells 1 million copies in one country, doesn't mean that anybody else has heard about it. But after the release of Valheim and the absolutely insane success story that it has become, people seem to know about the game, which is quite fun when you travel around and meet people who play the game in just about anywhere.
Yeah, it's interesting when you mentioned that having a boring job can make you self-reflect, especially with today's technology. We have a cell phone now, and being 49 years old myself, when I was a young person, we didn't have cell phones, so we were left with our thoughts or a book to read. And I served in the military and sort of as an engineer, and I thought when I got out of the military, I was going to become an engineer. But being in the military, a lot of times you're just sort of standing around on watch in the engine room. And usually there's not a lot going on. And I did the same thing. I was so bored out of my mind. I thought, there's no way I'm doing this when I get out of the military. I want to do something fun. And that's when I decided to become a filmmaker while working and being super bored out of my mind in the military. And so when I got out, I became a filmmaker.
So is that the recipe for a great, like, creative person or musician or an artist, is just do a boring job for a bit and then let the creativity take over?
Exactly. And also having, I think once we've chosen that path, I think it's important to have a job that you can just go in and do and then go home and you care about your creative side. Because I've as a freelance composer, it takes a while before you make it or have enough jobs, and you always do some side job. I've worked a lot in retail and IT, and you just go to that job, you do it, and then you go home and you think about, how do I want to make more video game music? And I'm lucky now that I live mostly off of composing music for video games and doing sound design and stuff related to music, basically. And I'm, very lucky. But it takes a while to get here, but it's a worthwhile road to travel.
So Thorin has a background in music too, and I wanted to turn it over to him to tell us just a little bit about that, and then let him ask you some questions. Thorin?
Yeah, sure. Definitely not as significant as yours, Patrick, but I've been playing various instruments since I was, 12, 15 years old, something like that. Mainly guitar, but I also do some singing and bass guitar and drums and a bit of keyboard, that kind of thing.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, I kind of played in bands throughout the majority of my life, off and on. Played in one recently, but kind of took a break over COVID and haven't kicked things back up. But I play a lot of like progressive metal and kind of...
you speak my language.
Melodic, like post-rock kind of stuff. Yeah, so that's right up my alley. But that's kind of my experience, and so hoping to get a little bit more info from you and pick your brain. I'll try to keep things kind of high level, avoid getting too technical with music theory or anything like that. But figured I'd be good to be the one asking you questions.
Absolutely. I think I just want to jump in and say the thing I find most fantastic with music as a whole is that it doesn't matter which level you're at. If it gives you pleasure, what you do musically, that's it. That's worth it. That's 100% worth it. So I do meet people who say, "Oh, I just play a little bit of guitar or I sing a little bit, and not at the whatever perceived level I would be at." And I feel it doesn't matter. If that makes you happy, then it's worth it. If it doesn't make you happy, then we can talk about changing that. But no, I think that everybody can meet at any level in music, and it's one of the greatest communication languages there are. I love it.
Yeah, completely agree. There's so much emotion that can be conveyed in music, and as long as you're vibing for it, then it's a great thing. Obviously, you need to reevaluate if it becomes a chore or anything like that, but it's a great way to express creativity and kind of let your brain wander sometimes. And it's a good way to spend time, that's for sure.
Oh yeah.
So one question I had for you, just to kick things off, you say you're a music composer and you do a lot of sound design. Do you also play live as well, or are you just kind of composing at home for work? How does that go?
I used to play more live, and I think it's been an important part of me. I started off playing a bit with my dad's band, and they played 1960s instrumental music while at home, and that was sort of my impetus to learn an instrument. And then, of course, really loving metal, wanted to get into that. But it was hard finding people. I'm coming from a small town. So when we moved to a bigger town, I joined a band and we played covers, and then became a disco cover band, which was absolutely fun. I mean, that's the thing, just playing, I was like on Boogie Wonderland, Earth, Wind and Fire, the September. So like those kinds of songs, there's just so much joy in playing them. And sort of, I've been a sort of self-taught musician. I did take lessons, but I was more along just playing guitar and learning things on my own and what I could off the internet. So when I started to study composition, I felt that I wanted to really get into learning an instrument to sight read and to read music, because that was something I'd never really practiced before, done much of. So I did play percussion growing up and guitar. So I thought I'd go into percussion, because writing for percussion, if you're not a percussion player, is hard to do that really well. I felt so. I took percussion as a second instrument lessons when I was at music university in Stockholm, and I did play more modern art music stuff around then. And And I think it's really important for musicians or composers to see that side. How is it to be on the other side of receiving someone else's score that you're not familiar with, you don't know how it works or the feel of the piece immediately, because you spend so much time with your own pieces that you know them by heart. But funnily, you asked that because I'm actually going to play, I'm going to make a guest appearance at a concert in Stockholm in April, the 2nd of April, where it's a video game concert, and I think a third of the concert is going to be a medley of Valheim music, and I'm going to be playing guitar on that live. And it's actually been more than 2 years I've been on stage, so I'm looking forward to this one. I'm going to bust out and low-tuned 7-string guitar and play some of the boss metal tracks from Valheim.
Yes, like their soundtrack.
Exactly.
Very cool. Yeah, that should be fun. Neat to be able to see, video games live in person. I've never heard of a concert like that before, where you get to go see video game music live. I mean, I've heard it for movie scores. I don't think I've encountered it for video games. That's very good. Very good idea. Where is that, and what's it called, just for anybody who's interested?
It's in Stockholm, and I think it's Sounds from Our Save Files is the title of the concert, and it's going to be played at a concert venue called Musikaliska, which is a big concert house in Stockholm. So I think it's the 2nd of April. So I think with Sounds from Our Save Files, you'll be able to find that. We've been lucky in Sweden that we've taken inspiration from the American video game classical music concerts and made quite a lot of them here in both close to my hometown and in Stockholm and Gothenburg. So there's a good tradition. I think it's in a way, I would say that more than what's called modern classical music or modern art music, I feel like movie music and video game music is like the new forefront of modern classical music, because it brings in an audience that otherwise wouldn't go as much to the concert halls. And I think it's I love classical music, I love heavy metal, and I love new music. So I think that it's important to show young generation that the concert houses are for them as well, not just a stodgy traditionalist institution that plays the old classics. But I think there should be an exchange between the two. Play something new, play something old, show the links, because there are so many links between where that music comes from and what we compose today.
Yeah, definitely. It takes so much inspiration. And there are so many progressive artists that are starting to get into making music for games and that kind of thing. Like, I don't know if you're aware of Misha Mansour from Periphery.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he does a ton of really cool stuff that's so orchestral. And I know he's done a couple soundtracks for a few different video games, or a few songs at least. And the crossovers are very cool.
I just wanted to interject too, Patrick, that as a filmmaker through the years, my biggest exposure and what made me sort of fall in love with sort of the classical music style was movie soundtracks. And over the years, I've collected probably 100 movie soundtracks before I could download anything from the internet. I have some soundtracks from some games over the years that do the same thing to kind of fill that love of the classical music style. That's something different than your pop music and whatnot.
No, there's so many good soundtracks, and it's also an interesting link with a lot of people who've played in bands previously. I mean, Hans Zimmer is a good example of who has a illustrious career playing in bands before, and there are a couple of other ones which I can't remember off the top of my head, but I think that especially a lot of heavy metal progressive people have yearned for that big sound. How do we take metal and add the timbral sound possibilities of the classical world with that? I know a Swedish band, Pain of Salvation, made an absolutely fantastic record where they wrote it for small chamber orchestra and heavy metal band, and really integrated all the parts in the writing process. And it's music that really works. And I think that love for music, it just shines through in so much of what people are trying to do today.
So one of the questions that I had for you too, being a filmmaker, was, have you done any music for short films, independent filmmakers? Or do you have any interest in it? I find in one of the, I've taught filmmaking because I've been doing it for about 25 years, and screenwriting and whatnot. And what I try to remind people, the young filmmakers, is that to not overlook the soundtrack for your project. You can write a really good screenplay, you can shoot it beautifully, you can have really good actors, but music is, I consider music to be half the storytelling experience. because without the right music, you can really miss the mood and the story that you're trying to tell. And some of my favorite movies really do a great job of music complementing the story. Do you have any interest in that, or have you done it before?
Absolutely, I am very interested in it. When I studied, I did work with animators doing animated shorts, and worked on one. I didn't do the music for it, but I did the mixing and like the final Foley edit for a short movie. Well, I found that it's very rarely the same type of people who work in video games and who work in movies. So my contact network, just because I was interested in it and I sorted out, skewed heavily towards video games. And most of my immediate family and most of my friends here work in video games. So it was easy to make those connections. I don't have the connections to work with short movies or movies, but I would love to, and I just don't know where to start. That's the problem. So if anybody's hearing this and out there and would like to work together or look at working together and what that would mean, hit me up, because I would love to do some more of that. There's so many meeting points between video game music and movie music when it comes to storytelling, and storytelling through music has been my core thing throughout all of the games I've worked on.
Jirok is taking notes right now. Jirok is like, yep, okay, sorted, next soundtrack.
Exactly. Well, what I was going to say too is that when I was a young filmmaker, the way that I would always get music if I couldn't find a library, which, never really is the exact mood for the story. You're just trying to make it work. But I would find composers by posting on various forums where I knew composers hang out. Here in the San Francisco area, Craigslist is huge. And so I would use that to look for composers. And I was very lucky. I found quite a few composers that were interested in composing for movies. And so over the years, when I get young composers asking how do they break into the music industry, I tell them connect with the college and or young filmmakers doing an independent project, because then that project, especially if that project end up like Valheim, gets exposure, then suddenly you get exposure. And if that filmmaker goes to do bigger projects, then obviously they have you as a contact. But that's one way. And I do know people who have, advanced over the years that way, but, and not always. Sometimes you're just working with an independent filmmaker who has a passion for a project, but you do have to scrutinize those ones that you work with for little to no pay for those low budget projects. As I'm sure, as a filmmaker, I know I get approached by people all the time for the low budget projects. And I'm sure as a composer, maybe you've dealt with a little bit of that, if not now, maybe earlier in your career.
It's an interesting thing that this is not talking necessarily from experience of the movie world, but there are a lot of small projects in the video game world that have gotten lucky and you've made money off of. I've done the soundtrack for 5 small games where the idea was I'm not going to get anything paid up front, and it's percentages of sales, and 4 out of those 5 have made it. So wow. I was paid up to 4 to 5 times the time I put into making them. And that's not something I've heard about working the same in the movie world, but it might, because I said it's not a world I inhabit, but I'm intending to do that. I'm working on, so I regularly work together with a colleague called Malin Håkansson, and she's a fantastic sound designer, and she's more pop oriented in her music. So together, she's very catchy, and I'm the orchestral one. So, and my melodies work really well for long games, and she's really good at like the catchy, get in your head type melodies. And we've recently started collaborating with another composer in Australia who's more in the jazz genre, and she's also working towards the movie industry there. So yeah, it's something I'm looking to get into more, because I think it's all about storytelling, and I love it. I love storytelling, whatever the project.
Yeah, if
That's really interesting.
Oh, go ahead, Gwen.
No, I was just going to say, just picking up on the fact that you obviously work and collaborate with various musicians and people from all over the world. And one of the questions I had for you was around your own background, and obviously you're Scandinavian, but you spend time in Australia. How do you take those influences and translate those different cultures into your music?
This is a very interesting one, and I can sort of relate it to Valheim, because when I grew up, I was in what's called the Free Air Appreciation Society. If you translate it literally, it's Friluftsfrämjandet for all you Swedes out there. It's basically like the Scouts, but a Scandinavian version with no badges. And so I grew up walking around in forests and camping, and I've felt very intimately connected with nature through being able to go anywhere I felt. And that really helped me with Valheim, because I was stuck when I got the Valheim gig, I was stuck in Australia because of the lockdown, and we weren't even allowed to leave the country. And so sitting in hot Australian summer trying to conjure up how it feels walking around in the Scandinavian birchwood forest, I was really lucky that I knew so much of my childhood had been there, so I could conjure up how does it feel. And I feel like the Meadows song is my love letter to those forest walks. So when you hear that song, that for me is walking in a birch forest. It really hit the spot for what I wanted to say. But I think it's about immersion into the culture. And in Australia, I've picked up going on, it's called bushwalks, because you go into the bush instead of you go into a forest by word, and trying to get into nature there. I do a lot of gardening and planting and trying to learn native plants. So I had that connection to nature, but also I play together with an Aboriginal man whose name is Michael Burke, and he's Yagle man, Yagle Nation, being from around Maclean in New South Wales. And through him, I get connected to his culture and his understanding of Australia, and I feel like he's my brother guide to the country and a deeper understanding and learning. And also, I want to give a shout out to the wonderful Philippa Murphy-Haste, who's my partner, and the musician who plays on Valheim. She plays the clarinet and she plays the viola. And she has guided me and made me aware and understand a lot of the complexities of life and culture in Australia. And I'm really thankful for all of that. And it's still a learning process. It's always going to be. But that's really fun. So sort of to summarize, I like getting into the thick of it, and you just have to go out and meet people and see things to immerse yourself in the culture, and that's the only way. And I'm lucky to get to be between two such incredibly interesting cultures.
Absolutely. It just blows my mind how people like you can take feelings and emotions and memories and just turn them into something that will recreate that emotion into someone else. It's fascinating. And I saw that you also have some music that you have on your website around Scandinavian architecture. And that is another thing that blows my mind. How do you translate architecture into music? And I listen to the tracks and it's like, oh my God, it does work. But maybe you can talk a bit about that and explain the concept behind that Scandinavian architecture music that you composed.
Yes, this is one of my passion projects, which I compose for concert music. So that's my modern art music. I've delved into a lot of folk music, both liking it from when I was young, but then when I was at a music university as well, I did take a course in kulning, which is a Swedish folk music female singing tradition where you call out for your herd of cows. And it's really cool because it's a technique that women do and men can sort of imitate it. But I did do a course in that to understand the music and where it comes from. It's fascinating. And through that, I felt with Valheim, I'm inspired by Swedish and Scandinavian folk music all around. But what I wanted to do with the architecture pieces is I wanted to see if I could translate how it feels, take aspects of architecture that makes it feel like we're in a Scandinavian dwelling, and translate that more literally into music in order to find a new Scandinavian expression of music that's not folk music, it's not art music, but it's somewhere in between. So I bought a book and looked at different really cool architecture around Scandinavia, and then I took aspects of that. For example, there's a monastery, the Cistercian monastery in Norway, and it's very hard stone walls, stone slabs that sort of like interlocked like lizard skin on the outside, and on the inside there's it's light, it's a pine wood, it's very woody and nice, but almost Viking-esque building, but in a modern take on it. And so I thought I'd take the warmth of the inside and the comforting feeling of being in there and put that as an opposite to what happens when you're out there in the cold and you see this almost fortress-like dwelling in front of you and then going in between those two states. That was my first piece I tried doing that with, and also integrating a couple of rhythms I picked up from Swedish folk music. But it's really fun because it takes you places and it makes music that you wouldn't think of. And I think that's the music I've made, which is farthest away from what I usually do. And that was really fun. It's still me, but it's a new version of what I could make. And so I've done Scandinavian forest music as well, where I go out into Swedish forests and improvise music, just trying to be in the forest and feel how it feels there. And there's a musician who's recorded that piece, Scandinavian Forest 1, which is going to be released on video soon. She sent me the test make of that video today. And I actually haven't even watched it yet. So that I have that to look forward to after this podcast.
Thorn, did you have another question for him?
Yeah, I was just going to say I trying to like articulate the feeling that you get from like a cold stone building or, a warm wooden interior. It's pretty phenomenal that you're able to do that so well. I've got to ask though, are you able to imitate the cow call for us?
I can. It's very loud and it's not very great because it's a skill you have to keep up. But I'll do a try at the end of this podcast. The thing is, when you do it well, it is incredibly loud. The people who are really good at it can reach up to around 100 decibels.
Oh wow!
With it, so at the moment it's 9:31, which means that I might have 29 minutes left to be able to do it. So I will get back to that one a little bit later and see what we can do.
All right, no worries. I'll try to remember to come back.
Well, yeah. So of course we wanted to move over to discussion of Valheim. Urkenis, do you want to start us off with a question for Valheim?
Yeah. So, do you play Valheim yourself? Have you played it?
Yes, it's quite fun.
How often do you happen to play it?
I used to play it more before, but not as much. Like, I mean, I'm composing new music for the game at the moment, so now I'm playing it and running around and testing things. But I think I've played maybe 50, 60 hours of it. It's really fun for me because I have so many friends in Sweden and Australia who actively play. I have friends who've done 600 to 800 hours in the game. So I get the luxury of getting to join their servers and see the stuff that they've constructed there. Funnily enough, my friends, none of them really play survival games. So we're playing another game that's become our favorite, which is also Coffee Stain Studios published one called Deep Rock Galactic, which is made by a Danish company. And we're really enjoying that one. And I've also been playing Diablo 2 a bit with my sister. But I've got to find more friends to play Valheim with, I feel. Maybe when we get the new music out, I'll have to get some more friends on board.
Join us on Jirok servers. We'd love to have you.
I would love to join you. Let's book it.
Yeah. We have about 130 players playing on my various servers right now and continuing to grow. It's been pretty exciting. But I was going to ask you.
Well done.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about if you're still doing music for Valheim's, because I assume that with their new content and their new biome updates, that'll be coming all the way through the release, if you were involved in that. And it sounds like you are. And I'm sure you can't tell us much about it, but I just was going to be a question of
that is the shame. I can't really say that much. I'm on, like, that's the thing. I have a really good working relationship with the team at Valheim, and it's worked out really well to work together. So we do enjoy doing that, and I hope to get to continue with it for as long as we all enjoy working with each other. As to what's coming up, fun things.
Yeah,
that's all I can say.
Yeah.
It's really what I really like at the moment is that I know the music of Valheim. It's a very, not just that it's a part of me musically, but when I've never had the luxury before of getting to work for so long on a game that I now get to come back with the knowledge of what I've done before and add more and make it evolve. And that's a very luxurious feeling.
Yeah.
So going off of that, how did you get connected with Iron Gate and making the music for Valheim?
Yes, I'll try to make a very long story as short as possible. My brother-in-law used to teach at a video game academy here in the south of Sweden, and they, together with Coffee Stain Studios, they arranged a VR game jam, and I was the only one there making music and sound. So I worked on a couple of the projects, and one of the projects I worked on won, which meant I got to speak to Coffee Stain Studios. And then several years later, because I had a friend in high school who had worked for Funcom, later on he started his own video game company, which wanted to make, it was a VR game called The Eye of Odin VR. It was just when VR was burgeoning. So I made Viking music for that. And because I'd done that, when Coffee Stain later came back and asked me, do I know of like Viking metal stuff and have you done anything like that? I could send them that, and that put me in contact with the team, and we did some tests and worked together for a short while to see if we would be a good fit, and we were. So they chose to commission music from me. So that's how it's all roundabout ways of getting into it, but it just happens to know that you never know who's going to be a good contact and lead to something else. That's my takeaway. You can never know what's going to be really good and influential and easy or lead your career forward. Even at this point, I'm negotiating with another company that contacted me because they heard a podcast that a game designer does, and he's super interested in video game music. So he interviewed me about how I work with music for a game called Lake Ridden, and because this new company had heard me on that podcast, they contacted me. So you never know. So you just have to be out there and get to know heaps of people. And it's really good that I really love people, and I think meeting people is the most fun thing ever. So that's how it's all connected.
Yeah, I would have to say that for the film industry and probably most people in the in one of the artistic endeavors, the sort of the same. It's you need to make contacts. You need to be open to meeting people. You can't really succeed as an artist, musician, filmmaker, whatever it be, if you're kind of the one who likes to just work on your stuff locked away and not communicate with people. So when when I give filmmakers advice, and it sounds like it's similar for composers, get out there and meet people. Hey everyone, this episode is sponsored by G-Portal. They host all of my servers, and I have to say they are pretty awesome. If you're looking to rent your own gaming server, you can save 5% if you use my link in the description.
My takeaway from life has been that it's the people who you think are going to be your best contacts are never your best contacts. It's always the people you haven't thought about. So keep an open ear, an open eye, and build bridges with anyone who's nice.
Yeah, so getting back to motivation or inspiration, regarding Valheim, where do you draw the inspiration from?
I would say having seen a lot of these things. I mean, I grew up in a small town called Löddeköping, and just one of the fields on the outskirts of the town, there was a Viking burial chamber. And having all of these things that are Viking-based around us and growing up with hearing and reading about them. When I visited my friend who's also a fantastic composer in Latvia, we went and visited her parents in the countryside, and on their farm property, there's a Viking ship burial mound. So I feel like it's all encompassing here. And if I can go on a bit of a tangent, I think we've taken care of our sort of Viking heritage quite well here in Scandinavia, because it's the culture that I'm part of. I know that, of course, we have people who are Sami in the north of Sweden, and I don't know much about that culture yet, but I'm very eager to learn more about that. But I want to put it into perspective with, for example, Aboriginal culture, which in Australia, which is for many people doesn't get the recognition, and people don't take an active interest in as much as I think should, because I find it incredibly interesting and fascinating and smart and wise and all of the things above. And which is why I want to learn more about it, because I think there are some fantastic people there and there's a fantastic culture. But yeah, I think it's having lived in a country where that has been part of the history going back, and having seen all of these things growing up, all of the Viking burial mounds and burial chambers, and it feels sort of like home in a interesting way.
Yeah, nice to be able to pull from your own experiences and memories and all that good stuff.
So yeah, exactly. It's like you're already immersed into the culture and the lore, so it's you building upon that, doing more of it.
I'd love to know a little bit more about your writing and recording approach. Like you've spoken about a lot of different instruments, whether it's you playing guitar or the I forget whether you said flute or clarinet or one of those, but I'm just curious how much of the soundtrack is like digital instrumentation using, VSTs or something else, or whether you were recording real instruments for a lot of the tracks.
Whenever I can, I love recording real musicians because whenever I say that, it makes me think, what's an unreal musician? But I like recording musicians because they add their own personalities into it. My approach when writing art music is that I don't necessarily write for an instrument. I write for the person playing that instrument, which means that you try to incorporate how they play, which techniques they do, what makes them an interesting musician. And I noticed that when I've written for friends who are guitarists or lute players, and me being a guitar player myself for most of my life, that techniques that I've put time into learning might not be what they've done. They might know other things really well. And that taught me that I have to write for them, who they are as people and how they play. And one of the first soundtracks I did was for a game called Mortal Online, which has now released its second game, which I'm not composing for. But for that game, I had read about the approach that if you have no money, well, then you have to use what you have. If you have a lot of money, you use real orchestras and stuff. But if you have somewhere in between, try to record all the melodic stuff, the stuff that's really important. Try to record that with real musicians, because even if you have a VST backing, if you have a live musician up front, you will accept anything that's behind. It becomes like a backing track to the melody. And I took the same approach with Valheim, recording all the French horn solo parts recorded by the wonderful Michael H. Dixon, who's a fantastically accomplished French horn player and composer in his own right. He's an Australian. Jinian Lee plays the cello parts on the soundtrack, and then Philippa Murphy-Haste plays clarinet and viola. We had quite a quick turnaround with the whole soundtrack, so it was all sort of done when I got the commission. 4 months later, the whole soundtrack was done. So it was down to 3 hours before the absolute final deadline when everything had to be in the game. 3 hours before that, I was finished and got it in, and I think the game was released the next day.
Oh wow!
So it was really on the finishing line. And since I play percussion, I'd love to play more percussion for the continuation of the soundtrack, and that's something I'm going to put time into. And I'd love to get more real instruments. I have a flair for harps. I think they're fantastic instruments. I love recorders and old flutes. The older the instrument, the better. So here's a little fun tidbit. On almost every soundtrack where it's possible and applicable, I try to hide either an arch lute or a theorbo. And for anybody who knows about them, they're fantastic instruments. If you look at old Renaissance paintings and you see this sort of guitar-like lute, it's called a tenor lute, with the bent headstock. If you take that and add a almost 2 meter long extra neck for bass strings, that's what a theorbo or an arch lute looks like. You look them up; they're fantastic. But it's nice because when you want to add bass to a track, the classical thing is to use a double bass or use any of the woodwind bass instruments, bass clarinet, contrabass, bassoon. And that's great, but that's a sound that most of us know. And you can't really add an electric bass because that sound is quite different from an acoustic sense. But with the theorbo or the arch lute, you have basically plucked bass strings. So you can add this very analog, real-worldy feel to the song that I feel like almost no other instrument does. So that's in the Meadows track. It's in the Home track, and I think I might have hidden it in another track as well, but I'm losing which one that is at the moment. But yeah, the more I can record musicians, the better, and I'd love to, going forward, to record even more. But it's a combination of VSTs, because when you work with video games, there's usually you're contracted quite late in the process. And with Valheim, I think talks started about 7 months before the release date. And so if you as a composer, want to show the game designers or the company that you can do what they want or need, you need to be able to deliver almost the final quality of the sound of the music immediately. Because that's what you discuss. When you talk with people who are not from the music industry, you need to develop a language that you can talk about it. It doesn't have to be that you use the correct terms, but just so you know if the boss would say, there's too little energy in this track, you need to understand what are they actually talking about? What is energy for them?
Yeah, for sure. And if they're listening to a demo or something, then they're not going to get the same like evocative feel as if it's properly mixed or mastered or that kind of.
Exactly, because what they're listening to is finalized music. It's mixed and mastered music, so that's what they're used to. And if you present something that's, say, for the sake of the argument, if you present MIDI music to them, that's going to sound so far from what they want you to have made in the end that might put them off working with you. That's my experience. So I try to have really good sounding VSTs and record what I can myself to make it sound really good from the start. Because what you get with having music that sounds close to the end product already means that you have something that you can actually talk about, you can show. For example, if a producer would say, there's not enough like energy in this, and then I could increase the bass and say, is this the energy that you mean? Or you add some more instruments to thicken the orchestration, or is this the energy you mean? And you have a working mold that you can talk about even if you don't have the same language yet. But that's what I always start with when I work on a new video game project, how to talk about music together and how to learn what the words mean between each other so that we can work together efficiently and have fun instead.
Yeah, for sure. Well, and that's why I was asking too, because, there's so much work that goes into getting like a fully, mixed and mastered recording of original instruments, and some of the like plugins and tools can allow you to tweak things so quickly just on the dime, during a conversation. And I'm sure those can help with the writing process. That's been kind of a big evolution in the music world over the last, 10 years or so. So it's just kind of
Absolutely.
Curious. Do you have any favorite like VST plugins or tools or anything? That's maybe a little bit technical, but just out of curiosity.
No, I absolutely do. I used to work a lot with East-West Quantum Leap symphonic orchestra samples. The thing is, I want to say that with VSTs, they can be absolutely great and they can sound great if you use them for what they're good at. And what I mean by that is, if you work with a live musician and you tell them to play something that's not in their repertoire, not something they practiced, it's not going to sound good usually. But if you write for them and do the stuff that they're good at and they know, they're going to do great. Same with VSTs, actually. So every new VST I try, or the ones I use, I don't try to make them do what is necessarily in my head initially, but I try to explore what can I do with this VST that it sounds good with. For example, the classical one with strings is legato, how to make legato playing sound good. And there's a couple of sample libraries where, the legato does not sound good, but they do a couple of other things really well. And if you build up your bass with a fair number of them, you can use them for what's really good and mix them together. I work a lot with Contact instruments, Native Instruments Contact, because it's a great base of just anything. I bought one which is called Nordisk Contrabass, which is basically everything you can do with a contrabass. That's extended techniques and fun and interesting, quirky things. So it's great for adding that instrument on top of classical VST double bass libraries and get something new out of it. I've also bought Cinestrings, the complete string library, because a good friend of mine, the Swedish movie music composer Karzan Mahmoud, who's a lovely person, and I asked him, because he works with a lot of really big Swedish movies, and like, what do you recommend? And he said, absolutely, get this one. So I did. And what else do I use? Storm drums. I use a lot of different small percussion libraries. I almost never work with loops, but I do sometimes work with percussion loops, which sounds funny because I play percussion myself. But the thing is that percussion loop can have been made by so many layers of processing that if I'm going to take percussion from scratch and then make it sound like a loop that's been processed with several layers, I sometimes don't have the time. So I use them, but I always layer them with my own stuff and versions of other things. So I would say every layer has at least 4 or 5 instruments in them that make them the final one, if there's space for that.
Okay, cool. Yeah, lots of Lots of good ones there. And yeah, the ability to kind of mix and match or layer things to kind of create your sound is always a good approach to take. And being able to quickly swap out beats to try, different accents for a piece and different syncopation and that type of thing can really change the feel. So nice to be able to do that really quickly. So I totally get where you're coming from there.
Exactly. And some pieces you just have to sit with, and some pieces you just have to sit with an instrument and improvise until you get something. The Meadows track is an example of that. I tried just sitting with an acoustic guitar, improvising until I felt like this is how it sounds. It feels and sounds in my mind. And then I started layering instruments on top of each other, and that created that track. So that was just from an acoustic guitar. Yes, I do play acoustic guitar on the whole soundtrack, and mandolin. Very cool. Maybe I play something else. But yeah.
I was going to ask you about the acoustic guitar line on the Meadows track. Actually, that's one of my favorites, and we're going to get pretty quickly to everybody's favorite track. But I love that song. It's super peaceful, but the guitar part it seems super mathy. I was trying to figure out what time signature it was, and I couldn't figure if it was like 4/4 with a stutter or 9/8 or what is that in?
It's different layers of timings actually. Okay. Just a funny side story about that guitar. The guitar that starts off the Meadows track is a guitar that's been backed over by a car once, because it's my partner's guitar that happened to once. So it sounded good, but not great. But it was the only guitar I had at that time when starting to compose the soundtrack. So if you listen to the B part of the soundtrack, that's when I bought a better acoustic guitar. So you get like the progress from backed over guitar to nice sounding guitar. But they both have character, so I like them both. So the original guitar part of the A part of the Meadows song has the feel of bum bum ba dum bum bum. Bum, ba, da, da. So it's sort of a 6/8 feel, because I wanted to go for something that was very folk musically and sort of dancey, and I like the slowness, the contemplative nature of that line, while the mandolin part is in 12/8. Boom bam bam boom ba boom ba dum ba da ba da 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 da 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 da. Or is it 9? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 da 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 da. Oh, it's in 9/8.
Okay,
mandolin is in 9. Yeah.
Cool.
So they don't loop necessarily, but they do. They have a similar sort of triplet or 6 or 9 feel, but loop at different points. And I like that superimposition. And then you have the harp and the theorbo, which are added to that. And the thing I wanted to do, I wanted to make a chord progression that wasn't clearly major or clearly minor, because I thought that would be too much of a on-the-nose feel as you start the game. So the chord is a 7 sus4. I forget if it's an A7 sus4 it begins in. So there's no thirds in the guitar, in the mandolin, or the theorbo, but the harp does arpeggio runs that do play the major or the minor third in the chords in the A part. So you get that very hidden in the background, and it's not really apparent where
it's kind of open-ended
third comes from. Yeah, exactly. And that's what I wanted to achieve, and I felt I did.
Yeah, you definitely killed it. It's very cool having such like a peaceful tune, and it's so relaxing, but there's so much complexity to it at the same time. So yeah, you did a great job with it.
I think that's when it works, when you hide the complexity. I like this is something I sort of took from Studio Ghibli and Spirited Away, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. He said, Miyazaki, that the movie works on so many levels. One level is that kids can see it and they will find it fascinating and fun. Grown-ups can see it and also enjoy it. And then you can analyze the movie and see all of these hidden things that make the world connected and work. So you have 3 levels of it working on. And that's what I try to do with my music as well, that people who aren't musicians can listen to the music and get something out of it that they enjoy. It could be the melody, it could be the rhythm, it could be the energy. And people who are musically interested and can listen to it and find, oh, that's an interesting chord there. I didn't expect it to go there. Or, oh, that happened in an odd time signature. And then I also want it to be interesting for the musicians to play, which is the biggest challenge. But when you make multi-layered music, there's always something you can do to make it interesting for the musicians. So I try to, don't want them to have boring jobs. I want them to have fun jobs.
So Patrick, this is really fascinating. This stuff you're talking about. Now, a little bit of the music stuff is over my head, but I remember working with composers, and some of that stuff sounds familiar. If we talk about the Valheim soundtrack itself, when I listened to it, like when I first started playing the game, one of the first things I did was I went to YouTube and I looked up to see if anybody had the full Valheim soundtrack on there, and then I would just listen to it throughout the day because I do love listening to soundtracks, movie soundtracks, video game soundtracks. And when I listened to the soundtrack, I thought to myself, wow, there are a lot of very different styles of music here. And I know, composers can do, different styles. They don't have to be, stuck in one type of style. But if you look back at the Valheim soundtrack yourself, if you had to choose one song that was your favorite, for whether it be the story behind it, the people you worked with, or the process, or just the sound, is there like one song that you would like say, this is the one that I really enjoy?
I'll have to pull up the set list from my files and look at what do I really like. The thing is, I used to joke before moving to Australia that my life was so good, I was probably never going to compose any great music. And my mum passed away at the beginning of 2020 from cancer, and she was one of the most important people in my life. Absolute fan of the arts, fantastic woman, fantastic mother. And I was composing a requiem at that time, and we sort of half finished. And when after she passed away, I finished the piece and dedicated it to her. And I'm incredibly happy with that music turned out, because that music for me really, I hit all the things I wanted with that music. And as a composer, I feel, for me at least, very seldom you do that. You might compose some music and then you feel like, oh, the third movement there is great, or oh, that chord progression is really nice, but that was a bit of a stretch, that thing, or that didn't work. But with the Requiem, it's that I've managed to do all the things I wanted to do and make music that moves me. And I think that's as good as you can do as a composer. You make music that moves you yourself, and you forget that you composed it, and you're enveloped in the feelings of the music. And just after I finished the Requiem, Valheim came, and it felt like, there was something really difficult that did happen in my life that gave me the inspiration and just lifted all of these things up and created a great soundtrack. So I'm incredibly happy with every single piece of music in Valheim. And I also want to give a shout out to the CEO of Iron Gate, Rickard Svensson, because of his way of understanding what he wanted for the game. Because we have two tracks, the sailing music and the mountain music, where he didn't give up on what it was he wanted. He didn't know exactly what it was, but he knew it when we heard it. And we did go, like both of those songs, we made 5 completely separate ideas for each of those tracks. And I would say the sailing music wouldn't have been as good if he wasn't tenacious, like, no, we've got to get that, we've got to get this really right. And so I think with the collaboration between his vision and what I delivered in the end, I think we did something that was really good. But if I have to choose.
You have to choose.
I have to choose, exactly. I think it's easy to choose the hits. And of course, Meadows and Sailing are the hits. But my absolute favorite is Mildor Protects, the 4th boss music. And it is because I love vocals. I think human voice is a great instrument. And I very rarely use it in video games, because when you use the voice, it means something. Our brains are tuned to listen to it, especially if there's vocals to it. So I use it, when I do use it, either in a choiristic way. I used to sing a lot in choirs, and I love that sound. We have some great choirs in Sweden or the Scandinavian countries, but you have even better ones in the Baltic states, the Estonian choirs, the Latvian, Lithuanian choirs. Amazing singers, world class. And so I've gone to, I haven't gone to any concerts with them, but I listened a lot to the Baltic choirs, and I'm that is in the back of my mind, how to use it. So I feel like Mulder Protects, that choir singing is based off of Swedish choir music and Baltic choir music. But I really love the second part with the violin. That melody is so emotive, and it is this, the mother that protects her child. And I think it's impossible to say that wouldn't have been influenced by what happened to my mother passing away, that there isn't a part of that is a love for my mum. I do have a hidden Easter egg. This Easter egg does not exist yet in Valheim. I'm hoping to get it implemented, and we'll see if I get it. It might never happen, but I'm hoping to make some type of tribute to lost ones, especially through this time that we've been going through. And we'll see. We'll see if someone finds it in the game and if it becomes reality one day. I can't promise anything, but it will be fun to have that happen.
Well, it's interesting what you said about, well, I say Richard, but Rikard Svensson and your collaboration, and then talking about living your life and tragedy and loss influencing, especially artists. I remember when I worked with composers on some of my independent projects, it was very similar in that I knew when they would present a song to me that they were working on, I immediately either knew it fit or I immediately knew it didn't fit. And it's just interesting how there's so much emotion wrapped up in the way that music sounds, that if it does fit the emotion of what you're trying to do, you know it as the creator. So I can relate to that. But also in the film industry, especially screenwriting, probably more so screenwriting, when there's people who especially young people, and they write a screenplay and they ask me, well, how do I make this better? Can you give me feedback? One of the things I just tell them is if you haven't, you're young, you probably haven't had a lot of tragedy, depending on your life and your upbringing. Personally, I did come from kind of a very poor family with a lot going on. But I would say get out and live your life and meet people and have experiences, good and, maybe some bad things in your life happen. And if the bad things do happen, that's when you really want to sit down and pour the emotion onto the page. So I would tell screenwriters and maybe now composers, if I meet them, if something bad happens, you're going to lament and you're going to go through that process of mourning, but use it. Find a positive way to spin it and work on your art, because when you're really emotional like that, it seems to bring out some really, really interesting ideas.
I think you're absolutely right, and I would say that maybe the Valheim soundtrack, because it was written when I was in Australia and I was in lockdown, is my love note to Scandinavia, my longing for home, being homesick and missing my family. And even though we're incredibly lucky that today we can play games together, we can online, we can call each other on FaceTime, even if it's not the same as sitting in the same room and sharing a beer, it's still better because, like for example, my partner's grandmother came out from England together with her husband, and she just longed for home, to see home again, and sadly she passed away in Australia before she could see home. And I know that I can travel back, but it was a while where I couldn't. And yeah, I think Valheim soundtrack is my love note to where I come from and my heritage and my culture. And it's fantastic to get to be back in it as well, and drink Swedish coffee and eat Swedish sandwiches with cod paste, caviar and cheese and all of that fun stuff. It's fantastic. It's where I come from. I'm never going to lose that. I'm going to just embrace it and love it even more. Because I think that this is a side story, but I think it's an important one. Because I lived for a short time in Iraq, in Kurdistan, in Suleimania, and fantastic people there, the Kurds. And they're very proud of their country, very proud of their culture. And as a Swede, for a long time, I felt I was taught that you can't be very proud of yourself as a Swede, because that would mean that you're inadvertently xenophobic. But I felt living together with the Kurdish people that they were so proud of their culture that if I wasn't proud of my culture and the good things that I come from, I couldn't meet them in where they came from. So I felt I I wanted to develop a sense of being proud of being Swedish in order to meet people. And I feel like I've developed a way of being proud Swedish that makes me able to invite people in and make them feel welcome and heard and understood. And I think that's such an important part of being a human today in the 21st century, but 2022, that we need to invite each other. We need to be caring now more than ever, definitely. And I'm very proud. I'm a proud Swede. I'm proud of where I come from. I recognize the problems that we do have here, but that also makes me able to go in and meet people where they're from
Yeah, that's a wonderful outlook to have on things. I know that America being such a big influence on the world, that it has both positive and negative influences, and I'll even hear Americans sometimes when they hear the bad side of America and its influence overseas. I try to tell them sort of a similar message to, I think, what you were saying. And it's that, we do have our problems too, but instead, try to focus on the positive, and be kind to others, and share the good with them so that they can see that, because maybe all they see too are the negative aspects in our pop culture or in the world media. But you can still bring a little love, bring your heart, and you share what you have, that's positive, and then they can do the same with their culture. And we all just at the end of the day want to be happy and provide for our families and hang out with our friends, and I think we can share that across borders.
We definitely can. It's about the meeting of people. It's always about the meetings of people.
Well, I'm becoming conscious of our time. We've had you for about an hour now. So real quickly, everybody was really interested in just sharing what their favorite songs were.
Absolutely.
From the soundtrack. And for me as a filmmaker, I always listen to music. And for me, music tells a story, especially if I've experienced the music in a movie or in a video game. I'm always replaying that story. So I listen to it. I can see the story that's happening, or even make up new adventures. And the Black Forest, the darkness. For me, that song, I don't know what the inspiration was for that, but when I listen to it, it feels both dark but hopeful. It feels reflective. I feel like I want to listen and then just contemplate the stories in the game or the stories in my life. It really relaxes me, and I become almost in a meditative state when I listen to that one. And I've in some of my videos, I've used it as a closing song for a lot of my YouTube videos, because it just puts me in that kind of a contemplating mood. I don't know where you came up with that, but I love that song.
Thank you. It's another one of the favorites. I really like it too. It has 3 interesting things with it, that song. It is one of the few songs that wasn't composed for what it ended up being in. Because that was one of the first songs I composed generally to sort of establish the sound world of Valheim. So it wasn't a place. I'd just been running around the world and getting a feel for it, and some videos, and I played around with composing techniques that I had used before. A lot of my art music has this stoic, I call it pillar technique. It's not a technique necessarily, but it's like a stoic procession, and it has the lum, 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 something that fades in or walks. And if we listen to a lot of the art music I've written for recorder quartet, it's in there, that stoic procession. Because I think that it's important to have, not traditions, that's the wrong word, but I think it's things that you come back to that make you feel at home. And I know that in Western culture, even if it can't really be generalized, we have this procession of previous religious ceremonies. And I think that's what that represents for me. It's a link back to tradition, but also to ceremonies. And I think it just found a very good place in Valheim at the start of it. But I also want to, what that track represents for me is melancholy. And immediately, of course, people are going to say, that's not how melancholy is pronounced. The thing is, in Swedish, it's called melancholy, and it sounds almost happy. And because being in a country that's dark for big parts of the year, but also light in summer, very, very light, it's something that we all have experienced. Everybody shares the melancholy of living in Scandinavia, and that is not a bad thing. It's not another way of saying it's a depressed state, but everybody feels a bit of melancholy, and everybody knows that you get out of it, and when the sun comes, it's really nice. So for me, melancholy is a positive. It's this sort of introspective, slightly grey colour that everybody feels, and it's okay. And we're going to have good times as well, because everybody knows that always comes. So that is what the Black Forest is for me, is this introspective melancholy. It's happy in its own Scandinavian way.
Introspective, that was the word I was looking for there. It's funny when you did the procession, when you said lum, like it gave me chills in the back of my neck, because it reminded me of that song, and that's like the first thing you hear as it starts, and then it goes into it, and I love it. But Gwen, you want to share with one of your favorites?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna say probably one of the favorites, that one of your hits. It's the Meadows. But I also like the home song a lot, and I think it's probably just the way I enjoy the game. I find Valheim so relaxing and therapeutic almost, and to play. I'm not really too much into the fighting and the fighting the bosses and all of that. And I think that those songs, the Meadow song and the home song, are just perfect for that setting. You feel relaxed, you feel at home, and that's the feeling that you were talking about, like bringing in those instruments that are old instruments that really are rooted in, I don't know, it just gives you that feeling of coziness of being at home. I don't know how to describe it better, but that's why I think those songs are just the ones that I enjoy having in the background while I play.
Thank you. I really enjoy those two tracks as well, and they are fan favorites for a reason. There's a word or a guideline I had for both of those tracks, and it's a nice place to be for both of them. It's music for a place where you can spend a lot of time. And I'm a big fan of old instruments. When people ask me what music I listen to, I usually say I like choir music from the 17th century and backwards. I also love progressive metal and techno, like electronic dance music. But I love Baroque music. And I've worked a lot with Baroque musicians in Sweden. And they're just the loveliest bunch. Early music musicians and folk musicians are fantastic to work with. And I'm not saying that to sort of say that any other musician in any other genre, anyway, not as fun. But there's just a camaraderie in a nerdy way among these people who've chosen a small subset genre. And I wrote a piece for Baroque orchestra, and that's where I got to work with all these fantastic instruments. And the instruments in home, it's old. It's a 17th century drum. It's the theorbo again. I think there's a bit of guitar in there, which is the modern thing. And it's old Baroque wooden flute. And I think that does give it. There's that air of authenticity and a sound that you just don't get anywhere else than with those instruments. And for me, my life's quest is going to be integrating the art music tradition I come from into video game music, and then have video game music feed back into the art music world. And that's my home, is one of those meeting places.
Yeah, I already kind of mentioned it, but just love the juxtaposition between the relaxfulness of it and the complexity of the music. Yeah, I'm really able to appreciate that, and I could build in the meadows all day long, and it makes me excited to do chores in my meadow spaces. I just want to give a shout out to another thing I did. There's a Australian YouTuber called Gamerbrain, who is an ABC producer but also a YouTuber, and he made a very hauntingly beautiful, losing the words here, but it's a storytelling piece about the passing of his dad. His dad passed when he was young, and he talks about this whole story he set it in Valheim as a machinima, but it's a very moving piece of video work, and he commissioned me to write a piece for that. And we talked about what do you want that to be, because the piece is should be a retrospect of the life that you led. So if the Meadows piece in Valheim is this young adventurer that's keen to see what the world
is about and contains this other piece that he commissioned me to, which is called Old Meadows, and it's unofficial Valheim song. It's available on YouTube for the people who want to listen to it. It's an adventurer who's looking back on a life that he or she has led, or they have led, and thinks about what they've done and sees the beauty, but also the melancholy of having that behind them. And it was nice getting to revisit the Meadows feeling, but from a different perspective. So if you haven't heard that already, I recommend searching for, I think Gamer Brain is his name on YouTube, or the song is called Old Meadows. Both watch his movie because it's a very moving piece of video work, and listen to the song. I think you might enjoy it.
You're referring to the video, it's titled, I Quit YouTube for 1 Year to Spread My Dad's Ashes in Valheim?
That is the one.
Yeah, Game Brain. Yeah, I watched that video. It's very moving, yeah. And interesting to know that you did the music for it. No wonder besides his lovely presentation, yeah, I was really drawn into that.
And he's a lovely person, so it was really fun to work with him. So shout out to him.
Ah, that's wonderful. I'll have to include a link to that here
in
our description. Well, Urkinus and Rudy, they have similar favorites. Urkinus, do you want to tell us your favorite song?
Yeah, so I really like sailing music. When you're out in the ocean, can't really get enough of it. Relaxing, especially with clear skies, and well, at least up until the serpent comes and ruins everything.
And that's my favorite part. I love the serpent hunting in the game, and when it's nice and peaceful, and then the serpent comes up and it gets more intense. Oh, I got goosebumps just talking about it.
Yeah, I'd love to compose a piece for when you fight the serpent. That would be quite fun, because there were a lot of things when we were doing the soundtrack that I didn't necessarily know was going to come in the game later, so I didn't take that into consideration. But now seeing how people have interacted with sailing and the serpent, I would love to compose more, and hopefully we can get that into the works. Not promising anything, but I felt that the earlier versions of the sailing theme that I did was more sort of like sailing at night more than sailing during the day. I find it hard sometimes with writing happy music, because I feel like if you write music which on the surface is happy, it's easy that it's dancing music. And of course that comes from the Swedish folk music tradition, that when it's summer everybody wants to go and dance, so it's very happy and swinging good music. And then when it's winter and it's snowy outside and you're sitting alone in your cabin or with your family or partner or friend, then that's the introspective music side of the folk music. And I find it really hard to write music that's happy, but genuinely happy, like a serene happiness. But I feel like the Meadows is that. That style of composing happy music came to me in after the passing of my mum. So I think that the epitome of that sort of let's go on an adventure is the sailing music. And again, props to Richard Svensson for knowing how to steer the ship to get that song, because people love it, and it wouldn't have been as good if that collaboration hadn't been there.
So many great things, and we could probably continue talking for hours and hours. But can you tell us before we close up here just what other projects you're currently working on? Is there anything that you can just share with us? We know that you mentioned earlier that you're working on some Valheim stuff. Are there any other projects that you're enjoying working on, or that might be coming up in the future?
I have to give a think. The problem with the video game world, and this is a constant joke between my brother-in-law and my sister, is the classic one. You say, "Oh, what are you working on at the moment?" And just like, can't tell you. So one thing I've learned, I thought I had two games lined up that I was going to compose the music for, but I've learned that, and my dad has been staunch in saying this, that nothing is true until there's a written contract.
Yep.
And there wasn't a contract. We were going to write a contract on the first game, and that didn't pan out, so that's not happening. And the second one might just take a while longer. But I do have some fun things in the works, and sadly, well, I haven't signed an NDA with them, but I also don't have a contract yet, so I feel I'm not going to go out and say, hey, I'm going to do this thing, because it's not true until there is a contract. But what I am looking forward to, I want to get back to art music writing again. I'm going to finally mix and master my Requiem to have a digital release at that, because I think that's, for me, an incredibly important project. But I think it's also music that resonates with a lot of people. And when people who've played Valheim who've contacted me on the Discord server and we had chats, and they've said that they've been having tough times in their lives and things happening. I've sent a preview of my track I wrote for my mum, and it's been a bonding experience getting to talk about that and have something that's, it's a piece of music that expresses something, the beauty of life. So that's one thing I'm looking forward to. I'm really looking forward to the concert in April in Stockholm, to get to play there. We're working on another concert with string orchestra at the end of this year, or around Halloween, in my home region. So I'm hoping to get to come and play with that. And we want to do, you've got to have lofty ideas. We want to do like a Twitch stream around the world and do a really cool thing about it. So that's what I'm working for and hoping for at the moment. Other than that, I just, at the moment I'm enjoying hanging out with friends I haven't seen in a long time and with family I haven't seen in a long time. And I think that's going to give me inspiration to kick off the next project. But for anybody who's interested in what's going to happen in the future, Twitter is my main source of information chucking out. So if you follow me at Patrick Jarlestam, I'm not difficult to find, I think. And if you also want to look at the woodworking I do, which is my little favorite hobby, I'm on Instagram at the Happy Woodworking Swede.
Oh yeah, I was just going to ask you how can people find you, but you beat me to it. And and you mentioned earlier about the Requiem when you were telling us how it influenced, events in your life influenced it. So it sounds like that it is not currently available anywhere, and it might be in the future. Is that what I got?
Yes, from that? Exactly. The problem with getting paid work is that you have to do paid work, or want to do paid work. So because Valheim happened almost as I was wrapping up the Requiem, I didn't really get that time to finish the mixing and the mastering. So I'm going to do a digital release of that soon. And I'm hoping in the coming 1 or 2 months to do that. Hashtag famous last words. But I'm also looking forward to doing some. I've been promising to do Valheim videos about how I composed the music and launch that on my YouTube channel, because that's going to come out on Twitter as well when that's finished. But it's hard. It's hard to do really good videos, as everyone who works with videos knows. So big cred to all of the absolutely fantastic YouTube and video content creators out there, how they work so hard to make such, time-consuming pieces of absolute art.
Yeah, it's funny. I get a lot of questions about how I do certain things in my videos, and if they can learn, or if I could teach them, or what advice I would have. And I say to them, well, become a professional filmmaker for 25 years, and then you can learn to do this kind of stuff. There's no easy, quick shortcut to doing some of this stuff.
No, it's the 10,000 hours.
Yes, the 10,000 hours. Yeah, definitely help. Well, I would invite you to share a piece of the Requiem if you wanted to on the podcast, but if not, we'll definitely look forward to the release when you finally get to it.
I have one track I would love to share, because it is finished, that one, and it's I want to say quickly about the Requiem, because it's a zombie Requiem, which sounds quite funny. It's a good catchy title, but a Requiem is a mass of the dead, and I felt that what happens philosophically when you love someone and they pass away, but then they come back, and how do you relate to each other? Are you the same people? Do you want to be in each other's lives still? Is the dead, from having been dead, are they the same person? So these are the themes I explore in the Requiem, and it's inspired by the French zombie movie. Is it called Le Revenant or Le Retourné? I can't remember which.
I think it's a good question. I would say the first, Le Revenant.
Yes. because it's a great movie and a great series as well. So that's what the Requiem was inspired by. And the one I will share with you is, like I said, the one inspired by my mum, but it's about different aspects of living with the returned dead. One aspect that comes before this track is about a relationship which is just not working out, but then when the person returns, they're a different person who doesn't carry all of these problems from the previous relationship, so they can sort of enjoy their relationship anew in a strange way. Another aspect is losing someone you absolutely love and they come back someone else who's not the person you lost, and how hard that be. And the third one, which is the one I'll share, is about a person whose loved one didn't return at all, and they didn't even get the chance to experience the happiness and sadness and pain that everybody else is going through. They're just on the outside looking in, and maybe that is the most tragic one of all. And yeah, that's the one I'll share with you all.
Well, thank you so much for sharing all of this and sharing your time with us. It's been wonderful. And I look forward to, the future, projects, music that you do for future projects, and would love to have you on in the future if you're available to talk about those as well.
That would be absolutely lovely. There is one project which I'm hoping to get, which is going to be so much fun musically, because this is, it's sort of returning to the roots of music I heard when I was growing up. So I will. I hope to give you a sneak peek soon.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thanks everyone here for joining me today to interview Patrick. And that'll be it for now. Have fun out there.
Thank you so much everybody. Tack så mycket allihopa. Hoppas ni har en jättefin dag, afton, kväll. Och tack så mycket. Patrik Jarlestam signing out.
And with that, I would like to close the podcast out with this beautiful song that Patrick composed and provided to me to share with you all for this world premiere. The song is entitled My Loss is a Double Loss. Enjoy.
When the others returned, you did not. No, 'Shout, no whisper, 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 no, 'Shout
was hauntingly beautiful. Thank you, Patrick, for sharing this with us. Tack så jättemycket.
Welcome to Podheim, Jirok's Valheim podcast. Let's give him the business.
Hey everybody, today is February 9th, 2022. I'm your host, Jirok the Viking, and joining me today are my fellow Vikings, Gwen the Shield Maiden.
Hello.
Viking Rudy, Rudistic the Guardian.
Skull Vikings.
And Viking Thorin, aka Metaroon.
Hey, everyone.
Have you ever tried to switch to your hammer while you're targeting an item stand? I bet you were surprised when that item stand gave you the business and stole your hammer. Well, we're going to give you the business today too, and if you're not careful, Thorin might even try to steal your hammer to add to his collection, won't you, Thorin?
You know I will.
I was waiting for the darn tootins.
Oh, sorry.
I'm disappointed.
I can do it again.
I know, Gwen was so
or I
excited.
can add more to it.
Okay, we'll do it just for fun. And if you're not careful, Thorin might even try to steal your hammer to add to his collection. Won't you, Thorin?
Darn tootins, you know I will. I've lost many a hammer to those item stands.
So I just wanted to start with a little casual chat before we get into everything. I wanted to see how everyone was doing over the last week. I know I was super busy and didn't get to chat with many of you, and wondering if anything exciting happened over the weekend. Anybody feel like sharing?
Yeah, I can go. I took a drive up to our local ski hill with a cousin and her husband and my wife, and yeah, we all got out skiing and snowboarding for a couple days. The snow wasn't the best, but it was nice and sunny out at least. So yeah, first time out this year. It was good to get out.
Oh, nice. And I'm guessing everybody was safe and had fun.
Yep, no injuries. Got to take my new truck on a road trip for the first time, so that was fun too.
Oh, nice. Yeah, new vehicles are always exciting. Are you like super careful with where you park and everything to make sure that there nobody dings it or scratches it?
I'm not as worried about the truck long term, but yeah, since it's new, I'm being more careful with it, and it's big enough that I'm kind of avoiding parking anywhere if I can. I'm usually on the far side of the parking lot, that's for sure.
Yeah, I see a lot of people when they get a new vehicle, especially if it's a bigger vehicle, they'll park far away in the parking lot from everyone, or they'll take up two spots by parking in the middle. Have you done
I'm
that
not that
too?
bad.
Oh, okay.
No, I'm not that guy.
And Rudy, how about you? I know you were feeling a little under the weather. How was your last week and weekend?
Yeah, well, I was pretty quiet on the podcast last week for good reason. I did get the COVID bug, but yeah, I'm feeling a lot better today, testing negative now, and I can taste and smell things, and the world is good again. So just spent the weekend resting up and feeling great now and ready to take the bull by the horns.
That's
Glad to
great.
hear that.
Yeah. I know when I lost my taste and smell, that was, besides feeling just absolutely miserable, I would treat myself to a strong drink or, maybe some, comfort food. But when you can't taste or smell, not even that helps you feel better.
It was pretty funny. It was yesterday I made a microwave dinner and I was eating and I just turned to my wife. I'm like, this is gross. Like, this is nasty. And she's like, what? I'm like, this is gross. This is gross. She's like, but you can taste. And I just like, oh my gosh, I can taste again. And it tastes horrible.
Well, I guess horrible is better than no taste at all.
Yeah, that sounds like my idea of hell, to not be able to taste food.
My wife's grandma actually has completely lost her sense of taste, which is kind of weird. She's still a very good cook, but all she can taste is lemon and salt.
Oh, wow.
So
is
strange.
That COVID related or something else?
No. This is permanent. It's been that way for, I don't know, 3 or 4 years now.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Kind of just an interesting thing that can happen when you get older, I guess.
Yeah. I do have one of my gym coaches that I've known for 12 years or more now. Yeah, he's always had that. When he talks about trying to plan a diet for your calorie intake, I say, yeah, it's easy for you. You can't taste anything. And how about you, Gwen? Anything exciting happen over the last weekend?
Yeah, I mean, this weekend, being also self-isolating, I've spent a lot of time playing No Map. A lot of that time was spent trying to recover bodies from my group. But yeah, it was a blast. It was great fun. I'm really enjoying the No Map experience so far.
Any particular fun stories to share about getting your body back?
Oh man, where to start? Our group has been chaotic in all the best ways. Only the most ridiculous things happen to us. So this story of losing our bodies. So we went iron mining quite far away from our main base. Our main base being on the spawn island. And so we went, we found some good swamps, mined a lot of iron, started smelting it over there. And then I had the great idea to try to sell half of it back to the main base so that we could start building and upgrading our base there and stuff. It was already quite late by that time. It was late in the evening. But I was like, oh no, it's going to be fine. We're all on a longbow. What can happen? We might get a little bit lost, but we know more or less, like, directionally looking at the sky and stuff where to go to hit Spawn Island. So we went and sailed ahead, and it was all fine and good. We were more or less headed in the right direction. And then when we got a bit closer, we hit some, it was, I think, nighttime or like evening or something, and we hit some really misty weather, really foggy. We really couldn't see anything. And so we were trying to find our way, see if we could see land. And then suddenly, right in front of us, what do we see? A lox in the water. We're like, oh crap, we're not ready for this. Go, go, go. And then, like, the person who was steering tried to steer away. And then we crashed into a tiny island, which had a second lox on it. And that is pretty much the last thing we saw before all dying. In one instant, we got completely wiped out. The boat was wrecked. All of us just one stomp of a lox and we were all dead. And yeah, it was a bit disheartening. We were like, okay, well, now it's like 3 or 4 a.m. for us in Europe. We're not going to try to recover our bodies now. We don't even know where we crashed. And so that happened, I can't remember, probably like on Thursday night or either Wednesday or Friday night or something like that. The next 2 evenings of gameplay, because I usually play in the evenings, the next 2 full gameplays, we spent hours sailing. Hours. I actually recorded one of my the next kind of gameplay. 6 hours. We sailed everywhere. We sailed in the general direction where we thought our bodies were. We were like so determined to get our graves and our stuff and our iron back. Looking for that island, and we thought it was a tiny island of plains because it looked really small, so there was nowhere to escape when we hit the rock. And so we were looking for basically 2 loxes with the graves around it on a tiny island, and we sailed everywhere. We had even at some point 2 boats. We had 2 calves, and we had like a whole strategy with our group split on 2 boats. Every time we found an island, instead of both going in the same direction, we actually circled the island in opposite directions, so we could circle quicker, and we would meet on the other side just to see if we could spot the graves. And we did that for 2 long nights. I think 1 or 2 of the other teammates did that also, like during their playtime while I was offline. And after a while, we were like, okay, we need to give up. We need to just gear up again and just, we'll find our graves at some point somewhere, but let's stop searching. And then in the process, we also found like a POI, a constructed point of interest, which we managed to take, and then we built like a base on top of it. And that POI was in the plains. It was like Yagluth Fingers with a fueling village underneath. No artifacts or anything, but it was fun trying to take that. So we started building a base on top of that thing. And then yesterday, one of the people in our team said, we found our graves. The graves were, I kid you not, 50 meters away from that base that we were building. They were right there the whole time. The only place we didn't look, because we were like, well, there's no island there. It doesn't look like where we crashed. And we didn't even think that it was the area where we crashed. So the whole time we were sailing and looking for our bodies everywhere. And the graves were just there in walking distance the whole time.
Oh, no.
And yeah, the funniest thing is Morning Darkness, one of our players, she was spending a lot of her time building up on the Yagluth fingers. She was building the base there. And she said, oh, yeah, I saw something over there, because we're all using the colored sign mod. So whenever you have signs, it kind of, the writing is like bright white. So it looks a bit like the writing on the graves, or like how the graves glow. And she was like, oh yeah, I saw something glow over there, but I thought it was someone putting a sign saying to not kill the Loxes. So she didn't like really think twice about it. She didn't investigate. So she had even seen our graves this whole time when we were searching. Yeah.
Well, it's funny, just for the listeners who don't know, the reason why she thought it was a sign that was glowing, because we allow the mod that you can change the color of the signs so they're easier to read. So you get this bright, glowy text on them. And I'm guessing that's what she saw in the distance, or thought she saw in the distance.
Exactly.
Well, please tell me that you recorded or streamed that so that we can check out some of that footage.
Unfortunately, I wasn't recording or streaming the day where the crash happened. I did record the full 6 hours of sailing, and then, but I messed up the recording. I didn't record my own voice. I recorded everyone else's. So after this recording, I'm jumping on with the crew. We found another POI with some, I think it's the Night Sisters one. So it's one with bosses to take down and potentially artifacts. So we're going to do that as a team, but we're also going to go and kill the 2 Loxes and recover our bodies as a team. And I will be streaming that.
Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah, I love nice. When you guys stream, because then I can always go back and check out all these adventures you're having. Sounds so much fun, especially on that no map server.
Yeah, very fun.
So for me, I've been super busy every day with the making videos and doing server stuff and Discord admin stuff, but did take a little break with the wife, and we went over to Alameda here in the San Francisco Bay Area. It's a little island in the bay of the San Francisco area. And we went to a huge antiques fair. It's on an old Alameda naval base, so the old runway where the planes used to take off when the base was operating.
Fun fact: it's where MythBusters was filmed. If anybody's curious, there's also a very good distillery there, St. George's.
Yeah. Yeah, I've actually worked with in filmmaking and video work. I've worked with some of the people involved with the MythBusters crew, and I forget her name, but the redhead who was on the show.
Tori. Is it Tori?
I think I'd have to double check, but so we were out there. Huge antiques fair, biggest fair I've ever been to, because they take up most of the airstrip. And yes, everything there is supposed to be at least 20 years old or older. Not everything is, but there's a lot of really old stuff and some semi-old stuff. But we ended up getting, my wife found some cool jewelry. We also, we are sort of doing this little collecting thing. We're always looking for little old animal statues, just like little ones, that are like the size of a bowling ball or maybe a little bit bigger. To put in our front and backyard. So we got lucky this time. I think we got 2 or 3 of them. Usually we only get 1 or we don't get any. And then my wife found some cowboy boots. She loves her cowboy boots, and I haven't had a pair in a long time. So I thought, I'll pick up a pair. And not only did I find 1, but I found 2. So fun stuff there.
We need to see pictures of those glorious cowboy boots.
Well, yeah, I have to put on my cowboy shirt and my cowboy hat. Being so pale, being a ginger, I always, especially in the summer, I always have to wear like a wide brim hat and Usually it's just like one of those big sun hats. But if I want to get a little more dressy, I'll wear my fancy cowboy hat.
So at this antiques fair, you said everything had to be 20 years or older, right?
That's the rule, yeah.
So did you see any original Xboxes? Because those are now 20 years old.
I don't look too much at the video games, except when, for me, what catches my eye is I did see one Atari 2600 and some cartridges, and 2 or 3 original Nintendos and some cartridges. And yeah, other places do have a lot of games and other console systems, but I don't pay much attention to them because I didn't really play anything past Nintendo. Like once Nintendo came out, that was, it was Atari 2600 Nintendo. And then I went to PC games after that. And yeah, so they don't grab my attention, but I'm sure some of them were there.
For some reason, the thing that I remember most about getting my first Xbox is the smell of it when I opened the box.
What did it smell like?
Gave me goosebumps.
You know that it's kind of like a chemically plasticky smell that new electronics have?
Yep.
It was like that, but I don't know. Maybe it was just a new thing for me that I was experiencing for the first time. But yeah, something about that smell always takes me back to the Xbox One. Or
how old does that make you feel
Xbox.
that was 20 years ago now?
Pretty crazy.
So I have a quick announcement. My Season 1 Survival and Season 1 No Map Valheim servers that launched over the last few weeks were so popular that I'm now launching a new hard mode version of the map, especially because on the Survival server, players did get through the content a little quicker than we had thought. So we are putting together a hard mode version to slow them down and give players who didn't get a chance to experience all of the cool points of interest and mini bosses a chance to do that. And because of the new hard mode stuff, it's going to take a little more team effort, I think, than maybe some of them did the first time around. But it'll be exciting. If we have time, we'll talk about that later. So there's some Valheim news coming up. Or that has come out. And last week they mentioned on their Twitter that they're doing a hashtag Valheim BOTM builds of the month. Basically, they'll honor or they'll show off builds of the month that they like and pick a winner. I don't. Does anybody remember if they're doing prizes for that? I don't remember, but I know that they were going to feature them.
I don't believe so. I think it's just a feature on their Twitter account.
Yeah, that's fun. I love seeing what all the cool builds people come up with. And then just today, before we started recording this podcast, they released a fireside chat on YouTube. And I'm always sleeping when they release that because, they're in Sweden, I'm in California. I think it was around 4 a.m. for me when they released that. But I got up and made a video on it. And so a couple of things in the fireside chat, they don't really point them out or talk about them. But if you're paying attention, you can see a couple of new things in the video. Did anybody here have a chance to check out the fireside chat yet?
Did this morning, yes. Some exciting Easter eggs.
Yeah, what did you see?
Well, first of all, they were sitting on top of a new rug, which is cool. It looks like a kind of rectangular style rug similar to the Locks one, but it's kind of a dark gray burgundy color almost, which is kind of neat. And then in the background, kind of hiding behind some banners, was a new armor set, which looks pretty incredible. It's kind of rogue-like styling, and who knows? Maybe it's pulling from some new Fenring material. That's kind of the vibe that I got from it. It's kind of like dark fur and scales and that type of thing. So maybe kind of a side grade armor for the mountains that's going to come with the mountain caves.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. The rug and the armor kind of seemed like they were made from a similar thing. So I'm wondering if we're going to get some kind of Fenring pelt or something to make that new armor, or if there's some kind of mini boss or something in the cave. But yeah, my guess is it's Fenring armor.
Yeah, I really hope so. It'll work very well with my Fenrir character that I run the roleplay events with.
Yeah. I have a theory too that so Fenrings are like the only mob that jump in the game. And so if it's going to have a set bonus, I'm going to guess that it's going to maybe have a little bonus to jumping or maybe like less fall damage or something. That's just my theory. But also because they revealed new Mistlands footage on a boat. There's, their character standing on a boat and the camera kind of spins around it. So you get to see a little bit more of the Mistlands. And then standing high up on the precipice that we saw from a still image a while back, the camera spins around it. And so you get to really take in the environment. And it looks to me like it's really dangerous, jagged terrain. And it looks like you're going to have to jump a lot because of like all the little steps in the rock and things. So I'm wondering if, some new armor or maybe a new meat or something will help with fall damage or maybe boosting jumping a little bit. That's my theory, my working theory anyways.
I love the spikes kind of driving up through the mist. It gives it a very apocalyptic vibe. And Grimcore talked about that in the Fireside Chat a little bit too, where it's kind of a unique or different or special approach to biomes in Valheim, which is good to hear in comparison to, what else is in the game. And it's really nice that it's bringing more verticality to the game. Like it's rivaling the mountains in terms of that verticality, because pretty much all of the other biomes are quite flat, like even including Ashlands and Deep North as well. So, unless they completely overhaul those, it's nice to have a second biome with that level of verticality. So jumping would make sense. I know it's a pain to jump your way up a mountain without a pickaxe. That's for sure.
And we are going to go on to another segment here. We're going to talk about our favorite things in Valheim. Rudy, do you want to take us down that path?
I'd be happy to. So yeah, one of our favorite segments here. What are our favorite things? So this week we're going to talk about armor. So what's everyone's favorite armor in the game? What do you wear when you're battling? Or what do you wear when you're just roaming around running errands type things? So start it off here. Let's hear from you, Gwen.
Me, I would probably say the troll armor, or at least the troll tunic, because I like the nice. So I always go by aesthetics. If it doesn't look good, I'm not wearing it. So troll tunic, I like the blue. The troll leggings look cool as well. They look like real clothes, and I enjoy wearing them. Around when I need to go in battle, though, I will wear the wolf chest. The reason why I wear the wolf chest and not the padded one is, and I do wear the padded greaves. So I've got like a Frankenstein armor, basically. I don't wear a wolf or Locke's cape because everyone else has one, and I don't want to look like everyone else. So I wear my linen cape, fully upgraded. And so for the frost damage or frost resistance, I would that's why I've got the silver the wolf chest with the padded greaves. The padded greaves look quite cool. I like the color and the style on them, so they pass the test. And helmet, I would say the Drake helmet. It looks cool. It looks cute. I like it with the little horns.
Yeah, I think the Drake helmet is awesome.
Definitely.
And what color of linen cape are you rocking?
White, because I don't feel like it's one that many people wear. And sometimes when you get that bug where you're walking around and the cape is suddenly at in front, it kind of looks like an apron, which looks good for an innkeeper. So yeah, or giant bib maybe.
Oh, we need to ask the devs to make you an apron.
Yeah, well, I want an apron dress, like an actual Viking or Norse apron dress, which is what women used to wear, because they're beautiful, they're cool, and they're held up by cool-looking tortoise breeches, which I would love to see in game as well. And yeah, I hope that there will be more like just normal clothes options that are not necessarily armor for battle. I feel like they're upping their design game with the root armor and some of the newer armors, like the one that we saw a sneak peek of in the Fireside Chat. So hopefully more different clothing options. And I would love to see some stuff that is actually inspired by Norse and Viking clothes, things with really nice embroidery and different colors and linens and stuff like that. So yeah, let's see. So for now, I'm rocking the tunic, the troll tunic, and the padded greaves with my white cape, and that's how I roll.
Even if the new stuff were not completely aesthetic, it'd be really cool if it came with some minor buffs, like you have an apron that reduces your cooking time, or building clothes that reduce your stamina usage when you're building or gardening or something like that. It'd be pretty neat.
I still want to see a feather cape that makes you not die when you fall, not take fall damage.
You also need a smoke keep that prevents smoke damage.
Oh man, yeah.
So that's your roleplay armor, but I think you should also share your Superwoman armor.
Oh yeah. So in the same spirit, my admin character has pretty much the same outfit, maybe fully troll, but with the red cape, and I enjoy flying around with that admin character because it does look like a Supergirl with a belt as well.
And Thorn, what about yourself? I know you're a big fan of one of the newer armors that was released in the game.
Yeah, I don't go changing my armor all that often, so I like something that's kind of a balance between movement and armor, and I generally lean towards the new root armor set. I really love the earthy look. I wish we had a little bit more of that, where it kind of leads into the like druidic natural, like mythical side of things. I love how that feels, and it pairs really well with the Lox cape. And functionally, the bow buff is awesome. You know, that's definitely the best set bonus in the game right now. Who knows what they're going to add with other side grade armor sets in the future? But in terms of helmets, I really like the Drake helmet. Anything that has kind of like horns or some sort of objects like kind of coming up off the top of the head, I usually think looks pretty cool. So both the root and the Drake helmet are pretty neat. And then if I'm just hanging around working, just doing something casual around the base, sometimes I'll rock the leather armor. I really like the simplicity of it, but it still feels kind of refined compared to wearing rags or something else. But
yeah, I was going to say, I do like the leather and even the bronze helmet. Not helmet, the leather and bronze tunics. They look quite good. I like the detail. They do look like clothes again. I feel like the more later game stuff is so bulky that you just look a bit weird walking around doing your everyday stuff in full kind of padded garb.
Absolutely. That's why when I'm running around and doing errands or whatever, I'm usually in the blue linen cape. That's the color our clan likes to use, is the blue. So I'm usually running around in the blue linen cape and padded greaves, and that's it. I like to go shirtless, as you may have seen in Jirok's videos when I'm running around there. But yeah, when out on the resource server or grinding away, I usually go with the full padded to get that the best armor coverage. But mostly you'll see me running around in shirtless with a blue cape. That's my look. When it comes close to Christmas time, I'll always have my Yule hat on as well. And then Jirok's answer, we know what he kind of looks like from his videos here, but why don't you tell the viewers what that actually is, Jirok?
Yeah. So I really love actually even the rags in the game, because for me every outfit has like a role playing use, and especially since I run so many events, I like to use the armor or clothing or rags or whatever it is to fit the role playing. But yeah, I changed. I used to wear the full padded with my Odin cape and cowl from being a beta tester, but I switched it up recently. So I still wear the Odin cape, the Odin cowl, and sometimes I wear the hood. Although usually I like to have my beautiful bald head showing. And I switched to the wolf chest because everybody wears padded, and I found out that the cape sits underneath the furry white wolf fur at the top on the shoulders of the wolf chest. So it looks really nice, the kind of the black Odin cape going up into the wolf fur shoulder pieces there. So it looks really cool. So I switched that.
Yeah, it does.
And Yeah, you can see that in any of my recent videos. That's what I'm wearing. But I like any of the leggings that are sort of skinned, like they're just a texture over your standard legs, because it's more slimming. It doesn't look bulky, and the padded leggings look really nice. So I've kept those. I'm not as big a fan of the leggings, like the wolf leggings that add that extra bulk to your legs. For a role-playing situation, it's fine, but just my standard look, I wanted something that looked a little more slimming.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that, because exactly the same as me, and that's exactly why I use the wolf chest with the white cape, because the white fur at the top blends into the cape and it gives it a unique look. So yeah, definitely on the same wavelength there. And also, I agree with you. The slimmer leggings look a bit better. That I think what they did with the wolf one, the reason why they're so bulky is I think it is inspired by some of the actual Viking outfits or trousers that they found. I think it's probably in some parts of Scandinavia, or maybe more towards like the eastern side, where they have found Viking trousers like that kind of bulk out. They're kind of like MC Hammer pants, but Viking. Yeah. And so I think they were kind of emulating that look. Yeah, exactly. So I think they were emulating that look, but I don't know, that plus the really bulky kind of top armor, it just looks too much. It just looks like you're wrapped into like some bubble wrap or something.
And just to take a quick break from the show, I wanted to mention that I am now an ambassador for the Grimfrost. Remember that company that supplied the prizes for the Valheim Build for Balder competition? Yep, it's the same one. They have thousands of amazing modern and historical Viking products, from clothing to armor and weapons, drinking horns, figurines, replicas made from real Viking artifact finds, all kinds of amazing stuff. Use my link, grimfrost.com/? The letter AFF equals 310. Again, grimfrost.com/? AFF equals 310. Now back to the show. So we're going to talk about some things that we would like to see maybe changed in the game if there was a magic button. Of course, we appreciate all the efforts and everything that the devs do, and whatever they work on, their vision has been absolutely amazing. But if we had a magic button that could change something in the game, one of the things that I would do is, so the interface itself, it's simple and it's elegant, and I just absolutely love that. But some of the ways that we interact with it could be slightly improved upon. And one of the things is, I wish that we had an easier way to split stacks. So right now you can pick up a whole stack, or you can split it into two, or you have to grab a slider and drag it. And if you have a really large stack of something, say like gold or something, coins, trying to get to the exact number on that little slider can be very tedious, or if not impossible at times. So you have to split the stack and then split it again so you can land the slider. What I wish they would do is just a simple fix. It's what most games, or at least like when I played 7 Days to Die for years and years, when you pick up a stack, there was when you clicked into another slot, it would just drop one piece from that stack. Because a lot of times that's all you want. You want to grab one piece or two pieces, and you could just quickly grab it. And especially like when I'm handing out stuff to players on the server, I get a stack of this stuff and I want to give one to each player. Well, I have to go in, I have to drag the slider to one. And then, when you count the clicks, I think it was something like 7 clicks and or mouse movements to get to one stack. When in like 7 Days to Die or other games, it would be 2 clicks. You pick it up and you click, and then you have one there. But in Valheim, you got to do it with like 7 clicks and or mouse movements. So it's a little tedious. I would just love, and just give me a little box so I can type in the exact number of the items that I want to split the stack into. Most games have that too when you're splitting a stack. But that's mine. Anybody feel the same about splitting stacks?
Yeah, it's pretty finicky.
Yeah.
I actually just learned, a shout out to Hjalrek here, my commander in BSC. I literally just learned last week that if you hold control down and then hit the items, that they automatically move over. I drag and dropped items up until last week. I just learned about that, and holy smokes, that's so cool.
Yeah, that's definitely a big one. I'm glad is in the game. Thorn, what about you? Anything that you would push the button to change?
This isn't necessarily something within the game, but just kind of something about Iron Gate's approach to community engagement and that kind of thing. So, like, I love the game as it is, and I really appreciate the devs taking the time to do things right and, iterate on their ideas and, holding off on shipping things until they feel like it's in the right place. And I think they've done a great job of that up to this point. And sometimes that causes things to be a little bit delayed, and I think that's okay, and it's the right choice for the game. But I do wish they could consider how things are shared with the community a little bit better. I think, it's quite common for the Iron Gate devs to kind of casually talk about updates that are going into testing and that kind of thing when they're, joining a content creator's channel or something like that. And that's all in good. I love when we have, Iron Gate folks either on the podcast or joining for our server events and sharing little tidbits of information with us. But that really should be something that gets shared, as a Steam post update or a blog post or something like that. With the Mountain Caves update recently, there was a lot of casual talk, like in an obscure channel on the Valheim Discord, about updates that were going to testing and then being pulled, and none of that got announced officially. And roadmap wise, I know with the kind of iterative approach that the devs are taking, it's hard to get a roadmap out, but they did originally release a kind of slightly overly ambitious roadmap that they ended up rescinding, sometime last year. But I would love to see like an updated roadmap, even if it didn't have specific dates on it, or anything like that. It would be nice to kind of have that engagement with the community, so we at least have a little bit more of an idea of what's coming beyond, 2-3 months out. They definitely have the cash to improve it with the large influx of players and everything. So yeah, just not necessarily a criticism, just some feedback for the team that we'd love to see a little bit more engagement, maybe kind of across the whole community, and less so on the not less so on the one-to-one forums, but in addition to.
But yeah, I know that they were overwhelmed when they had got such a large community, early on, and had to deal with the huge influx to their Discord channel and all the people asking questions. And they even, in this fireside chat, Richard talked about, having plans for the game, but then in the first 3 months of having millions of people play it, all of the bug reports and things that came out that they, could never have tested without such a large player base. It changed a lot of their plans, and they're a small team. And I remember him saying that in the fireside chat just this morning that he's grown the team a little bit because they started off with just 3 of them, him, Grimcore, and his other partner that he started the business with. So it seems like they're figuring it out as they go, which actually I love to see, because I feel it's sort of the same thing that I've been doing with my YouTube channel and my gaming servers and a Discord community. Yeah, there's always things that you could do better in hindsight, but you're kind of figuring it out as it go. And yeah, feedback like yours is great. Like they should hear that, and that, can help maybe influence things in the future. But he did say something really interesting. He said something like growing the team. I think they have like 11 or 12 people now. Growing the team meant that he had to manage more and work less on the game. It's still work, but it's managing the team, and it took away time that he wanted to work on the game. So that's really interesting. And that just kind of like falls into like your suggestion. It's like he'd rather be working on the game and not dealing with like, the other things that need dealing with, like community engagement and, managing a team. But, he also pointed out the pros and cons to it. Like the pros were that he has more people now and they can work on separate things like the abomination and the root armor or the mountain updates. And while, the other half of the team is working on the new Mistlands biome update when they finally get to release. So, yeah, feedback is great. And I think they're doing a wonderful job and learning as they go, as I think a lot of us are.
Yeah, totally agree.
Gwen, what would you change with a magic button?
So I enjoy building in this game. I'm not the strongest builder compared to some others like Thorin, who are just born with innate
Born with hammer
ability
hands.
to build incredible things. But so I enjoy building. I really enjoyed the Hearth and Home update. It gave us so many great new build pieces that we can get really creative with. There is one thing though that I just cannot do in this game is building roofs. It just drives me nuts. I don't know what it is, but trying to clip roofs, especially if you're doing something that is not just a rectangular shaped building, it just drives me mad. I can't, the things don't clip properly. I have to always try to find the weirdest angles, go build ladder upon ladder upon ladder to get on top of the thing, to try to clip the thing in the right place. It's really finicky. And I don't know why. It's just with the roofs, with all the other build pieces, no problem at all. But I don't know. Am I the only one having this problem?
Oh, roofs are my kryptonite. I will start a build, and as soon as it comes to the roof, I'll call someone else to come help me because I'm the same boat. I cannot figure it out.
Right.
Yeah, I think
Thorin,
as long as
tell us the secrets. How do we do roofs?
as long as you're building within the kind of delivered angles that they give you, it's not too bad. Like if you're building, if you're building angled sloped roofs and then you're building, 90 degrees to that perpendicular, everything usually works pretty well with like the I and the O corner roof pieces. You can usually get those to clip nicely. It's when you start to have like off angle roofs combined, or you try to do a round roof or anything like that, it can get really finicky. I don't know if there's a way to make the snapping easier when you're getting into weird angles like that, but one solution that I would love to see is either having triangular roof pieces or preferably is 1x1 roof pieces instead of 2x2, or in addition to, just for those like awkward areas where you're just trying to kind of fill a space. And if you use a big 2x2 square, the top corners end up like clipping out the sides on either side. Yeah, it's super frustrating. So would love to see that. There aren't a lot of good solutions right now. I think you end up just trying to like cover it up with beams and ornamentation and that type of thing whenever things are clipping weirdly.
Just hide the mess under nice,
exactly.
pretty beams.
Yeah, and the smaller roof pieces is something that I've suggested to Grimcore, I think, when he had come on to the server one time. But Rudy, magic button to change something, what would it be?
Well, before I give mine here, I was thinking of one of the episodes we had a few weeks back. Gwen was talking about the item stands and seeing where that little peg is to put it on.
Yes.
And we saw that tweet from Jonathan, that little GIF he had of those arrows. So I think they might be listening to these podcasts and taking our suggestions to heart, because it looks like one of your things was changed there. So that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I'm so thankful. I think I literally on the Discord, because some of the devs are on Discord, I tagged them, said that I was very, very happy about this, and a couple of people jumped in. It was really nice to see that. That was taken into account. Us decorators are very, very happy about that change when it gets implemented.
Absolutely. Yeah, as a fellow decorator, I'm very excited for that. But one thing I noticed in the last few weeks, especially on a multiplayer server like ours, where we have, 30, 40 people on at one time, sometimes when you're crafting something or cooking something in that bottom right corner, when someone logs into the game or even chats in the game, it covers up the crafting button, right? So when I'm trying to make, 5 stacks of ice creams, and someone logs on, you have to actually wait until that prompt kind of goes away and you can continue crafting. So that was something I thought of last week, that if there was some way to change that, maybe, I don't know, move the crafting button or the chat to a different area. I don't know what your guys' thoughts are, but it can take you a while to finish crafting a bunch of stuff if people are constantly logging on or chatting in the game, right?
Yeah, try filming a video when two people are
I was
shouting
just
at
going
each
to
other
say
back and forth.
that, Thorin. Oh my God. When I try to record a video on the server and we've got 20 players on the server and they're talking to each other, it's just constant chat in the bottom right-hand corner, right? Like interrupting the video. Even when you turn the interface off, it doesn't shut off that chat window. Why doesn't it shut off the chat window? I don't understand.
Yeah, even if you had a toggle to just like hide the chat window completely or something like that, whether it's independent of the rest of the interface toggle or not, yeah, I don't know, but it would be nice to have a fix for that.
Yeah, so I wanted to move on to talking quickly about our server and some of the things going on in our servers. So we've got 5 servers now, a 6th one launching, which is the hard mode season 1. But Gwen told us a fantastic story at the beginning about playing on the No map, but you're the only one of us here who's playing on it. Can you just tell us what the general vibe of the No map squad, the people who chose to play No map, like, what is it like playing No map and working together with people?
Yeah, it's amazing. I'm really enjoying it. Going into that, my main reason to join was I wanted to challenge myself a bit. I don't feel like I'd take enough risks playing this game. I'm very slow at progressing and that sort of stuff. But I really wanted to try something new, see the game in a new light, and yeah, just challenge myself with something that I'm not even good at in real life. Just finding my way without Google Maps is is a challenge in real life. And I thought in the game it must be even harder because you only literally have the sun and the Yggdrasil tree in the sky to guide you. There's a few other little tricks to have like a portable compasses and stuff like that, which I can talk about in a second. But generally, it's been really fun. I think everyone who joined this was in the same mindset of they wanted to try something different, challenge themselves, but also work as a team and help each other along the way. So there's, I think, about 30 people on that server, or at least who joined that server. I think probably about 20 that are still very active on it. Split in small groups, I would say, probably groups of between like 3 and 8 people. And yeah, so far it's been really good. Some of the players on that No Map server have been really helpful in sharing tips, sharing some strategies and some good kind of guidance and helpful tips. So to the rest of the community, so that we could all use those. And yeah, and generally the vibe on the server itself is all the different groups have their little bases, but we've connected everything with roads. We're using signs a lot, pointing in directions. Some of the players are building compasses in game. In key areas or in every new island that they discover. There's waypoints when you're sailing as well. So it's really cool in that way to find other ways to discover and explore the world and still find your way back. But what I'm enjoying the most is just it's really a next level of immersion. The fact that you can still teleport, but the fact that you can't see the map and you can't see where you're going, you're so much much more aware of your surroundings, and you're really paying a lot more attention to where you're going, to where you've come from, to all the different details, the different aspects of the landscape that you can use to recognize and memorize to find your way back. And it just brings a lot more. Yeah, it's a lot more immersive in that sense. And I've really enjoyed that. Even just, running around exploring an island with a couple of other people, you have to keep an eye on the others, make sure that you don't lose sight, because if you do, then you might get lost. So yeah, it really feels like being even more in the game, just playing with other people. Because I feel like when we're playing with a map, it's too easy to just go, running in one direction and then you just check the map. Oh yeah, you're over there. Let me kind of get back your way. When you don't have a map, you have to stick together more, or you have to find other ways to direct people. And I don't know, it's very fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying that challenge.
Yeah, when I log onto the server's admin and I just kind of go around to see what the world looks like, it's really interesting to me to see the world. It feels more lived in. Because as I'm going around, instead of just the pristine terrain. Maybe you'll see, in the past you'd see trees cut or a big hole where a copper node was mined, but otherwise you'd really no sign that there were ever any people here. But on the no map server, everybody makes roads everywhere, and at the crossroads where they meet up, signs, and I don't know. It just puts a smile on my face to like know that the world it looks lived in. And if you're out wandering around and you came across the road, that's how I found as admin some of the people's bases. Is I just flew around because I wanted to see what people were doing, found roads, followed them, and then found their bases. It's just so much fun to see that the world feels lived in like that.
Yeah, and it's as a player, being able to to just direct people to your base by saying, "Yeah, take the road like that way, and then go left, and like follow this sign." It just feels like real life. It's amazing. It's great. It's a lot more fun than just pinging on the map and like have the person find their way by other means. But yeah, no, it does feel a lot more. Yeah, as you say, lived in the base as well. Because you have to be so much more aware of your surroundings, when you come back to your base, it feels like you're really coming home, because not only there's always that slight sense of, the sense of adventure when you leave, because you're not sure that you're actually going to find your way back to your base. So there's always that slight concern that you might not find your way back. So when you come back to your base, you're even more happier to see your base, because you're like, yeah, made it back. But also because you tend to explore a lot more around your base or any place you go to really spot the different landscapes and waypoints and things like that. I feel like you are a lot more in control of the area where you hang out, more so than when you're not using the map and you just like go from point A to B. When you're using the map, you just go from point A to B because you've already marked those spots. Yeah.
I think No Map has been so popular that every season we'll probably release a No Map version if people want. But I'm guessing that they're going to want it now after doing it.
Yeah,
I believe there was some talk in our Discord today about the stars in the sky, that they're not just randomly placed. There's a reason that some of the stars are where they are. So it's kind of exciting to see what the No Map crew is going to be able to figure out with that as well.
Exactly.
Okay, we're going to talk about some interesting facts about us. A little treat for hanging out to the end of the podcast. Rudy, what interesting fact do you want to share with us?
Well, a few weeks ago, we talked about what we're doing for summer and all that. And I said some camping trips and some vacationing. I've always been huge into Sasquatch. I live in the foothills of the Rocky Mountains. So I'm really hoping this summer that I can get out and try and have an encounter. I've never had an encounter. I'm a full believer. I believe Sasquatch is out there, not just from evidence provided, but from Native American lore and stories that these Native American communities have been saying for centuries. So I'm a huge Sasquatch guy, and I'm really hoping I can have some kind of encounter this summer when I do some camping trips.
Do they have those little gift shops on the side of the road with all the Sasquatch and Bigfoot souvenirs and T-shirts and stuff out there anywhere?
Yeah, there's a few places. One of the big hot spots for Sasquatch activity is Radium, BC, and there's some nice hot springs there as well. So I'm hoping to do a little, hot springing with the family, but at the same time going out and seeing if I can, get some calls back, or to see one would be really cool. But definitely get some Sasquatch merch. I'll even send some down to you there. I know you're in a good area for it too, actually, but. That's something about me that many people don't really know about, and I don't always put out there because some people think I'm a little kooky, but yeah.
Well, it is a little kooky, but it's fun. I love mythologies. They're fun. They're so much fun. They play into my love of storytelling and, passed down throughout the years. So favorite Sasquatch, Bigfoot, abominable snowman. Go. What is it, Rudy? In any kind of like media, TV show, movie, anything that's popular? Do you have one in mind that you like? Because I have
I would
two.
just say, I would say a regular Sasquatch or Masquat, as the Native American communities call it in that area.
But nothing from pop culture that you can think of?
The Jack Lynx beef jerky mascot, that's a good looking one, very anatomically correct, if I do say so myself.
I was going to point out too, one I was going to say, the Wampa from Star Wars, which is like an abominable snowman. And my other favorite one, and I'm dating myself here, is the Bionic Man episodes with the Bigfoot, the Bionic Bigfoot. If anybody's ever seen that, if you haven't, look it up. It's totally fascinating.
I'm trying to remember what it was called, but it was an old Windows game where you like downhill skied down a hill and you dodged trees and you were getting chased by an abominable snowman. And if he caught you, you lost. That's one of my favorites.
That rings a bell. Weirdly, I think it way deep in my memory. It's somewhere in there.
Is it called Ski Free?
Let me look it up and see.
It says right here, almost everyone who had a Windows PC in the 1990s played Ski Free.
Yeah, it was great. 91 through 95.
Yeah, it's a funny little picture of the pixel art of the abominable snowman. Well, Thorid, what about you? Interesting fact about you that you want to share?
Looking around my office, I have a somewhat large Lego collection. I'm a bit of an addict. Usually buy a set or two a year, and then usually get one for my birthday, which is fun. So, I've got lots of different stuff from Star Wars to NASA things to James Bond cars and all you can really think of, which is cool. I've got 2 giant bins of unassembled Lego to pull from if I ever want to fool around with it. And then another fun fact, with my work, we have like an activity, like health benefit, where you get a certain dollar amount where you can expense towards, healthy activities. And they just added a whole bunch of like mental wellness stuff to that. So now I can buy and expense a certain amount of Lego every year for my mental well-being. It's pretty awesome. Yeah.
Amazing.
Now, I gotta say, having friends or family that are into Lego like yourself makes gift giving so easy. Like you just go to any toy store and pick a Lego set, and they're usually ecstatic. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I grew up on Legos, and I even have a bin of Legos. I don't get to play with it as much unless my friends bring their kids over. Then I dump them out on the floor. And they think that I'm like dumping it out to sort of like, here you go, babysit yourself with these Legos so you don't bother us adults. Nope. I sit down right there on the floor and start playing with them. And they're always surprised.
I found I was more into, remember K'NEX? The K'NEX I was into more than Lego, I found for myself.
Yeah, I did like all the other little toy pieces that connected together in various ways. And like the advanced Lego sets too, the ones that had motors on them eventually, but yeah.
Lincoln Logs.
Yeah.
As a kid, I was doing the old school Lego, the ones where you just get the pieces. It's not a set. You just have like a big box of all the different sized pieces, and I built houses.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Is that why Thorin's such a good builder? Is because the Lego?
Could be.
I bet.
Well, Gwen, what about you? Is there an interesting fact you'd like to share this week?
Well, since you hinted at Star Wars, and we found out, when was it? 2 weeks ago, we actually shared our mutual collections of Star Wars stuff. I think a lot of us share that common interest. I'm a bit of a Star Wars nerd. I don't have Star Wars Lego. I haven't played Lego in a long time. Maybe I should try it out again. But I do have a few Star Wars themed things in my house. So yeah.
It makes me wonder about the Lego thing, if there are groups where adults get together and, people who are interested in Viking culture or whatever their thing is, and they get together and make stuff and play dress up or whatever. I wonder if there's a group that gets together and just build
And plays
Lego
Lego.
stuff together. That would be awesome.
Well, if it doesn't exist, we should start it.
Yeah, we should.
I'll fly over to the US.
Or maybe we should go to Canada because Thorne seems to have the great collection.
Yeah.
There we go. Come visit.
So yeah, interesting fact about me. I can't remember if I've mentioned it before, but I've been playing table tennis, or some people call it ping pong, ever since I was about 8 years old or so. So I've been playing for more than 40 years. And the last probably 15 or more years, I have coached the sport a little bit, getting paid to coach it. I haven't done it in a few years. I tore my ACL completely a few years back playing table tennis. But yeah, I coach the sport and I love playing it. It's one of the most interesting physical activities. You're super exhausting playing for 2, 3, 4 hours straight. And it's not like, like the garage table tennis where you're standing at the end of the table and you're just bouncing it back. But and not that I'm at Olympic level or anything like that, but yeah, I will find myself, 10, 15, 20 feet behind the table, launching the ball back and running back and forth and chasing it. It's tons of fun. I love that sport, but I have to be careful. I don't want to re-tear my ACL or take out my other one.
It's impressive. I really wanted a pool table when I was a kid, and my parents got me a ping pong table instead. So I also have a soft spot for it.
Aw, cool.
I'm a bit sad because in my town there was a bar that had like ping pong tables that you could go and rent with your group for like an hour and play while drinking. But that bar just closed during the pandemic, so bit sad. That was a fun activity. I'm not good at all, but it was just very entertaining to see ping pong balls flying all over the place in people's cocktails and stuff.
Yeah, I've been at a few parties or pubs or whatever where they have a table, and my friends, they get me a little inebriated, and they try to win money off me, thinking that I'm too buzzed to play, and are surprised that at my level of play and them not being as inebriated as me, they still can't keep up at all. It's one of those things, they say the 10,000 hours to master something. I have way more than that in table tennis.
What do you prefer it being called, table tennis or ping pong?
Well, because the culture that I'm in, it's just always referred to that where I'm at. So I just get in the habit of calling it that. But it doesn't bother me either way. It's actually, there's one of the board game manufacturers owns the I believe the trademark on the term ping pong, and it's meant to be a little game. I think it's like 2 or 3 feet wide table, and little tiny nets and little tiny paddles and ping pong balls. That's actually like the official ping pong. But of course, that is just a miniaturized version of table tennis, and people carry the name over. But yeah.
Oh, interesting. So kind of like Q-tips and Kleenex and all that.
Yeah. There's a brand name out there. And of course, because I play table tennis so well, everybody, I've been called Forrest Gump a lot because of Forrest Gump popularizing the sport here in the U.S. It's not nearly as big in the U.S. as it is in Europe and Asia.
Yeah, I actually, the last Summer Olympics there in Tokyo, I actually watched some of that, and holy smokes, man, those guys can go.
Oh yeah, and I've played with some of those players at those levels, because here in California Bay Area we have some really high level table tennis players, and I can keep up a little bit. But yeah, no, that's a totally that's like me playing somebody who's a garage player, them playing me. I'm the garage player to them, but. Well, I think that's going to do it for this week. Thanks for joining me, everyone.
Yay.
Thank you again for
See you
having
next
us.
week.
Yeah, thanks for having us. Catch you next time.
And that's it for now. Have fun out there. Have you ever tried to switch to your handler?
Your handler?
Your handler.
Handler.
Welcome to Podheim, Jirok's Valheim podcast. Let's give him the business.
Hey everybody, today is February 16th, 2022. I'm your host, Jirok the Viking, and joining me today are my fellow Vikings, Gwen the Shield Maiden.
Hello, beautiful Vikings and Shield Maidens.
Viking Rudy, Rudistic the Guardian.
De Borsta Nestrovia, cheers.
Viking Thorin, aka Metaroon.
Hey everyone, Skull.
Are you ready to get the Valheim Mountains patch notes update business? I hope so, because we're going to give it to you right now. That's right, everybody. I'm sure you guys saw it before me, because when I woke up this morning here living in California, I had a whole bunch of messages from a whole bunch of people saying, Jirok, wake up. Patch notes are out. So we're going to talk about the patch notes right now real quick. And first off, we're going to go through the sort of general ones. And then at the end, we'll go through the spoiler ones and give you a little heads up that they're going to be spoilers for the new content. And if you want to skip ahead, you can do that.
Getting right into the exciting stuff.
I am so excited. Today was already a great day, and when I saw the updates come through, I was just so excited. I can't wait. And just to know, of course, like this podcast, it will be released a couple of days later, so I can't tell in a couple of days if the patch will be out to the public. But currently, as it was announced today on the 16th of February, it's open for public testing only. So just important thing to note there.
Right. Yeah. You can't play this in the normal game. They like to do a public test release just to flush out any more bugs that might be found along the way. And I think in the past, it's taken up to a week or more when the public test branch has launched. So we don't know an exact date, but this is a pretty good sign of things to come. So yeah, in the patch notes, they've got some general fixes and improvements that will be fun to talk about. And the first one, pause function in single player. What do you guys think about a pause function?
Definitely handy.
Yeah, I think we may have spoken about this in a previous episode that when they teased it, I think on the Steam Deck video, they kind of teased that pause function might be coming. So yeah, it's great to see that coming through. I don't play single player anymore now that I'm on a great server with a great community. I've never logged in my single player since I joined Jirok servers, so I don't think I'll be using it. But for the people who do and who occasionally need to go AFK for a couple of minutes, I think it will be good.
Well, I'll tell you a little secret. I use single player every day. And that's because
for your videos, right?
I do a lot of videos, and I do some testing, whether it be for a video or just be testing for the servers. Like before I want to implement something onto a server, I'll oftentimes test it in single player first. But yeah, making videos, I'm always on my single player. And one of the nice things about it, I noticed, so there's actually an interesting function they added to it. So, normally you might think you pause the game and it's just like everything stops and you walk away. And not exactly. Instead of yes, the game stops, the mechanic stops, the trees, the wind, the creatures moving, all that stops. But then it does this slow, rotation around the camera, around you, just back and forth. So an interesting little,
nice touch.
Nice touch.
Yeah.
So I will definitely use that, because I know when sometimes I'm in admin mode and I set some stuff up, and I go AFK all the time because, God mode, they can't hurt me anyways, but the things I set up will start getting attacked by mobs, which is really annoying. So if I just hit escape, I'm in pause, and then the mobs can't mess with my stuff. So,
or if you get the perfect moment where the clouds are not in the way, and you can hit pause, get everything ready to go, and then take your screen, unpause and take your screenshots.
Oh yeah. I should actually try free fly in that. I mean, I imagine that maybe you still have some of the interface in the way unless you hit Control F3. I don't know. I haven't tried it. I'll have to try that. But yeah, those annoying clouds messing up our beautiful pictures. So the next note they got here is that they've added full controller support. Does anybody here fancy a controller?
Nope. I've always been a PC gamer. I don't have a controller. I know the Steam controllers are pretty cool though. So for people playing with that, it must be quite good. And then, of course, there's a Steam Deck coming up. So those all were probably quite necessary. But I don't myself. I'm a mouse and keyboard person.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah, I haven't played with a controller, or gamepad, or anything since my original Nintendo all those years ago. Mouse and keyboard for me. I always feel like when I go to a friend's house and they've got one of the consoles and they hand it to me, I always feel like I'm all thumbs.
Yeah, definitely. Well, and for a game where there are so many different equipable items, it just feels kind of clunky, in my opinion. Like it's tough for a lot of RPGs, I think.
Yeah, and they've got some other notes here. Gamepad text input when running through in Steam Big Picture mode. Whatever that means. Anybody, any idea, Thorin?
I am not sure exactly what they're talking about when they say that. Controller text input when running in Steam Big Picture mode. I don't know. I assume it's just that you can like type into a keyboard or something with your thumbsticks, something like that.
Yeah, if you scroll down to the detailed patch notes, they have a bit more information in there under the gamepad support section. They say, so controller text input when running in Steam Big Picture mode, chat, characters, signs, pets, etc. can now be named using the controller.
Let's see. UI settings and Steam Deck fixes, FPS limiter and reduced background performance. So this is a big one. This is one that Smithy talked up a lot when I talked with him this morning, one of the developers. He said that this really helps with performance. Apparently, they actually removed the hertz setting. So let me actually take a look at that just to confirm. I got the game open right now. Yeah, if you look at the resolution when you're in game, the hertz setting off to the side has been removed.
So what does that do exactly?
So the FPS limiter, when you open your console and you type or max FPS, then you can set it to whatever number you want, and that will it reduces. If your game is really laggy, apparently you can set that lower, and it won't be so laggy because it's not rendering some things in the background. Let's see, what does it say here? I forget exactly how he explained it, but it says reduced background performance. So it might be a thing that needs some testing to see. Especially
where we could test that on our community server in the very high instance places.
Yeah, exactly.
See if things are a bit less laggy there. But yeah, as I understand it, it just gives a more option to control and cap the FPS so that people with less not high-end gear and computers that might be struggling a bit with the game can have a bit more control to play the game a bit more a bit smoother is how I understand it. And equally, if you have a very high-end gear and good computer, then you can increase that cap.
Yeah. It might be something I can test with my gaming laptop because it's not nearly as good as my desktop. Let's see. Split dialogue can take numeric input. Oh, that was one of the things I had just mentioned on last week's podcast. You guys remember that?
Yeah, absolutely. We should be able to type in a number now instead of trying to get the slider to the right number.
Ah, there we go. Nice.
Oh, wow. That was a quick fix. That is very cool. There's another thing as well that I saw in the patch notes that was something that we mentioned just last week, I think, but I'll keep that for when we get to it.
Well, it says that, but currently I cannot enter a number. But I'm doing it now and in game, and I can't. When I split a stack, it still just has the slider and no number input. Let's see. Oh, you know what?
You can type and it adjusts the
slider. You type it. Yeah. Oh, yeah. So there's not actually an input box. You just hit the number, and it goes to that number. And then once you get to 100, you can just reset it and type in. Yeah, it's a little funky the way it works because it's not actually a box. So like if I hit 1 and then I hit 1 again, it doesn't do it. Oh yeah, 11, and then I hit 5, then it goes to 5. So I went from 111 to 5, and then if I hit 5, it doesn't do anything. And then it got 3 more hits, and it went to 55. So it's a little wonky. It took 3 hits for the second 5 to register, but yeah, at least
some timer logic in there or something.
Yeah. So yeah, at least you can type a number because my biggest deal was 1. I just wanted 1 a lot. And that's really handy. You split the stack, with shift left click, and you hit the one key on your keyboard, and then you get one. So yeah, wow. One podcast and they did it. I'm sure.
We should do more of those.
Yeah, we should do more of them podcast thingies. I'm sure they had that in the works already, but yeah, that's cool. That's cool. So next on the patch notes, it says signs can now be built without workbenches. Gwen, how excited are you for that?
I am very excited because then I don't need to, every time I want on no map to put a sign on the side of the road, I don't need to carry also 10 or 12 wood on me for a workbench. So that's really cool. I can now put signs everywhere without needing the workbench. That's pretty nice. I wonder if that is one of the changes that came with their gameplay on no map.
I was going to say, you almost could categorize that under the no map updates that they have.
Yeah, pretty much, because it is a really handy thing to do, but also for decorating, of course. But like if you want to actually populate the world a bit more, not just your base, but have like signs on the side of roads and things like that, it's just nice to have that without needing a workbench. However, I do wonder, and it maybe will need a bit of testing, I wonder if those signs put out in the wild, if they do get destroyed by mobs, if mobs are nearby, just like torches and workbenches do, and other build pieces, or if they're kind of not aggroing. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
that'd be interesting to test out.
Yeah, I don't think mobs aggro signs, if I remember testing that before. So they should be fine if you just put a sign on a beam or a pole or whatever.
Well, you won't be able to if you don't have a workbench. You'll have to put it on a tree or a rock.
Oh, right.
I was going to say that'd probably be pretty handy for the no map crew, not having to have a workbench for the signs.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. I think that's the whole reason why they implemented it. So, yeah, that's good. That's cool. They can, more signs in no map, especially because they've added no map features to the game, which we'll get to here in a minute. Let's see. Next up is bug fixes and quality of life improvements. Armor Stand now supports @gears and shield styles. Yeah, I guess you couldn't put an @gear on there. And if you did put a shield on there with a style, the color and stuff, it just defaulted to the standard wooden one. And then no map tweaks, which we're going to get to, just like Gwen mentioned. Yep. We'll get to it right here. So fixes and improvements. The FPS limiter setting and option to reduce GPU usage when minimized. Menu FPS capped to 60. So that was a little bit of talk about the FPS thing. Various console command improvements and additions. See console help.
Oh, that's good.
I wonder what they added.
Yeah, so I have a few notes on what they've added. So they added the max FPS command. There's a new find command. So you can type find and then you can search for something in the game and it will tell you where they're at and how far away they are. I think I have to start my game in vanilla mode here and then I can look at that exactly and come back to that.
Interesting.
Which I was actually using another mod to help me find stuff like that. So it's interesting that they've decided to add it. Probably because they needed it. That's what Smith A told me. He says a lot of these things get added because when they're playing the game or doing things, they want it to be able, a function to be available. And so Smith A just asked Jonathan to make it happen, and a lot of times that's how it happens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm sure occasionally they get bugs where something just like disappears from in front of them and they need to figure out if it's actually disappeared or jumped to another spot on the map or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see. So if I hit find, oh yeah, you got to be in dev commands and then debug mode and then find show now. Oh, yep, there it is. So yeah, just hit find and then the parameters here they give us are the text. And then it says ping max as one word. And it says searches loaded objects and location list matching name and pings them on the map. Ping max defaults to 1. If more, will place pins on map instead.
Cool.
Yeah. And it doesn't autofill like our mods do the text. So you have to know the name of the thing, unless you're using Gear's server dev commands mod. You have to know exactly what you're looking for through the wiki or something. You can find out the exact name, which is unfortunate that it doesn't autofill without the mod for those that might use it without the mod, but nice that it's there. Let's see, what else do they got on this list here?
So the next one, I'm not sure I understand it. Fix some dungeon parts not being fully deterministic. Ends.
Yeah, so I asked Smithy about that, and he told me that apparently so the dungeons are, the way they render is, it's not like you've been in a dungeon and you've probably never been in that dungeon ever before, because they aren't rendered as one big dungeon. Apparently they have a bunch of rooms and hallways. They're like two pieces, and then they randomly connect to each other in various ways. So you're most likely never to see the same dungeon twice.
Yeah, they're programmatically generated.
Yeah. So
that's a technical term, yes.
Well, just it's familiar for
geek.
people who play like Diablo or that kind of thing, where every level that you enter is completely random and programmatically generated based on a set of rules, I guess. Similar to how the map of Valheim is generated.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, that's cool. That's cool that knowing that. And so he said for this fix, not them not being fully deterministic, it was that sometimes they weren't connecting right to each other. So I guess they did some fixes so that those dungeon parts were fully deterministic.
Okay, that explains. Would that explain, for example, sometimes you find dungeons like burial chambers that are like surprisingly small and have hallways that don't lead anywhere, and you're like, oh, there was nothing really there to loot?
I don't know. We might have to check that, but I think when he referenced it with me, he said that it was specifically for the mountain caves because the pieces weren't connecting properly. But yeah, it would be interesting to see if it affects the burial chambers and the sunken crypts as well. And then next on here, we've got no map mode improvements. So the first thing they say is Vegvisir alternative. What do you guys think that means?
I wonder if it's going to be some sort of compass.
So I didn't know. I went in game to test this. I turned on no map. I didn't know what it meant by Vegvisir alternative. I thought maybe there'd be something that popped up in my interface that I could interact with. No. So I went to a Vegvisir and I clicked on it, and then I didn't see anything. And I just stood there looking awkward, not knowing what this meant. And I went into their public test channel and asked, and somebody said, click it and don't move. If you know, like when you're playing, you usually run up, you click something, and then you're looking around, you're constantly doing stuff. But if you click it and don't move at all, your character will automatically turn and face in the direction of the boss spawn location for that Vegvisir.
If you have no map on?
If you have no map on. It won't work if you don't have no map on, because of course you can just reference the map. So it's a way for like the magical Vegvisir to give you a sense of where the spawn location is without, you don't have a map, but it actually literally turns your body for you and stops. And I even tested it. I went straight in the direction that it faced me. And sure enough, I ran into the boss spawn location. So
okay, so Iron Gate, if you're listening, a really cool addition to that would be a very subtle like particle effect, leaving the Vegvisir stone and also moving in the same direction, kind of like when you spawn the bosses. That would be really neat.
Yeah, that would be awesome. That reminded me of when I saw that. It reminded me a little bit of in Minecraft when you're looking for those what are they called? The strongholds that are underground that lead to the end. It's called. And you would throw, I forget what it was. You throw like an ender
eyes.
Ender eyes, yeah.
Yeah, one of them.
Yeah, you throw the ender eyes in the air, and they go into the direction of the stronghold. And so you would just keep going in that direction until you hit it. And yeah, so it's kind of a nice little magical touch to the game that turns your body. But it was funny because I did it, and because if you move, it cancels it. So you have to know not to move when you do that.
Well, it's a cool addition because like playing on no map, we did kind of feel like, oh, well, those big visitors now they're a bit useless because obviously you don't get the marker. So it's a good alternative. However, with is it the Elder Spawn where you have to find the location in the burial chambers? I think it's the Elder Spawn, right? The Elder Vig Visitor.
Same with bone mass and the crypts, yeah.
Yeah, so knowing which direction is no good if you're in a crypt and you have to go through so many corridors to get back out of the crypt, and then you don't remember which way you were facing. So it's going to be really interesting to see how people manage that.
Yeah, you got to keep markers of which way is which, because you should know which way is north, south, and east, west. When you first enter, because of whatever way the dungeon's facing when you're outside of it, and then when you're inside, if you kind of like keep track of that somehow with some kind of system. I'm sure.
Was the boss spawn very far from when you did that? Was it a long trek or?
Well, I did it just with the Ichthir one from at spawn, so it was really close. But yeah, if they're far away, then yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a journey. You have to keep track of that direction on your ship and running across land and whatnot. But fun. My only question was, can I turn that off? I would love to be able to turn that off for like a little extra hardcore mode, like we basically have on our server now, right? You don't have this little thing to help tell you where things are. What do you think about it, Gwen? Are you in favor of that no map, or would you like the even harder mode and not having that?
I don't know that it would make much of a difference because I'm not organized enough to have a system to know when I'm in a burial chamber which way north is at all times. So I think it will be a bit lost on me. Maybe for Moda it will be good because it's quite often that you find those Vig visitors on the same mountain as Moda, so that will be really helpful. But for Bone Mass and Elder, I think anyway it will be a bit lost on me. But I don't know. If you want to challenge yourself, I guess you can always like not click on it.
Yeah. Just don't click on it, right?
Yeah.
Well, so they've also added other no map improvements. Right now, we use a mod to force no map, but it says here that there's going to be no map as a server setting. And I asked Smithy how this was going to be implemented. Like, how do I turn this on my server? Do I just go in admin mode and then go on the server and type no map? Will that make it no map for everybody? And he said it will probably be some kind of configuration file that you add the no map parameter to. He wasn't exactly sure, but I'm sure but when they implement it, we'll know. They also mentioned no portals command they're going to add in addition to no map. So that'll be cool. So you can actually turn portals off. I just hope, because it doesn't say here, that it's a server setting also. However they implement no map for the server, I'm hoping they implement no portals. And I asked Smithy, and he says he wasn't sure if it was also a server setting. He said probably. So I guess we'll have to find out.
Yeah, the no portal one is pretty good though, because that's one of the things that we wanted to try for one of the future seasons or one of the hardcore modes. So
yeah, and it's a little bit complicated to set up mods so that the players can't build portals, but having it as part of a game option would be really nice. And then if I wanted to do my thing where maybe I add a few portals, permanent portals around the world with mods, I can do that. And then they added, or they're going to be adding a max distance for shouting to no map too, which we found out on our no map server, the players were initially just shouting to each other to navigate to each other, and they could shout from 5,000 meters away and see exactly where they were, in which direction they were. And I had my modder remove that max shout, or the shouting thing. But if they add a parameter to max distance for shouting, that will solve that problem, and we'll be able to give the players a little bit of shout range, so you can call out to each other if you're close enough by and get a sense where they're at. That'd be awesome. You guys would probably really enjoy that over on NoMap, huh?
Yeah, exactly. Because I think that was one of the things that it did take out of the immersion a little bit when you constantly had in the chat people like pinging, just like literally typing here, or ping, just to navigate. Where when we remove that entirely, then you'll really have to rely on just keeping an eye on other players. We did kind of talk about it as all the players on NoMap and agreed that there's a happy medium, like there's like a good compromise where which is why I like that max distance shouting, because in real life, if you're lost in the woods but you were with a group of people, if you shout, you can navigate back to them. So being able to do that but at a small range, I think would be a great alternative to not having it at all, because it's just realistic. It's like, I'm sure Vikings, when they needed to signal to each other while out exploring, they would shout or use their horns or whatever. So I like that addition for sure.
Yeah, that was one of the things I was talking to the modder about adding, and he had it on his to-do list. And then he told me today, he says, "Oh, well, I guess I can scrap my NoMap mod." Let's see what else they got here. Oh, random. Let's see, under the no map options, it says random build spawn rotation.
Do you think this is related to what we were saying, where someone noticed that the spawn where all the boss stones are is often rotated in the same way, so you can use that as a compass? Yes. I wonder if that's what they mean. They just make it random now, so we can't use that as an indicator of position.
Yeah, maybe. I did ask about what that meant, if anybody knew, and I don't think that I got a response.
Oh, and build. I know. Okay, I remember now. It all came to me. The spawn, so it's definitely that, and the build is when you open up when you hit the hammer and open up your build pieces, by default, your build pieces are going to be facing a certain way. And people on our server have been using that as a portable compass.
Oh, right.
To know that this is north. And if they keep that build piece in that direction, next time they open the menu, the build piece will still be facing that same direction. And the funny story about this is one of the players on our server, on our NoMap server, Dipstick, did put together, before we launched the NoMap server, he put together a whole list of strategies and tips and things to play on NoMap and to still find your way. And he compiled that list. He also watched one of the streams of the developers playing NoMap, and I think he may have shared that list with them.
Yeah.
After which the developers were like, interesting. Some of these things we may need to patch. And so there you go. Now they patched it. So that's what happened.
Yeah, that's awesome that Dipstick had an influence on that.
Yeah, it's all you. Well, now he's biting his tongue a bit. He's like, no, next time I'm not going to share any of my tips with the developers.
No, he should. It's awesome to see them reacting to it in that way. It's looking at my Discord chat too. The modder Jeer that I work with, he posted all of the the behind the scenes things that weren't in the patch notes. There's a huge list here that he posted. I guess he went through the code and he found them all. So we could go through that too, maybe here, or some of it at least.
Always love hidden patch notes.
Yeah, it's fun to see that. They make for great videos too.
Yes.
And I just want to take a quick break from the show to share with you one of my sponsors, the Grimfrost, an amazing company that sells really, really cool Viking products. They have over 1,000 different modern and historical Viking products. If you're interested, you should check them out. I have a link in the description, or you can go to my website, girocktheviking.com/Grimfrost. Now back to the show.
Let's see. So then they also say resolution now only shows a refresh rate when forcing exclusive full screen. Various UI fixes and recipes. Oh, this is going to be one that everybody's going to be sad for. The recipes for the Jacko turnip and the Yule tree and presents have been disabled.
Oh,
yep. No
Not
more.
long for the maple.
Well, yeah, we kind of knew it was coming, but I was actually wondering the other day if they would remove them, because the Jacko turnip has been basically there since Halloween, since October. It's been there for a very long time, and I was surprised that didn't get removed when the Yule stuff arrived. So interesting that they removed both. But I think it may be because if they leave all the seasonal things, that means they have to leave the maple as well, and that would be taking away a little bit from the excitement of seeing a maple in naturally spawned into the world. So I wonder if maybe that has to do with why they want to remove the seasonal stuff and make them extra special. If they're more rare, and I have to wait for them.
I guess there were no Vikings in the Southern Hemisphere with the hemisphere bias.
Yeah.
Because Northern Hemisphere winter is the Southern Hemisphere summer. So you get any Vikings who sailed far, they would be celebrating, I guess, in their summer, or maybe they still celebrated. Maybe they kept to their calendar. I don't know. So the quality of life stuff that they did, starting with building marker, is more subtle and indicates piece rotation.
Yes.
So
thank you.
I actually looked at this in game, and that big yellow square is very, very translucent now. You can see right through it. You can see the item stand, and there's even still that little red marker arrow that they added to it in the one of the previous videos they teased. But yeah, they were listening to us.
Thank you, Iron Gate.
Yes, thank you.
I'm glad it's more
This is
subtle
awesome.
as well. In the video that they posted, it didn't look that much different other than the addition of the red arrows. So yeah, I'm glad they've toned it down.
Oh yeah, you can totally. I remember somebody saying, "Yeah, it's great that now we can see which direction." But if I try to place item stands next to each other, I can't, because I can't see it because it's hidden by that square. And yeah, now you can clearly see it. It's really, really translucent. So that's
awesome.
Yeah. And then a lot of people who die a lot will like this next one. Corpse Run gives carry weight bonus to compensate for unequipped belt.
I feel a bit called out by this.
Well, I did want to say Gwen, but I decided to bite my tongue.
Yeah, that's really good. You know, when you're like out on a mining mission in the mountains, mining silver, and so your inventory's full, you're fully weighted down, and then sneaky wolves just sneak up on you and kill you with one hit, and then you have to do the corpse run. But it was always such a stressful moment because the wolf is still there. You either have to like use backup gear and fight it, or you have to like run really quick to your stuff, try to grab all the stuff, but then equip the belt super quick before you get hit again. I've had so many death loops like that because of that, especially in the mountains. It's good. I'm happy that they did that.
Yeah. It's probably helpful too when you're trying to pick up other people's stuff. If like you're running in to grab your stuff and their stuff,
definitely
you get that carry weight bonus.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if there are any like cheese methods that come out of this.
Oh, like for the speedrunners.
Yeah.
I'd like kill yourself just before you need to grab extra stuff.
Yeah, something like that.
Well, yeah, especially before you find your trader, right?
Yeah.
You don't have a trader, but you need to move a bunch of stuff, and you just die and move it, pick everything up.
But I wonder if the carry weight bonus that you get is only up to the equivalent of what you would get with a belt. So it's just that you have
it says it compensates
before you
for unequipped belt, but yeah, I guess we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, I think it would be equivalent to. It can't be unlimited or anything like that.
I would imagine it'd be timed as well, like a 10 to 30 second thing, right? So you get enough time to get out of the area with the enemies.
I would guess that it's tied to your corpse run timer, but we'll have to test it.
And then also, let's see, crafting stackable items while having full inventory is now possible if there are available stack slots. I know a lot of people have been wanting this. You know, if you've got say 7 arrows in your inventory, but every slot is full, and you craft more arrows, you'll get a message saying no room in your inventory.
Oh yeah.
When it should just add to the stack, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then similar to that, they fixed a bug where sometimes stackable items won't be taken when having a full inventory when you press take all. But, you know, maybe you don't have a slot available, but you have a stack there that it could jump into. So nice little fix.
That's fantastic when you're cooking hundreds of lox pies for your team.
Yeah. The next item on the list I'm excited about, because we literally spoke about this last week. And was it you, Rudy, who called it out as an annoying thing that the chat, when it pops up when you're trying to craft something, you can't, you have to wait until the chat disappears to press the button?
Sure did. Yeah, that was last week too. What a coincidence, eh?
Yeah, so now chat can be closed using escape mouse or gamepad B. That is very cool.
Might be when someone's talking to you in game, or when someone arrives on the server, I have arrived. Might be when that comes up, you just hit escape quick and it'll go away maybe.
Yeah, that would be honestly even more of a requested feature in my opinion.
Yeah,
hopefully that's what it is.
It's not working for me in single player when I open my chat box and then interact with my workbench. I can't. When I hit escape, it doesn't close the chat window. So I guess we'll have to wait and see. Get some testing on that and get back to us in the comments. And then we have gamepad support. Anything you guys wanted to mention from this, or can we just skip over it? People can go and read up on the gamepad support if they're interested. And then I
got nothing to add to that. But if there's people listening to the podcast that use that, put a comment down below. Tell us how you use it, and and what the advantages might be.
Yeah, if these affect you quite a bit and you're excited for them. It does say full controller support ! So it could be exciting for people who like to use the controller. And then I just have a couple of notes here on the Steam Deck stuff. But then, okay, now we're going to talk some spoilery content. Or maybe I should go over Jeer's notes here real quick, because these are not spoilery content. Yeah, let's do that. So real quickly, he said that there are audio improvements, fade outs to ambient music, max hearing range in dungeons went from 8 meters to 12. So you can hear a little further. That's interesting. Mm-hmm. AI pathing improvements, dungeon and flying related. So that could be exciting to make mobs a little smarter. Some creature animations are disabled while sleeping. Creature player look direction supports transition duration. Some of these might not make immediate sense. Removed 0.25 meter vertical offset from spawn points. Dungeon generator support forcing the seed. So yeah, that's something that when dealing with mods, you can. So when a dungeon puts itself together, as we talked about with all the different hallways and rooms, it creates a seed number like it does for the map. Well, if you want to recreate that exact dungeon, you can now do that because the dungeon has a seed. So if you spawn in a dungeon, as you spawn it in, it tells you the seed, and then you can spawn in the dungeon again with that exact seed if you want that exact seed. Before, you couldn't do that. You just always got the same random dungeons.
Random.
Add support to dungeons overriding the environment, weather. So dungeons have their own weather environment, it sounds like.
Ooh, that just made me think of something cool. I wonder if we can use some of the dungeon environments outside of the dungeons for role-playing stuff. Like if you could use the crypt environment in the real world, could be kind of neat.
Let's see. Environment Sunken Crypt is here on the menu.
What does it look like?
Oh,
I don't know.
Or sound like?
I'm starting it right now, and it's turning. It's making everything very foggy and hazy and dark, and
cool.
I can't see very far. Oh yeah, really, I can only see about 10 meters in front of me now.
Oh, you guys are rubbing your hands right now, thinking of all the potential for the events. That's very cool.
If only we could control the environment for everybody without server code. That's the one unfortunate thing. Good for filming, but the other players won't experience it.
Oh, so great for filming. I could do so much cool stuff. There's all kinds of particulate in the air and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. This would be great for filming stuff. But yeah, I hope eventually we get the ability to force the environment on the players. That would be really cool. Okay, and let's see. So what else that we got here? Fish pathing improvements when colliding with things. So yeah, I feel like if you've ever built like a fish tank or a fish hole and you put fish in there, a lot of times the way they move around, they just kind of get stuck in one side of the fishing hole. So it'd be nice if they're swimming around a little more naturally. Discovering locations on no map mode auto rotates player towards them. That's what we talked about already. That's just something that wasn't in the patch notes. Hearing range multiplier of sleeping creatures change to noise cap, so the player must be close enough to wake them up. Yeah, I felt like that was a problem. Some of the creature, like the abomination or the stone golem, they'd wake up at weird random times, even if you were kind of far from them sometimes. Safe and home check for music now requires to be within a player base structure. So I guess if you're in your house that plays a certain music that is maybe more, I don't know which song it plays. Anybody have any idea?
Yeah, I remember I think it's the same song as the menu song.
Oh, okay. That makes sense. It's kind of
it might be
relaxing song.
That'll be interesting because like I personally really liked hearing the music from the biome that I built my place in, and it made each house or build feel more unique and more individualized from my other builds. So I don't know if I like that change, but we'll have to see how it feels.
Oh, yeah. And just for you guys, I'm going to paste these in podcast chat if you want to follow along. Let's see. That was safe and home, about towards the center there on the list. And then next up, lots of new code for handling music volume based on proximity. Cool. Always nice to have the music playing when it should and shouldn't be. Changes to creature pathfinding parameters. Random events now have an altitude check. Oh, I wonder if you're hunted by wolves. Maybe they only want that to happen when you're higher up, or vice versa. Some event they want to happen when it's lower down, but whatever it is, they have altitude checks now. Random events now have an environment weather check. Oh, interesting. So maybe some events only happen with certain weather. And random events can use nearby creature spawn points for predefined positions. Okay.
I have a feeling with that one you said before that we're going to have some really foggy fueling raids.
Yeah, if fuelings are the ones that come from the fog, yeah, absolutely. Come out of the mist and then start tearing you up, huh? New command, exclusive full screen for exclusive full screen mode. Generally, if you do have lower FPS issues because of your hardware, running in exclusive full screen mode, you'll see a better performance. So you might want to try that command. New command, remove key for removing a global key.
So I spoke with Smithy about the remove key, just to clarify what it meant. So the keys in the game, that when they say remove key, it means the events in the game that then go on to trigger other events. I'm not sure why they call them keys, but there's a command called list keys. So if you type that in console, you'll see all the keys that have happened, all the events that have happened that can then go on to trigger the in-game events and raids and whatnot. So they added the ability to remove those from your list. If you don't want certain raids, you can now remove them. They also have set key and reset keys. So you can manually put in one of the events if you want to just have the in-game events and raids happen. You can just put the key in yourself for that event. It's just like, so for example, a key is just called Ichthir, meaning that you've killed Ichthir, so the events will then happen, the raids that happen after Ichthir is killed. And this is an easy way for them to test it so that they don't have to go in game and actually kill the boss or kill an animal or one of the mobs that then triggers an event. They can just do it in the console. And they gave us the ability to do that too. All the commands are list keys, reset keys to remove all of them, set key to assign a specific one, and then remove key to get rid of one of them.
Oh, and then of course, one of my favorite additions to the game that they did not publicize was the fly command in is now a parameter to set the fly speed. So I think it's like when you type fly in the console or you hit the Z key, the fly, I think his default, Smith A said, was at 40. But if you can set that to anything from like 1 to infinity. And you can also change it by mouse scrolling. So when you're building in creative mode, you just fly around too fast and it's really awkward. Now you can slow that down. Or for us doing videos and we want to do a slow shot with us in the shot, we can actually slow that down just like a free fly camera. So that's pretty cool.
That'll be really nice for server events and role playing stuff as well too. If you're actually like embodying the character and you can like slow fly up to them, that it makes it way more cinematic. That'll be kind of neat. And Gwen can also do maximum Super Viking flying around.
Yeah.
So what?
And with your Supergirl, Superwoman outfit.
Oh, Super Viking. Yeah, I suppose so.
Smith A did warn me to be careful about turning it up too high because you'll start ripping across the terrain faster than it can load, depending on your hardware. And then you could start, just causing some lag or maybe even crash your computer. So be careful with flying too fast.
And don't drink and fly.
Yeah. And it adds variable for debug fly speed. Default is 20 meters per second when running 2.5 times speed. I thought Smith A said the default was 40, if that's referring to the same thing, but
it could be 20 is normal speed and 40 is your shift speed, because if you hold shift, it speeds up.
Right. Yep. That makes sense. Here, let me try it right now. Oh, yep. That's what it seems like it is. And then 40. Yep. That is definitely shift speed. And then so without shift, you stay at that speed, at that fast speed if you type in a higher number there. Then they've added a new command, max FPS, for setting an FPS cap. And yep, I can even try that right now just to confirm max FPS 40. Yep, my FPS in here was about 80 something, and then it's locked at 40 now. Let's see what else. New command, timescale, that does something. So I heard about this in their public test chat. Timescale, it changes how fast time passes. So I guess you could set it so that time is passing really fast. Be interesting to try. It might make a nice quick video just showing timescale. Let's see. I don't. Oh, default is 0. Here, I'm going to set it to 10 and see what happens.
Time lapses? Time lapse video?
It is a time lapse video. So you know what? For Discord here, I'm going to stream to you guys. Oh, maybe I shouldn't. Glenn, don't watch that stream.
Why?
Because there's stuff. Oh, and even look.
You're in a mountain cave.
I even run fast. I spawned some stuff here where I'm at. Here, I'll just get away from it. Okay, you can watch the stream now. I don't have anything. But look at this. I'm even running fast.
Is that based on your fly speed?
No,
this is hilarious.
It's funny looking.
Oh, the time scale changes all the animations. They're all tied to the timing as well.
Yeah, look at the grass, the trees, the clouds.
Just please do a video like this and add the Benny Hill song. Please do.
I have to do a song that I could get the rights for, but yeah.
That's awesome, though. You can take like proper time lapses, and it takes you as long as the time lapse will be, not as long as it would have been expanded before you compress it.
I heard somebody say not to make it too high, otherwise bad
dare you to try 100.
Okay, you dared me. My game's gonna crash. Oh, yep. See. It's going too fast. Yeah, you have to. And when I hit the key up key, it's jumping between the commands for some reason. So I have to do this manually. Let's see, can I bring it to 20 without too much? Don't laugh at that, Gwen.
Those tiny legs going really fast.
Yeah, it's funny. It reminds me of my little dog walking next to my big dog. It's funny. Okay, let me set that to 0.
But does this mean that the like time goes faster so you can skip through the days quicker?
Yeah, it's everything's going faster.
You froze time.
So that's
it hit time 0, time scale 0, and it stopped time. So I guess it's 1.
Now you can free fly and take photos without the clouds moving.
Maybe. Let's try it. Let's see, 0 and free fly.
Sorry,
and no clouds moving, Thorin.
There we go.
When you get that nice shot, you can actually freeze time and get all the beautiful time lapse shots you want.
I wonder what happens if you have other people on the server. Like, will we be able? We probably won't be able to do that on a multiplayer server.
Yeah. You know what? I'm guessing you can't.
Can you try to spawn loads of mobs and then stop the time and just imagine the effect of like everything stopped and frozen and you walk around next to all the Grey Dwarfs or something, or like Draugrs. That would look quite cool. The army of the undead frozen. You could do some really cool videos with that, Jirok.
Yeah. Time scale. What is the? It says default is 0.
I bet it's 1, and the default is wrong.
Oh, that needs to be changed. I got to tell Smithy, and then I'll try it again in 0, and I can't move. No, yep, you can see
Can you do
everything's
backwards?
frozen.
Can you do like -1?
Smithy warned me not
your
to do that
in reverse.
Yeah.
But yeah, we should try it since you asked. -1. Let's keep it slow. Oh no, it just froze everything like it was 0. So you can't go on. You can't travel back in time, Gwen. Give all those trolls.
Could have
the
made
business.
a really cool like could have made a cool like time traveler style video.
Yeah, no Back to the Future parody in Valheim, unfortunately.
Oh my god, yeah.
Prevent herself from dying of smoke asphyxiation.
I was thinking more like Doctor Strange with the red cape and everything. But.
So the next new command they've listed here is command find. Works for location instances as well. So the way that works is you type find and then you type whatever it is you're looking for. So like rock _4. And you can see, well, you the listeners can't see, but you can. Basically, you type find a space and then whatever it is you want to find, its code, and it shows all of them. And I don't know what the distance here it's doing. It's done a lot of them though. Distance 198.
So it will show all the rocks in proximity or across the map?
It looks like within a 300 meter or pinged at, was that like the last one was pinged at 235 meters away. I don't think there's a range on it. Let's see. Find rock 10. Nope. Yeah, it looks like it's pinging up to 235 meters away. If I move somewhere and ping. Oh, when you fly too, if you hit shift while you're already at a faster speed, you go even faster than the normal shift speed. So if I ping rocks over here, 240 meters. Yeah, so maybe it's like a 250, I'm going to say, range that ping range if you're looking for something. Really good for admin mode. Really good if you're looking for your corpse and you can't find it because it's glitched out on the map. I forget what the code is for the corpse, but yeah, you could type that in there and you would be able to see it. So I guess they had a use for that. I have some mods that allow me to do that, but it's nice that now it's a default in the game. Next up, new command, next seed, the forced dungeon seed. Yeah, so you can actually spawn locations in the game if you type location, and you can spawn different locations like the mountain caves, which Gwen should
Don't look, Gwen.
I'm not going to spawn it. They do look very cool on the outside. But one of the Smith told me that if you do spawn a location, your game stops saving for that instance that you're in it. They did that so that you can't like mess up your world by accident, just to kind of protect the player, because as we know from using admin mods, you can spawn some stuff in and it can get a little messy. But of course, I do want to be able to spawn in locations, including the dungeon cave for my server stuff. And I just use mods for that because it doesn't disable saving. Command spawn no longer causes errors if used when not in the game. I guess in the login screen, you can open the console and type spawn and it causes errors. I don't know. I've never tried that. Have you, Thorin?
I have not, no.
New command, force delete to remove every object within a radius. Exclude some objects like Vigvissiers, players, and locations. Oh, well, there you go.
That did it.
That did it. Why is it not deleting the trees? I thought it would delete the trees too. Doesn't seem to be deleting the trees. Oh, there it did. Guess you have to hit it a couple of times. That's not a 100-meter radius, though. There must be a limit on it. That must be what's going on. It feels like that. What is that? About 30 meters, Thorin?
Yeah, it looks like about that.
Yeah, it looks like it's about a 30-meter limit. I wonder if they know that. So that'd be a good thing to bring up to them, is the 30-meter limit, and that the other thing, the default is the time scale thing is not default 0. Default is 1. A new command, print seeds to print seeds of dungeons. Ooh, interesting. This is so that you can respawn them, I guess. Because now you can spawn in locations by seed to get the exact same one. And then a new command, no portals to disable portals. Oh, let's see. No portals. I type that in. Portals are disabled, but I'm in admin mode, so I can probably still spawn them. Yeah, I can. But yeah. How do you like that, Gwen? No map and no portal.
Yeah, I would be up for trying that.
Yeah, I've actually had that request from a lot of people in the no map server. They really love the immersion of running around, and they're asking for the extra remove the portals. So
yeah, I mean, in the group I'm playing with for no map, we are fairly good with not using too many portals. We have the pocket portals, as we call them, for when we go out exploring and we need to quickly come back to base. But other than that, we're trying to limit the use of portals and try to do most of it on foot or sailing. We also, because we go out exploring and then we find resources that can't be transported through portals, that also forces us to sail things back on boat and learn how to navigate. But I think we've by playing no map, we've already kind of improved our navigation skills, and we're all a bit more confident about exploring and sailing. So I think we'd be ready for no portal. I think we could handle it.
I think if I have a no portal map, I think I still might spawn in a few permanent portals around the world just for fun, maybe in the stone circles or something.
Yeah, that would be good. I think that was one of the things that we were saying, is like, if we remove portals or maybe just limit portals, just make them only spawned in certain locations. So you still need to travel on foot and use boats and things like that, but you do have options to quickly go from one side of the map to another. I think that would be a good compromise.
Yeah, absolutely. And then we'll get to what everybody's been waiting for. Here is the new content. The actual Cult of the Wolf mountain caves. So yeah, you might want to skip this part if you don't want to hear it. But to start off with, Frost Caves added as a new dungeon. Will only appear in unexplored mountain areas, though. So if you have any of mountains explored, you got to go where you haven't, and you should be able to see that in the mist on your map. And for multiplayer server, it might be a little more challenging, because if not everybody updates their map, you may not know exactly which mountains have been uncovered.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I have a mod to test too, to see if I can regenerate certain loading zones so that they could potentially spawn caves. I'll have to test that on a single player server with this mod I have that regenerates zones and their content. And next up, there are 3 new enemies in the game. I know, well, Thorn must have seen them because I know he watched some videos already.
Yes, I am very excited.
So the 3 new enemies they added are called the Ulv, ULV, the Cultist, and the Bat. And I did go in game 2 and ran around and took a look at them, and they are really, really awesome, all 3 of them. I won't spoil them too much, but I will say the Ulv, Gwen, is absolutely adorable, and everybody is going to want one as a pet, especially when it curls up in its little sleeping, like it curls up into a little ball and sleeps. It's so cute.
Is it like some sort of winter fox type thing?
Well, now you want me to spoil it for you?
No, I don't. It's a question where I don't want the answer.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm looking forward to it.
It's so cute, yeah. So, and on my server, I have a mod that allows me to tame mobs so that people can have them as pets, like necks and pretty much any creature in the game can be a pet or companion. And I'm sure I'm going to get a request. Everybody's going to want one of these, or more than one as a pet.
So I'm looking up because I'm guessing most of those are actually words in either Old Norse or Scandinavian languages, and it seems like Ulv means wolf in Danish.
That makes
potentially
sense.
also in Norwegian. So it is not a fox in that case.
Well, it's foxy. Fox-like, maybe. I'll leave that for you to discover. But yeah, it is adorable. I won't describe it in any more detail than that. And then there's a bat, which Smithy actually told me they, sort of like late in the development, they decided that they wanted to add a bat to the cave because it's a cave, and bats are found in caves.
Makes sense.
Yeah, and it also just adds like this extra, creature to the dungeon to make it feel like, it's a little more like inhabited, especially with the size of these things. Spoiler alert, these things are huge. And Smithy told me that they can be up to 60 meters deep. So yeah, they have multiple levels.
We thought you were talking about the bats.
were huge. Yeah, me too.
Sorry.
I was like, oh no.
Yeah, the dungeon itself. No, the bats are cute. They're just little bats, like normal standard bats. They're adorable. They have a great flying animation. But the caves, the mountain caves, they can be up to 60 meters deep. And so they have all kinds of levels. And there's these drop points where you can fall to your death if you're not careful. So they're going to be fun to explore and even more fun to build in. Oh, I cannot wait to see what people do building inside of these things. And Thorin, these things are going to be amazing to prep events in.
I know. I'm super excited. I'm very glad we have the mod that allows us to build in dungeons.
Yeah, like I've run some events in the troll caves and in the sunken crypts and the burial chambers, but the latter two, they're just two confined spaces with low ceilings. It's really awkward. The troll cave, it's tall, but it's not very big. It doesn't go very deep. And the new mountain caves are the best of both worlds. Tall, big spaces, really elaborate, very maze-like. I had to use markers to mark hallways that I was going into and rooms I was going into because I was getting lost, turned around.
Another use case for these signs without a workbench. I wonder if we can build them inside. Well, I guess we can build them inside dungeons, which you normally can't do because you need a workbench. It'll be the same as building a fire in the crypts. It's totally doable. That's cool.
We have some new crafting materials. Oh, I didn't mention the third enemy that was in there. It's called the Cultist. It's a really tough mob. I won't say what it is or what it looks like, but it's called the Cultist. It has some special attack that we've not seen in the game yet, which is pretty exciting. And
Gwen's going to hate it. She has a lot of, how do I put this?
Experience.
A lot of experience with it. Yeah.
With this kind of thing.
I don't know. I feel like I get killed by pretty much everything in game, including smoke. So you'll have to narrow it down a bit.
Well, you'll have to wait and see when you first see one, and then it does what it does, and you go, "Oh my gosh, run for your life!"
Yes, we'll let the trauma hit you then.
Oh, and Smithy did make Smithy made a really good recommendation. He said that the leveling of the encounters in the mountain caves were scaled to having just left the swamp. So he recommended not going into, if like you really want to fully experience it for, the content and the level appropriate, go in there right after you've done the swamps. And maybe not even with fully upgraded iron gear. Because I had a fully upgraded sledgehammer and I was smashing pretty easily. But if you come right out of the swamps, not too geared in iron yet, you should really get the full experience for the mountain caves.
Yeah, it makes sense for anyone starting a new playthrough, because the mountains, you would go to them after the swamps. So yeah, it makes sense that it's scaled that way. It would be kind of weird if something was like scaled for later game in a biome that is normally explored at a certain stage of the game. So
yeah, and
yeah, just like the Abomination. Actually, the Abomination is a tough mob in the swamps, but it's not harder than like a Draugr Elite, for instance.
Yeah, it's meant for you coming right out of the Black Forest, right? And then it gives you a hard time. But Thorin and I could go in and make the mountain caves a little more difficult for the main server where everybody's fully geared up.
Wink, wink.
Oh my god.
Yeah. And then so there's a new armor set, which of course we all know already because they've teased it in their fireside chat. But now we know what they are called. So the chest piece is called the Fenris coat. The leggings are called the Fenris leggings, and the hood is the Fenris hood. And I don't know. What do you guys think? Should we discuss the stats on these things? You think people would be interested, or save that for them to discover on their own?
I mean, we said spoilers. We're really only skipping stuff for Gwen's sake, so it's up to her.
No, you can discuss stats. I have no problem with that. And the buffs as well are quite interesting to discuss. So let's do it.
Okay, so the Fenris hood I've got open here on my stream. So if you're listening to this on YouTube, you can see it. Fenris hood. The eyes of the beast were wise and knowing, so that it could measure the strength of a warrior in one glance. I love that. It's got weight there. Durability is 1,000. Repair station level 2. Armor is 10. This is just a level 1. This is what you get out of the box when you first make a piece. Movement speed is 3. And the set effect, so it has 3 pieces. The Fenris armor makes you quick on your feet, so you can pass through fire, and your fists feel the power of the beast. Damage modifier, resistance versus fire, and unarmed plus 15 for the set bonus. It makes you quick on your feet. I don't know. Should I try this on, or like save that? I should probably save that. Just show you guys the stats. Because the hood actually, remember the teaser, my prediction for the hood and those 2 white dots in the hood from my video? Those are actually there. It's a real thing.
Our prediction of this new armor piece giving you jump bonus is unfortunately doesn't seem to be the case, but it does make you faster, which is quite good. I like that because at the moment the only other armor set that gives you that doesn't weigh you down is the troll armor set. So this one is pretty good. I'm not sure about the fire resistance. That's a surprising one that I wouldn't. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to fit.
Thorn and I are laughing because we know something you don't know.
You'll find out.
You'll find out. Just go find a friend in the caves, and you'll find out. The coat here, it also gives 10 armor. And this one says damage modifier resistance versus frost.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. If it's an armor set that you get in the mountains from killing mountain bosses, that fits for me. The biome and everything.
Yeah, so you're not freezing when you're in the mountains with this set. Yeah. And
I wonder if the damage modifier for resistance versus frost and fire is the same. Because then it's double resistance, which is pretty cool. There isn't much frost damage from enemies in the game, but worth considering.
It looks like it's the only piece that gives resistance versus frost. Yeah, looking at the other pieces, they don't have resistance versus frost. But yeah.
It would be like the wolf armor set then. Only the cape and the chest piece give frost resistance.
And then so the leggings here, the legs of the beast was lean and strong so that it could leap great strides. And then let's see. So that's the armor. And then they added a new weapon called the Flesh Rippers for unarmed combat. So now if you've ever wanted to run around and punch stuff and be really good at it, here it is. If claws work for wolves, why not for a Viking?
Or Wolverine.
Or a Viking
Yeah,
Wolverine.
I was just thinking we're getting closer and closer to the whole like DC and Marvel lore with bat caves and Wolverine.
Well, you should see when I put this hood on. Totally look like an evil sorcerer or something. And then so let's see, what does it do? Out of the box, you get 60 slash damage. Not a lot going on there for blocking, but a 6 times parry bonus.
How does the slash damage compare to like a silver sword? I'm just trying to think of where it fits in with the existing.
Sword is 75 slashing.
Oh, so it's quite a bit worse, but maybe you're attacking faster.
Well, you have a 6 times backstab bonus, as where the silver sword only has 3. So it's meant to be one of those things you sneak around and you backstab stuff to death.
Yeah.
I bet most things you hit with this are going to die with one shot. So yeah, pretty cool. Oh, and these look really cool when they're on, let me just say. And they're actually kind of loud. I'll just leave that there with that note that they're very loud. I wonder if they'll adjust the sound on them. And then we have some new build pieces, which I won't show, but I will talk about. They are, let's see, what are they called? The red jute carpet. So in the fireside chat, they showed a new carpet on the floor, but it was brown. And now with this description, you can surmise that they are actually red and not brown. And they're quite a cool shade of red.
Yeah, it must have been like a lighting effect then on the video, because there were just the angle and they were under the fire, so maybe not as visible unless it was like a last minute adjustment.
I'm guessing they hid the color because it's very, very bright, shall I say, blood shade of red. There is a lot of red and blood in the dungeon too. It's very cool looking. So this fits right in that you can make this red jute carpet. And then they have red jute curtains, which kind of have the same texturing as the carpet that you can hang around your house now. And actually, so like, what do we use now? We use
the blood bags one.
Well, if we want curtains, we use the banners or maybe a tower shield or something. But now you can use the red jute curtains.
Are they like the ones that we saw in that teaser image from 2 weeks ago?
They're less tattered.
Yeah, the ones in the dungeons are very tattered, and then these ones are much more like refined and made by, crafty Viking hands.
I really like that
cool.
they feel a lot more rich than a lot of the other decorative pieces that we have right now. Like a lot of the existing banners and rugs either feel kind of like rough or flat, like playful or flat or that kind of thing, whereas these feel very like they have a lot of depth and it's a very rich color, which is nice.
Nice. I did ask for more soft furnishings a couple of podcasts ago, so I'm happy about that.
Yeah.
Next, cushions, embroidered cushions.
Yeah. And one of the item drops is called red jute that you can get inside the caves. I've got some here in my inventory. And then, of course, you can get some Fenris hair, and then, it's another ingredient for making the stuff that, the armor and whatnot. There's also this Fenris claw, which you can find inside the caves to, as one of the crafting components. But another thing they added, Gwen might want to cover her ears. Well, if you can see the patch notes, you can read it. It says,
yeah. We
it was coming.
Yeah, we knew it was coming. We saw it in one of the teaser videos, like teaser photos, I think, images a couple of weeks ago. So I think we were all expecting it, and it's a standing brazier.
Well, yeah. So you already saw it in the picture.
So I guess it wouldn't hurt if I show you what it looks like now. Don't look at the curtain though, over there in the corner.
I am not going to look at that stream just in case.
Yeah, there we go.
But I'll just picture it. I'll imagine it, and then I'll be even happier when it looks better than what I thought.
Well, this is.
I'm guessing it's like it's like a fire pit, right? It looks like the pit bit, the what's it called, the ball.
Yeah.
Bit of
Brazier?
the brazier, and it's instead of hanging by chains, it's probably on like a tripod type thing.
Yeah, exactly. Just like the
three legs.
picture they released a few weeks ago. So that's one teaser visual that I showed, but I won't show.
What's the material cost for that one compared to the regular brazier?
It just requires Fenris claw, so a bronze coal, a forge, and 3 claws. Because of that.
Oh, because the 3 claws are the feet or the legs of
Nope, they're decorative elements on the bowl.
Stem? Oh, okay, I see.
And so that's all the new items that are in the game. You have to go in when it comes out and discover them for yourself. If you want to see what everything looks like. The other new thing they added was a new event called You Stirred the Cauldron.
Spooky.
Yeah, Smithy told me actually what this is. I don't know if I should spoil it or how it's activated. I guess I could tell you how it's activated. It's if you don't want to hear, just skip ahead like a minute. But so you activate Stir the Cauldron by killing a bat and bone mass. So if you've killed 1 bat and bone mass, then you can now get the event called Stir the Cauldron. And you have to just, wait to experience it to see what that event is, because I don't want to spoil it, even though I know Smith already spoiled it for me. So that pretty much covers the new content and the patch notes and everything without too many spoilers. Did I miss anything? Does anybody have anything that they're particularly looking forward to of the things we've talked about?
I was pretty excited for that new patches. But after seeing it, my excitement's through the roof now. I just cannot wait now.
Hopefully it's not too long in the PTB.
Oh yeah, I should mention too, there are new trophies as well, because we have 3 new creatures, so you would expect that we potentially have some new trophies, the Ulv, the Cultist, and the Bat.
Talking about cute things, Gwen, you're going to like the Ulv trophy. Ulv, however you pronounce it.
Oh yeah. It's very
nice.
Foxy. Fox-like. I'll just leave it at that.
If it's a wolf that is fox-colored, I will lose my shit, because that is the color of my husky. He's like brown, but I call him my ginger husky because he's like brownish red. If there is a thing in game that looks like my dog, I will be... I think I'll be sending love letters to Iron Gate.
Yeah. Well, especially when you see it curled up in its little cute little sleeping position. Oh, it looks so adorable. I look down at I have a little terrier. He weighs 10 pounds. All day long, he sits in his little bed next to me here on my desk. And if I leave the room, he follows me around the house everywhere. But as I look down now, he's in the exact position that the Ulv is when you first encounter it. Curled up in a little ball, sleeping. It's so cute.
So speaking of cute things and favorite pets, shall we move on to the next section of our favorite things in Valheim?
No, I think we should save it for next week.
Oh, okay.
We're already...
That was a perfect transition. You ruined my transition.
I know. We're already an hour and a half into this, though. So
I think there's some bits that we should cut, though, because there was a lot of umming and ahhing while we were testing things. Well, you were testing things and trying things out. So
I just cut out my ums and ahs, and I leave all yours in. No, actually,
he duplicates yours, Gwen, so that you sound extra stupid.
Great. I don't think I need extra help for that.
Well, yeah, so cool. That is fun. We had other things planned for the podcast this week, but when they release a huge patch like this, of course, we have to talk about it because it's going to be on everybody's mind. So yeah, we have all this juicy stuff that we can save for future episodes.
Sounds great.
Keep those appetites wet, everyone.
Yeah. So before we go today, I just wanted to point out that Thorin's been working hard on his YouTube channel, putting out regular videos. He even got his video about the patch today out before we started this podcast. So should definitely check it out. It's Metarune on YouTube, Metarune. And what is actually the channel name that you ended up with for the URL, Thorin?
It's Metarune Gaming. So youtube.com/Metarune Gaming.
Yeah. YouTube.com/ the letter C is in Charlie, then / Metarune Gaming.
Yes. Thank you.
I wish they didn't have that C in there, but I guess
I know
they saved it for other things. Yeah, there you go.
Appreciate that.
Yeah. And Gwen does have some streaming going on once in a while. She did some streaming this week. Of course, for some of it, you can't hear her until I went in and helped her get her mic volume up. But Gwen, you, what do you call your channel? Is it just Gwen the Shield Maiden or
Gwen the Shield Maiden? Yeah, the most unprofessional, unprepared, and untalkative streamer out there.
Well, we'll get you up to speed. The early days are rough for everybody. They were rough for me until I figured things out too.
Hey, I have a boom arm now. I am testing it for the first time today. Now I'm a real streamer now. I can at least pretend to be one.
Yeah, you look real legit.
Well, yeah, and exactly. It'll look great when we have to do our face reveal. Because I'm over 7K subs now, so that's exciting, and it's climbing rapidly. So when we hit 10K, we'll do a face reveal stream for y'all's. Of course, you guys, I need to work with you on your lighting because you were all very, very dark when we were on video stream together. You had bright backgrounds, but dark foregrounds, but that's easy to fix.
Definitely.
And then Rudy, have you been streaming much? I know you have your channel. What is your channel called?
Mine is Rudistic the Guardian. I haven't done too much. I usually stream when we do events and stuff, but I've been missing the last few, but when the hard mode server launches, I'm going to definitely be streaming that and looking forward to that. That's going to be a fun one. I believe you pushed back the date of that, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't want to make an announcement of the exact date just yet because it's still subject to change either earlier or later because there's some exciting stuff I want to do for it. And I just want to make sure when we push it out, not only do we have it up to our standards, but that we are able to publicize it a little bit so we can maybe get a few others on who might enjoy a hard mode experience. But yeah, it'll be within the next few weeks. And so, yeah, check out, if you want to join my servers, you do that at jiroktheviking.com. Oh, that's one of the announcements I was going to make. I have a new website. We were handling everything through Discord, which was a little clunky, but now everything is really easy to navigate, and there's an application form to fill out and information about the servers and everything. So we still would love if you'd come and join us on Discord. It's just discord.gg/JirokTheViking. Come and chat with us. We have over 1,000 members now, as we just learned, because we can no longer see offline players. You lose that ability when you have 1,000 people or more because they figure you have too many people to want to also see who's offline. But yeah, I think that's it for today. Have fun out there.
Welcome to Podheim, Jirok's Valheim podcast. Let's give him the business.
Hey everybody, today is February 23rd, 2022. I'm your host, Jirok the Viking, and joining me today are my fellow Vikings, Viking Rudy, Rudistic the Guardian.
Gal Vikings.
And Viking Urkinus.
Howdo-do.
Gwen and Thorin are unavailable to give you the business this week, but that's okay. We'll be talking to Luma, one of the developers over at Iron Gate. We have a really exciting interview with him, so let's go to that now. Okay, so today we have Luma, one of the developers over at Iron Gate, working on Valheim so hard for us. So we have all this fun stuff to do in our leisure time. Luma, can you tell us where in the world you're from, maybe where you grew up? How did you get into the industry of gaming?
Yeah, sure. First off, thanks for having me, Yurok.
Yeah.
I was very honored to get the question. But yeah, sure, we jump right into it. I'm from Sweden, as everyone at Iron Gate are, at the moment at least. Born and raised in the southern part of Sweden, a little place called Småland. And we have this kind of funny Swedish accent as well. People like to make a lot of fun of it, I think. It's one of the few ones to poke at.
I like accents myself. I don't know. I love... Like even in the US here, people say I can do an American accent, and I think to myself, wow, we have so many different accents in America. Which one are you going to do? But then I love hearing people's accents from around the world, especially most people that's like their second language. And I'm still getting better at the only language I speak. So if you speak English even a little bit, I'm always amazed.
Oh, that's nice. But yeah, industry-wise, wow. I studied at university as soon as I could. Here in Sweden, it's actually free, more or less. You don't actually have to pay to go to uni, which is awesome.
One of those countries, where they give out free education.
Yeah.
Whose idea was that?
Money. I don't know, but it was a really good idea.
I think it's a good idea. I wish we would adopt it.
Yeah.
So what did you study in school?
So I was actually studying technical artist in game design, I think it was called, to be exact. So that was a lot of programming, scripting, 3D modeling, animation, that kind of things.
That's a little bit of everything. So you actually did do programming as well as the 3D modeling.
Yeah, I did. And I guess that had both pros and cons, because I was studying it for 3 years. And when we started it, you're kind of all over the place. So I know a little bit of coding, a little bit of 3D art, a little bit of animation, a little bit of scripting. And then there are the other ones who are studying programming for 3 years. So they become really good at something. Meanwhile, I became okay at a lot of different stuff. Yeah, so that's good and bad, I guess.
But it sounds like in the film industry, I sort of started in the same way. I've been a filmmaker for about 25 years now, and I loved sort of every aspect of filmmaking. So I learned everything about it, like, writing screenplays to, producing a project, which is basically event organization. And then, how to shoot it, the cinematography, the directing, working with actors, working with production design to create the sets and the costumes and all that. And then once all that's done, the video editing. And I even dabbled a little bit with Blender and did some, 3D modeling and texturing and animation for a couple of my projects. Of course, I was terrible at it. And watching Grimcore the other day on Twitch, I'm thinking, wow, it would have taken me 2 weeks to do what he did in an hour.
Yeah, no, I can relate to that as well. When you see someone else who's really good at what they're doing, you're like, oh man, I don't know how to do it that fast.
So when you got out of college, where did you go before? I mean, obviously you had some things you did before you ended up at Iron Gate. So where were those places that you found yourself in between college and Iron Gate?
Sure. I mean, I guess it's a little bit of it's not a weird story. It's kind of a boring story, I guess. But I finished at university. As I finished, I kind of realized it's really difficult to get into the industry, especially when you don't have any experience whatsoever. So then I kind of realized that finding a junior position in Sweden is very difficult, which was kind of a bummer. But at the same time, I was also working as a volunteer in the League of Legends forums.
Oh, okay.
And so I started to think like, okay, if I can't get into the video game industry now, what else would I like to do? Always been a fan of helping people out, doing like tech support stuff and all that thing. So I was applying to video game jobs or gaming jobs in the gaming industry, but got denied. I think I was trying for like a year doing my projects as well to try to build a portfolio. That failed. So after a year, I kind of realized, okay, I need to do something else because I really want to get a job at least. So I applied as a customer support at Netflix to start off with.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So to make a long story short, I moved to Amsterdam, worked at Netflix for a year in customer support and tech support. Then I was kind of done with that. Went back to Sweden, didn't have a job. And then I was looking at jobs in Sweden and found another customer support role at some kind of a gaming industry company. They didn't say what company it was.
Is it the one I'm thinking of?
Probably.
It's the one everyone knows you for before Iron Gate?
Yes.
Tell us about that blocky game.
Yes, the little game called Minecraft.
Yeah, that little game Minecraft. So
yeah,
what did you do for them over there?
So I applied for that job, and it was a customer support job as well. Only replying to email, thank God.
Yeah.
So I was a customer support there for a year or so-ish. Really cool place to work at. The people at Mojang, they are awesome. So I had a lot of fun there.
Are they headquarters in Sweden? The Mojang? I don't know exactly where their headquarters.
They have the main or headquarters are in Stockholm, and then they have another office in Redmond, Washington.
Oh, okay.
But that's kind of how I got into the gaming industry. So I worked in the customer support there for 1 or 2 years-ish. And then things kind of went a little bit, I don't know how to put it, but they kind of had to reorganize a little bit within the company. So the support team had to leave. A lot of people were left they have to go in the support team. It was a really sad time for a lot of people there.
Oh.
But my mentor or my team leader, Anna, she's called, she was really fond of me, of everyone, but she knew that I had some knowledge of game development as well. So she kind of tried to poke people and say hey, this guy is pretty good at what he's doing. Don't we have another position for him? And so eventually I ended up in a team called the content team instead of the support team.
Oh, what did they do there?
We were the ones who were curating all the things that people wanted to upload to the Minecraft marketplace, more or less.
Oh, okay. Oh, so were you a player of Minecraft? Was that the kind of game that you enjoyed playing yourself?
I mean, I've been playing Minecraft a little bit on and off ever since it was released in 2011.
It sounds like League of Legends might have been more your kind of game, because if you were...
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play it religiously ever, but I mean, it is a fun game.
So which game do you play religiously, since you say that? Everybody's got a game or a style of game that they just absolutely love playing. So what's yours?
I mean, right now, I don't think I have any. But before it was Counter-Strike.
Ooh, yeah, me too.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I used to compete with a team. Yeah, I'm dating myself, but we were in what was the league called? CPL? I'd have to.
Oh, really?
Yeah, we competed at CPL. We got up a couple of tiers in that too before our team finally broke up. But yeah, it was a lot of fun.
That's really cool. Was it 1.6 then? Yeah.
Yes, it was the old before Source. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
OG.
Yeah.
I actually played Counter-Strike in its very first iteration too, when Half-Life came out, and then it just kind of became this little modified version of Half-Life. I remember playing that and then watching it grow over the years. So yeah, that was sort of the one thing that I'd end up spending 6, 8, 10 hours a day playing, instead of taking care of the things in life that I should have been back in the day.
I may have done something similar.
Yeah, gamers know that, right? You just get hooked on a game and you can sit there for hours playing.
Yeah, but yeah, that's probably the game I've been playing the most.
Do you still play Counter-Strike today?
No, I played the old 1.6, and then I played a lot of Global Offensive.
Oh, yeah,
when that came out. But yeah, then I went over to Rocket League. I have way too many hours in that game as well.
Nice.
But yeah, I guess always PvP games have always been up my alley.
Yeah. So, what was the path to Iron Gate then, from where you were with Mojang?
Yeah. So there was some internal reorganization with the support team first, and then I went to the content team, and then after a year or so, it was some more reorganization, and I felt like I was kind of done with I liked my job, but I felt like I kind of want to do something else now. And so randomly and luckily, we have this small Facebook group in Sweden where game students and game developers can post if they have a position and they're looking for people to hire, they can post in that Facebook group. And so Henrik, one of the co-founders of Iron Gate, next to Richard, posted and said, we really need help due to this huge success that we're currently having with the game. I was back in April last year, I think. So I applied, and here I am.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Do you know if there was something that they that tipped into your favor, that they decided to go with you over the other applicants? They must have had several people who were interested.
Yeah, I think a lot of people applied to it, but I think why I got the job was because I do have. I mean, customer and tech support is really good when you need to communicate a lot with players and internally. Like you need to know how to phrase yourself in a good way always.
Yeah.
And then also new Jira. We used that at Mojang to track bugs as well.
Mm.
And I was helping a little bit with confirming bugs. And when I was in that content team where we were curating all that content on the marketplace, we also wrote a bunch of feedback to people, and it was more or less a QA position there as well. So I think that was in my favor. I think we also just really clicked when I had my interview with Henrik and Richard. We were on the same level.
Yeah, that's what a lot of jobs seem to end up. You have the skills and some of the experience, but you really have to sort of click with the personalities, because these are people you're working with, all the time, and so that's always handy. So what do you do at Iron Gate now then?
So my title is QA manager. So what I do is, alongside Smithe as well, he's helping us a lot with the QA stuff. But I do track the bug tracker that we have, making sure that we squash the necessary bugs before we push updates to the game.
Right.
And it's a lot of play testing internally and just checking things, getting poked quite often to do some sanity checks before we do stuff, etc. So yeah, it's a lot of checking the forums, looking at what people are saying and what people are reporting, reproducing bugs, all of it, I guess.
I mean, you probably do some of your own testing, but there's no way that you guys can do as much testing as thousands or tens of thousands of players who are on Discord reporting them and the forums and whatnot. So you probably have to are spending a lot of time there to try to pick up on the things that people are finding, and then bringing that to the team and saying, people are reporting this. Is it something we want to address?
Yes, that's that's pretty much my daily work as well, especially now when we're getting close to Cave release. Even you are active reporting stuff, Jurok, which we appreciate. But yeah, that's my job to note it down and then poke the correct person within the team and ask them to fix stuff.
So this is a question for you directly from me, because I reported this. Did the team remove beards because I posted it on there, or were there a lot of people mentioning that?
I think actually a few threads on the Steam forum popped up as well, and I poked Richard, I think, about it, and we was like, yeah, that looks bad, and they fixed it.
Well, it's awesome when you have a community that can give you that all that feedback and find things that you guys have missed, because you're only a few people on the team, but thousands of people. So yeah, having people like yourself who can filter through all that and bring it to their attention is pretty awesome. So a little off of topic. We'd like to learn a little bit more about you. If any of these questions sound interesting and you feel like answering, Rudy has a bunch of questions, but before he gets to his, I have one for you. So on our podcast, I always like to ask people where they got their gaming name or their sort of public persona name. Like for me, Jurok, I explained that in one of my previous podcasts. It came from a short Viking story I wrote more than 25 years ago when I was in the military. So we were wondering, where does the name Luma come from? How did you land on that name as your name to use for the public?
Oh man, I wish it was a epic story, like a background story, but it's not. I don't really know. I think do any of you play Nintendo games? I think there's one, like a star called Luna, or is it even Luma?
I don't. I haven't played Nintendo games since the original Nintendo console. Because after that, I went to PC games and never looked back.
Okay. But I think it's pretty much from that. And when I was playing World of Warcraft with a friend of mine back in the days, I created my character named Luma. And for some reason, we had this. It wasn't even a joke, but we kept saying, "Oh my God, it's Luma," and people kind of catched on to that, saying that. Even though I was a nobody, it was like, "Oh my God, it's you," but I was no one. I guess it just kind of stuck there then.
So I looked it up while you were talking, and on the Nintendo wiki, it says Luma, also referred to as Apricot Luma, Baby Luma, Little Luma, and Young Master Luma, is a major character in the games Super Mario Galaxy and Super Mario Galaxy 2. Does that sound familiar?
Maybe. Is it the little star?
Yes.
Yes.
It's a little star with big eyes.
Yeah. Then I probably just stole it from there.
Oh, okay. So other people were calling you that, and you decided to keep it.
Yeah.
You're not no little star anymore. I would say you're a big star now.
No.
Well, when people love a game as much as Valheim, and obviously the success it's had, the people involved with the game at every level, we definitely appreciate all of the efforts that you put in, and the time that you take, like this right here, doing this podcast, or like when you're hanging out with Gaming with Christy or something, right? Like that. That's pretty much on your free time, right? Like you're not on the clock, you're not in the office right now. At least I don't think you are.
Yeah, no, I'm at home. It's 9:30 p.m. right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we're going to keep you up late, so you're tired in the morning.
Yeah, all good. I'm not tired, so we can go for hours if you want to.
So you can blame us if in the next patch there are so many bugs because you were too tired to test in the morning.
Forgot to note them all down.
So Rudy, you have some questions. You want to ask a few of those?
I do have a few Valheim questions, but like I said, I was trying to think of some off the hook questions for ya. One that's I really need the answer to. What kind of snacks do they keep on hand in the Iron Gate offices?
Oh man. How should I answer that?
Too many. More healthy snacks, right?
The problem is that we all love like candy and sweet stuff, especially me and Lisa. I think we're the cookie monsters of at the office. So we have been buying quite a lot of like chocolate.
Hey, there's nothing wrong with that.
General. No, but the problem is when we buy it, it's like a huge bucket of candy.
Yes.
And you think like, oh, this should last for a couple of weeks.
And it doesn't.
But no, it's gone very quick.
Well, it sounds like other people are dipping into it too then.
Yeah, no.
No, just you and Lisa?
Pretty much. And Monty as well, sometimes Josephine. But it's bad. It's really bad.
Well, yeah, trying to eat healthy is always it's a bit of a chore, especially when the temptations are around.
Yeah, I think we need help.
Well, Luma the cookie monster. Rudy, what else you got for him?
How do you take your coffee? If you drink coffee in the mornings, what are you taking it? How do you take your coffee?
Oh, I take it with a little bit of milk.
No sugar, huh? Or no sweetener?
No sugar.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I like my coffee nice and dark and unsweetened myself. And I might put a little, shall we say, strong creamer in it that comes from Ireland.
Oh, that sounds nice.
If you know what I mean.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, now I get it. Yes.
This is a family show, so.
And also, you mentioned Facebook a bit earlier, and I really enjoy your Twitter presence. So what do you prefer, Twitter or Facebook?
Oh, wow. I guess I'll have to say Twitter because I only use Facebook to chat with friends and family.
I've tried using Facebook for like advertising and or like creating communities around Valheim and other things. And Facebook just doesn't seem like the best place for that. Facebook seems more like a better place for just, keeping in touch with friends and family. But Twitter seems to be the place where people go to more look for information on what's going on with their subjects that they're interested in, like Valheim. What about Instagram? Like Instagram doesn't seem to be that popular either. I know I see you guys have an Instagram and you guys post on it, but it doesn't seem like it gets as much traffic as Twitter, maybe.
I think for the community managers, Instagram is really good actually for us.
Oh, okay.
Does get a lot of likes and comments. But personally, I mean, I do have Instagram, but I never post. I just watch cute pics of cats.
Don't we all? Aren't cats just the best? They do all kinds of crazy and fun things.
Yeah.
And one more non-Valheim question. You mentioned Nintendo earlier. So talk about console gaming, PlayStation, Xbox, or Nintendo. What does Luma intend to go for?
Oh, wow. I mean, when I grew up, I played Sega at my grandparents' house before I got my own stuff. And my first, what's it called? I'm losing console. Was the PlayStation 1. So I think I have to go with PlayStation because I only played PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2, and then I went over to PC.
Mm-hmm. And what games did you play? Was it like Spyro or stuff like that? Or what kind of games were you playing?
Yeah, Spyro, Worms, Guitar Hero. That game is so good.
Oh, Worms. That's a flashback. I got goosebumps as soon as you said that. Wow, I haven't played that one in so long.
Armageddon was so good.
Yeah, I was a big Spyro guy myself.
Yeah, that game is fantastic as well.
I don't even know what you guys are talking about. I feel so old.
Spyro, the little purple dragon?
No, I don't. I've never played those. First Nintendo console and then PC games for me.
So here's one of my Valheim questions for you, Luma. A few weeks ago, we had a great interview with Patrick, the composer of the soundtrack. And all of us answered the question, what our favorite songs are from the Valheim soundtrack. So I'm curious to hear what your selection would be. What's your favorite song from the Valheim soundtrack?
Ooh, that's a good question. I think I would have to say the sailing. I don't know what it's called.
Yeah, so many people, a couple of folks from our podcast mentioned that one too, the sailing music.
Yes.
Yeah, that one. It's very relaxing, isn't it?
It is. And I think it really sticks and hits as well when you hear it for the very first time, when you go out on the ocean and that music starts to kick in. I don't know. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, as I said last time, it's awesome until a serpent comes in and ruins everything for you.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Forgot about that.
Yeah. Patrick had mentioned that if it were in the cards in the future, he'd love to do music specific for the serpent fights, because that encounter, it's a little paradoxical to have like this nice, calm sailing music, and then you're being, murdered by a sea serpent.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite parts of the game is when you fight the Forsaken, how the atmosphere changes and the lighting, and then you've got very specific music, and I just remember getting the goosebumps, the first time I did each of the boss fights because of that, and the music and the look of the game changes, and so yeah, having a music that plays specific for serpent encounters would definitely be amazing. But
yeah.
All things
really
in time,
cool.
right?
Yeah, I mean, never say never. I think that would be very cool as well.
Yeah. The game's early, it's young, and a lot of cool things in the future, and who knows?
For sure, yeah.
And we had a quick chat with Smitha, I think it was last week, and he said that you're one of the best parkour runners in Valheim. So that made me question, well, who's the best Valheim player at the Iron Gate offices?
Oh, I just have to start off with first, I don't know why that's kind of a rumor that I'm the best parkour player.
How did that rumor get started?
I don't know. We had similar banters at Mojang about who's the best parkour runner there. I don't know why that's a thing. But sure, I'll be the best parkour player at Iron Gate. Who's the best player then?
By whatever criteria you label the best player.
The one who would die
the least?
Yes.
You know, if you're a YouTuber and you die a lot, then that makes you the best player because that's more entertaining.
That's true. I would crown Robin as the best.
Oh, okay.
Grimcore, yeah.
He's got that good hand-eye coordination and combat ability and survival ability.
Yes, and he's a master of dodge roll, so yeah.
Oh, yeah, the dodge rolls, super handy.
Yeah.
My favorite part for sure in the battle aspect of the game. And if you ever want to test it out, your parkour skills, we do have a beautiful parkour course on Jirok's Viking Playground server. So if you ever want to test your chops, come on down.
Yeah, sure. I'll do that. Sign me up.
Yeah, I'm thinking. So I was going to run it this Saturday, but somebody else has an event going on, so I might do it in the next Saturday or two. But I'll send you a text because we have a parkour course, and I'm going to modify it a little bit and then have a race. We have 2 or 3 people who are just absolutely awesome at it, and then it's fun. It's interesting seeing all the different like levels of play and what people they get out of Valheim. Like some people like to do combat, some people like to build, some people only like to decorate, and then there's all kinds of other things. But it's interesting to see some players, they got up onto the parkour course and they couldn't get past like the first 5 or 10% of it. They just kept falling off. And then certain players, they just bounce across the whole thing like nonstop. It's you can obviously see who has like that quick hand-eye coordination down.
That's fun.
Yeah.
So I got one more quick question there for you, Luma. With how big Valheim is and how big it's growing every day, really, where do you see yourself in 5 to 10 years from now?
Oh, wow. That feels like a typical interview question. I should have prepared. I'm still at Iron Gate, probably doing QA stuff.
On Valheim 2.0? Well, that's 10 years, really, right? Cool. Like you could throw out any kind of weird thing. Maybe it's Valheim 3.0.
Yeah, I mean, that will be awesome. I guess Valheim will be very much done. I'm not sure how the future looks like after 1.1 release, but yeah, I will be on Iron Gate doing cool stuff still.
So this is a question that you might not be able to answer, and that's absolutely fine. I don't want, spoilers aren't the thing that I ever ask anybody, because obviously I understand all the NDAs and all that stuff. And I don't want to know spoilers either. I like to get them when they come, but I'm assuming that Iron Gate, Richard and Hendrik, that their focus is Valheim now. Are there any rumors of like other games that they may dream of doing in like 5 to 10 years, or like, is there any of that chatter ever going on?
Yeah, there are, like, people like to talk about what they would like to do next. And yeah, there are a lot of different ideas. I don't know what we will go for after Valheim, but there are plenty of ideas out there. I guess we'll just have to wait and see what happens after that.
Yeah. And I know Richard originally wanted to make a space game, and it turned into Valheim, which is great for us. I mean, I would have loved a space game too, but a Viking game. I was so like anxious for a good Viking survival game. It's actually how I found Valheim. Is I was playing games like Minecraft and 7 Days to Die and a few other games, but I love the survival genre. And I just one day, just out of the blue, I just typed in Viking survival game to see if one existed, and I found Valheim and applied for the beta and got into the beta, and then the rest is history. But yeah, so they definitely, I think, filled a niche that was missing.
Yeah, for sure.
So Urkinus, why don't you tell Luma just a little bit about what you do, and because that's going to relate to the questions that you have for him.
Yeah, so as the last question was very like interview-like, my questions to you are as like from one QA to another, because
nice.
This is what I also do. I'm a QA and a tester myself. but my resume is way more, let's say, smaller, pathetic compared to yours.
No, I don't think so. I can imagine it looks good.
Yeah, so actually, things that I'm interested in is you work a lot with the community, and you have like over 5,000 public testers. How do you decide what bug is like major or critical for you and should be fixed in the next patch, and what is left for the future?
So, like, the most critical ones are the ones where, like, if people crashing, obviously, if the game crashes, that's a code red.
Yeah, that's blocked.
But then for a public test, they should always be quite stable. But the things we really want to fix, for example, with Hearth and Home, we did have these iron grates, like 1x1 pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And we did have an issue with those. So people could build with them for like a week before we actually realized that they never stopped supporting, for example.
Oh.
So people could build towers way higher than intended. And I mean, that's cool, but it was not intended. That's kind of when we feel like, okay, we need to fix this ASAP, because people will build this and use this broken mechanic. And when we fix it, their buildings will fall apart.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot of feeling as well. Mm-hmm. There are a lot of people reporting a little bit like, here's a small hole, but can you go through it? Can items fall through it? Or is it just visually somewhat disturbing? So you kind of have to draw the line somewhere. But we do actually write almost all of the reports up that we see come in. And then we kind of have a quick chat with Richard or Jonathan or Eric, the Dungeon Master, to see what they say about it as well. So it's not only my decision, but I also have like a good dialogue and communication with the rest of the team.
Yeah, I can imagine how big the backlog on this project can be.
Yeah.
How many interesting stuff there actually are in the backlog that are, as you know the saying, it goes like, if you document it, it's not a bug, it's a feature.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I have a related question, Luma. So it's one I've pondered, myself, not just with Valheim, but other games as well. But Valheim, I'm sure they have their sort of specific culture and the way they like to do things. And this is good for other players to know. If a player finds a bug, there's a lot of different places they could say it. They could go to YouTube and mention in the comments, like they come to my YouTube channel and mention into my comments something they want you to know about the game that they think is broken. And I think to myself, I'm not a developer. Well, I don't know why you're posting this on my comments. But so between Discord and the forums and, Twitter and Facebook and Instagram and everywhere, what is really the best place, like that's the most efficient for you to help organize this feedback that comes in? Where should we as players go to officially like report something that will be easiest for you guys to manage?
It's a really good question as well, because it kind of depends on the bug or problem that the player is encountering. In general, I would say the bug tracker that we have right now is the best place to go. It's the feature upvote. More often than not, we actually need to have a discussion with the player, like how they're not really that good at always explaining how it happened or what happened. They say something broke, then we need to know what broke, how did it break, when, can you replicate it? So that's when I really prefer to have Discord to chat with them one-on-one.
Yeah, I remember the other day you asked me and one of the other folks on there the question about the one thing we reported in the public test branch for the Frost Caves.
Exactly.
Yeah,
because if we use the bug tracker right now, then we post a reply and they get an email notification and they may get back to us next day. Kind of slows the whole process down, and maybe they just don't bother suddenly to reply at all. I think like having a one-on-one chat is actually the best on Discord.
Yeah. I figured you guys are, especially a few of you, are pretty active on Discord. And you still seem to be able to manage the tens of thousands of players that are on there. But when it comes to the public test branch in that channel that you guys have, you're not dealing with the entire community. You're just dealing with the people who are actually taking the time to load the public test branch and then give feedback. So it's probably a much more manageable community because it's a smaller community.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's a lot of scrolling, but we see it all, we read it all. But I mostly just lurk in those channels. Smith is probably better at communicating with people, but I jump in every now and then as well.
What else you got for him, Erkinis?
Yeah, so we already touched a little bit about exploiting the game, and we do have one player in particular, Kondo, in our community, who is like a master in exploits. And there is something like the spawners, grade of spawners, if you dug into the ground and 6 meters, and the spawner is 6 meters up, it boosts the rates. How do you feel about players exploiting the game mechanics? Because there could be like very crazy thing. I know it's not as much as in Minecraft, but still Valheim is still, there is so much for us players to learn and to exploit.
Yeah, I mean, the Grey Dwarf spawners or Grey Dwarf farms in particular, we're not really concerned about that. I mean, if someone wants to create a farm like that, we're pretty much fine with it, I would say. It's not really game breaking. I know we did some changes to how animals behave, like the tamed animals. I remember people were doing farms with those as well, still do.
Yeah, he's a master with farms also.
Yeah. I think we tried to stop that a little bit a few months back. I think people made like these towers with the boars. It was just weird. It looked weird. And we were like, no, we need to fix it a little bit at least, because it looked like a slaughterhouse almost. But in general, I mean, I know the people who are speedrunning the game, for example, use a lot of exploits.
Yeah.
I mean, we don't really mind most of those things, I would say. I've seen one with the silver vein that you can kind of like mine the whole thing if you hit it at the exact right place. Have you guys seen that one as well?
Where it breaks, the whole thing breaks apart?
Yeah, if you hit it like once, it all just breaks. Maybe you do it too.
It has to be. Yeah. It has to be completely dug out, though, right?
No, I think it's. I don't know how that one works, but I've seen some weird stuff, and we will probably fix that in the future.
Oh,
we have to go to the mountains and start digging to figure it out.
Yeah.
Well, it's interesting how some quirky game mechanics can become beloved by the community, and then I'm guessing you guys probably don't want to remove those ones, like the signs with the text that floats off the signs. Like I think it looks absolutely ridiculous myself, but people just love it. So I guess you leave it.
Yeah, I don't think we'll touch that one unless it starts to break the game for whatever reason. But no.
So what about using the chair to clip into anything you want, like whether it be the crypt gate or clip into a boulder in the plains so the plains creatures can't attack you, or clip into a tree and hang out inside the tree? Like I made videos on those just because it was so fun. But is that like the clipping with the chairs? Is that something that's been addressed or thought about?
I think we've all been thinking about it. And I remember I saw your video on it as well. I think it was in plains, in those huge rocks.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can fight Yagloth from inside one of the fingers, and he never knows you're there. So you could just, with a bow and arrow, you could just shoot him all day.
Yeah. I don't think those will be fixed in the near future, at least. We're really not concerned about those either, I would say, because those exploits are like, if you want to play the game like that, like it's not meant to be played like that, but if you really want to cheese the game or whatever, then sure, go ahead and do that. As long as it doesn't break the game or break the progression like in a really bad way, then I don't think we'll be fixing those actually.
Yeah, I always just found them more of like a curiosity than anything. For myself, I really love I've been playing like tabletop role playing games ever since I was like 8 or 9 years old. So it's like 40 years. But so I love immersion, and so I don't play the games like that myself. But I'll make a video about it as a curiosity. But yeah, I don't play it that way. It's because it's not fun, right? Like the boss fight is no longer fun if it can't fight back.
Yeah. No, what's the point then? Kind of.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So I think that's pretty much our stand on it.
Sorry if the next question makes you feel like you're still working in the evening, but in my experience, this question usually gives me very interesting answers. Let's take a situation, and you can say how would you handle it. For example, if developer introduces you with an error or bug in the code after the QA testing has already been taken place, how would you approach this situation?
Wait, if a developer... Sorry, could you repeat it?
Yes, so if a developer... if a developer introduces you with an error or a bug in the code after QA testing has taken place. This is a tough one, I know.
Yeah. So wait, I'm just trying to understand that I get this correctly. So it passes QA and then it comes up as an error.
Yeah, exactly.
And did another developer reports it, or?
Yeah. For example, if a developer reports it, or it's already like pushed to production or pushed to.
Okay. Yeah. No, actually, I think I'm really fortunate that we're such a small team. So if that happens, we can just poke one another really quick and say like, we missed that, and people go, "Oh crap." Yeah, we'll have to solve that one. And we solve it really, really quickly. So it's not really a big deal, but we usually just have a quick communication internally.
Yeah, it's a benefit of working with a small team. I know.
It is. Yes.
If you have like 100 developers, then the one who is finding it, the QA, usually they're running like crazy and waiting and waiting till it goes through multiple persons and multiple developers. Before it actually gets fixed. So you're lucky in that sense.
I really am. And I guess it all kind of depends on how critical it is. If it really needs to be fixed, I mean, then of course we poke one another to fix it ASAP if something is missed. Otherwise, we just write it down, and the person who can fix it will probably check at it early morning or whatever. So
I promise my next 2 questions are easier. Is there something you would like to bring over from Minecraft? I mean, from the game, something you really, really liked there. People have been comparing Valheim to Minecraft a lot, so maybe something you think could be brought over.
I mean, just personally, what I would love to have.
Yeah, personally, yeah.
I mean, some kind of a glider would be awesome.
Oh, I'm leaning towards redstone stuff.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the redstone definitely, especially when you get late game in Minecraft, redstone introduces, sort of opens up this whole other world of challenge and puzzle solving that you can do, which is sort of what I'm trying to do running a Valheim server with over 130 people, is trying to figure out, because everybody's killed Yagloth, so what are they doing now? So we're trying, we're all constantly trying to create new content for them. Valheim it's such a great template for an admin to run a game like a dungeon master, like for Dungeons and Dragons or something. Now, you guys don't have many tools for us, but that's fine because the modder community is so big. It's 10 or 100 times bigger than the team over there at Iron Gate. So, of course, they can introduce all this other weird little programming for mods. But having something like that, I mean, obviously, Valheim has to get into its 1.0 to, the vision of the game for release before you guys start thinking about all that crazy future stuff of how can we prolong the game if you guys even want to prolong it. And because I remember they kept saying, well, the game will end. And when it ends, if you're done with it, you go play something else.
Yeah.
But our players, they're done, at least with the current content until you guys release new content. But we're finding ways with the help of mods to create new content for them, kind of like Redstone might be for Minecraft and whatnot. And Minecraft too, they have like the same thing, right? They have servers and all these programmers who make Minecraft basically way different than it is out of the box for the single player person, right? Like there's so many different things. And I feel like with the help of modders, I'm kind of starting to do that with Valheim a little bit, is kind of unwrap it a little bit from its box and with the help of modding to add new content. And it's fun. It's super fun.
You mentioned glider. I know you mentioned it's a personal preference, but hey guys, is it like a sneak peek that we can in future ride drakes?
Ride drakes?
Write it down. We heard it
the small hatchlings.
Yeah.
That's going to be the thumbnail. Luma wants gliders. But then when you click in the video, it says he just wants gliders from Minecraft.
You have to eat and dragon first.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could have it up in the tree, Yggdrasil.
I was talking to Smithy, and he was, reading some of the comments from Discord, because I guess that new little flying bug thing, I think it's called a seeker. I guess some people were saying, I hope we can ride it. And I think Smithy said, well, why do Vikings need boats then if they can just fly on a bug through the sky? Like, I'm a Viking. I want to ride my boat. Personally, I don't want to fly.
Yeah, that's true.
But a glider might be fun because you're not flying. You're just gliding a little short distance.
Yeah, I mean, imagine going up in the mountains, gathering your silver, and then when you feel like I'm done, or you're getting raided by wolves or whatever, you just hop off, fly away.
Yeah, that's what I do in Minecraft. You just jump off the mountain and glide. And then what is it? You launch a firework or something, and that prolongs your gliding a little bit.
Oh, yeah.
It's been a few years since I've played Minecraft, but
that's the way. Yes.
Last question from me is what's your favorite or most interesting part of your day in the office?
Ooh, most interesting.
It's the chocolate, isn't it?
Yeah, you can't say raiding the chocolate stash.
No, damn it.
The second most interesting thing then.
Second. I think the most interesting is to kind of get a sneak peek daily on what other people are working on at Iron Gate.
You mean drakes? Flying drakes? We can fly drakes?
No.
He just means in general. That's got to definitely be exciting.
Yeah, I think that's really exciting to see what Robin is up to, and Lisa and Richard doing QA stuff, trying to replicate stuff on a daily basis. You see the same thing over and over again. So it's kind of exciting to go into their office a little bit and see, what are you guys doing today? And they're doing something very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's probably it.
Yeah, getting a sneak peek behind what's going on.
Yeah.
It's always can be fun, I'm sure. Of course, in a way, like if you're a fan of the game and you play it in your free time, it spoils it a little bit for you, but it's also it's fun to see how it's made behind the curtain.
Yeah, for sure. I guess it's both a win and a loss personally, because I really loved playing Valheim when it came out. But now that magic is kind of gone because I know what's coming. And I played so much. So when we released Abomination, for example, I was so tired of the Abomination when everyone else was hyped and happy about it.
Oh, what an amazing creature too. I think that it's my favorite creature in the game.
Oh yeah?
I love a lot of them, but my goodness, like when you're underneath that thing and I don't know who came up with the idea to take the tree trunk, flip it upside down and make its roots its legs as it flips upside down, and then stop the ground as it comes after you. I think it's just an original idea. And that thing is it's terrifying if you're low, if you're not at the end game gear yet, but it's also spectacular to watch it as it emerges from the ground. It's like, as an artist myself, I just like when I see that, I think, wow, that is a unique thing. It's so fun to watch it.
Yeah. The animations are really good on that one.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't know who came up with it. I guess it was a combination of Grimcore, Eric, and Richard, because there's this kind of like folklore, I guess, kind of like a myth here in Sweden and Norway, I think, about those. What are they called in English? Like tree. When a tree falls over, there's kind of this at the end of it. I don't know. Help me, guys.
We call that the tree stump that's left in the ground after you cut it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So if it falls over, it kind of pulls up a little bit of dirt or the ground as well. Do you call it something else then?
No, I mean a fallen log, you'll see the roots sometimes if like it rips the roots out of the ground. What is the folklore? I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah. So basically, at least what people said many years ago was kind of they scared children or people in general that they shouldn't go out in the woods because that tree stub could eat you, was kind of a saying.
Oh.
And I think that's kind of how the whole abomination thing came to life.
Does it have a name?
In Swedish, it is rotvälta.
Rotvälta. Do you know what that translates to?
No, I can Google it. Roots overturning.
Oh, there you go. That's kind of what it sounds like what you said.
Yeah.
Rotvälta.
Yeah.
Root overturning.
You got it.
That's interesting. I did not know that. I mean, I get a sense that a lot of the things that are added to Valheim are sort of pulled from little bits of mythology and lore here and there. And then, maybe some of it's just out of the minds of the creative, people over there. But
that's very cool to learn today. That's neat.
Now that the mountain or the frost caves, I should say, are basically out in the public for testing, was there something about those that like you saw that most excited you when you were getting your sneak peek behind the curtain?
Yeah, I think it was, as a lot of people have said already in feedback, but how big they feel compared to the other dungeons that we have.
Oh yeah, I have been saying that forever. That I don't have many gripes, and it's not even a gripe because it was a small game, and they made this beautiful thing, and it'll expand over time. But I always just a third person camera in those really claustrophobic dungeon burial chambers and sunken crypts. I always just felt like if they could the ceiling could just be a little bit higher and the corridors a little bit bigger, and maybe a little bit bigger places to explore would be really fun. And then, oh my goodness, did you guys do that with the frost caves? Those places are amazing.
Yeah, I think that they turn out to be really cool.
And I was really excited to learn from Smithy that they're also procedurally generated like the worlds, so that they have seeds assigned to themselves too. So you'll never really see the two of the same caves, right? Because you'll never see two of the same worlds because they connect, all the different hallways and rooms and everything. They connect in various ways. So
that's true.
It'll always be a new experience.
Yeah. I mean, some caves can look pretty similar, but overall, you will probably never get the exact same cave ever.
Yeah. It's going to be exciting when it goes public, because I know a lot of people on my server are looking forward to it. And not a lot of them have done the public test branch. They've just heard me raving about it.
Oh, yeah.
Well, this has been super exciting. Thank you for sharing all the spoilers about the Mistlands and the Ashlands and the Deep North.
Flying mounts.
And flying mounts and all of that good stuff.
Oh, boy.
Nah, I'm teasing, of course.
DLCs. No, just...
Oh, yeah, DLCs. Well, there's a new drinking horn that you guys Grimcore made. That'll be exciting. Is that going to be like a DLC release where people have to do a Steam code? Do you know what the plan is for that yet? Or is it just going to be introduced to the standard game?
I'm 99% sure that we'll just have it like a standard item in the game.
Okay. Yeah. Well, because I remember them talking. I think Smithy was talking about. Or Grimcore too, about the Steam keys, and you guys had to do thousands of Steam keys for the beta testers just for the Odin stuff, but doing it for 8 million people plus for that horn Steam keys, it would probably be impossible to manage.
Yeah, probably. No, I don't think it'll be like exclusive to players who only been playing the game for 1 year. It will be an item just as everything else, and people who know what the horn like refers to, they know.
Yeah, little Easter egg.
Yeah, a little bit like that. Yeah.
Like you can say, I was there when.
Yeah.
Well, Rudy, Urkinus, do you guys have any more questions before we let Luma settle in for the night?
I got one more from a member on our server here. Dipstick had a question. Who is the most Viking-like on the team? He said Josephine actually trains swords and such. So, who's the most Viking-like at the Iron Gate team?
Viking-like as in look like a Viking or acts like a Viking?
Yes.
Oh, no.
No, not necessarily look like a Viking, but like who is there somebody there who maybe is just like really, really loves the Viking culture? And I mean, I'm sure everybody has their varying degrees of interest in it, but is there someone who's just like really, really big Viking fan?
Yeah, I have to give it to Josephine, since she's our Viking, I guess. She's actually fighting like a Viking with swords and all that. Yeah. For sure. And she knows a lot about what they were wearing and all that, like historically correct. So when she sees fantasy stuff or like Viking stuff, like Vikings, the series, for example.
Yeah.
She will call out if there's something that is not historically accurate.
Oh, yeah.
And get mad about it.
Well, I've always thought it funny with Vikings. They are romanticized to have, the horned helmets.
Mm.
And people get upset when some people get upset when they see Vikings with horned helmets. And they say Vikings, they put their hands on their hips and they say Vikings, and they wag their finger at you. Vikings didn't have horns on their helmets. And I just think to myself, yeah, but it's fun. Come on.
It looks cool.
It looks cool. It'd be heavy. It'd probably weight your head down and be awkward, but it looks fun.
Yeah.
Well, cool. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you in the future.
Yeah. Thanks for having me again. Nice talking to you all.
Thanks, Luma.
Yep, we'll see you in our server.
Yeah, sure.
Well, Luma was a fun interview, don't you guys think?
Fantastic.
I think that's all we have for this week, and we'll have more fun stuff coming up next week. Thank you for joining me, Rudy and Urkinus.
Yeah, thanks for having us.
You still there, Urky? Oh, we might have lost Urky.
You couldn't hear me?
Nope. Were you talking? You're talking the whole time?
No, just the last part.
Well, this is staying in now.
Okay. Yeah, I moved my laptop, and it probably moved a little bit USB cable, and need to figure it out. Need the new connector.
Okay, well, you sounded good this week. At least you had a little issue with your microphone that first time you used it, didn't you?
Yeah, it was user error, as they say.
Yeah, I kept saying before we started recording, why does Urkinus sound like he's in a tin can? And it's because he had the foam still wrapped around the mic.
I looked at it, and at first I thought, all right, maybe it's like the spit cover, but it already has one, so I don't know why it has like 2 layers, but all right, let it be there. And after the recording, I took the microphone in my hand and started to investigate a little bit further. And the first time, if you remember, I just bought the microphone and I rushed from the shop to get to the recording, and maybe probably didn't really have the time to properly get to know it.
That's okay.
At least I took it out of the box.
Yeah. You took it out of the box, you got it plugged in. We could hear you even if it sounded odd, but it makes a better story.
Yeah. All right.
Well, you sound great this week, and we will do more in the future, hopefully. So that's it for now, everyone. Have fun out there.
Welcome to Podheim, Jirok's Valheim podcast. Let's give him the business.
Hey, everybody. This week we've got something a little different for you. We interviewed J.S. Mars, yes, Jonathan, over at Iron Gate about Valheim. And because that interview went about 2 hours long, I'm going to share with you the first half of that interview today and then release the second half in the next few days. So let's go to that interview now. All right, everybody, we're here talking with Jonathan, one of the developers over at Iron Gate. It's so awesome to have you here with us, Jonathan.
Yeah, thanks for having me. It's fun to be here.
Before we get into all the game stuff, which people are always interested in asking about, I like to know about the people themselves who are involved, just to kind of find out how you got to where you are. So if you feel like, I'd love to hear a little bit about you, maybe where you're from, how you ended up getting into game development. Did you go to school first, and then maybe some of the places that took you from school to before, and ended up at Iron Gate?
Sure. How detailed do you want it?
Well, maybe start from where you're from, and did you go to college specifically for gaming?
Sure. Yeah. So I'm from Sweden. I think we're all everybody at Iron Gate is living from Sweden, but we have a few people with some part heritages from here and there, but mostly Swedes. So yeah, I grew up in Sweden, in the countryside. At a quite young age, me and a friend found an old 3D program called Raydream Studio 5. I think that was the first exposure I had to that. So it's a really old 3D package, and we used that to make some model. I wouldn't even say models. We placed spheres and squares and made animations and stuff like that, and we had a lot of fun. After that, I moved over to 3D Studio Max. I don't think there was anything else in between, and really learned to make 3D models. Well, I shouldn't say really learned, but started learning, and then from there, I saw this. I was a subscriber to the old PC Gamer magazine, a Swedish version, which was awesome. And sadly, they actually shut down their physical paper a little while ago. But anyway, and I was a subscriber to that. I liked playing games already, and I saw this little picture of a mod for Unreal Tournament. I don't remember which one, and there was this car mod, Unwheel. It's called, like a baby version of Unreal. But with a wheel, and they had this picture there, and I just saw they're making a mod, and I just figured, well, I could make a model and send that to them. That maybe they want to put it in their game or something. So I did that. I was sick from school one day, so I made a truck, Caterpillar, big monster truck thing.
Oh, nice!
And sent it to them, and then they actually put it in the. They were like, yeah, sure, that sounds cool. They put it in the game. And actually, just I don't know how long afterwards, but actually it was featured in PC Gamer a few months later. So when they had a picture of the game again, they had a picture of my big truck. And for me, that was a really big moment. I mean, I was in 7th grade, I think.
Oh, wow.
So that felt really cool from my side.
What was the name of that game?
Unwheel.
Unwheel.
Like Unreal, but Unwheel with a wheel.
Yeah.
I think I'm sure you can find it online. It's just like an old driving mod. There was different racing modes, and it's sort of like Rocket League, a very early version of Rocket League. Yeah, so that was pretty cool. And then I after that I got into a few other mods for Half-Life 2, I think mainly, where I helped out doing some models for different mods. The big one I was in was called Nuclear Dawn. It was kind of a very hyped, high quality mod at the time that sadly never got released. So but later it was bought up by some company that released it as a standalone game. They still have a large part of all our assets that we made for the mod, but they released it as their own game And I don't know. I don't know. I might not have really done it justice. Didn't really credit us, which I think is really asshole move. Like typical gaming industry thing. Like I really like how the movie industry they really like to credit everybody. Like people who brought them food, drove the taxis, everything. Well, in the gaming industry, they're like, oh, the less names we put in the credits, the cooler we sound.
Oh, I was actually I wasn't aware of that.
I don't know. I mean, it's just a feeling that I have. Like in a lot of games, you see like, oh, there's 5 people in the credits, and then they're like, oh, actually, that's not true. If you really research, then it's like, oh, they had this subcontractor, and they're not even in the credits, or a whole other company that helped them out.
Yeah, it's in the movie industry. We definitely try to credit everyone, even the little assistants and people who are on internship and whatnot. With the production assistants, they call them PAs.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what it doesn't cost anything to have people in the credits. It's just like I think it comes from some kind of a thing where you can make a game all by yourself, and I don't know, the feeling of it seems like a lot of games just have a few people in the credits just to make it sound like they did all the work or something. I don't know why. It's really a annoying cultural thing somehow.
And then no one is watching the credits.
Yeah, exactly. Nobody really cares anyway, so why not just put them in there? I mean, give them that. I mean, it's really nothing. I mean, later, now I'm jumping ahead a bit, but I worked at a contractor, like a 3D art contractor for a bunch of different games, and I was surprised when I joined there. They're like, "No, what personalized credits? We don't have. We could never ask for that." So like, if you look in a bunch of different games, at the end of it, it'll say like additional art by. Liquid Development was a company I worked for, and that's like, say, I don't know, maybe 10 or 15 artists working on a game that did like a large chunk of the main art in games. But if you look at the credits, it's like they have maybe 2 artists in-house artists that did their work, and then they hired us as contractors. But if you look at the credits, you think like, oh, there was 2 people who did all the art in this game. That's pretty amazing. Well. So yeah, that's kind of, I think it's kind of a sad part of the gaming industry, but hopefully it's getting better. I don't know.
Well, a lot of the gaming industry is not unionized. Is that correct?
Yeah, I would say that.
Because part of the credit requirements for the film industry come from there being so many unions involved. Of course,
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So they're actually required to give credits and in very specific ways. But then just because they're doing it anyways, they seem to have this tradition of crediting all the other companies that are involved. Like you'll see all the special effects artists credited and the companies and every individual right down to the assistant in the office who's answering the phones. And I think that tradition comes from the unions, but one of the sad things too about the movie industry is that the special effects artists are not unionized, and so they actually, are sometimes fighting for fair wages or employment and benefits and all these things. They don't have all the protections that a lot of the other film industry have. So I'm guessing that the gaming, because it's kind of the same thing, the special effects artists in film, that some of those skills probably translate over to some of the special effects things that can be done in gaming. And it sounds like both are not unionized.
Yeah, sure. Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Yeah, I was thinking like, oh, the people in film industry are so cool. They just want to credit everybody, but I guess they're contractually bound to do so.
Yeah. At least, for the big important roles, and they just carry it over.
Yeah. Anyway, getting back to the let's see, where was I? I worked on these mods, and after that, after high school, I applied because I'd been working on mods and I had like sort of built up a portfolio. Like, and now we're talking 3D artist. I've been working as a 3D artist on mods. So after that, I applied for some different jobs. Just sent out to all the cool studios that I liked, and they got answer from a few actually. And I went on interview at DICE in Stockholm, who make Battlefield games, and also Grin, which make like a bunch of different games. They are sadly now bankrupt, but they got bankrupt a few years later. But I had some friends working there, So I got introduced at 2 places, and I accepted the job at DICE. So I worked there for a bit over a year, and that was really a good experience in a lot of ways. I got to meet a bunch of amazing people. It's a really cool place, but I also learned a lot about what I don't want to do.
Well, that's interesting. So I was going to ask you what you were doing at some of these companies, because it sounds like you do programming, but you also sounds like you're also a 3D graphic artist. So what were you doing at these companies, and what did you as you were going through working with other people, how did you figure out what you did and didn't want to do?
Yeah, I mean, I'd say working at a big company, we were 300 then. I think they were like something 800 now. I'm sure that's really good for a bunch of people, but I don't really like being in such a big company. You're sort of just like a cog. You have your one little area of work. You have tons of meetings. You don't really have any say, or you don't get a lot of creative input like at the end product. I mean, sure, I was just an artist on those games, but still, I mean, I really prefer working on a smaller team. But yeah, back then I was still just only like 100% 3D artists on games. But after DICE, I quit my job there, and I went over to. Then I started as a contract 3D artist. So I worked with Liquid Development, which is a 3D contractor that does for a bunch of different games. I worked on some different Gearbox games as an artist. At the same time, I actually took up, because this was sort of like early indie game days, like you saw like World of Goo and Braid these games releasing. So at sort of the same time, I was really getting into programming. I mean, I'd been programming for a few years ahead of that as well, but just like on a hobby level, doing little applications and like mini games and stuff like that. But so I got into programming a lot more. I started making my own games, small games, and I joined like Ludum Dare, which is a really big game jam event online. I can really recommend trying that out for anybody wanting to make games.
Oh, okay.
You basically spend 48 hours making a game over a weekend. You're supposed to make everything yourself during this time, like including sounds and graphics and everything. And I did that a bunch of times and made some small games. Yeah, and then after that, let's see. I need to think about this. Yeah.
Well, I wanted to
after that.
Well, real quickly, so you've talked about a lot of these little indie games and places that you worked at. You have a website, jsmars.com, MARS. Yeah, I have that up now, and I can see a lot of these things that you were talking about. So if anybody was interested, I recommend going and checking out your website to see all those cool projects that you'd worked on.
Yeah, hopefully it's sort of complete. But yeah, there's like a mixture of AAA games and other indie games and game jam games there, along with some other stuff. So let's see, where was I? After that, anyway, I actually, by that point, I sort of, I'd had some jobs in the industry. I worked as a contractor and everything, but I sort of wanted to have an education. I'd started working directly out of high school, so I didn't have a formal like the university education. So then I applied for a university degree and did that remotely most of the part. Actually, as I was still working. I'd gotten into working. When you start earning money and everything, it's kind of hard to just like stop doing that and jump all the way back to uni.
Yeah.
So I sort of did like, I worked 100% and I also was studying 100%, which might not have been the best idea, but.
So you were working and schooling.
Yeah.
That's never good.
No, that's probably not a great idea, but thankfully, the uni I went to, I did like, I was thinking like, I want to work with games, but I already have more, experience and skills than I will get if I like just do a game development university. Sure, I'll learn some stuff. I'll do some cool projects, but if they start from the beginning, it's really kind of like it wouldn't be very. I wouldn't really challenge myself. I wouldn't really learn that much, I think. So I went for like more of an IT project management education, a little bit more business oriented or project management, I'd say, which I just felt like, yeah, that's a cool skill to have, be better at that side of things if I ever want to do something by myself, like in a smaller team or anything like that.
Right. So that's interesting. Have you ventured into any game or other project designs on your own or with a group that you formed yet? Or is that something you're still thinking about as maybe something in the future?
Yeah, I mean, both before that, during like when I do game jams, a lot of the time I did them all by myself, but several times I got some friends to join me and we sort of made a game together. And I don't want to like say, oh, I'm the one who led them in any way, but I was probably in several cases anyway, the one with most experience. So in a lot of ways, I sort of led those projects. And after my education as well, like then I started my own contractor company where I also worked. I had some other odd jobs in between there, I guess. But I started my own contractor company where I made software engineering for basically anything. But I tried to do some game work. So I tried to like do contract work 50% to get money, and then I did like 50% my own projects because that's really what I wanted to do, like make my own games. Preferably with some friends or some other motivated people. Yeah, so I did that for a few years. I had some pretty cool projects that went pretty far, but besides the like game jam games, none of the bigger projects really didn't get to a point where we felt that we wanted to release them. So several of those were stuck in game development limbo.
Well, so that actually sounds similar to my experience in the film industry. You know, the film industry is super tough as well to get into, and you end up working if you don't move to LA or New York and start working, you know, from the bottom rung up, or have a wealthy relative who's wealthy or famous already. It's very hard to get into. So you end up doing some work to pay the bills and working on your side projects by yourself or with friends to hopefully get some exposure. And it was nice when YouTube really became a big thing. I'm old enough that I saw that evolution from nothing. So it gave us an outlet. But I did find that YouTube wasn't such a great outlet for filmmakers for the cinematic filmmaking stuff. It took me years to figure that out before I became just sort of like this YouTube content creator.
Yeah, that's too bad. I think Vimeo, or however you pronounce that, I mean, that's more, I'd say, that was my experience anyway, that Vimeo is like more for film clips and stuff like that. And YouTube was more for, YouTubing.
yeah. It's still, but you still end up having the problem, just like with any project, no matter what it is, and it's getting eyeballs on it, right?
And I just want to take a quick break from the show to share with you one of my sponsors, the Grimfrost, an amazing company that sells really, really cool Viking products. They have over 1,000 different modern and historical Viking products. If you're interested, you should check them out. I have a link in the description, or you can go to my website, girocktheviking.com/Grimfrost. Now back to the show.
Yeah, exactly. Of course. I actually did I have done a bit of film stuff too. I have a friend who's really good at video editing and filming and everything. And we did a bunch of different sketches for different, like just minor stuff. But yeah, I think we had a lot of fun. We did some video work, and like, I'm sure there's like at least 10 million people in the same situation, but if you'd had even a slight idea of what YouTube would have become, and we would have like done that, put our stuff on YouTube and just kept doing it, you could have really have done a lot more there, I think.
Oh yeah. I wish, I mean, I've been a filmmaker for almost 25 years, and I wish I had sort of tuned in, paid more attention to what was going on YouTube, because up until 4 or 5 years ago, I mostly still pursued, writing screenplays and making projects to try to get exposure to, break into Hollywood, to, get a feature film funded, or a
a TV show pilot made or something. But yeah, it was only recently that I started seeing what people were doing on YouTube and how they were having success. And my love of video games probably distracted a lot from my career. But now finally I get to blend the two together. It's fun.
Yeah, that's cool. I mean, it seems like you really found something that you like. So, I think that's sort of a problem for a lot of people. You sort of have this dream of you're trying to follow, like, for example, the Hollywood way, or in gaming, like, oh, you want to be the next Minecraft hit or something like that. And a lot of people try to follow in someone else's footsteps, but it's really hard to get there. But if you need to find your own way and sort of like find your own niche of things to do.
Yeah, which is interesting that Valheim found that a niche that was missing, in my opinion, because I became, after playing MMOs in just about every game you can imagine over the years, every type of game, I mean, I landed on survival games, and they seemed to be the best fit for me. And so I played various survival games, and just one day I typed into Google Viking survival just to see if there was, because I've always been a big fan of Viking stuff, and just found Valheim, signed up for the beta, and then the rest is history.
Oh, that sounds cool. Yeah. Actually, yeah, and I don't know, just to finish my long history of myself here. Then, sorry, it got really long. It's how I got into Iron Gate. Then, I mean, that was, I guess, the core question. I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, while doing these of my own, like working sort of as an indie projects and everything, I have made one project. If you are on my website, you can see that it's called Forest, and I'm not sure if I have a date there exactly when it was, but say it was around, I think it was like 2011. I was working on a game that was like open world survival craft game-ish. It has a lot of similarities to Valheim. I can definitely say that. Like it's definitely very along the lines of what Valheim became. I mean, Valheim, of course, is a complete and much better finished product. A lot more finished than that game ever was. But I was working on that game for a while, around 2011, 2012, before I sort of stopped because the other people who were helping me sort of quit, and then I was all by myself, and then the scope was too big to finish by myself. And at that point, I didn't feel like, I can't really contact publishers and do things like that. So I moved on to other things at the moment. But then when Valheim came out, a friend of mine, he sent the link to the game, and he was like, "Yeah, do you want to play this? If I send you a key?" Because he knows that I sort of don't play early access games, because I kind of think that early access is bad in 99 games out of 100.
Yes.
So I'd rather just wait for the full game.
Yeah, you're not wrong with that. You're not wrong with that. It's kind of a habit, become a habit that developers are releasing early access, and then it's just an easy way to make money.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and they're really hurting their product. I think, like, some games it works really well. Like, I might not be fully objective here now, but I do think Valheim is one of the games that it works really well in, because it's more of an open-ended, a bit more sandbox experience, and there's a ton of content to play already, and you really know, like, this has a high quality, it's well polished, it works well, and when you reach a certain point, then it's like, okay, from here on there's going to be more content, which I think is a really good way of doing it. Whereas many other games are like half released, there's no tutorial, it feels glitchy. People play it, I mean, sure, it says early access, but people don't read that. They play it and review it as if it was the full game, basically.
Well, yeah, it seems like a lot of early access games, their basic mechanics and even the graphics and the look of the game are so in early development that it's not really ready to play for people who are paying money to access it. But Valheim, the game already felt refined. It went up to a certain point in content, and it stopped because the rest of the content still needs to be developed. But the basic gameplay, the look, the mechanics, all that was pretty well refined. And so if people do that with early access, I think that it's fine to go ahead and raise money for your game, because let's just be honest, it's, being an independent artist myself for 25 years, I know it's really difficult to raise money for independent projects. So if you can do that, if you can make a really refined project that's just a little bit of content, but really refined little bit of content with the promise of more, then maybe that's a better approach to go.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I know also like a lot of people are in this situation where either they have to stop working on the game or they release it early access. So it's like choosing two bad alternatives. But still, I kind of think that it's been overused and like kind of misused. I would have preferred to see it work in a little bit different format. I mean, early access should be sort of more like signing up for a beta, where you have to sort of go a little bit back in the back door, and I think I mean, probably one of the reasons why it became a thing is because how Minecraft was released. I mean, he released the game. It said like 50% off during beta. If you buy it now, I mean, it's not complete and everything like that. It was called beta then, not early access, and that was also a game that really worked well with early access. I mean, beta, and also it was highly like even before the game was out, he had 50% off, which I think is one of the main reasons why people were like, oh, this looks cool. This looks like it's going to be a thing. And it's also 50% off even now. So I might as well buy it. Like early access is, sure, sometimes there's like a 10% cut. Sometimes they increase the price slightly when it's released. But you're sort of selling an incomplete game for a full game price, which I think is really weird.
Yeah, no, definitely. And it's just the promise of a full game. So some people, and I myself too, I have spent, AAA dollars on an early access game and not gotten, with the expectation that I would get all the content when it finally came out, but then watched many games, crash and burn. EverQuest next.
Yeah.
Did I say that out loud?
And I mean, that's the saddest part of all, where I mean, in some cases they even get in a lot of money, and then they just sort of the game sort of dies off when they realize, okay, people don't keep buying the game, the hype has died down, and they just stop working on it. That's really, that's sad.
Yeah. So I guess finding out how you ended up at Iron Gate is the next thing to learn about.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, then I was working, like doing my own stuff, and I played this game. I got the code from a friend, and I played it, and I was sort of blown away by it. I thought it's easily one of the best games I played in the past years, and I had a really great experience. Like I think quite a few people have said, like being in kind of I'd still like to say old schoolish gamer, played a lot of games in my years. You sort of are always looking for some of the nostalgic feeling you get from the original games. It's really hard to play a game now and be really happy with it, and which surprises you. And this game, for me, it really ticked a lot of those boxes that I've been missing for a long time. But at the same time, it reminded me in so many ways about this project that I was working on by myself in 2011, and I was like, oh, this is cool. I'm so glad I get to play this game, but oh, damn, I wish I just had finished that game. So on. But anyway, I mean, and I was, of course, it's not identical either. But anyway, I was playing it, and I was like, well, I mean, they're not, their office isn't so far away from here. I'll just send them an email and see. Like, I'm sure that they are swamped with work right now, because they probably didn't expect this to blow up this big. So about what time? What was the timeline when you contacted them in their development? I mean, I sent the email probably a few weeks after release, something like that. Oh, after the early access release last year? Yeah, after early access release. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm in a lot of ways, I'm kind of late to the party. Like, me and, I mean, several of the others were hired after the early access release. Yeah. So yeah, I sent them an email like pretty soon after their early access release, and it took a while to hear back. First, I was like, oh, okay, yeah, they're not interested, so on. But I sent them some pictures of the project that I made, and like, yeah, this is really similar, and I have some experience. I could probably help you guys out and so on. But yeah, so then it took a while. Like, I mean, they were swamped with stuff after the early access release, and so it took them quite a bit of time to go through, like, because they wanted to hire several people. Like, it was a programmer, they wanted an animator, and a QA, basically. So it took a while to go through all the whole process. But yeah, we had an interview, and after a while, and luckily I got the job along with Luma and Christopher, the animator.
Cool. And how do you split the workload between all of you? I'm guessing you each have your specialties.
Yeah. So, like Richard Devoid, he's both the founder and leader. He's also the main programmer, but he also does a little. I mean, he does a little bit of everything. He's really talented in a lot of areas. Especially, like, I'm impressed with the work he does with, like, effects and sound effects, and he has a really eye for getting the presentation side of it done, which I think is the main reason why the art style works so well. A lot of programmers don't really have, like, they can be really good at programming, but they don't really have the artistic side at all. I also have an artistic side since I worked as only as an artist. I mean, I went into the industry as an artist. So I'm also kind of a multidisciplinary programmer, but yeah. So he does a little bit of everything, but mostly programming, and that's pretty much the same as me. I am the other programmer, and I also do a little bit of everything where I'm needed. So we're the two engineers, you could say, and then we have the rest of the team. Like Robin and Lisa do art, and they also do. I mean, everybody at Irongate does a little bit of everything, you could say.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's kind of hard to say, like, this person does that and this person does that, but yeah, like Eric is a designer. He does, like I said, the dungeons and locations. Henrik, he is like a producer. He also helps out, I think, a lot with like early on, a lot of setting up of assets and stuff in the editor. And Luma is our tester and master of balance, I call him master of responsibility because sadly, like, we do lots of stuff that breaks things, and we ask him, like, can you just test this to see that we didn't break something? So even though it's our fault if we break something, sadly he feels it's his fault if he didn't catch it.
Yeah, well, that's probably why he engages a lot with the community, especially on the public test branch channel of your Discord, because there's no way one individual can find every little bug or exploit or glitch or whatever. But, having thousands of people testing and him interacting with them, he can kind of tease out information from them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, most big games, and I mean, even though we're a small team, in so many ways, Valheim is a huge game. There's so many players. There's so many things that can go wrong. Like, a lot of big companies have, like, huge departments of QA, and they outsource it, and they have so many testers and everything. Like, he's one guy, and he's both has the whole QA side. He also keeps track of the localization, translations of everything, and also, like, he's also does a lot of balance testing and helps out with, like, that side of things. And me and Richard are always poking him, like, hey, we fixed something. Can you just test this? So it's not like he can do his work undisturbed. Like, I think he does an amazing job. I'm really impressed. He also has help, of course, from Smithy. He's also, like, he is community manager, but he also does a lot of testing. I think, like, just because that's the type of person he is, he just sits and tries to break things and finds problems and things like that.
Well, yeah, trying to break it is kind of part of the what you expect some of the players might end up doing. So if he can break it, and I don't know if like how much you guys like to talk about the modding community, but yeah, as a server admin with over 130 players,
I'm always trying to do stuff for them. And of course, you guys don't have a lot of tools for the server admins. So I do something similar with the modders. There's a couple of modders I work with, and they'll send me a mod and they'll say, okay, try to break it. And oftentimes I do. I'm like, okay, this doesn't work, right? Like with the game. So I kind of understand a little bit what they're trying to do with the basic version of Valheim without mods.
Yeah, I get you. Yeah, I mean, I did a lot of the like early on. When I was starting here. I did a lot of like when building the game, you sort of need like dev tools to interact with the game, like the dev console and stuff like that. And I improved a lot of those things early on. Like I've added a lot of dev commands that I feel are needed just to be able to play the game. So hopefully that will help you out a little bit. But yeah, obviously we don't have official mod support. But I'm really impressed with the modders, what they do. Sadly, like one of the effects of mods, well known, is that they usually tend to break when there's an update, which leads to, since there's so many people playing with mods, when we release a patch, like so many of the bug reports are actually due to players having mods, which is a real pain for us to figure out, like, is this actually a mod, or is there a bug, or is it a mod that's breaking it?
Yeah, I do my small part to help you folks out. I monitor the public test branch channel quite a bit and give feedback when I find something, but often I answer questions for people in there because they're always saying, I installed the public test branch, but it won't load. I got a black screen or something. And then I just ask the question, have you ever played with mods? And then they say, well, I uninstalled them. And I said, no, you didn't. That's why you need to do a fresh install if you're not using a mod manager that can load a vanilla version. But yeah, and that's like, I think in 4 or 5 cases just in the last week or two, it's fixed their problem. Because like you said, they're running mods. You guys put out a patch and it breaks, so they can't even play the game.
Sadly, you sort of wish that. Since this is probably a standard practice in a lot of games that don't have mod support. Like I know Beat Saber, for example, I play sometimes, and it always breaks all the mods when they release a patch. So I'm kind of surprised that the mod managers don't automatically sort of keep track of the version number and either just like disable mods as soon as there's an update, or give you a disclaimer or something like that. So that, I think it would help a lot of players, and it would help us a lot.
Yeah. I see so many people asking questions, and you guys have to deal with it. And a lot of that is just problems with mod interactivity. Well, so I obviously you guys and Richard, he has a vision for a game, and it's in early access, and 1.0 release is down the line, and it seems like that vision is mostly for the sort of single player version of the game. And I'm sure like the 8 million people who bought the game, most of those bought it and played single player, and maybe some small percentage of them found online communities or played with friends. So how much do you think that you might consider multiplayer from what your time with them so far at Iron Gate? Will the multiplayer experience be part of development leading up to 1.0, or you think maybe that more of that might come after 1.0?
In so many ways, Valheim, I would say, is mainly a co-op survival game.
Yeah.
But at the same time, which I think is really cool, it's also made to be able to play single player. So everything we do, like sometimes there's really great ideas and ways to do things, which like this would improve the multiplayer part of the game. But we don't want to include parts that won't work in single player. Like we want it to be both. Like we want it to be both a great multiplayer game, but also a great single player game. So the player can choose how they want to play. So it is sometimes a little bit difficult to make those choices. But like, did you have any specific thoughts? Like, what do you mean the multiplayer? Like, which parts did you thinking of improving? Or
well, so playing for me, I played Minecraft a lot, and I played 7 Days to Die a lot. And following those two games from very, very early on, it's really what made me decide to jump on Valheim and say,
okay, if I'm ever going to become a content creator for YouTube using my film knowledge, this should be the game, because I saw the early, seeds of Minecraft and 7 Days to Die in Valheim, where there's a really good concept for a game there with a little bit of content and more content to come. But those two games, they have basically made it so that, like, Minecraft is almost unrecognizable in certain forms, right? Because of the tools that they provide the community with to go in and mod that game. You can jump into servers that are completely different from the vanilla Minecraft experience. And when I look at 7 Days to Die, for me, that was a big game because I was with them from the very beginning when their terrain, like 7, 8, 9 years ago, when their terrain was blocky like Minecraft before they switched it. And over the years, they've now provided server admins with so many tools to create this flourishing server community. So, you play a game, any game you play solo or with a couple of friends, and maybe your friends lose interest or you lose interest. And then you look for a multiplayer community to revive the game because of the multiplayer experience. It doesn't even have to be a lot of people, 10, 15, 20 other players who are on regularly can create a really great experience. And Valheim is it's sort of missing those tools for server admins to create that long-lasting game experience once people are done with the solo experience.
Yeah, I see what you mean. I think it's really hard for us in that regard because whatever we do, since there's quite a few players, like whatever we do, people will be. Like, some people will be happy, some people will be really angry. Like, why are you spending time on the Steam Deck? Like, you should be making Mistlands or something like that. Like, in reality, the Steam Deck part of it wasn't really a huge deal. Like, and if we work only on, say, the next biome, then people will be angry. Like, why aren't you fixing these things? Why aren't you making multiplayer things?
Oh yeah, the more popular you are, the more people you have to give you their different opinions, and they're all, some people are going to be super happy, and then other people are not going to be happy with the decision.
Yeah, exactly. And and that, I guess that's one of the downsides of being early access. Like, I could definitely see, how should you say, like, if you try to listen to the critics there for a moment and just think like, okay, some people are like, oh, dead game and all that, and you're playing an early access game. What do you expect? But in some ways, yes, if the game had full, if it was complete and if it had like full mod support and everything from day one, or like say within a few weeks or months before like the hype sort of went down, sure, it would definitely have had a potential to grow even more. Since, like, compared to the Minecraft days, like if you compare it to Minecraft you have to remember, it took several years before they had any type of like official mods.
Oh
support.
Yeah, no. I definitely don't want you to think that in my mind I was thinking that, hey, why doesn't Valheim have this already? No, it's so early access. I was just curious if the sort of multiplayer experience was something that it was being considered between now and 1.0, or if it's maybe something that you think might come more after 1.0. Because, right, like, you've got to get everything into the game that you want for the vision of the game. And once that's released, then maybe you start adding other things as you see fit the game or fit what the community is asking for.
Yeah, sure. During, like, if you say Minecraft days, people were in a way much more patient because there weren't so many games being released at this, like, compared to now, where you have every genre has so many games that are popular and you have so many players. So if you're a little bit too slow, people will, not even if you're a little bit too slow, people expect like every game to be a live service where they're getting like new patches every month or every bi-weekly patches, everything new all the time.
They're spoiled by AAA games that are releasing and doing tons of updates with a huge team and
exactly. So, well, to answer your original question there a little bit more, it is a little bit of a balance. Like, yes, we want to focus mainly on finishing like the parts that really feel missing, like mainly the biomes. That is, you could always say that is the main focus. But we definitely do. I mean, we definitely can do, and probably will do, other things at the same time. I can't say for sure which parts of it is, but for example, I mean, things like we're talking about, for example, mod support or things like achievements, things that are important, but some way secondary to the main like game being complete, will probably have more of a backseat until the other things are done. Like, I mean, we could definitely add some tools for you to do things a little bit differently, like help out the multiplayer experience. Like, personally, I'd love to work more on the replayability and like some different modes. Like, for example, we had the unofficial no map mode, which turned out to be very popular, and things like that. Like, smaller changes are more likely to happen, I think, before 1.0, if you say that. But I think other things probably will be more like at or after 1.0.
Okay, that was the first half of the interview with Jonathan over at Iron Gate. He was such a great guest to speak with. He had so much to share with us. So stay tuned for the second half of this interview, which should come out within the next week.
Welcome to Podheim, Jirok's Valheim podcast. Let's give him the business.
Hey everybody, today is March 9th, 2022. I'm your host, Jirok the Viking, and joining me today are my fellow Vikings, Gwen the Shield Maiden.
Hello everyone.
Viking Rudy, Rudistic the Guardian.
Zdravs Toyota.
And Jarl Tolkus.
Hello, everybody.
Have you ever found a worthy cause to fight for? Something that required volunteer work or fundraising? If you did, you probably gave it the business, just like we're going to do here today. And speaking of worthy causes, Gwen, would you like to talk about our recent fundraiser?
Absolutely. So yesterday was March the 8th, which is International Women's Day. And in honor of all the women around the world and all the great shield maidens that we have on our server and in our community, we decided to do a fundraiser and a charity stream to raise funds for Malala Fund, which is a charity, an international charity that helps promote education for girls around the world. The Malala Fund itself was founded by Malala Yousafzai, who is a Nobel Prize laureate, the youngest to have received the Nobel Prize for her incredible work raising awareness and supporting educators and advocates around the world to help bring education and provide free 12 years of free education to girls in countries where it's unfortunately not as easy to get education. So it's a great cause, and we thought that we would try to raise funds for it. And so we did a stream. A lot of us were actually the shield maidens from our community, from our server. We banded together and organized this event. It was important for us that it was a women-led event. But of course, our event itself was open to everyone on the server. We even had a few special guests join. We had Gaming with Christy, who's another YouTube content creator, as well as Monty or Josephine from Iron Gate, who's their community manager for Valheim. And yeah, all together we got about how many people? 20 people in game, both Shield Maidens and Vikings, all playing together, and we cycled all 5 bosses on our server. With some additional challenges. Like the first boss, we decided to do fist fight only, no pants for some. Second one, we did knives only on the Elder, that kind of stuff, just to spice things up. And yeah, so we had the charity run, the charity stream run for about 3 hours, I think. Yeah. And we collected so far over 1,000. I'll tell you the exact number. I've got it up here. I refresh the page every 5 minutes. $1,142 for Malala Fund so far, and the fundraiser is still open for the rest of the week. We set ourselves a goal of $2,000 that we wanted to raise, so we were really thrilled to get to over half the goal. But yeah, there's still time to donate. If you want to donate, we'll add the links in the description, but you can also type www.tinyurl.com/ladieswithaxes, and that's our shortened URL to get to the fund. So check out the link in description or go to tinyurl ladies with axes, and you should find us. And please donate to this great cause.
Yeah, and I'll definitely add a link to my website, jiroktheviking.com, and I'll leave it up there as long as the fundraising effort runs, so that you can easily go there if you can't remember the link, and help support a wonderful cause. And it was even nice to get Tolkas out there. Tolkas, it's nice to have you back around. I know that you've been busy with real life a lot lately, but having you around more is awesome. I've missed you.
Thank you. I missed you guys too. Yeah, I was really busy. The restaurant I work at is reopening, and the new owners have big plans, and I'm involved there as well. So it's a lot to talk about when there's 5 people and everyone has an opinion on things.
I bet. Yeah. Well, awesome to have you back when you have time. And the time zones match, because I think you're 9 hours ahead of me. So it can be a little tricky sometimes.
Hasn't stopped us in the past. So
yeah, definitely. So for some Valheim news, Richard Svensson, aka Devoid, basically the mastermind behind Valheim, who was working on it for years before he had even a team to help him, recently tweeted that a little image to reveal a new weapon, and the new weapon is a crossbow. So have you guys seen that yet?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw the image and I had to do a double take. I was like, huh? Because I saw the image, I saw lots of comments and likes, and I was like, okay, this just looks like a normal image. And then I had to really, kind of pay more attention to what's in his hands, in his character's hands, to realize that, it's something different. It kind of looks like a bow, but it's horizontal.
Yeah. So, I made a video about it, just showing off that one image, but a couple of little fun things I did with the video. And that video is going viral for me because I guess people are excited about a new weapon. But it was funny. Somebody in the comments said, that's not a crossbow. That's just you're running with your pickaxe.
Yeah, it kind of looks like you're trying to poke someone with a pickaxe. But yeah, I know a lot of people, for some reason, crossbows are one of these weapons that people just love. I don't know why. I mean, they are cool, but I don't know. People are fixated about crossbows, so I can see the hype. It'll be interesting to see how it works. I'm guessing it will have to take more stamina than normal bow and arrow.
I would actually I don't know. I actually commented under the video. The great advantage of crossbows over bow is that you can load the weapon, and then just hold it without needing to pull the bow. With a bow, you need to pull and you need to hold, and it's really exhausting because it needs strength. But for a crossbow, you can load the weapon and then just stay in guard with it and are ready to shoot with it at any time.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, it's not stamina I was thinking more because it's the weight of it. But you're right. I think it would be maybe less stamina, but
slow to reload, probably.
Yeah.
So reload, but then you can hold the arrow and aim. But maybe I would say it would probably make it less effective. Just the crossbow did not have the range of an English longbow, for example. Probably like a short range weapon that you can load and keep and hold until you really have the right angle for it.
Well, it's nice to have more ranged weapon options for sure, because for now it's only the spears and the bow, and maybe also the harpoon if you consider that a weapon, which I know some people on our server do. But other than that, we don't really have any other options. It's all melee.
Still waiting for throwing axes. Sorry.
Yes, we spoke about that, didn't we? We did speak about that last week.
Yeah, that should be in the second half of the Jonathan interview when we put that out. I did have a chance to look up crossbows and Vikings on the internet briefly. I haven't taken a deep dive into it, but the few sources that I came across suggested that Vikings didn't use crossbows a lot, and they probably didn't make them, but they probably did use them a little bit as when they came across them. That they scavenged them or got them from the places they raided. So I'm kind of curious to look into that more. If anybody knows for sure, please let us know in the comments.
Yeah, I did the same research a couple of months ago, actually, because my other half was playing Assassin's Creed Valhalla. And at some point I saw crossbows, or not the crossbows, the siege ones. I can't remember the name of them, but the basically huge. Yeah. And I was like, I'm not sure they used that in the Viking Age. So I did a bit of research, and it's possible that they may have used them. I don't know what they look like and how, to your point, how often you could encounter them. But hey, it's a Viking based game, right? Not everything needs to be super accurate, etc. So
I mean, we are Vikings fighting walking trees and little goblins running around. So
exactly,
it's still a fantasy game. But yeah, like Joe said, they most likely scavenged them when the Vikings started raiding in Europe, and because the sieges were mostly the crossbow were mostly used in sieges for the guardsmen. Just so you can actually stand guard with this weapon. You don't have to hold it all the time. You just load it and then stand there, and then you're ready to shoot at any time. So it's likely that they just, if they encountered it, they maybe found it. Cool, might as well take it home.
Yeah,
like U.S. soldiers did with the German pistols back then. So yeah.
Exactly. And from what I can see, it's probably more of a later period, like really towards the end of the Viking Age. It's a more modern invention, I guess. They were definitely used in the 11th and 12th century, that I know for sure. But in the 800s, I don't know how prevalent they were. Probably not.
Not really. They don't think there was any crossbows that old.
I wanted to ask Rudy if you've ever used crossbows and bows in other games besides Valheim, and if you ever had a preference between the two.
The only crossbow I think I've ever played is the Call of Duty Warzone, when they had the Rambo, the Rambo Special Edition there, that they had a crossbow which you could take down choppers and stuff because it was an exploding round.
Oh, right.
That was pretty cool. But I'm wondering if the crossbow in Valheim, if that'll be another use for chains or something. I'm trying to think of what materials it would cost to make it. And I think you said on Twitter or something, Jirok, the shininess. So maybe there's silver involved, silver and chains possibly, probably some leather. I don't know, trying to figure out what kind of materials would be needed to make that.
Yeah, maybe something new from the Mistlands if it's going to be released with the Mistlands. Because they do have those new trees,
maybe,
or the Fenris hair,
Maybe we'll get introduced to ropes with the Mistlands update, like actual ropes.
Yeah,
from maybe linen or something like that.
Yeah, maybe. So
so many questions.
Yeah. We just never know from one picture, but it's fun to speculate. But the other thing we wanted to talk about is our recent hard mode server. Just to let people know if they're interested. Like, so we have a main server. It's vanilla, no mods, and it's the main one where everybody goes to, resource server. And we have some seasonal servers also. And the hard mode is the new one. It has tougher enemies, and so I get a lot of questions about what makes it hard mode. So the enemies are beefed up, but also you're not allowed to build portals. We use a mod that restricts portal building, but there are world portals placed around the world. And for now, there's no ship building allowed either. There's a little bit of lore behind that where we say, people defied the gods and the gods cursed them with, losing the knowledge of shipbuilding. So all they can build are rafts and sail around there. And the discussion around that's been pretty interesting. I want to ask Rudy about that here in a second. But then, of course, we have a lot of hand-built POIs. I think there's probably about 70 of them now, many of them with artifacts, which are beefed up weapons and armor and tools. And a new thing for the hard mode server is these POIs have really tough respawning mobs. So I don't have to be at each location as an admin to respawn mobs. I use a mod that respawns lots of mobs for me. And it's been about a week since the servers launched. It will be on Friday when this podcast release. And no one has taken down a point of interest yet and retrieved an artifact. And by contrast, the original Season 1 server, before we added the hard mode stuff, they completely cleared the entire map and all artifacts and POIs in about 10 days. So it's quite a change. So that said, Rudy, how has the hard mode server been for you? Because you're one of the main ones running around on there quite a bit. And what are your reactions from other people?
Well, you definitely named it right. Hardcore or hard mode is definitely true. What was nice with this one is it was harder than the survival server, but because we had that experience from the survival server, we were able to tweak our strategies and all that. So I found this hardcore server launch went a lot smoother for our team than the survival one did, just because we knew kind of what to expect and all that. I love how you guys started it off, that you get into the world, you fall into a portal, and then you're faced with a choice of which other portal are you going to take out of the 4 and basically start your life that way. So it was a great way to start the server, and it's been a lot of fun so far. The no boat building thing is definitely one of the toughest, transporting your metals and stuff like that, even just getting around. If you go on a journey to do some exploring and you end up dying, well, that could be a literally 30 to 40 minute raft ride to get your corpse back.
If you don't have a bed nearby, huh?
Yeah, so you got to adapt your strategies for this. So basically, anytime I go out exploring, I have basically a whole stack of wood on me that I can have a quick rested buff. Put a bed down quickly if need be. That's one of the biggest things lately is putting a bed down. A new strategy we've actually started a few days ago is anytime you go out and about, take some wolves with you, some tamed wolves with you, because whether you're doing a corpse retrieval or anything, you get those skeeters after you. It's pretty nice having the wolves with you because some of the enemies will aggro onto them before you, so you have some time to figure something out or to run away if need be.
Yeah, I wanted to say something fun about that. I think watching the players on the main server all these months since we've been running the server back in September of 2021 and running, probably more than 100 events by now, when you figure we've run multiple events every week. I don't see many wolves during events. Maybe some players go out with wolves, but I think from what I've seen, most players just go out with a group of other Vikings because in general, I think things are a little easy. But yeah, it's nice to see you guys actually using wolves in your strategies now.
Yeah, it makes everything from boss battles to just, like I said, corpse retrieval so much easier. So we were lucky enough to find a 2-star wolf a few days into the new server. So having a pack of 2-star wolves running around with you is life-saving. It's pretty great. So that's a new strategy we brought on board. It's Wednesday today. We started Friday. So Wednesday today, we got most of our team into level 1 padded. So it definitely took a bit longer than the survival server, but it's been a bit more fun that way. It's not as stressful as a survival server.
Still pretty quick. I mean, for what, 5 days to get everyone on late game armor?
With rafts and no portals?
I'm not, after 5 months, I'm still not on late game armor. What?
And yeah, that's exactly right, with rafts and no portals. So that's, and you don't have the belt, right? So you can only hold 300 pounds. So someone would literally spend 30, 40 minutes running up to a swamp, mining, I think 23 pieces of iron we could bring back with 100 or with the 300 pound weight capacity. And then running that 30 to 40 minutes back to base. Of course, we've retweaked things since then. We actually have a portable smelting facility with us now that we all have the proper pieces. And then once we get somewhere, we set up portable smelting. Those frost caves, for instance, fantastic area to set up a quick smelting operation there. You can mine the whole mountain of silver and smelt it right then and there. And then you have bars that you can either take back to base or, like I said, we have a portable operation. So we have a level 2 or 3 forge in our inventories at all times, a level 2 workbench. And this is all spread out between, let's say, 3 to 6 players that are online at most times in my clan. And that's what we do. We have someone that has a level 2 forge, someone that has the smelting facilities on them. And we all go and set it all up and smelt the metal, head back to base to build whatever we need, the armor or the weapons. And yeah, it's been a lot of fun. We have a few POIs marked out, but we're taking the slow route, and we're going to make sure everyone's fully padded and ready to go before we hit up these POIs. We want to make sure that we're in the right armor and not attempting it in troll armor or leather armor. But yeah, it's been a lot of fun. You see some things you haven't seen before, like, I don't know, maybe a random elder walking around in the meadows with you, or it's pretty wild. So, we're having a lot of fun. There has been some frustrations, of course, right? When it can take that 30 to 40 minute raft ride to get your corpse, but teamwork is key, and it's pretty cool seeing some of the solo players. Jirok challenged the entire server when you said no one can do this solo, because now a few players are like, okay, we'll see. So it's cool seeing that they're trying to prove you wrong, and I don't know if they've gotten anywhere yet, but it's exciting. It's a lot of fun. It's a new Valheim experience that you won't see anywhere else other than Jirok's server here. So if you're looking for something like that, if you're looking for a new Valheim experience that's harder than usual, come check out Jirok's server, guys. This is some fun stuff never before seen anywhere in Valheim. So if you're looking for a new challenge and see something new, definitely come hang out with us and come check out this server.
Oh, yeah. Thanks for the plug, Rudy. And I wanted to clarify, you mentioned, setting up in frost caves. You can also set up in the other dungeons in the game, just because we allow a mod that lets people build in dungeons, just because the dungeons are so nice in this game that it seems a pity to not let the players build in them. And Iron Gate actually used to allow it in the standard game, and then they removed that option. And then my understanding is now, even today, they're kind of split on that opinion of whether they should allow people to build in them or not. But I did have a question for you too, Rudy. And I wanted to ask, with only rafts, your storage capacity is limited, what you can transport. So have you guys tried yet to bring a cart onto a raft and have one person holding that cart while one person is steering the raft?
We did try it. But to be honest, it was pretty much quicker to just have a few people load up their inventories and run across land. But it does work. You can definitely load up a cart and one person move the cart or walk the cart onto the raft, and then the other person driving the raft. It absolutely works. So little tip for all you on the hardcore server without carves and long ships. Load up a cart and have someone walk it onto the raft, and then start sailing your raft home.
Yeah, and just to clarify, I think you want somebody to hold on to the cart the whole time, because in my testing, when I was solo rafting with the cart, the cart would eventually fall off the raft pretty easily.
Yes, absolutely. That person with the cart has to have the cart on them at all times. You can't hit E to hold the mast, because then the cart will just fall right off. So you do have to stay on the cart on the raft the entire time, and if you get knocked around by waves, you got to move around a bit so the cart doesn't fall off, or all your precious metals are at the bottom of the ocean.
Well, calves float, actually. That was one of the Nick Rawcliffe tips from his speedruns, that you can actually walk a cart across the ocean.
I wonder where he got that idea from. Hey, Jirok?
Yeah, that was from one of my previous videos.
From one of your videos, that's right.
Yeah.
I wonder, did you, Rudy, and your team try that? Like, if just everyone walking on multiple carts Can you do that with the cart full of stuff?
You can.
Or does it have to be empty?
Well, it starts to get the boxes in the cart, so you don't have anywhere to stand in the cart if there are too many. But you can put a few. You can put a little bit in there, and I think if you only have like 1 or 2 boxes in there, you can still walk with it fairly easily.
Yeah, we didn't try that just because the rafts were available, and I'm sure that's a little faster means than the cart. But yeah, and one thing too with the cart and just kind of showing the length of time and all that, we had our boss battle that we were gearing up for Bone Mass, and it was maybe 2 continents away or so. By the time all the players got over there and geared up and fought Bone Mass, they were actually gone for 2 weeks in game time. Like it was about 14 days between all the sailing and the actual battle and coming back to base. So it was like an entire 2-week trek in game that it took to just get to one of the bosses and get back. So of course we held a welcoming party for our warriors who went and defeated Bone Mass for us. I died along the trip. So I did not get to enjoy the Bone Mass battle, but I made it back to home, and they picked up my corpse, and we had a nice welcoming party for our warriors who went and defeated Bone Mass for us.
Nice. One of the tips that people didn't know at the start, and I think are starting to figure out, so I guess it's okay for me to reveal it here for those who listen to the podcast, get a little insider tip. I know people are traveling to the bosses, where the boss spawn locations are, but there's actually a boss at every single artifact POI location. So if you come across the POI, you could check to see if the boss you need to kill or want to kill is there, because maybe you can draw it out and not have to do that long travel to the proper boss location.
You tell me now, eh?
Well, I gotta let you guys.
But didn't you also say that you've got like unlimited respawning mobs around those POIs? I don't know if that's what you need when you're trying to take down an already difficult boss.
Yeah. Well, they figure something fun out. It's interesting to see the strategies on hard mode, and I have to evaluate. One team attempted a POI, I guess, last night with 20 wolves and 3 players in max gear. So I have to review those notes and see if any of them need tweaking. Luckily, I can tweak every single POI with one file update and upload to the server. So I can see if they need tweaking. But yeah, it's fun to see everybody having fun with hard mode. And if you are interested, you can... we have a bunch of other servers too, but just go to my website, jirocktheviking.com, and sign up to play with us. And just a quick announcement before we go to our next subject. There is something special coming or happening on Friday on the hard mode server. And this was planned long ago, and nobody knows about it but me. So I'm excited to share it with you for those of you still on the hard mode server. But I also want
meteor shower, Yaglu's meteor shower on everyone.
Glenn, how did you know? And I just want to take a quick break from the show to share with you one of my sponsors, the Grimfrost, an amazing company that sells really, really cool Viking products. They have over 1,000 different modern and historical Viking products. If you're interested, you should check them out. I have a link in the description, or you can go to my website, jirocktheviking.com/Grimfrost. Now back to the show.
But I also wanted to talk about the Frost Cave. So, like, we have, it seems like like a third of our community is hanging out on the main server, still doing their thing and building and decorating and having fun and socializing. A third of our players are doing hard mode, and another third is doing a lot on our resource server, because the resource server is one of the few places. Well, you can't really find mountain caves on the main server because everything's explored. But the resource server resets every 2 weeks. And Tolkas, you've been doing a lot of resource running around with your group and going into those caves and fighting enemies and getting all the good loot. What do you think of the new caves and the new enemies inside?
Top notch. I think you can just leave it at that. Nothing to complain about. Totally awesome there. They set the stakes really high for the coming updates. So I don't know if they made their own work even harder for themselves, by giving us such awesome caves. Because now we will be expecting that even better in the future.
Yeah, they are pretty awesome. Has your group started building in any of the caves? I know the resource server is temporary that resets every 2 weeks, but have they done a little bit of building, like a temporary base or anything?
We haven't, but we plan to afford and have it somewhere near our base on the playground server. So we're planning. We're still kind of working out like where and when are we gonna wait for the new Mistlands update maybe to come? Just figuring out. But yeah, as Rudy mentioned before, they're really awesome. Like unlike the other dungeons, there's like the dungeons in the Black Forest are like really narrow and the ceiling is not very high. Then the swamp sunken crypts, they are always wet. It's not very comfortable and always very dark. But the frost caves are like really cool. They give me these Skyrim dungeon vibes from the Elder Scrolls series. You're getting just a lot of good memories lie in that game, and I'm really happy to be walking around in the same caves again.
Yeah.
Did you come across one of those cool ones that has the frozen lake in the bottom?
Oh yes. Like we were walking out of the group, and we were not running. We just took our time and walked around. Okay, guys, we go right. Then go right, and then okay, we go left now. We were just exploring and just in awe about the whole everything. And sometimes there's like you could just walk down the stairs in a circle, and then at the really bottom there were just a couple of wolves sleeping there. What I ended up doing was I made sure I had over 100 health, took my sledgehammer, and then did the Leroy Jenkins from the very top to the bottom, just smashed into the ground like the superhero landing and just killed everything there in a swing.
Like Thor.
Yeah, exactly.
But about you going left and right and getting lost. So that's one thing that I learned early on from the game from one of my friends I used to, that introduced me to Valheim, is always pick like either left or right, but stick to left. Like if any dungeon you visit, just go left all the time. And eventually you'll visit everything without getting lost. So top tip there.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, that's what we did. And it was really fun. And then we would come to the closed doors, and then everyone was getting ready. Swords and shields out. Then, all right, we're going in. 3, 2, 1, breach. And then it's just total carnage inside.
And fire everywhere.
Oh yeah, a lot of fire. Then we're like, oh, watch out, there's a cultist. Oh shit, there's 2. Oh no, it's 4. Ah! Yeah, sometimes with just a lot of them. Like everyone was on fire, no one could see anything. Luckily, no one died, or was just got really close to dying. Was really awesome.
It sounds like a lot of fun. Has anyone fallen down any of the long drops yet and died or almost died?
Yeah, I just told you I jumped down on purpose with the sledgehammer to smash it into the ground.
Oh, but
you didn't die.
But that didn't kill you, did it?
Die.
No, I was down to 20 health, and I had to make sure everything down there was dead. Otherwise, I would have died myself there.
Oh, so you did the jump, made sure you had more than 100 health so you could survive it.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, that's awesome. That sounds like an epic video to have been recording.
I was in an intense battle with a few cultists, me and my teammate. And it was one of those ones where as soon as you come into the cave, it's like the ledge to go to the bottom. And we were fighting some cultists, and we worked our way to the top because we weren't too geared for it. And the cultist shot me right into that pit there, and I died instantly. And that was pretty wild. I will say too, the new music that our friend Patrick made for these mountain caves is awesome. It is very cool.
Yeah,
there's definitely some creepiness involved. But yeah, it's I love the music too that Patrick did.
All of it, to me, to be honest, the atmosphere, the design, everything is just beautiful, and it's perfect. It's perfect. The Iron Gate team has really blown it out of the park. It's just, yeah, I didn't really I don't like the mountains because I just die a lot in the mountains. But those caves, I think they will bring back the love for the mountains a bit for me, just because they're so beautiful to explore. They're so fun. I love that they have it on multiple floors as well, so you can go up and down. I know some burial chambers you can like find corridors where you go up and down, but usually it's not like huge. And sometimes it's just like you go up and then there's a wall in front of you. So yeah, the fact that you actually have multiple floors to explore and the frozen lake and some of the little touches with the paintings on the walls and some of the lore and thing is just, it's great. If that's a direction that they're taking for future biome updates, I'm so excited.
Yeah, and Rudy, you were talking about earlier too that the cave sound effects, in addition to the music, are really cool. And yeah, every time I'm in there, I love turning the sometimes I'll turn the music down if I'm recording a video or something, but I turn the sound effects up because I just love hearing all those creepy sounds in those caves.
Yeah, when you're smelting by yourself for a few hours in the caves and you're in a dark room, dark office, and you hear those creepy sounds, I got goosebumps and I had to go turn the lights on because there's some weird sounds in those things.
Yeah. Whoever did the sound design for that really nailed it, I think. And Tolka, so what do you think about the new Fenrir armor now that you've had the chance to, probably farm the resources for it and use it and upgrade your armor and the flesh rippers too, the new fist weapons? Is that something people really like? Do they like the speed bonus? Do they like the fighting style of the fists? What do you think about those?
I have a mixed opinion. Let me explain. On the one side, yes, the speed bonus is great. The playstyle of the armor is you run in on your target, circle and hit it, run out of there, circle around, hit it in the back all the time until it's gone. You really have to be careful though with getting hit because you don't have a lot of armor. The fire resistance helps a little bit when fighting those fueling shamans. But you don't want to be stuck in prolonged melee combat. Also, when you're fighting multiple groups, the Flesh Rippers, they're strong against one target, maybe two. But when there's a blob of enemies coming for you, you're better off with a AOE weapon. Like for example, like any other weapon, you have a chance to. You're swinging and you can hit multiple enemies at once, but with the Flesh Rippers, you really want to focus on one target. It's a mixed opinion because, of course, people who prefer running around and for exploring, the speed bonus is really handsome. But again, you really have to be careful. You're basically a glass cannon.
Oh, right, yeah. So it sounds like it's sort of situational, right? Like, you might want to use it in certain situations, but then maybe carry another set of armor and a primary weapon to switch to if you need to.
Yeah. Or what one thing you can do is if you have multiple people, like a wolf pack running around in Fenrir's armor, then it doesn't matter. Just everyone can run in focused on one target and you'll done in seconds as well. That's all really fun.
So I mentioned before that on our main server, most areas were explored. And I think there was only been 2 or maybe a few more found on the main server because it's old. It's been around since September 2021. So the resource server, which resets every week, the estimate is, I guess, that it's about 120 to 160 caves supposed to be found on every new map. How did you guys find, or what did it seem like you were finding enough caves? Like we have a lot of people who play on our servers and everybody's racing on the resource server to them. But were there enough for you guys during that first week?
I have the feeling like they were around, we just could not find them. Like sometimes, it's like you're exploring a mountain and a snowstorm comes out and you just happen to walk over or past a cave, stuff like that. They're a bit tricky to spot in the mountains. Just because there are so many rocks all over the place and it's hard to look for this specific rock that indicates a cave. But yeah, once we got the hang of it, there were plenty of caves all over the place. Like I remember we were exploring the other day and then when we split the group, okay, we go right, you go left around the mountain, and then we split up. Literally 6 seconds later, found one. Okay. And then, there's some mountains, there were a lot of them, some there were like none, like always.
So we've debated resetting the resource server in 1 week instead of 2, just on this special occasion because the Frost Caves were out. We decided not to because the players put in so much effort building the New Omi, the little town, and the resource server, like hotel for all the players. They rebuild a new one in a different style every 2 weeks. So instead of resetting the resource server, which would destroy that, we decided to let it continue for its 2 weeks. But huge shout out to one of our admins, Liddy. Such a sweetheart. She took the time to go onto the server and spawn in about 100 new caves, fresh caves around the world on mountains, so that everybody would have more caves to explore over the next week. So thanks, Liddy.
Yeah, just to clarify, it was not your idea. It was Liddy on her own, right?
Yeah, she's just a sweetheart. She saw that everyone was asking. I think some players wanted to do an earlier server reset so that they could enjoy more caves. But instead of doing that and adding more work for the rest of the admin team, Liddy, took the initiative to go and spawn in a bunch of caves. And she spent a couple of hours doing that just for everyone in the community to go and enjoy. She's the best.
Reminder to myself, hug Liddy.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Okay, and we have one more segment to go through real quickly, and I know it's one of Rudy's favorite segments, and we're talking about our favorite things in Valheim. Rudy?
Yeah, it's been a while since we did our favorite segment here, but our favorite things in Valheim. So let's talk about pets today. What is everyone's favorite pet in our favorite game, Valheim? Let's go with Gwen first.
That's a tough one because I have a dog at home, which is a husky. So obviously the wolves remind me a lot of my husky. So I do like the wolves. But I like them more now that they don't howl all the time, because my dog at home also kind of howls and is very vocal. So having that in the game in my base when I had a couple of wolves around before they fixed it with a patch was really annoying, because like it was just sending me on PTSD trips of my dog just constantly making noises. But yeah, I mean the dogs, the wolves are cute. But I really like the boars as well. They're really cute too, especially the babies, the piggies. They're just tiny and adorable, and that little tail is like when it's wagging, it's just so cute. I think I'm going to go with the boars. And also they tell you that they love you.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. I think my answer might trump you all, so I'm going to go last on this one. Tulkas.
Mine is probably going to be the logs. It's just back when we had the first event, the Undead Fortress event, I had some tamed loxes there in place, and we were riding them to this Undead Fortress, and we fought the army of the Undead there. And when I got some tamed loxes at my farm, I renamed them after the 4 loxes that I had back then at the event. It's like there's a little of like melancholic, and what's it called? Not melancholic, but another day like
nostalgic.
Nostalgic. Thank you. Like real fear. I just feel nostalgic just walking to the farm, and then there's my 4 warrior pets standing there, just having a good time. So
and they're so handy too for transporting. I remember when the BSC castle in the north was all done, and Urkinus and Pianuj were moving into the castle. We just took loxes down to their old bases and over encumbered ourselves, got on the lox and rode it on home. It's a very handy way to transport bases or transport anything really, is hopping on those loxes and going for a little trip.
Yeah, loxes are definitely the most functional pet, that's for sure.
And their pies are just so tasty.
We don't talk about that. We don't talk about eating our own pets, okay?
Well, I was going to ask you real quickly, since you brought up the carry capacity, when you're on a Lox, you can, weight yourself up to any weight. You can carry as much as you want because the Lox doesn't matter. I have, I made a video on that a while back. But has anybody done that on the hard mode server? Use the Lox to help transport large amounts of things across the land?
Yeah, I was going to suggest that when we were talking about rafts and stuff, that is probably the best strategy, but...
We're not even a week in. If anyone has tamed Loxes already, I would like to know how.
Well, I think Kondo's group has full padded and black metal weapons, so they might have a Lox farm going, knowing Kondo. He has a farm for everything.
See, I'm with Tulkas. The silver sword is just superior in every way, shape, and form. So I'm rocking the silver shield, silver sword. No black metal weapons on that hardcore server for me.
Yeah, I agree. Silver is just the prettiest.
And what about you, Jirok? I have a feeling I know a certain YouTube video you might mention for your answer.
Yeah, so I have a YouTube video that demonstrates exactly how to tame my favorite pet, and it's the Death Skeeto. I released it on April 1st of last year, of 2021, and it takes you through all the steps of how to tame a Death Skeeto, exactly what you need to do, and then I demonstrate running around with it as a pet and having it kill stuff for you. So that joke aside, because it was April Fool's Day, I need to start thinking of a new April Fool's video because we're coming up on April 1st here in a few weeks. But I messed around on admin mode a lot with
the bats.
The bats. Yeah, the bats. That would be fun.
You can do the same one with the bats. Just feed them blood bags.
There you go. Right. Yeah. Yeah, so I messed around in admin mode, and on my server, I make available most mobs for players to get as pets and or as like guards or even a shopkeeper if they want. And nobody's requested a Death Skeeto yet, and I can't wait until they do because I've tested everything as like a bodyguard for your base, and the Death Skeeto is my favorite because it just flies around. Everything has a really hard time hitting it because it flies, the other mobs, and it hits so hard. So you just stand there and you watch your pet Death Skeeto, because of mods, I'm able to tame it. And I just watch one Death Skeeto fly around and just zap every enemy and kill them. It's so fun. It just like puts a smile on my face as I watch it happening.
That's awesome. I love that idea. I want to try that now.
What's yours, Rudy?
Well, so I don't know if you guys, I know Jirok has seen our zoo on the Playground server. Yeah. I don't know if Gwen or Tulkas has had a chance to see our zoo yet.
No, not yet. I'm waiting for my invite.
All right.
My golden ticket to visit the zoo.
Well, it's open anytime. I'd be happy to show you. But it was many moons ago when Rudistic, Yalrek, Yardrock, and Oily Josh were sailing on the open seas. And we come across an island that has yet to be explored on the Playground server. And we're getting close to this island and we see, there's a troll right on the shore. Let's go check it out. And as we pull up to shore, it turned out to be a 2-star troll. Well, that was pretty cool. You don't see those very often. So we decided, let's try and trap it. So we absolutely did. We built a big pit and trapped the 2-star troll. We named him Anton or Caillou. And he's been our mascot from day one. But about an hour or so after we got the troll, I was like, what can we do to make this even better? Well, we have some mountain biomes up in this island here. So we ran up there with harpoons, and we were able to bring a stone golem back and trapped him as well. So we're sitting here on our new land that we have a trapped 2-star troll, a trapped stone golem. And then I had the idea, what are the chances? Could we feasibly go out and harpoon a sea serpent and bring it back and trap that too? Well, within about 45 minutes of my initial thoughts, we did it. We went out, we got a day spawn sea serpent, which is very hard to find. and harpooned it. And it was about a 30-minute boat ride back to the base from where we finally found one. And we built a whole sea enclosure, and we brought her in. So yeah, we have a zoo that has a sea serpent, a 2-star troll, and a golem. And one of my favorite things is swimming with Betty. We named her Betty the sea serpent. We have a diving board. You can jump in and swim with her. I just have some high health foods with you. And we actually have like a little show stage area where we can harpoon gray dwarfs or any mobs, deers, toss them into her tank there. And you can actually watch her go and attack and eat these gray dwarves and whatever. So that's my favorite pet in the game is our sea serpent, Betty.
Oh, that's so epic. Did you teach her any tricks, like how to jump out of the water and stuff?
Oh, no, we don't want her jumping out because it'll be hard to find her again if she decides to leave. But it's pretty cool. You can actually stand on the sea serpent's head. Once you go past the head, the body's kind of like you fall through the body, but the head is a solid object in the game. So you can actually stand on our sea serpent's head. And sometimes she'll swim around. You can go for a little ride, but it's a pretty cool experience in game that we made for everyone.
Oh, that's so fun. I definitely need to visit.
Yeah, I remember when I visited, you were showing me all that zoo of yours and the base. But I think your stone golem had escaped and was running around destroying stuff, and you guys had to rush over quickly and get it back into its enclosure.
Oh, yeah. It happens all the time, especially with Anton. That's why I call him Caillou, because he's always whining and complaining and getting out of his cage. We actually have a full setup. We built an armoire full of harpoons that if it happens that he gets out, shout out in game THC to base, and everyone comes, grabs a harpoon, and we have it set up in such a way that there's 2 doors on each side. So you just bust out the one wall, harpoon him, run through his enclosure and it through the other door, and then it should pull him right back into his base there. I don't know why I'm doing all these hand emotions. You guys can't see anything I'm doing, but we got it down to a science for when Anton and Barney, he's the golem. We got it down to a science for when those guys get out that we can get them back in with minimal damage to the base.
Do you have an alarm system set up with the wards?
Nope. It's fully open for anyone to go and explore and have a look around at any time. So we didn't put up wards, but basically when you zone in, just let all the zones come in. Don't just portal there and run around right away. Let all the instances load in and then look around. That's what we found is if you run right away, it'll kind of lag out, and then the animals will lag out on top of their cages. So just as soon as you get in, let it all load in, and then they should be fine in their cages. And the troll one is actually, we put it down a lot. So the 2-star troll is actually eye level to use. You can get right up in his face and see his eyes, bright blue. It's pretty cool, but Anton's still a bit of a jerk.
When you were talking about having all the harpoons ready and set up, I had this kind of image in my head of like a Jurassic Park situation where you've got like the armory with all the guns with the tranquilizers in case the dinosaur gets out of the cage.
Oh, we pretty much do. The armory's right there. We actually harpooned a bunch of skeletons and made a skeleton blocker in there. And then we bought a training dummy to have in there as well. So it's pretty much Jurassic Park was a bit of the mindset when doing this build. There's also a 2-star Grey Dwarf Brute. Those are the bright purple ones. We got one of those. We had a 1-star Shaman, Grey Dwarf Shaman, but we had the sulfur in the air, and they decided that he was not worthy for the zoo. So, but yeah, it's pretty cool. I'll put up a portal in one of the main portal hubs there that people can come in and look at all the animals in their cages there, and it's a pretty cool setup.
Yeah, well, Jirok, maybe that's the next build tour that we need to do for your YouTube channel.
Yeah, that sounds like fun. Definitely, we should try to schedule that and make sure that all the fences are electrified there, Rudy, so that the T-Rexes don't get out.
And I want a longboat like ready to go if things go south. I want to be out of that island. I've seen Jurassic Park. I'm not getting trapped on a Jurassic Park island.
There is one. There is a boat at the docks ready to go if need be. It's a good time.
All right. Well, that I think is going to do it for this week's episode, everyone. Thanks for joining me today.
Anytime. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. See you around.
See ya.
That's it for now. Have fun out there.